Chang Wei was once a promising young talent with a bright future ahead. However, fate took a cruel turn when he was diagnosed with terminal cancer at the age of 20. The devastating news shattered all his life plans in an instant. Disheartened, he decisively dropped out of school and returned to his long-abandoned rural hometown. On his first day back, facing the dilapidated state of his ancestral home, Chang Wei, despite his illness, began to clean up. As he worked up a sweat, the cancer suddenly flared up, causing excruciating pain that felt like being pierced by thousands of arrows. He eventually collapsed and lost consciousness. Unexpectedly, while he was unconscious, a strange light descended from the sky and entered his forehead. When Chang Wei finally woke up, it was already late at night. Looking at the unfinished cleaning, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Just as he was about to make do for the night, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected awake. Initiating novice tutorial. This sudden turn of events left Chang Wei dumbfounded. He instinctively thought he was hallucinating from being unconscious for too long. However, the voice seemed to read his thoughts and immediately responded. Conclusion incorrect. Host's mental state is normal. No hallucinations detected. Chang Wei became alert. As an avid reader of online novels, he immediately thought of a possibility. Cautiously, he tested the waters. Are you the legendary system? The mechanical voice quickly confirmed. Correct conclusion. This is the 6th generation system, named the Multiverse Rescue System. Faced with such an unbelievable situation, Chang Wei found it hard to believe. He couldn't help but wonder if this was a fantasy conjured by his dying mind. However, the system once again refuted his thoughts. Incorrect conclusion. Host's subjective judgment has led to cognitive bias, which needs immediate correction. Correct logic existence is reason. With the system's explanation, Chang Wei gradually accepted this incredible reality. His eyes grew brighter, filled with excitement and joy. He eagerly inquired about the system's functions. The system detailed its primary functions, issuing tasks that send the host to various worlds to perform rescue missions. Upon successful completion of missions, the host would receive reward currency, which could be used to purchase system items or upgrade abilities and system permissions. Chang Wei understood that with the system, he could eventually become a powerful figure. For now, his primary concern was whether he could cure his cancer and what his system ability was. The system provided an encouraging answer. The host's illness could be eradicated through system items or self-abilities, and his current ability was Materialized Sci-Fi Battleship. Materialized Sci-Fi Battleship? Chang Wei was momentarily disappointed, but then his eyes lit up with curiosity. He urgently asked, System, are there any limitations to the ability to materialize a sci-fi battleship? The system explained that as long as the battleship met the criteria of a sci-fi work and the host's permissions, it could be fully materialized, including all units and facilities on board. Currently, Chang Wei could only summon one sci-fi battleship. Chang Wei's breathing quickened, his mind fixated on the condition of meeting the criteria of a sci-fi work, automatically ignoring the host's permission limitations. He asked eagerly, Can I materialize a battleship right now? Yes. Would you like to materialize now? The first materialization is a system benefit and must be random. Once recruited, it will be stored in the system's docking slot, requiring the host to summon it independently. Once materialization is successful, system tasks will commence. Please choose carefully. Ding. The battleship recruitment has materialized successfully. The Hyperion is now docked in the system bay, and the host can check it out anytime. Chang Wei's mind conjured an awe-inspiring image. A colossal human battlecruiser hovering in the starry expanse, stretching 1,100 meters in length and 530 meters in width, resembling a mobile space fortress. This was the renowned Hyperion from StarCraft, once part of the old Confederacy, later seized by the Sons of Korhal, and ultimately becoming the flagship of Raynor's Raiders. The Hyperion's formidable power was captivating. Ultra-thick, super-alloy armor, a powerful nuclear fusion reactor, a space-warping jump drive, and the devastating neutron fusion Yamato cannon. The ship's interior was divided into 4 main sections. The bridge served as the command center, where Chang Wei could view star maps, confirm mission objectives, strategize, and communicate. The armory was the equipment maintenance area, capable of storing various troops and units, as well as facilitating upgrades. The bar was a place for relaxation and entertainment, and also where mercenaries could be recruited. Due to the Hyperion's constant need to evade capture, it often relied on mercenary missions to survive. The lab was the technology research area, responsible for upgrading human-related technologies. As a StarCraft fan, Chang Wei was filled with anticipation for this battleship. However, as he eagerly awaited some celestial phenomenon, the system calmly asked if he wished to summon the ship. Just as Chang Wei was about to agree, he suddenly realized that summoning such a massive battleship in Earth's orbit could cause widespread panic. He cautiously asked the system, Can the summoning location of the battleship be changed at will? The system responded coldly, Yes, The battleship can be deployed anywhere within 1 light-year, centered on the host. Immediately after, the system announced the commencement of the rescue missions across the multiverse, granting Changwei 24 hours to prepare. Before he could process this, a distress signal was converted into a mission and issued to him. Mission World. Starship Troopers. Mission Objective. Rescue the Roughnecks stationed at Whiskey Outpost. Mission details. Whiskey Outpost has sent out a distress signal, and the Roughnecks, led by Rico, are trapped in an arachnid ambush. Mission rewards. 10 points for each soldier saved, 100 points for saving the protagonist, 2,000 points for completing the mission. Important notes. No points are awarded for killing enemies, but loot can be collected. The system emphasizes rescue over score farming. Seeing this mission, Changwei exclaimed, "Holy crap! Starship Troopers?" Time was of the essence, and Changwei knew he had to quickly familiarize himself with the Hyperion. His eyes scanned the bridge's advanced equipment, mentally calculating the preparation time needed before the mission commenced. On top of that, he was relying on the Hyperion's nanomedical bay to treat his cancer. The thought of possibly passing out from pain during the rescue operation made him frown. Resolved, Changwei immediately ordered the system to summon the Hyperion. The system responded swiftly, deploying the massive warship near Neptune's orbit. Hyperion deployment complete. Would the host like to board now? The system's prompt echoed. Without hesitation, Changwei replied, "Board." Just as he spoke, he felt his body disintegrate into streams of data, vanishing from his original location. This unprecedented experience made his eyes widen and his breath catch in awe. In the blink of an eye, Changwei found himself on a sci-fi-inspired bridge of the warship. The metal floor reflected a cold light, and the crew busily attended to their duties with precision. Thick protective armor covered the walls, emitting a faint blue glow that created an intense sense of security. Control buttons and display screens adorned the walls, showing real-time parameters of the ship. At the center of the bridge stood a spacious command platform, surrounded by high-tech control panels and holographic projectors. 3 large panoramic windows offered a breathtaking view of space, with Neptune's blue glow standing out vividly, its 5 rings encircling the distant planet like delicate adornments. As Changwei marveled at the sight, a man in a high-ranking military uniform with a buzz cut approached and saluted him smartly. "Welcome back, sir. The Hyperion is fully operational and ready for action." This was none other than the Hyperion's captain, Matt Horner. Matt Horner was an enthusiastic and idealistic individual with a strong sense of justice. Young and capable, he was unwilling to settle for mediocrity. When Raynor rebelled against Minsk out of conscience, Matt became his first follower without hesitation. After Raynor's raiders captured the Hyperion from the Dominion shipyards, Matt's exceptional skills earned him the position of the flagship's captain. Over the years, he had commanded the raiders' small fleet in numerous military operations, proving to be a reliable and valuable assistant. Facing this experienced captain, Changwei couldn't help but swallow nervously. As a recently suspended college student, he felt his presence was nowhere near as commanding as Matt's. However, he realized he might have replaced Raynor and become Matt's superior. With the system's support, Changwei gathered his courage and said, "Matt, report our current position." Matt promptly responded, "Sir, the Hyperion is currently near Neptune at the edge of the solar system. Without intense combat, our fuel can last for 10 years. However, we are critically low on ship repair parts, and our crew supplies will only last for 30 days. Sir, we need you to decide our next mission, preferably to find a supply starport." As a fan of sci-fi and novels, Changwei quickly got into character. "No need to worry about the mission. We'll have work soon enough. For now, take me to the medical bay. I'm suffering from a serious illness and need immediate treatment." "Yes, sir," Matt replied respectfully. When Changwei woke up from the nanomedical bay, his cancer cells had been completely eradicated. A dose of cheap nutrient solution made him feel rejuvenated and much lighter. He couldn't help but reflect, "I was in the terminal stage of cancer, ready to die back home. Who would have thought I'd encounter such an opportunity? It still feels like a dream, not quite real." Accompanied by Matt, Changwei toured other areas of the Hyperion. In the armory, he met Swan. In the laboratory, he encountered Stetman. At the bar, he saw a group of powerful mercenaries: War Pigs Marines, Devil Dogs Firebats, Hammer Securities Marauders, Spartan Company Goliaths, Siege Breakers Siege Tanks, Hell's Angels Vikings, Dusk Wings Banshees, and Jackson's Revenge Battlecruiser. These formidable forces filled Changwei with admiration, though he lacked the funds to hire them immediately. He looked forward to having enough resources after completing missions. Next, Changwei eagerly tried on the Marine's power armor. His initial excitement and unfamiliarity with the high-tech gear caused him to stumble several times. After some effort, he managed to walk normally, though running still posed a risk of falling. Despite this, Changwei remained undeterred, confident that with practice, he would master it completely. The power armor's design was intricate, capable of mounting bayonets, laser sights, or underslung grenade launchers as needed. Its penetration power was astonishing, with almost no recoil, excelling in both ground and aerial combat. In the StarCraft community, Raynor had taken the Marines' capabilities to the extreme, creating the legendary 20BB face roll ADE, hailed as the strongest unit, even against Protoss carriers. After experiencing it firsthand, Chang Wei was full of praise for the equipment. Time flew by, and the moment for the mission finally arrived. With Chang Wei watching nervously, the countdown hit 0. In an instant, the Hyperion, along with Chang Wei, was transported to another world by the system. At that moment, they hovered above Whiskey Outpost, surrounded by a sea of Zerg. Below, the hardline squad was fighting desperately, but the situation remained dire. Surveying the intense battle, Chang Wei asked gravely, "Who called for the fleet?" Starship Troopers is a sci-fi blockbuster directed by the master of science fiction, Paul Verhoeven, in 1997. The film depicts a future world where the Human Federation engages in a thrilling racial war against the arachnid species. The story's protagonist, Rico, abandons his privileged lifestyle encouraged by his girlfriend Carmen and joins the mobile infantry. From a green recruit to a battle-hardened hero, Rico's journey is marked by trials and glory, ultimately becoming a legendary general. At this moment, Rico is merely an acting sergeant in the Roughnecks. After receiving an urgent command from headquarters, he and his team head to Whiskey Outpost for a reconnaissance and rescue mission. Upon arrival, the sight is horrifying. The entire outpost has become a hellish landscape, littered with corpses and dismembered bodies, the air thick with the stench of death. In the ruins, they find only one Survivora general hiding in a refrigerator. From his account, they realize they've fallen into a meticulously planned trap. The distress signal was actually a lure sent by humans under the control of the bugs. Realizing the danger, the Roughnecks immediately occupy the high ground of the outpost and build defensive structures. However, they are soon surrounded by an endless swarm of bugs. In this desperate moment, they work to repair the outpost communication equipment to call for reinforcements while fiercely resisting the bug onslaught. Then, a more terrifying enemy appears: hoppers. These 4-meter-long, 485-kilogram flying bugs move at an astonishing speed of 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. They employ rapid dive-bombing tactics, striking and retreating instantly, capable of decapitating or bisecting soldiers in a flash. These airborne killers, swarming like locusts, inflict massive casualties and psychological pressure on the Roughnecks. As ammunition runs dangerously low, the swarm seems endless. Roughneck's commander, Razkak, shouts at Rico, "Rico, check if the communications are fixed yet." Gunfire and the screeches of bugs mingle, enveloping the battlefield in a tense and desperate atmosphere. Rico immediately follows orders, grabs his rifle, and rushes inside the outpost, shouting into his headset, "Diz, is the comms link established?" "Almost there. Give me another minute," comes the reply. "We don't have a minute. Hurry up," Rico urges anxiously. By now, the metal fence around the outpost has been completely destroyed by the swarm, which is now gnawing at the last defense barriers. The Roughnecks are in a precarious situation. Rico bursts into the quarters, seeing Dizzy frantically calling for help on the comms. "Calling fleet. Calling fleet. This is the Roughnecks. Requesting immediate assistance. We're under heavy bug attack. Repeat. Requesting immediate assistance." Rico snatches the communicator and shouts into the microphone, "Fleet. We're under attack. Send help immediately." Unfortunately, all he hears in response is static. "Damn it," Rico curses, handing the communicator back to Dizzy, then grabs his rifle and rushes back to the battlefield. As Rico reaches the outpost wall, Commander Razkak has just emptied his last magazine. He urgently asks, "What's the status? When is the fleet arriving?" Rico, with a grave expression, replies, "Our communications failed. The fleet didn't receive our signal. We've been abandoned, sir." Razkak is momentarily stunned, then punches Rico in the face, roaring, "Don't demoralize the troops. The fleet is on its way. Now pick up your gun and fight back." He then reloads and starts firing at the swarm below. Rico looks around and sees the bugs climbing over their fallen comrades, forming a gruesome wall as they advance. Their vicious mandibles and sharp limbs send shivers down his spine. "We're screwed," Rico thinks. "We might all die here today." Just as despair threatens to overwhelm everyone, a piercing roar echoes from the sky. A massive shadow blots out the sun, like a fortress of doom, suddenly appearing overhead. The astonishing sight leaves everyone frozen, staring blankly at the sky. What the fuck? What is that? Soon, a short-range communication connects to all their headsets. Who called the fleet? Chang Wei stood on the deck of the Hyperion, gazing at the endless sea of bugs below. His scalp tingled with fear, yet a surge of excitement and adrenaline coursed through him. He recalled the Starship Troopers movie, with vivid images of the arachnid species from the planet Clendathuspider-like creatures with millions of years of evolution and astonishing intelligence. They had no personal agendas, knew no fear, reproduced rapidly, and organized their society in swarms led by a highly intelligent bug commanding the entire war zone. Scanning the bridge, Changwei remembered the initial encounters between the Human Federation and the bugs in the movie. Initially, humans had underestimated these beasts until they gradually realized that the bugs might possess intelligence rivaling their own. The current situation at Whiskey Outpost was both a trap set by the bugs and a test from the Federation's high command. The Hardbones unit was sent on a near-suicidal mission to gauge the bugs' intelligence and formulate subsequent strategies. Despite a rescue dropship arriving just in time in the movie, the Hardbones unit had suffered heavy losses, with only a dozen survivors, including the commander, Reskaku. Now, receiving a distress signal, Changwei was determined to change their fate. Matt, Changwei ordered decisively, initiate a bombardment on the bug swarm below and secure Whiskey Outpost. Deploy the ground troops to support the defense. Matt quickly took his position, standing tall and delivering the command with a firm voice. All hands on the Hyperion, battle stations. Focus all artillery on the bug swarm below. The outpost must not fall. Rangers, suit up in power armor and assist in the defense. Closian weapon systems, target airborne units, and shoot them down immediately. The order spread through the ship like an electric current. The Hyperion's 10 primary cannons and 130 auxiliary turrets fired simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of firepower onto the swarming bugs. Amid the thunderous noise, explosions erupted one after another, scattering bug limbs and blood in all directions. The defenders on the outpost walls looked up in awe. To them, the Hyperion appeared as a floating fortress of black iron, its unique and imposing form exuding power. The ship's surface spewed terrifying energy beams, missiles, and kinetic rounds, systematically mowing down the bugs. The shockwaves from the explosions created massive air currents, while flames and smoke wove a strange yet magnificent tapestry in the sky. Facing the endless bug horde, the warship exhibited unparalleled power and majesty, igniting a spark of hope in the midst of despair. The soldiers of the Hardbones unit felt their spirits lift and their blood boil, rekindling their fighting spirit. Soon, several landing pods shot out from the Hyperion like meteors, crashing down just outside the outpost walls. A group of 2.3-meter-tall, fully armed power armor soldiers emerged from the pods, quickly forming a defensive line. They hoisted Gauss rifles thicker than their waists and unleashed a hail of bullets into the bug swarm. The staccato of gunfire echoed across the battlefield, marking the beginning of a new chapter in this brutal conflict. The warrior bug, standing at 3 meters tall, 5 meters long, and weighing 550 kilograms, is one of the most common troops of the arachnid species. Despite its low intelligence of only 30, it can reach an astonishing speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Due to its rapid reproduction rate exceeding that of other arachnid units, ground forces often face swarms of these creatures. With 3 pairs of legs, the warrior bug boasts exceptional mobility. It is not only fast and agile, but can also climb and burrow through various complex terrains with ease. Its forelimbs are shorter than its hind limbs, with 1 pair located on its chest. These 4 forelimbs function like deadly swords, capable of stabbing and slashing enemies. The most terrifying feature of the warrior bug is its claw-like mandibles, which can exert a biting force of over 1,800 kilograms, easily crushing rocks or metal, let alone tearing a human body in half. Its exoskeleton is nearly indestructible, capable of withstanding temperatures above 500 degrees Celsius and resisting heavy firepower, making it difficult for standard human firearms to penetrate. Killing a warrior bug is no easy task. Even if all its legs are broken, it can still retain 40 of its combat effectiveness. The only effective method is to hit and destroy its nerve center, located behind its mandibles and beneath its eyes. Unfortunately, this critical information was unknown to the Marines, and Changwei had forgotten to inform them. At this moment, he was anxiously craning his neck to see what was happening. However, his worries proved to be unnecessary. Lei Rishin's 50 elite rangers demonstrated the prowess of the galaxy's strongest troops. Under the powerful cover fire of the Hyperion, they quickly formed ranks and unleashed a barrage of firepower at the advancing swarm of warrior bugs. The terrifying metal storm swept through, leaving the swarm in shreds with heavy casualties. No creature could stand against their firepower. Seeing the swarm retreating, the arachnid species deployed their trump card. The ground shook violently, toppling a few rangers who lost their balance. Suddenly, a massive creature burst from the earth, pushing aside dirt and rocks. Changwei exclaimed, "Holy crap! It's a tank bug." The tank bug, standing at 7 meters tall, 18 meters long, and weighing 3.5 tons, has an intelligence of 35 and a top speed of 7 kilometers per hour. It is one of the most formidable units of the arachnid species. Resembling a giant beetle, It stands on 4 sturdy legs and is supported by 8 auxiliary limbs. Its armor is extremely tough, making it nearly impervious to conventional weapons. With its immense strength, it can easily topple or crush human defenses, earning it the name tank bug. Even more terrifying, it can spray a corrosive, flammable liquid that can easily melt human soldiers, posing a deadly threat to infantry units. As soon as the tank bug emerged, it mercilessly sprayed the corrosive liquid at a few fallen rangers, engulfing them instantly like molten lava. Fuck. It's a tank bug, the soldiers on the outpost fence shouted. Turn around and cover our allies. They immediately focused their fire on the tank bug. Gunfire echoed loudly, deafeningly. However, their weapons were too outdated. Bullets clinked off the tank bug's shell, having no effect. This was because the conflict between the two species was still in its early stages, and neither side knew much about the other. The human alliance had not yet developed specialized anti-arachnid weapons and was still using the old Morita assault rifles. Although the Morita assault rifle was a decent weapon, it was designed to combat human targets, not the arachnids. As a result, human infantry often found themselves at a disadvantage when facing arachnids. Seeing the rescue team in danger, the soldiers of the Hardbones unit were anxious, eager to unleash all their ammunition. However, the tank bug's rampage didn't last long. A beam weapon descended from the sky, precisely hitting its head and instantly blowing it apart. Orange blood and brain matter splattered like a burst watermelon, and the massive creature staggered and collapsed. Witnessing this, Chang Wei suddenly felt a wave of fear, especially upon seeing the rangers covered in the flammable liquid. He turned to Matt, asking, "Matt, are those Marines dead?" Matt responded solemnly, "Sir, casualties are inevitable. Even with the powerful protective exoskeletons of the rangers, if the enemy's firepower is strong enough, we will still suffer fatal losses. This is war. This is war." Those 5 words hammered into Chang Wei's heart, sending a profound shiver through him. Chang Wei suddenly realized that the battlefield before him was not a virtual game but a brutal reality of blood and flesh. In the game, fallen Marines could respawn for 50 credits, but here, every figure that fell meant a life permanently lost. Even though these lives might just be clones or system NPCs, they looked no different from real people. Every scream and every drop of blood were disturbingly real. Taking a deep breath, Chang Wei gathered his chaotic thoughts. He turned to Matt Horner and commanded in a grave tone, "Matt, maintain suppressive fire on the Zerg swarm. Also, dispatch medical transport immediately to rescue the ground survivors. We need to evacuate as soon as possible." He briefly analyzed the situation. Planet P is Zerg territory, and their swarm is endless. Staying here will only deplete Hyperion's ammo and energy. We need to emulate the Haven operation hold off the Zerg while evacuating the survivors quickly. Matt nodded approvingly. "A wise decision, sir." Under the cover of aerial firepower, the ground rangers gradually retreated back to the outpost walls. The commander of the Hardbones unit saw this and immediately opened the gates to welcome them. Meanwhile, 3 medical transports from the Hyperion descended upon the outpost, like blooms of hope, slowly landing on the open ground. "Quick! The transports are here. Evacuate!" a ranger shouted to the Hardbones unit still fighting on the walls. Lieutenant Ruiskako, the Hardbones commander, made a swift decision. "Everyone, fall back to the outpost. Board the transports." Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Ruiskako was the first to leap off the wall, with other soldiers following closely. The undefended wall was soon overrun by scattered Zerg warriors, who roared as they surged into the outpost. Ruiskako quickly adjusted his orders. "Hold the line. Keep the Zerg at bay. Gunners, get down from the towers." The Rangers and the Hardbones unit worked in seamless coordination, forming a defensive line and pouring fire on the invading Zerg warriors to buy time for their comrades' retreat. To avoid damaging the outpost structure, the Hyperion ceased its bombardment, which allowed more Zerg to flood in. Amid the intense gunfire, the Zerg warriors fell one after another, with more constantly replacing them. Seeing the defensive line about to collapse, Ruiskako decisively ordered, "Board the transports. Retreat." As the last 2 gunners joined the group, they began a tactical retreat, covering each other. But fate intervened. The ground suddenly opened into a sand pit, and Ruiskako fell in. He struggled fiercely, but some creature bit into him, causing him to convulse in agony. Rigo and his fellow soldiers noticed, and immediately jumped in to drag him out. However, Ruiskako's legs were already torn apart, a bloody mess. Enduring the excruciating pain, he grabbed Rigo's shoulder and screamed, "You know what to do." With tears welling up, Rigo raised his gun, aiming at his commander. "What are you waiting for? Do it!" Ruiskako roared. Just as Rigo was about to pull the trigger, a power-armored hand stopped him. "This injury can be treated quickly. Get him on the transport. We'll cover the rear." Relieved, Rigo and his comrades swiftly carried Ruiskako onto the transport. As they moved away, a tank Zerg suddenly burst out of the sand pit. Chang Wei immediately ordered, "Take down that tank Zerg." A precise beam struck, and the tank Zerg fell, sliding back into the pit. Just as everyone sighed in relief, a loud crash came from the outpost wall, which began to buckle. Realizing the urgency, the last ranger quickly boarded the transport. The medical transport closed its doors and slowly ascended. In the final moments before the doors shut, they witnessed the tank Zerg smashing through the barrier, followed by a flood of Zerg warriors pouring in. Hyperion ceased its fire to conserve resources. As the transport flew towards the Hyperion, the survivors looked down from above at the outpost being devoured by the Zerg swarm, feeling a chill in their hearts. They knew that without timely rescue, they too would have ended up like the victims of Whiskey Outpost shattered remains on the ground. The hard-boned soldiers finally had a chance to closely examine the tin cans beside them. They marveled at the advanced power armor and were curious about this unit's origins, silently vowing to properly thank their commander later. The medical transport aircraft landed on the battlefield, its doors slowly opening to reveal the advanced Terran medical equipment inside. Unlike the fantastical images from games where healing beams are emitted, the true purpose of this ship was to bring the wounded aboard and treat them with high-tech medical devices. Lieutenant Ruiskako, gravely injured, was carried into the cabin where medical personnel quickly administered a painkiller. He opened his eyes wide as a green nanomedical beam swept back and forth over his wound. His comrades watched in breathless anticipation, and suddenly, to their astonishment, they saw Ruiskako's previously lost lower half beginning to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace, like a 3D printer reconstructing him. "Oh my God, this is a miracle," someone exclaimed. "If the Federation has such advanced medical technology, why don't they use it on all the maimed soldiers?" Another soldier whispered. "Shh. Watch your words," someone nearby warned immediately. "Maybe this medical equipment is too expensive for ordinary soldiers to afford. Look who's rescuing use it could be a special unit hidden by the Federation." "The Human Federation is a strictly hierarchical society," an older soldier explained. "Lower-ranking soldiers don't have the right to question their superiors' decisions. If caught, the punishment could range from flogging to execution for treason. Of course, it also depends on your connections." Although they had never seen this mysterious unit in power armor with such massive ships, the members of the Grit Squad wisely chose not to inquire further, lest they be court-martialed for probing military secrets. At that moment, a doubt suddenly arose in Chang Wei's mind. If the entire Grit Squad had been rescued, why hadn't the system indicated mission completion and issued rewards? He queried the system internally. The system responded mechanically, "The target is still in life-threatening danger. The mission is not yet complete." As Chang Wei pondered the meaning of this statement, Matt suddenly reported, "Sir, radar shows a fleet of about 30 warships surrounding us. They have sent a communication request. Should we answer it?" "Answer it," Chang Wei ordered immediately. The screen displayed a middle-aged man in a Human Federation general's uniform, arrogantly declaring, "This is the Human Federation fleet. You have violated multiple Federation laws, including illegal possession of military weapons, unauthorized piloting of a spacecraft, and illegal entry into a military-controlled zone. Whoever you are, surrender immediately. Shut down your engines, disarm, hand over your ships and weapons, and await leniency from the Federation. Otherwise, you will be annihilated for treason." Fury surged through Chang Wei as he listened to the speech. He finally understood the system's earlier warning. The threat came from the so-called allies of the Human Federation. Recalling the later revelations in the Starship Troopers series about the true nature of the Human Federation, a brutal dictatorship that treated citizens as tax tools and troop sources, secretly executing countless dissenters each year, Chang Wei's anger intensified. "Matt," Chang Wei commanded decisively, "mark them as enemy units and use our ship's advantage to destroy them." "Yes, sir." Matt responded immediately, beginning to execute the attack orders. The battle commenced. The Hyperion swiftly ascended to the planet's low orbit, securing a strategic position. The Human Federation fleet quickly detected their intent and launched a preemptive strike. Orange-yellow energy beams rained down, piercing the silent expanse of space. The fleet commander gritted his teeth, realizing any hope of capturing the enemy ship intact was lost. "If they want surrender, then destroy it," he roared. "Drag back the wreckage and analyze their tech at leisure." The Human Federation fleet was composed of John A. Wharton-class starships, which served as multifunctional main battleships capable of troop transport, air superiority, fire suppression, and intelligence analysis. Each was equipped with 4 propulsion engines at the rear and primarily armed with directed energy weapons. However, compared to the Terran Behemoth-class battlecruisers, their protection and firepower paled in comparison. The Hyperion stood tall, its massive frame gleaming with a cold metallic luster in the interstellar void, silently proclaiming its resilience and might. The crew inside felt only faint tremors from the Human Federation's fervent energy attacks, as the formidable armor remained unscathed. The directed energy weapon strikes seemed almost laughable against the Hyperion. Despite the continuous barrage from 30 human Federation battleships, the seasoned captain, Matt, had already gauged the disparity in strength. He ordered a counterattack. The Hyperion's Yamato cannon, after a brief charge, was ready to unleash a devastating blow. With a deafening roar, the main cannon fired a colossal energy beam towards the human Federation fleet. At that moment, it felt as if the entire space trembled. The energy beam struck the central flagship with pinpoint precision, instantly detonating it. The violent explosion engulfed several nearby ships, which quickly disintegrated into space debris along with the flagship. Such a terrifying strike left the remaining Federation ships in shock and panic. With the flagship obliterated, their command system was thrown into chaos, and the remaining ships began to retaliate haphazardly. Dozens of energy blasts danced across the Hyperion's hull, yet they failed to inflict any substantial damage. Meanwhile, the Hyperion's weapons system synchronized to unleash a volley of fire at the opposing fleet. In an instant, the entire space was filled with the glow of scorching weapon fire. Against 30 ships, the Hyperion not only held its ground, but also created a scene of intense combat reminiscent of a massive army clash. Space was ablaze with explosions and energy shockwaves. The Hyperion's 10 secondary cannons and 130 auxiliary turrets roared continuously, obliterating one enemy ship after another. The flashes of explosions and the floating debris narrated the battle's brutality and beauty. As the battle reached its climax, Captain Matt realized the enemy's weapons couldn't significantly harm the Hyperion. He decided to take a risky move, ordering an all-out assault to breach the disorganized enemy defenses using their technological advantage. This unexpected maneuver caught the remnants of the human Federation fleet off guard. The Hyperion, like a sharp blade, charged fearlessly into the heart of the enemy fleet. All weapon systems fired freely, greatly enhancing accuracy and damage at close range. The Federation's battleships were successively blown apart, turning into space fireworks. In a state of panic, the enemy attempted to retaliate, but the Hyperion's superior agility and defense rendered their efforts futile. Finally, under the synchronized fire of the Hyperion's 10 secondary cannons, the last enemy ship was perforated and exploded violently. Chang Wei gazed at the battlefield, now littered with burning wreckage, and closed his eyes, shaking his head in resignation. His sorrow wasn't for the boastful high-ranking officers, but for the fleet crew whose lives were lost due to their leader's arrogance and foolishness. Despite this, the joy of victory was hard to suppress. Adjusting his mindset, Chang Wei smiled. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in his mind, indicating the completion of the mission. After tallying the mission rewards, the system presented two options. Option 1. Escort the Hardbone squad members to a safe outpost near Pstar. Option 2. Reveal the truth to the Hardbone squad members and recruit them as subordinates. Chang Wei stared blankly at the two options, momentarily unsure of the best choice. Chang Wei found himself in a dilemma. Should he send the soldiers he just rescued from Whiskey Outpost back to the Human Federation, or should he recruit them into his own team? Each choice was fraught with risks and uncertainties. He frowned as he pondered. If he sent them back, they might be executed for treason or continue to be used as cannon fodder on the front lines. But if he kept them, how would he explain his true identity? How would these soldiers view someone from another world? As a savior or as an enemy of the Human Federation? Just as Chang Wei was lost in thought, Matt's voice interrupted his reverie. Sir, although the battle is over, there might still be useful supplies in the wreckage of those warships. Our ammunition and energy reserves are running low, and the crew's provisions will only last for 30 days. Also, Lieutenant Ryuskako wants to thank you in person and inquire about the recent hull vibrations. Chang Wei sighed and said to Matt, you handle the supply collection. I'll go see Lieutenant Ryuskako. Accompanied by several guards, Chang Wei arrived at the bar. As soon as he entered, he saw Ryuskako and his deputy, Levi, playing an arcade game. Hearing the call of officer on deck, the two immediately stood at attention. Scanning the room, Chang Wei quickly locked eyes with Lieutenant Ryuskako standing at the bar. This bald middle school teacher had left a deep impression on him, both for his tough demeanor and decisive leadership. Recruiting him would undoubtedly bolster their ground combat capabilities. Taking a deep breath, Chang Wei stepped forward and said in a dramatic tone, I am the supreme commander of this unit, General Chang Wei. I heard you wanted to see me? Lieutenant Ryuskako, though surprised by Chang Wei's youthful appearance, straightened up and saluted upon seeing the armed guards behind him. Lieutenant Ryuskako, commander of the Hardbones unit, salutes the general. On behalf of all the soldiers, thank you for the rescue. Chang Wei did not return the salute, but motioned for him to relax. Lieutenant Ryuskako, there's no need to be so formal. Actually, there might be a misunderstanding. Our unit does not belong to the Human Federation. We come from another universe. We come from another universe. Chang Wei's words were like a bomb exploding in the meeting room of the Hyperion. Lieutenant Ryuskako and the other members of the Hardbones squad were momentarily stunned, as if they had been hit by a freeze spell. Lieutenant Ryuskako was the first to recover, a polite smile on his face as he tried to ease the sudden tension. General, you have quite the sense of humor. However, Chang Wei's expression remained unchanged, his sharp eyes fixed on Ryuskako with no hint of joking. Ryuskako's smile gradually froze, a chill running up his spine. He began to recall his earlier observations. The equipment, uniforms, and even the posters and signs in the bar on the Hyperion were all markedly different from what he knew of the Human Federation's forces. If this were a special unit of the Federation, it shouldn't be this rough. Instead, these people were more akin to the ragtag mercenaries often seen in freelance operations. Taking a deep breath, Ryuskako lowered his head and met Chang Wei's gaze with his determined eyes, cautiously asking, "General, are you serious?" Chang Wei nodded calmly. "Yes, I'm not joking." Ryuskako pressed further. "Since you don't belong to the Human Federation, why did you come to save us? Or rather, what is your purpose?" At this question, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense. Chang Wei felt his heart pounding in his chest, but he suppressed his unease, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, "Purpose? We have no special purpose. We just happened to receive your distress signal and decided to pull you out of the Arachne's swarm's encirclement." Ryuskako squinted, scrutinizing Chang Wei's expression for any signs of deceit. After a moment of silence, he seemed to find nothing amiss. Considering that the Hardbone squad was currently under the control of the other party, and given that they had indeed been saved by them, Ryuskako's tone softened. "So, General, what do you intend to do with us?" Chang Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief before responding. "You have two choices. First, we can return you to the nearest safe outpost. Second, you can join us and become part of the Marine Rangers." He paused, then added, "However, before you decide, there's one important piece of information you need to know. After rescuing you, a Federation fleet tried to disarm us and launched an attack without reason. We were forced to fight back and ultimately destroyed the entire fleet. That fleet was the one you had been calling for help but received no response from. In other words, you've been abandoned by the Federation High Command. They deliberately sent you on a suicide mission to test whether the Arachne swarm possessed intelligence and strategy." Hearing this, Ryuskako felt a wave of dizziness, despite having suspected it. Originally a teacher with a sharp mind, he quickly realized what awaited them if they were sent back to the Federation. The Federation's leadership would undoubtedly accuse them of treason and blame them for the loss of a fleet. They would be doomed. A drop of cold sweat slid down Ryuskako's forehead. Now, joining Chang Wei's forces seemed like the only way out. But would his soldiers agree? They still had families in the Federation who would be implicated if they were declared traitors. Perhaps dying on the battlefield was their best option? Looking at Chang Wei, Ryuskako apologetically said, "General, I might not be able to decide this alone. Please allow me to discuss it with my men and get back to you." Seeing his hesitation, Chang Wei spoke frankly, "Of course. If you choose to join us, we will take you out of this universe and report to the Human Federation that you fought bravely to the last man and were all killed in action." Ryuskako's eyes flickered with uncertainty but quickly regained their composure. He nodded to Chang Wei in gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding, General. We will give you an answer as soon as possible." After a series of heated discussions and internal struggles, the Hardbone unit finally reached a unanimous decision to join Chang Wei's team. Although many members still felt reluctant, it was a better choice than returning to the Human Federation and facing charges of treason. Upon hearing the news, Chang Wei was overjoyed and immediately organized a simple welcome ceremony for them. Drinks at the bar were free for a day, and the members of the Hardbone unit drank heavily amid their sorrow and tears, eventually getting so drunk they passed out. 50 of their comrades had to carry them back to their temporary quarters. Chang Wei patted Lieutenant Ryuskako on the shoulder and reassured him, "Don't overthink it. Life is about living it to the fullest. Follow us to other universes, and you'll see many different sights." Ryuskako, in a drunken stupor, muttered his thanks before being helped away by Rouge and others. As for the outdated weapons and equipment of the Hardbone unit, Chang Wei decided to discard them as junk. He had already informed Swan from the armory to prepare power armor and Gauss rifles for the Hardbone unit. Training would start the next day, and within a week, they should be combat ready. By then, with each member earning 50 credits and wielding a Gauss rifle, they would all be brothers in arms. Meanwhile, the Hyperion was racing against time to scavenge the wreckage of the warships, collecting a substantial amount of supplies. The reserves of water and biomass were particularly ample, enough to last over 500 days. There were also recyclable metals, energy storage units, and a small amount of chemical catalysts. Listening to Matt's continuous reports, Chang Wei felt like he was reliving the days of Lei Ritian, dirt poor and forced to live frugally, surviving by scavenging. He couldn't help but worry whether his fleet would always be this struggling. Seeing that the system task options were complete and the countdown to return was about to end, Chang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. This fantastical system task, with its grand and epic future warfare scenes, had kept his nerves taut. He decided that once he returned, he would get a good night's sleep and then ride his electric scooter to town for a nice meal, both to relax and to celebrate his recovery from cancer, while also pondering his future plans. As the system countdown ended, Chang Wei and the Hyperion transformed into a stream of white light and instantly vanished from this universe. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the courtyard of his old home. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over him. He feared that everything before was just an illusion, that the system, the Hyperion, and the rescue missions in the Starship Troopers were all non-existent, and that his cancer was still unhealed. Taking a deep breath, he tentatively called out to the system in his mind. The system immediately responded, and Chang Wei felt a sense of relief. This proved that everything was real and that his life was about to take off. He then inquired about the status of the Hyperion and the Hardbone unit. The system mechanically replied that the Hyperion was docked in the system slot, and the members of the Hardbone unit and the crew were unaware of any anomalies, continuing with their daily training and resource consumption. The system displayed a control panel detailing the configuration and personnel composition of the Hyperion. Chang Wei could perform various operations here, such as repairing the ship, replenishing ammunition and energy, and even commanding specific individuals to undertake special projects. However, these actions required task points. Considering his limited task points, Chang Wei decided not to waste them frivolously. The immediate priority was to enhance the fleet's strength to handle potentially tougher rescue missions in the future. He contemplated several enhancement methods: hiring powerful mercenaries, upgrading the unit's armor and firepower, researching advanced technology, recruiting hero units, and increasing the number of ship slots. Ultimately, Chang Wei leaned towards increasing the number of ship slots. After all, a single Hyperion did not constitute a proper fleet. Only with more ships would they be truly formidable. However, the cost of purchasing ship slots made him wince. The first slot cost 2,000 task points, with each subsequent slot increasing by 2,000 points. While recruiting ships was free, selecting a recruit other than the first also incurred a fee, with prices similarly escalating. Chang Wei couldn't help but compare the system to a pay-to-win mobile game, where spending more money made you stronger. But on second thought, having the system was the greatest fortune of his life. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and unlocked the second ship slot, instantly spending 2,000 task points. Watching the 2,000 mission points vanish before his eyes, Chang Wei felt a sharp pang in his heart. However, a new challenge quickly emerged: recruiting a warship required 500 points, and he only had 400 left. Reflecting on his previous mission rewards, 2,000 points for the rescue mission, 300 points for saving 30 soldiers, and 100 points for rescuing Rue Guo, totaling 2,400 points. He consoled himself with a sigh: things will get better eventually. But leaving the warship slot empty was clearly unwise. Chang Wei decided to take a gamble on a random recruitment. Even if I end up with a fragile ship from the Starship Troopers Federation, at least it will bolster my fleet, he thought. I can always hide behind the Hyperion and provide support. Pragmatic by nature, Chang Wei didn't chase perfection or excessive profits. He sought stable returns. He understood the wisdom of smart people only seek limited profits. Excessive gains are unsustainable. With this realization, he chose not to rush into opening the blind box, but to rest first. Aboard the Hyperion, the excitement of his changed status and the thrill of encountering space warships had kept him from sleeping much. Back at his old home, his tension eased, and fatigue quickly overtook him. Chang Wei slept soundly for over 10 hours. Waking up around 4 p.m. the next day, he stretched and felt refreshed. Ever since he learned about his cancer, he had never slept so peacefully, feeling like a new person. Glancing at the time, he decided to ride his electric scooter to town for a celebratory dinner. Half an hour later, humming a tune, Chang Wei arrived at a Lanzhou noodle restaurant. He ordered a big plate of chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried beef with potatoes, and a bowl of white rice, savoring every bite. For someone who lost his parents early and had to drop out of school due to illness, enjoying such a meal was a great happiness. As he chewed his food, Chang Wei's thoughts wandered. He resolved to become an excellent fleet commander, using the power granted by the system to change countless lives and bring hope to the hopeless. Back home, Chang Wei immediately got to work on unfinished business. System: start random warship recruitment. With the command given, a panel popped up, and a black silhouette of a warship began to rapidly morph. Moments later, the silhouette stopped shifting, revealing an image, name, and data of the warship. Chang Wei's eyes widened. He had drawn the Ark from Cybertron. This flagship from Transformers was not only massive but also equipped with advanced engineering, repair, and medical bays, along with some onboard weaponry. More importantly, it carried the Teletron 1 and the Matrix of Leadership. Teletron 1 was a supercomputer with powerful logical reasoning, analytical capabilities, and scanning technology. The Matrix of Leadership, Cybertron's core treasure, held boundless energy capable of activating new life forms or enhancing existing ones. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chang Wei was about to summon the Ark for a closer look when the system suddenly issued a rescue mission alert. A magnetic male voice followed. "This is Major Anderson of the Border Resistance. The IMC Colonial Corporation is invading our homeland, and we must rise in defiance. But we've been at a disadvantage for a long time, and our fleet and pilots have suffered heavy losses. The situation is critical. We call upon all who hear this signal to lend a hand. This is a fight for freedom, a fight for justice." Chang Wei was stunned, feeling as if he had just heard something monumental. Chang Wei suddenly saw a mission prompt appear before his eyes, detailed and urgent. The mission objective was clear: save the frontier militia and prevent IMC from annihilating them. Capture or destroy the Ark. The mission details unfolded immediately. The frontier militia detected an unusual explosion at an IMC experimental base. Major Anderson led a team to investigate but was ambushed by the IMC. The unit was scattered, and Major Anderson had to continue the investigation alone. However, Major Anderson was unaware that the truth behind the explosion was far more dangerous than he imagined. The IMC had acquired a weapon called the Ark, capable of folding space-time. Though still in the experimental stage, this weapon had the terrifying potential to destroy an entire planet. Worse yet, the IMC's next target for testing the weapon was the frontier militia's home planet Harmony. If Harmony were destroyed, the frontier militia would lose their last stronghold and face extinction. At this moment, Major Anderson was isolated, and the entire frontier militia was in a precarious situation. Mission countdown: 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Seeing this mission prompt, Chang Wei's pupils contracted sharply, and he blurted out, "Holy crap! It's really Titanfall 2. Titanfall 2 is a first-person shooter developed by Respawn Entertainment, known for its unique sci-fi weapons, gear, and mech combat system. The game is set in a fictional future, spanning a timeline of 120 years. Humans, relying on Titan mech technology and galaxy-jumping tech, embarked on a long journey of space exploration. A group of ambitious explorers eventually reached a star system untouched by human civilization, naming it the Frontier. Due to its remote location, it remained a gray area outside government control for a long time. About 100 years ago, people from various backgrounds began to immigrate to the Frontier in large numbers. These included farmers unable to afford the high land prices of the Earth Federation, adventurers seeking exploration, hermits tired of human society, and a significant number of outlaws. These people miraculously coexisted peacefully in this anarchic territory, calling themselves frontier residents and becoming the first settlers and peacekeepers of this star system. However, 20 years ago, the IMC Colonial Corporation discovered the value of the frontier and began uncontrolled resource extraction. In response to protests, IMC used force, driving out or even massacring dissenters. This violence prompted the frontier residents to unite and form a militia, engaging in a 20-year-long war with the IMC. Chang Wei quickly pieced together the story, realizing that Titanfall 2's plot was a continuation of this prolonged war. He couldn't help but admire the fact that this ragtag group, primarily composed of farmers, had managed to hold out against the professional mercenaries of the IMC for so long. The industrial strength of their home planet, Harmony, played a crucial role in this resistance, providing the militia with a substantial amount of weapons, food, and manpower. If Harmony were destroyed by the IMC's Ark, the militia would lose their last hope. With his thoughts organized, Chang Wei quickly devised a battle plan. Use his warship's advantage to help the frontier militia gain air superiority over the entire battlefield, cutting off the enemy's ability to deploy Titans to the ground. Then, coordinate with ground troops, siege tanks, and Goliath-armed robots to sweep through enemy ground forces and facilities while searching for the hidden Ark. Although this plan sounded somewhat theoretical, it wasn't bad for a college student on medical leave. With experience, Chang Wei believed he would gradually improve. With some time left before the mission began, Chang Wei decided to summon the Cybertron Ark, particularly curious to see if the leadership module was the original. If it was, it would mean he had access to nearly unlimited energy, a significant advantage. Thinking about the 400 mission points he still had, Chang Wei decided not to let them go to waste. An idea struck him, and he planned to buy a Nova for eye candy. So, while summoning the Cybertron Ark, he opened the system control panel, navigated to the armory interface, and used up all the remaining 400 mission points on upgrades. His command was, upgrade all offensive and defensive systems. Allocate the rest to equipping the Goliath-armed robots with rocket boosters. Swan, with a cigarette in his mouth, approved of Chang Wei's decision and said with a smile, "Hey kid, I just got the blueprints for Transformers. You can start producing them now." Hearing this, Chang Wei was stunned, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He began to suspect that the Cybertron Ark might not have a single Transformer crew member, entirely controlled by the supercomputer Teletron 1. Recalling the powerful capabilities of the leadership module, Chang Wei couldn't help but shiver. Damn, that might actually be the case. Chang Wei's premonition quickly came true. When he boarded the Cybertron Ark, The empty scene before him left him momentarily stunned. This was no warship. It was a giant hollow shell. The entire ship was controlled by a supercomputer, with not a single transformer in sight. However, Chang Wei quickly regained his composure. He sprang into action and located the coveted matrix of leadership within the ship's core storage unit. It was a metallic, spherical object that could expand and contract at will, emitting a dazzling blue glow from within. Carefully holding the matrix in his hand, Chang Wei admired it for a moment before asking the system, is this the original matrix or a downgraded version? The system promptly responded, it's the downgraded version. It lacks the infinite energy attribute, but can still achieve near-infinite effects compared to ordinary energy consumption. Chang Wei was not surprised by this result. After all, the term infinite energy was too exaggerated. Even if you turn the entire universe upside down, you wouldn't find true infinite energy. That was just a figment of fantasy works. Besides, this was a randomly generated warship, and Chang Wei knew better than to expect too much. You get what you pay for. After carefully tucking the matrix into his pocket, Chang Wei took a brief tour of the Arkansas. Finding it rather dull, he quickly left the rudimentary warship and returned to the Hyperion. The Cybertron Ark had a spacious interior, designed with the height and size of transformers in mind. To an ordinary person, it seemed overly large but lacked substantial combat capabilities. Chang Wei could only designate it as a supply transport ship, responsible for delivering parts, fuel, and supplies to the Hyperion. In battle, it would hide behind the Hyperion, providing auxiliary support. Only in situations of absolute superiority might it be brought out for direct combat. But as a flagship, it was no match for the Hyperion. Back on the Hyperion, Chang Wei was greeted by the Hardbones squad, who were in the armory practicing with newly acquired power armor and Gauss rifles. Seeing Chang Wei, they immediately stopped what they were doing, stood at attention, and saluted in unison. Good day, General. Chang Wei shook hands with each of them, expressing his concern and greetings, thereby strengthening their bond. The soldiers appreciated this gesture, but knew that Chang Wei's visit must have important implications. Lieutenant Rascacco, always perceptive, was the first to speak up. General, are we about to receive a new mission? Chang Wei nodded in confirmation. That's right. A group of IMC mercenaries is invading the border star systems. The local farmers have formed a resistance, but are outmatched and have called for our help. Lieutenant Rascacco stood at attention, his Gauss rifle held firmly against his chest, and asked, What are our orders, General? Checking the time, Chang Wei replied seriously, the mission starts in 16 hours. After completing your training, rest up and prepare for the upcoming operation. You will join the mechanized army in a planetary assault. Chang Wei's tone became concise and firm, exuding the demeanor of a true general. After briefing the Hardbone squad, he sought out Swan, hoping to produce a transformer for the upcoming mission. Swan, with a cigarette in his mouth, said, No problem, but time is tight. I can only manage to produce one unit. We'll need the matrix to activate its spark. Chang Wei agreed and added, Equip it with Terran weapons technology and transformation capabilities. It should be quite effective. Swan exhaled a puff of smoke and said wryly, You sure know how to make demands, kid. To meet your requirements, I'll have to disassemble and reassemble other weapon components. It's no easy task. I can only promise to get one ready before the battle starts. Who knows how it'll compare to the Viking fighter, but let's hope it's worth the effort. Chang Wei didn't mind Swan's tone, knowing it was just his usual style. Besides, people with real skills often had a bit of an attitude. With some time left, Chang Wei donned a set of power armor and spent a few hours training and shooting. Afterward, he rested to conserve his energy for the upcoming mission. He had learned from past experiences that rest was crucial before a mission, as there would be little opportunity once the action began. The mission countdown reached its final 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A flash of white light, and Chang Wei's fleet instantly arrived at the starting point of the Titanfall 2 storyline. Who's calling the fleet? It's me, Rifleman Jack Cooper, Command Center. This is the 9th Fleet. We've come under attack above Typhon, requesting immediate assistance. The communication channels were filled with frantic calls for help. The ships of the 9th Fleet were barely holding on in the orbit of Typhon, their port side under heavy assault from IMC forces. The captain of Vanguard 1 was shouting desperately, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. We've lost control. Unable to predict crash coordinates. Alarm sirens blared throughout the ship, with flames flickering in the cockpit. Severe depressurization in Compartment 5. All hands, abandon ship. Repeat, all hands abandon ship. The captain's final scream was drowned in a burst of static. Countless escape pods streaked through Typhon's atmosphere like shooting stars. One of them carried Jack Cooper, a rifleman of the Frontier Militia, plummeting towards an uncertain fate. Meanwhile, General Chang Wei struggled to stay conscious through the searing pain. His heart pounded like a drum, and his breaths came in ragged gasps. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice broke through. Emergency medical system activated. Activation complete. Treatment unit. Fleet Commander, General Chang Wei. ID number 00001. Two sharp pricks jolted him, and his vision began to clear as strength returned to his limbs. He staggered out of the wreckage of the crashed medical transport, his heart sinking at the sight before him. Debris scattered everywhere, and the bodies of 50 comrades lay strewn across the ground. Exposed cables crackled, sparking small fires. Memories surged back. Chang Wei recalled how they had allied with the Ninth Fleet upon arriving in this world to launch a joint assault on IM-controlled Typhon. With support from the Hyperion and Chang Wei's air force, the IMC had been losing ground rapidly, soon forfeiting air superiority. Chang Wei had intended to lead from the front, honing his courage like the legendary General Horace Warfield. But a sudden flash of white light had disrupted his plans, causing the medical transport to crash into this forested canyon. System, what happened? Chang Wei asked, bewildered. The system explained that due to Chang Wei's intervention, the IMC had prematurely activated their experimental temporal folding weapon, the Arc, resulting in him and the militia fleet being transported 18 hours into the future. Only the ground units had been spared. So, I've lost contact with my fleet? Chang Wei's voice trembled. I have to survive on this dangerous planet alone for 18 hours. The system responded calmly. Yes, host. You must learn self-rescue and find other allied forces. There is a group of militia riflemen and a few Titans 30 kilometers southwest of your position. Jack Cooper is among them. You might consider joining them to significantly increase your chances of survival. At that moment, an IMC drone hovered overhead, announcing coldly, attention, frontier militia survivors. You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. IMC guarantees fair treatment of prisoners. Chang Wei smirked bitterly and raised his Gauss rifle, shooting down the droning machine with a burst of bullets. He took a deep breath and turned towards the direction where Jack Cooper and the others were. Meanwhile, a rallying call from the militia broadcasted through his communicator. Defending the frontier is a heavy responsibility. To all militia members and our allies, answer this call. Unite. We must end the IMC's tyrannical rule. This is not just for us, but for the future of the entire galaxy. Gripping his weapon tightly, Chang Wei felt a mix of tension and excitement. He knew this would be a tough journey, but it was also a crucial step in his growth. Let's do this, he murmured. The real battle begins now. With the sound of a crisp magazine click, Chang Wei took his first step towards the unknown challenges ahead. On the frontier, pilots are the elite predators. They move with agility and grace, yet their destructive power is unparalleled. Their keen observational skills and resourcefulness give them a significant advantage on the battlefield, and their ruthless demeanor strikes fear into their enemies. For pilots, the battlefield is a multidimensional playground. Hanging walls become springboards for their attacks, and angles unreachable by ordinary soldiers become their vantage points. Their combat style is unique, excelling in deception and adaptability, allowing them to find a way to win even in the direst situations. However, what truly sets pilots apart is their bond with Titans. Once connected with a Titan, a pilot's combat capabilities increase exponentially, making them formidable opponents only matched by large armies or other pilots. The frontier is my home, Jack Cooper. For years, the IMC has been plundering our resources, polluting our planet, and slaughtering the resistance. Though we've received support from the militia, defeating the IMC completely will take time. Currently, I am just a regular rifleman in the resistance, fighting for the freedom of the frontier. Becoming a pilot seems like a distant dream, but I firmly believe that one day I will achieve this goal. Fate turned its gears unexpectedly. The 9th Militia Fleet was ambushed by the IMC, and I was forced to board an escape pod, landing on the planet Typhon with a scattered unit. In the midst of the crisis, my superior transferred Titan control to me, making me the new pilot of BT-7274. In enemy territory, BT-7274 and I fought side by side, heading towards the rendezvous point to find Major Anderson. Along the way, we overcame numerous obstacles together, growing closer with each passing challenge. Ultimately, BT-7274 sacrificed itself to fulfill Protocol 3, protect the pilot. This moment became one of the most touching scenes in gaming history. At this moment, Chang Wei realized that to survive the IMC's pursuit, he had to find Jack Cooper, the protagonist. Simultaneously, he never forgot his mission. To save Jack Cooper, BT-7274, and Major Anderson. Time was pressing, with only 18 hours left to save Major Anderson. Chang Wei had to act immediately. After a period of cautious trekking, Chang Wei was eventually discovered by an IMC patrol. Drones in the sky emitted piercing alarms, and Chang Wei quickly raised his gun, shooting down several drones. Immediately, shouts from IMC mercenaries echoed through the valleys. Rebels spotted. Armed and dangerous. Shoot to kill. Group 1 and 2. Flank them. We'll press from the front. A hail of bullets rained down on Chang Wei. He cursed under his breath, rolling behind cover and firing blindly like a professional soldier, attempting to suppress the enemy. In such a lopsided situation, aiming would only make him a target. Pinned down by the overwhelming crossfire, Chang Wei desperately called for help from the system. The system repeatedly urged him to hold on, claiming that reinforcements were on the way. Frustrated, Chang Wei shouted, "How much longer? Even with power armor, I can't withstand this barrage." Before he could finish, Chang Wei locked eyes with an IMC mercenary carrying an RPG on a cliffside. Damn it! Seeing the rocket's trail, he bolted from cover without thinking. The explosion behind him sent him flying. In excruciating pain, Chang Wei had one thought: I'm done for. I might be the first system host killed by a grunt. However, the expected follow-up shot didn't come. Instead, he heard more intense gunfire and shouting. 3 o'clock. Rebel pilots spotted. Run. We can't take them on. Struggling to turn his head, Chang Wei saw an IMC soldier crushed under a towering titan, blood and gore splattering everywhere. The IMC patrol was decimated in an instant. The titan lumbered over to Chang Wei, kneeling down and emitting an electronic voice. Identity confirmed. Allied militia leader, General Chang Wei. The hatch opened, and a man wearing a pilot's helmet jumped down, helping Chang Wei to his feet. "General, are you all right?" "I'm Jack Cooper, a trainee pilot with the militia. It's a good thing I arrived in time. We almost lost a crucial ally." Jack Cooper's appearance finally allowed Chang Wei to breathe a sigh of relief. For now, they were safe. "General, although you're injured, we must act immediately. The IMC has found us, and reinforcements are on their way," Jack Cooper said urgently, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. "Their infantry and titans could surround us any minute. We need to move now." Chang Wei gritted his teeth and stood up, a sharp pain shooting through his back, but he stifled any groan. Fortunately, the nanomedical robots injected earlier were working, giving him at least 24 hours. "I'm fine, Jack Cooper," he said firmly. "Get me out of here." Jack nodded and quickly instructed BT-7274 to carefully lift the injured general. The Titan's metallic hand securely cradled the general as the three swiftly retreated from the scene. Sure enough, it wasn't long before IMC troops surrounded the area they had just left. Finding nothing, a fierce-looking middle-aged bearded commander roared, "Conduct a thorough search. The higher-ups have given a kill order. Either capture that rebel general or eliminate him." "Understood?" "Yes, sir." The mercenaries responded eagerly, spreading out to search. Meanwhile, Chang Wei and Jack Cooper were cautiously making their way through the cliffs, using the dense foliage and rocky terrain for cover. They were evading IMC patrols while heading towards the rendezvous point with the Resistance. Passing the wreckage of a crashed Resistance battleship, their communication channels suddenly broadcast an all-army message: "The hopes and beliefs of our fallen comrades must not be in vain. We must fight to the end and overthrow the brutal IMC regime. The Resistance never backs down, and you will never fight alone." Leading the way, Jack Cooper asked curiously, "I've heard this voice several times. Who is she?" Chang Wei explained, "That's Sarah Briggs, commander of the Marauder Corps of the Resistance, in charge of the Special Recon Squadron SRS." Jack glanced back gratefully at Chang Wei. "General, thank you and your troops for coming to our aid. It gives us hope that justice will prevail." He added apologetically, "Due to enemy signal interference, we can't contact our allies right now. I'm afraid you'll have to bear with us for a while." Chang Wei waved it off, hefting his Gauss rifle. "No problem. We're here to help the Resistance defeat the IMC. The strategic objective comes first. Just do your duty, Pilot Cooper." Hearing this title, Jack felt a surge of pride. He didn't hold back his praise. "General, achieving such a high rank at your age speaks volumes about your capability and courage. You truly deserve it." "You're too kind," Chang Wei smiled. "You'll make a great pilot yourself one day." Throughout their journey, they remained vigilant, nerves taut. To ease the tension, Jack occasionally bantered humorously with BT-7274, which even made Chang Wei chuckle. Suddenly, 3 IMC drones flew overhead, broadcasting a menacing message: "Attention, surviving rebels. Would you rather be shot by us, become prey for the beasts of Typhon, or serve the IMC? Your time is running out." Chang Wei and Jack exchanged a disdainful glance, both scoffing at the propaganda. Once the drones had passed, they continued their cautious advance. However, when they reached an open area, BT-7274, lacking cover, was finally spotted by a drone. A large number of IMC troops began to converge on their position. BT-7274 quickly assessed the situation, detecting multiple enemy units. "Pilot, please link with me for combat to ensure General Chang Wei's safety." Jack and Chang Wei nodded in unison. With a graceful leap, Jack entered BT's cockpit. The fluid motion impressed Chang Wei, making his own powered armor feel inadequate in comparison. BT initiated the protocol. Protocol 1. Link to pilot. Link established. Rifleman Jack Cooper, acting pilot for BT-7274. Protocol 2. Uphold the mission. We must escort General Chang Wei, regroup with the main resistance force, and locate Major Anderson. Protocol 3. Protect the pilot. As IMC infantry opened fire, BT activated the vortex shield. A distorted magnetic field formed a barrier in front of the Titan, absorbing and deflecting incoming bullets and explosives back at the attackers. Simultaneously, BT's shoulder-mounted rocket pods locked onto multiple targets, unleashing a barrage of missiles. From behind cover, Chang Wei watched in awe. Although he had seen it countless times in simulations, witnessing it firsthand was far more exhilarating. He couldn't help but give BT a thumbs up. Just as BT was wreaking havoc with its electromagnetic rifle, an urgent alarm sounded in the cockpit. Warning! Enemy Titan detected. We must break through. Prepare for combat. With a thunderous crash, an IMC Titan descended from the sky, landing on the nearby clearing with a cloud of dust, creating a scene of sheer intimidation. Boom! After a thunderous explosion, the dust settled, and the IMC Titan emitted a piercing electronic voice. Rebel Titan detected, code name BT-7274. Commencing elimination protocol. Without hesitation, BT and the IMC Titan engaged in a fierce firefight. Chang Wei witnessed the entire ordeal. BT seized the initiative, unleashing a barrage of gunfire and rockets with relentless force. However, the enemy Titan's pilot was clearly a seasoned veteran. He deftly dodged attacks, sought cover, and counterattacked. Such textbook maneuvers would easily handle rookie pilots, but today, he faced the protagonist, Jack Cooper. Jack, though an acting pilot, had climbed to 6th place on the Legion's leaderboard during training, just behind the legendary instructor Captain Lastimosa, who ranked 4th. This was precisely why Captain Lastimosa entrusted BT-7274 to Jack before his death. The battle raged on, with the roar of gunfire and explosions from rockets filling the air. The IMC Titan soon found itself at a disadvantage, forced into a hasty retreat. Ultimately, with a desperate scream, it was taken down by 3 precise shots from BT, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Enemy Titan confirmed destroyed. Combat efficiency rating increased. Pilot. BT's report brought a sigh of relief to Jack. This victory reminded him of Captain Lastimosa's grueling training. Filled with memories of his mentor, Jack silently vowed, "Old man, I won't let you down." However, BT quickly interrupted his thoughts. Warning! Detecting a large IMC force approaching. According to Protocol 2, we must rendezvous with Major Anderson and escort General Chang Wei to a safe location. This will significantly increase our survival chances. Jack agreed with BT's assessment and turned to Chang Wei. General, we need to move before the IMC surrounds us. It's just us now. Without a word, Chang Wei climbed onto BT, and the three of them moved swiftly. After covering 15 kilometers, they reached a dense forest. Though they had temporarily evaded the IMC, they remained on high alert. BT reported, "Pilot, the IMC is still searching for us. The only way out is to meet Major Anderson 60 kilometers away. I have marked the route. Our next stop is the sewage treatment plant." Jack sighed. "That's a long 60 kilometers. Isn't there a faster way?" BT responded methodically. "According to analysis, this route is the optimal choice, unless we can contact our aerial transport units. However, the 197th attempt to establish contact has failed, possibly due to signal interference or the 9th Fleet being out of orbit." Chang Wei listened silently, fully aware of the 9th Fleet's whereabouts. They, along with his own forces, had been transported 18 hours into the future by the IMC's fold weapon. At this pace, Major Anderson might not make it. Just as he was about to ask for alternatives, BT intercepted a friendly distress signal. "Pilot, receiving a distress call from friendly forces. A group of rebels and our troops are engaged with the IMC." BT played the signal, a raspy, urgent voice calling for help amidst gunfire. "The Hardbone unit?" Chang Wei exclaimed. Jack turned to Chang Wei. "General, it seems our allies are in trouble. My primary duty is to ensure your safety. Should we proceed, or go for the rescue?" An idea struck Chang Wei, and he suggested, "Jack Cooper, head for the rescue immediately. I believe we might soon have an aerial transport unit." Though puzzled, Jack replied firmly, "Understood, General. We're moving out for the rescue." As BT ran with heavy strides, Chang Wei's lips curled into a mysterious smile. He recalled the Hardbone unit's mission, to escort an inactive transformer for battle testing, and the only key to activate it was the leadership module in his possession. Amid the thunderous stomping of machinery, Chang Wei and BT rapidly closed in on the source of the distress signal. The sounds of intense gunfire grew louder, and the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. "Down by the mountain base. I see them," Chang Wei shouted, pointing in a direction from the cockpit. Jack Cooper, wearing his pilot helmet, had a wider and clearer view. He saw 2 Allied pilots fighting alongside a group of militia soldiers in powered armor, together fending off a fierce IMC assault. General, the situation is critical. I'm jumping down right now. Hold on tight. Jack made a snap decision. Are you kidding me? Jumping down this nearly vertical cliff? Chang Wei exclaimed, but gripped BT tightly. In the next moment, BT slid down the steep mountain slope in a heart-pounding descent. The entire process felt like a roller coaster ride, and Chang Wei's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. With a thunderous crash, BT landed heavily, sending a cloud of dust and debris flying. The powerful impact threw Chang Wei off BT. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a massive mechanical arm shot out and caught him. Chang Wei, still shaken, let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, BT, Chang Wei said gratefully. You can always count on BT, BT replied warmly, gently setting Chang Wei down. All right, General, find some cover. BT and I will support the allies, Jack Cooper instructed. Got it, Cooper. Be careful, Chang Wei said, grabbing his Gauss rifle and quickly seeking cover. Jack wasted no time, hoisting his Titan's electromagnetic assault rifle and charging into the battlefield. As he arrived, he saw an allied Titan being overpowered by an enemy Titan. The enemy Titan deftly grabbed the allied Titan's gun barrel, lifting it skyward. As the allied Titan's bullets ran out, the enemy delivered a series of powerful blows, sending parts flying and leaving the allied Titan teetering on the brink. Jack rushed to assist, unleashing a burst of fire that forced the enemy Titan to retreat. The enemy activated a vortex shield to block the incoming bullets. The allied Titan took the opportunity to pull back, exclaiming in relief, "We're saved." Its Vanguard-class Titan BT-7274, Captain Lastimos's legendary pilot. Jack was about to correct them but was stopped by BT pilot. Revealing your identity now is unwise. The legendary pilot's name will greatly boost their morale. Continue the fight. Determined to live up to the legend, Jack ignored BT's advice, opened the cockpit, and jumped out, ready to dismantle the enemy Titan by hand in the midst of the chaotic battlefield. Meanwhile, Chang Wei found his 50 troops. Among the powered armor-clad riflemen, 7 were injured but in no immediate danger, being dragged to cover by their comrades. The powered armor had proven its defensive strength, capable of protecting the wearer from anything short of a direct rocket hit. Their Gauss rifles, when used in unison, could even threaten enemy Titans. Lieutenant Rescacco spotted Chang Wei and, with the rest of the team, saluted him enthusiastically. General, I didn't expect to see you here. Chang Wei took cover with Rescacco, occasionally peeking out to shoot. Neither did I. What's the situation? Not good, General. 7 men are down, reducing our combat effectiveness. John and Leach are the worst off. One was trampled by a Titan, the other hit by a jump mine, Rescacco reported, a hint of humor in his voice. Seeing Rescacco's light-hearted tone, Chang Wei knew the pressure wasn't unbearable. With the help of their militia allies, the IMC ground forces were struggling to gain the upper hand. General, why can't we contact the fleet in orbit? Don't we have air superiority? Rescacco asked. Chang Wei briefly explained the IMC's fold weapon, the Ark, and how their fleet had been transported 14 hours into the future. He mentioned that finding more scattered units, especially heavy equipment, would greatly increase their chances of survival. What about the unactivated transformer you were transporting? Chang Wei inquired. Rescacco's face fell. Sorry, General. It was too heavy, and with the IMC closing in, we had to abandon it. But it has a locator, and it seems the IMC took it. Chang Wei didn't blame him, instead asking for the system to locate the transformer and the status of nearby scattered units. The system reported that the transformer was being taken to a sewage treatment plant and would be moved in 30 minutes. Within a 20-kilometer radius, there were 3 surviving units, including siege tanks, Goliath combat robots, and Reaper heavy mechs. Quickly assimilating the information, Chang Wei's mind raced as he began to formulate the next steps in their plan. Just as Chang Wei was deep in thought, Jack Cooper showcased his incredible prowess on the battlefield. Seamlessly coordinating with friendly Titans and BT, he moved effortlessly amidst a hail of bullets. Cooper's figure was like a phantom, running along walls, sliding into action, and occasionally disappearing to launch surprise attacks, taking down IMC riflemen one by one. In a daring maneuver, Cooper utilized the complex terrain and BT's diversion of enemy fire to leap onto an enemy Titan. He swiftly extracted its battery, delivering a fatal blow and successfully destroying the powerful mech. Cooper's heroic performance left a lasting impression on everyone present. His figure was like one forged from steel, his mind clear as a mirror, his actions as precise as a lurking predator, and his character resolute and decisive. This was the legendary pilot. Captain Lastimosa, well done, someone shouted in admiration. No wonder you're ranked 4th in the Legion. With you here, the IMC is nothing but child's play. With everyone's concerted efforts, the small-scale battle ended in victory. The surviving resistance fighters cheered and celebrated their hard-won triumph. However, due to Jack Cooper's pilot helmet still bearing Captain Lastimosa's ID code, everyone mistakenly believed it was the legendary pilot who saved them. After the battle, Cooper immediately clarified his true identity and informed everyone of Captain Lastimosa's sacrifice. The sudden news left everyone both shocked and saddened, but it also brought immense respect and gratitude towards Jack Cooper. "Hey, Jack Cooper," a soldier said, "Captain Lastimosa would be proud of you. You've become an outstanding pilot." Cooper simply nodded silently, without saying much. At that moment, Chang Wei arrived with the Hardbones unit, his expression serious as he addressed Cooper. "Jack Cooper, we must continue the mission. We've wasted too much time here. According to the latest intel, Major Anderson is in grave danger. We need to act quickly, or it might be too late." Cooper was momentarily stunned. Then his expression turned grave as he asked, "General, what's the plan? Given the current situation, we're still 60 kilometers away from Major Anderson. BT calculated that even at full speed, it would take us 8 hours to reach him, and if we encounter IMC forces along the way, it'll take even longer." Chang Wei replied sternly, "Time is of the essence, but we have a slim chance. We need to head to the sewage treatment plant immediately. The IMC has taken a crucial piece of equipment from us, which is key to quickly reaching Major Anderson. We must retrieve it within half an hour, or the IMC transport will take it away." Hearing this, everyone quickly regrouped and headed towards the sewage treatment plant. 2 Marines were left behind to care for the wounded, awaiting further rescue. Chang Wei had already contacted other human forces, who would gather there and await further instructions. As they advanced, Chang Wei explained the mission objectives in detail. "The equipment taken from us is a mechanical unit called Transformer. It can scan and mimic any object, transforming accordingly. If we successfully activate it and let it scan a ship, it can transform into a ship of the corresponding size and take us away." "Understood, General," everyone responded in unison. Although Chang Wei was not a direct commander of the resistance, he held the highest rank among the allies present and shared the same goals with the resistance, so everyone followed his lead. Soon, the team arrived at the sewage treatment plant. They quickly eliminated a small IMC resistance force and breached the interior. The plant was damp and dark, with a foul chemical odor permeating the air, likely from evaporating sewage. The most challenging aspect was the maze of intersecting pipes, creating an extremely complex terrain where one could easily get lost without a detailed map. Looking around, Chang Wei said, "It seems we need to split up." No one objected, and they each led their teams to explore. The powerful Titan and pilot combination was designated as a separate team. Even Lieutenant Rescacco parted ways with Chang Wei, assigning his trusted aide Rigo and a few close comrades to ensure Chang Wei's safety. "General, be careful," Rescacco advised. "This place is complex. Watch out for IMC traps and ambushes." "You too, Cooper," Chang Wei responded. Jack Cooper, seated in BT's cockpit, waved to Chang Wei. Then, he maneuvered BT to lift a heavy gate, and the mech quickly passed through, disappearing from sight. Chang Wei turned to face the remaining 4 soldiers, including Rigo, all standing straight and awaiting his orders. Chang Wei nodded, raised his Gauss rifle and smiled. "All right, boys, it's action time. Remember to give those IMC bastards a good beating." "Yes, General," they responded in unison. As the heavy footsteps of their power armor echoed, splashing through puddles, the team moved forward. Despite the absence of Jack Cooper and BT's formidable support, Chang Wei remained fearless. He was flanked not only by 4 loyal soldiers, but also by Rigo, the protagonist with a lucky aura, a warrior capable of taking on 100 foes. The environment of the wastewater treatment plant was complex and hazardous. Chang Wei led his 5-person team carefully through the narrow corridors and passages. They had already encountered 3 waves of IMC infantry patrols, but thanks to the powerful protection of their powered exoskeletons and the penetrating force of their Gauss rifles, combined with the elite skills of the Hardbone squad, they easily repelled the enemies. However, a tougher opponent awaited them, a HETA unit of IMC robots. These robots had formidable firepower and impressive defenses. Even when knocked down, they would get back up like Terminator T-800s to counterattack, and some would even self-destruct at close range. Drawing on his gaming experience, Chang Wei identified their weaknesses and led his team to safety. As they continued, Chang Wei warned his team about potential encounters with even more dangerous jumping spiders, a type of agile, self-destructing robot. Even with their powered exoskeletons, getting too close to a jumping spider would result in being blown to pieces. Considering the exoskeleton's cumbersome nature, which limited their mobility, Chang Wei redeployed their tactics. The team would advance while covering each other and maintaining a safe distance to avoid being wiped out by a single jumping spider attack. Suddenly, the sound of intense gunfire erupted ahead. The team rushed toward the site of the conflict and found a group of resistance survivors locked in battle with an IMC robot unit. With a gesture from Chang Wei, Rue and the others immediately provided covering fire to support the embattled resistance fighters. The confined space was soon ablaze with gunfire and bullets flying everywhere. In the heat of battle, Chang Wei honed his marksmanship, personally taking down at least 10 IMC riflemen. Through the baptism of blood and fire, he shed his youthful naivety and became more mature. After the fight, Chang Wei met up with the resistance fighters. Their leader reported that they were tracking an IMC transport team, which was hauling a suspiciously large container. Chang Wei quickly realized that it was likely the encased transformer they were searching for. Learning the transport team's direction, Chang Wei immediately led his squad in pursuit, while calling for reinforcements through the Allied channel. Jack Cooper and his Titan BT responded, stating they were engaging numerous jumping spiders near the main control room of the gates. Chang Wei ordered everyone to converge at the C sector gate control room. Cooper soon spotted the target transport team, 20 riflemen, for enemy Titans, and the roar of transport aircraft overhead. With the situation critical, Chang Wei commanded Cooper to intercept the enemy at all costs. Cooper and BT worked in perfect harmony, with the pilot leaping from above and landing precisely in the Titan's cockpit. As the full-screen view activated, it felt as if a rousing battle anthem played. BT raised its assault rifle and charged toward the transport team with long strides. BT, let's give them hell, Cooper shouted, his blood boiling with excitement. Cooper, you can always count on BT, the Titan replied firmly, and the powerful duo prepared to unleash an earth-shattering battle. It's getting closer. The next corner leads to the main control room for the wastewater gate. General Chang Wei and his team moved quickly, tension thick in the air. Suddenly, a heavy sealed security door blocked their path. Rue Gu and one of his comrades rushed to the door first and immediately reported the situation to Chang Wei. Chang Wei stared at the massive metal door before him, memories of game levels flashing through his mind. He recalled that after Jack Cooper triggered the gate opening procedure, all entrances would be sealed. Now, how to open this door? From inside came the sounds of intense gunfire and explosions. Jack Cooper and BT were clearly in a fierce battle. Chang Wei, anxious, rushed to the control panel and tore off the protective cover. However, faced with the complex wiring and data panels, he was at a loss. Just as Chang Wei was at his wit's end, more allies arrived. A soldier skilled in hacking stepped forward, quickly connecting a tablet and beginning to crack the security system. Minutes passed, the sounds of fighting inside grew quieter, and Chang Wei's anxiety increased, urging the soldier to hurry. Almost there, General, the soldier said, fully focused on his task. Finally, he breached the last firewall and rebooted the system. With a dull electronic beep, the task was completed. The door is about to open. Upon hearing this, Chang Wei immediately raised his Gauss rifle, and the others quickly took up positions, ready for any potential threats. The security door slowly opened, yellow warning lights flashing. However, there were no enemies behind the door, only the corpses of IMC soldiers and the wreckage of 4 burned-out Titans. Jack Cooper and BT were unharmed, grinning as they greeted Chang Wei. General, looks like you're late. We've already taken care of the enemies. Chang Wei felt slightly speechless. His earlier worries now seemed unnecessary. He quickly led his team forward, inquiring about the mission target status. BT pointed to a corner, confirming the target's location. Chang Wei swiftly approached the container and opened it to reveal a massive gray-white robot, 10 meters tall and weighing 23 tons. Jack Cooper asked in surprise if this was a transformer. Chang Wei gave a mysterious smile and retrieved a leadership module from his powered armor, inserting it into the robot's chest. Instantly, the robot's exterior began to shimmer with various lights, and its chest opened to reveal a radiant blue spark. The leadership module flew into it, and the chest closed again. 2 large electronic eyes lit up, causing Chang Wei to instinctively take a step back. The robot awakened, kneeling on one knee, looking solemnly at Chang Wei. My name is Zhong Er Tian. Did you awaken me? Chang Wei was slightly taken aback by the name and tone, but quickly regained his composure, introducing himself and issuing commands. Zhong Er Tian, however, stated there was no need for scanning and directly demonstrated its ability to transform into Hell's Angel. Under the stunned gazes of the team, Zhong Er Tian's body began to change, displaying striking paintwork and weapon configurations. Ultimately, a powerful machine embodying characteristics of Transformers, Titans, and Gundams stood before them. Chang Wei watched in fascination, feeling a deep stir of excitement within him, the kind that only a man's dream could awaken. Mechs, a man's ultimate dream. Chang Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to jump into the cockpit immediately. But he quickly reined in his emotions, reminding himself that the priority was to rescue Anderson. Turning to the newly created AI, Chang Wei said, Zhong Er Tian, your name sounds a bit odd. How about we call you Tian Tian from now on? What do you think? Tian Tian seemed to like the new name, emitting a cheerful electronic sound. BT suddenly interjected, unknown language detected. Hypothesis. It may originate from the ancient era of Earth's human cradle. Warning. Insufficient data to complete analysis. The ethnic group of this language might be extinct. Jack Cooper, staring in awe at the towering and imposing Tian Tian, asked Chang Wei, General, are we ready to move out? Chang Wei nodded in confirmation. Yes, we've succeeded. Tian, transform into Hell Angel. We need you to take us to the IMC research facility, 60 kilometers away, to rendezvous with Major Anderson. Tian agreed readily. Immediately, its body emitted a series of clicks and clanks as numerous modules shifted, transforming magically before everyone's eyes. In an instant, a giant Viking jet Hell Angel appeared, its exhaust flames blazing, hovering and ready. That's downright awesome, someone couldn't help but exclaim. Tian noticed BT approaching and asked curiously, is that big hunk of metal coming too? Jack Cooper explained, BT is my most important combat partner. As its pilot, I can't leave it behind. Already in the cockpit, Chang Wei also explained the situation. Tian pondered for a moment and agreed to carry BT, but made it clear that due to its own weapon and ammunition load, it couldn't accommodate the 50 brothers. Chang Wei nodded in understanding and then issued an order to Lieutenant Rescacco of the Hard Bones Unit. Lieutenant Rescacco, I hereby promote you to Army Major. Command the current troops, gather any surviving allies here, and ensure they safely regroup with the main force. Major Rescacco saluted sharply and responded firmly. Mission will be accomplished, General. With everyone waving goodbye, Chang Wei, BT, and Jack Cooper boarded Hell Angel Tian and flew toward Major Anderson's location. After their departure, Major Rescacco glared at Private Rouet and snapped, Kid, don't look at me like that. From now on, you're promoted from Sergeant Major to Lieutenant. Private Rouet stammered, Sir, I just wanted to ask, when will we infantry get those cool transforming robots? If not, even a Titan would do. Major Rescacco kicked him in the rear and scolded, Stop dreaming. You're infantry, so do infantry work. Be grateful you have powered armor now. Do you want to go back to the days of almost running around naked in the Federation? No, sir. Private Rouet quickly denied. Then get moving. Gather the wounded, clear the remaining dangers, scout for intelligence and usable supplies. That's our job as infantry. Yes, sir. Private Rouet dared not say more. The commanding presence of this former high school teacher was overwhelming. Soon, the Hardbones unit met up with the mechanized forces. They were there to save many surviving allies. When Major Rescacco learned there was an SCV in the team, he had an idea. SCV, build me a command center immediately, he ordered. The SCV pilot, wearing a baseball cap, sporting a full beard, and chewing on an old cigar, was speechless at the order. Build a command center here? Are you kidding me? However, seeing Major Rescacco's sharp eyes and shiny bald head, he abandoned his complaints and reluctantly said, Tough mission? Huh? Alright, you're the boss. Woohoo, overtime. The 60-kilometer distance was a mere blink for Tian's flying speed. However, upon their arrival, the sight before them was shocking. The area was a desolate ruin, with the once standing buildings now consumed by weeds and in severe disrepair. Some corners had even become nests for typhon beasts, indicating that the place had been abandoned for a long time. Tian circled above, meticulously searching for signs of the IMC or the resistance, but found nothing. Could we be mistaken? It seems like there's no one here. Tian asked in bewilderment. Chang Wei, who was familiar with the storyline, remained silent, his eyes constantly scanning the ground below. Meanwhile, BT and Jack Cooper repeatedly called out over the radio. This is BT 7274, calling Major Anderson. The pilot and I have arrived at the rendezvous point. Please respond. Yet, only silence answered their calls. As time passed, the expressions on Chang Wei and Jack Cooper's faces grew increasingly grave, a foreboding thought crossing their minds. Had they arrived too late? Tanan, let us down, Chang Wei ordered after a moment of thought. Maybe we can find some clues up close. Got it. Landing now. Tian responded promptly. The massive Hell Angel descended slowly, the noise and wind scattering a group of beasts in an instant. BT eagerly jumped down, beginning a thorough examination of the surroundings. Tian transformed into a Gundam form, with Chang Wei seated in the cockpit in its chest, enjoying the unique vantage point. This feels pretty good, he thought to himself. BT quickly completed a preliminary scan and reported. The rendezvous point is confirmed accurate. Data indicates Major Anderson should be within this facility, but we cannot establish effective communication with him. To improve efficiency, I recommend splitting up to investigate. Everyone agreed, and they divided into two groups, Chang Wei and Tian, BT and Jack Cooper. Tian's massive form caused the beasts to scatter, while Chang Wei observed the ground from above. Soon, Chang Wei discovered a group of resistance corpses. Just as he was about to notify Jack Cooper, the latter's surprised voice came through first. General, do you see this? There's something strange going on here. I saw what this place used to look like. What's happening? BT immediately analyzed the situation. This area exhibits severe temporal distortion, with numerous rifts. Be mindful of your surroundings and proceed with caution. No sooner had he finished speaking than the environment around them suddenly transformed. The dilapidated buildings were instantly restored. Workers moved about, and aircraft were constantly taking off and landing in the sky. A base broadcast announced, "Attention all research personnel, the ARC test program is about to commence." However, this scene vanished as quickly as it had appeared, returning everything to its previous state. Jack Cooper couldn't help but ask, "BT, what is this place?" BT responded, "Records indicate that IMC had several research facilities on the frontier, but this one is unique." 8 months before Operation Broadsword, the Resistance had already destroyed 29 similar facilities. So, did I just see the past or the future? Jack Cooper asked, intrigued. It was the past. Chang Wei answered over the radio, then called out, "Everyone, come to my location. I found the bodies of the Resistance fighters." BT and Jack Cooper quickly arrived. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Jack Cooper asked, "Is this Major Anderson?" BT scanned and replied, "These remains do not match Major Anderson's genetic data. He may still be alive. I suggest searching the reception hall." At that moment, Chang Wei suddenly remembered a crucial detail from the game's storyline. Major Anderson was not originally supposed to die, but because Jack Cooper took the wristband and traveled through time, it triggered the alarm system. This led to Major Anderson being discovered by the IMC during his covert investigation, causing him to get stuck in a wall due to a malfunction while escaping. Realizing that Major Anderson's fate was closely tied to Jack Cooper, Chang Wei urgently shouted, "Wait, Cooper, I know where Major Anderson is and the information he's after. Listen to me, do not enter the reception hall, or Major Anderson will die. Once you see his body, the causal loop will be closed, and the tragedy will be unavoidable." "Wait a minute, Cooper," Chang Wei suddenly shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Jack Cooper stopped in his tracks and turned to face the general, confusion etched on his face. Chang Wei took a deep breath and continued, "I know where Major Anderson is right now and what intel he's investigating. Listen to Mado not enter the reception hall, or Major Anderson will die." Cooper's face was full of bewilderment. He frowned and asked, "General, what are you talking about? How could entering the reception hall lead to Major Anderson's death?" Chang Wei realized that Major Anderson was likely still in another time frame and had not yet returned. He decided to use this time to explain. 2 weeks ago, Chang Wei began, Commander Briggs of the Resistance SRS intercepted a critical piece of IMC intelligence. The IMC is planning a large-scale operation on Typhon. They discovered that the area emitted a massive energy explosion, causing a temporal distortion. Commander Briggs sent Major Anderson to infiltrate the facility and uncover the truth. Chang Wei continued, "During the previous Grizzly operation, the Resistance recovered a wrist device that allows Major Anderson to travel through time more stably. This enables him to go back and uncover the truth." However, Chang Wei's tone grew serious. "This device has a fatal flaw. It can create temporal paradoxes and causal loops." Seeing the confused expressions on Cooper and BT, Chang Wei further explained, "Simply put, without external interference, Major Anderson can complete his mission safely. But if anyone intervenes, it will create a temporal paradox, inevitably leading to his death." Staring directly into Cooper's eyes, Chang Wei said firmly, "Cooper, I can tell you clearly that if you enter the reception hall and find Major Anderson's body, you're destined to take over his mission. However, your time travel will trigger the alarm system, putting Major Anderson at great risk and ultimately causing his death during his escape. His body will be found by you, and you will continue his mission. This is the causal loop of time." Cooper listened, his face filled with disbelief. This is so fantastical," he muttered. BT interjected, "Pilot, General Chang Wei's analysis has merit. If Major Anderson indeed possesses a time travel device, our rash actions could disrupt his plans and likely lead to his death. I recommend we follow General Chang Wei's instructions and wait." Chang Wei looked approvingly at BT and nodded. "That's right. Major Anderson will occasionally return to this time frame to avoid patrols and obstacles during his infiltration. We just need to be patient and establish contact with him when he returns." Seeing that everyone agreed with the plan, Cooper reluctantly agreed. "It seems we have no choice. My mission is to rendezvous with Major Anderson and receive further instructions from him anyway." The group waited for about 20 minutes when BT's continuous radio calls finally received a response. Major Anderson's voice came through. "This is Major Anderson. BT 7274, I've received your signal. However, I'm on an important mission and don't have time for chit-chat. I order you and your pilot to stand by and secure the perimeter with the other assembled forces. I'll relay further instructions once my mission is complete." As Major Anderson was about to cut off communication, Chang Wei suddenly interjected, "Wait, Major Anderson, your mission has been cancelled. We've already obtained the intel you were sent to find. Please rendezvous with us immediately." Major Anderson's voice was cautious, Your biosignature indicates you are General Chang Wei of the Resistance? How do you know the mission has been cancelled? I haven't received a termination order from SRS. If you're falsifying orders, even as an ally, there will be consequences. Chang Wei frowned and decided to be frank to gain Major Anderson's trust. Major Anderson, what you're looking for is a temporal folding weapon in IMC's possession called the Arkansas. The IMC is still in the research phase, but to expedite weaponization, they decided to use Typhon's satellite as a test target. This is the source of the massive energy spike you detected 2 weeks ago. Chang Wei continued, 10 hours ago, the Ninth Fleet and our resistance forces were hit by the Ark's second experimental attack. Our fleet was transported several hours into the future, and the landing forces were scattered and crashed. The IMC has moved the Ark after collecting enough data. Their next target is Harmony. Major Anderson gasped. What? Harmony? That's our home planet, with over 4 million people. No, I need to notify Sarah immediately. Hold on, I'm coming out. Soon. A nimble old man jumped out of the facility building. Seeing the 10-meter-tall Titan, he nearly mistook it for a new IMC model and almost fled. Fortunately, he noticed BT nearby, which gave him the courage to approach the giant machine. After landing safely, Major Anderson urgently inquired how Chang Wei knew this intel. Chang Wei, maintaining his composure, fabricated, because the Ark was originally ours before the IMC took it. Although Major Anderson remained skeptical, the priority was to complete the mission. I just took a look. The Ark's first test is about to commence here. We must destroy it and trigger an energy explosion in the facility. This will create a temporal loop, allowing our past selves to detect the energy spike and become alert. Additionally, to locate the relocated Ark, we need to approach the ring and scan the Ark's energy signature. This is dangerous. We'll have to complete this feat under IMC's guard. General Chang Wei, what do you think? Chang Wei glanced at the Titan behind him and smiled confidently. Of course, no problem. We're all allies here. Major Anderson's question was actually a test of Chang Wei's loyalty. He didn't want to be betrayed at a critical moment. Seeing Chang Wei agree so readily reassured Major Anderson that they were not aligned with the IMC. All right, once everyone is ready, I'll switch the wrist device to traversal mode and transmit the beacon signal to you. Then we can go back together and wreak havoc on this facility. Major Anderson said, remember, we are at a significant numerical disadvantage, so avoid prolonged battles. Completing the mission is our top priority. The Viking fighter is the ultimate air and ground support unit for Terrans in StarCraft. Its creation stemmed from the lessons learned during the Brood War, where Terrans found their anti-air capabilities lacking. Developed collaboratively by Brares and the Enlightened Dynamics Corporation, the Viking's design was partially inspired by the transformative abilities of siege tanks. Each Viking fighter is powered by a core reactor, providing energy to the entire mech. The thrusters located on the underside of the craft ensure stability during its transformation. While transforming, the cockpit remains fixed, and other parts flexibly convert into wings, much like human limbs. To counteract the intense vibrations caused by transformation, the cockpit is equipped with special stabilizing mechanisms. The Viking's versatility allows it to meet the strategic needs of the Terrans at various stages of combat. It can function as a ground attack mech and swiftly transform into an air combat fighter. Although its ground mobility is limited, this dual functionality significantly enhances the tactical flexibility of the Terran forces. In terms of weaponry, the Viking is armed with dual 6-barrel Gatling cannons for ground combat and a substantial number of Lancer missiles for aerial targets. These weapons are particularly effective against heavily armored targets, though they are somewhat less effective against lightly armored aircraft. To address this shortcoming, Enlightened Dynamics developed the Ripwave missile. This advanced weapon features an antimatter warhead that releases a large number of subatomic fragments upon impact, causing extensive damage to nearby aerial targets. Combined with Braris' Phobos-class weapon system, these upgrades make the Viking a formidable presence on the battlefield. However, due to the high cost of these modifications, only a few Vikings receive these top-tier upgrades. Among the lucky few is the elite variant known as the Hell's Angel. Piloting a Viking requires exceptional skill, and many pilots perish during training, with even more sacrificing their lives in missions. Those who survive become the elite of the elite, their names renowned throughout the Copperloo sector, striking fear into their enemies. At this moment, Chang Wei stood before the mighty Viking, feeling a bit apprehensive. He knew he wasn't a frontline combatant, and operating such a complex machine seemed beyond his capabilities. However, an unexpected voice interrupted his thoughts. Don't worry, Chang Wei, said Tian, the Autobot leader from Cybertron. You don't need to pilot it yourself. I am the Viking fighter. You just need to sit in my cockpit and enjoy the show. With a giant metal hand, Tian effortlessly lifted the 2.3-meter-tall, power-armored Chang Wei and carefully placed him into the cockpit within his chest. Chang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he wouldn't have to charge into enemy lines like Jack Cooper or Rico. Major Anderson observed the scene and nodded silently. He knew that even a standard 10-meter Titan could pose a significant threat to enemy infantry due to its sheer size. Moreover, this particular mech was clearly equipped with a flight system, suggesting far superior mobility compared to a regular Titan. With everyone in position, Major Anderson activated his wrist device and began the final countdown. Prepare for assault. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a soft hum, a ripple in space-time spread out, and Chang Wei's team was instantly transported back 2 weeks. Commence operation. Major Anderson ordered, and the team immediately dispersed, heading toward their respective targets. The sudden appearance of resistance pilots and Titans within the IMC research base caught its personnel off guard. Alarms blared throughout the facility, and a large number of security forces, Reaper mechs, and Stalker combat robots were rapidly deployed. A fierce battle was imminent. After dispersing, Chang Wei was not to be outdone and promptly commanded Tiantian, "Oh, show them what you've got." A voice filled with excitement echoed in the cockpit, "Leave it to me." In the next moment, Tiantian's missile pod swung open. Through the display screen, Chang Wei saw countless red lock-on markers covering his field of view, making his heart race. Missiles away. Tiantian roared, and dozens of missiles streaked out, leaving chaotic white trails behind them. The ensuing explosions were deafening, turning the scene into a fiery inferno. Chang Wei watched in awe, utterly stunned by the spectacular fireworks. "Incredible, simply incredible," he exclaimed in amazement. Tiantian's missile barrage was like a fiery rain, instantly engulfing a large number of IMC soldiers. However, this spectacular attack also made it a prime target. More and more enemies swarmed in, including fearsome stalker robots and Reaper mechs. These autonomous machines posed a deadly threat to regular infantry, and even Titans couldn't underestimate them. As the leader of the Autobots, Tian had sharp combat instincts. After taking a few rocket hits, it quickly recognized the danger posed by these smaller units. It began to move nimbly while crushing a dozen stalkers under its massive mechanical feet. Simultaneously, twin 6-barrel Gatling guns emerged from slots on its back, unleashing a torrent of fire on the Reaper mechs behind it with the aid of its targeting system. Enemy spotted. Eliminate the target. The cold, electronic voice blended with the whistling rockets and the thunder of gunfire as the enemy's attacks rained down on Tian, producing a metallic clanging sound on its armor. Inside the cockpit, Chang Wei felt the intense vibrations, his heart racing with the thrill of the mech battle. Suddenly, an IMC Ronin close combat Titan seized the opportunity and lunged from the side, brandishing a massive blade aimed at severing Tian's leg joint. It was a risky move given the size difference. If discovered, the Ronin would likely face total destruction. The Ronin's pilot was clearly experienced. He patiently waited until Tian's attention was drawn to the Reaper mechs before striking. The blade sliced precisely toward Tian's right knee. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated, numbing the Ronin Titan's grip. "How is this possible?" the pilot exclaimed. The armor that should have been cleaved was only cut a few centimeters deep. Chang Wei noticed the ambusher below and tensed up, but relaxed upon seeing the blade stuck in Tian's leg. Viking Titans are heavily armored, he thought. That flimsy blade can't do much damage. Tian reacted swiftly, kicking the Ronin Titan away, sending it crashing into a wall with sparks flying, on the verge of exploding. The pilot tried to escape, but Tian's precise throw of the alloy blade previously stuck in its leg pierced the pilot, pinning him to the seat. Taking advantage of the moment, the Reaper mechs swarmed in, their thrusters flaring as they leaped onto Tian, attacking ferociously. One even clambered onto the cockpit window, relentlessly pounding the exterior. "Tian, stop them!" Chang Wei shouted. In the next instant, Tian crushed the Reaper mech in its grip. The shoulder-mounted cannons unleashed their full firepower, mowing down numerous enemy units. Tian suddenly stepped back and leaped into the air. The mech's transformation sounds were accompanied by roaring engines as it performed a spiraling ascent, flinging off the clinging Reaper mechs. 2 IMC fighters attempted to intercept, firing cannons and missiles. Tian evaded with high-level maneuvers and precise calculations, culminating in a double somersault and a barrage of fire, downing the pursuing fighters. Inside the cockpit, Chang Wei felt disoriented, nauseous, and on the verge of passing out from the alternating blackouts and redouts. Indeed, not everyone can be a pilot, he thought, relieved that Tian had made it more manageable for him. Before Chang Wei could catch his breath, a massive explosion rocked the ground facilities. The shockwave shot skyward, causing Tian to lose balance and plummet headfirst. The intense forces almost stopped Chang Wei's heart, and he screamed involuntarily, "Damn it! Hell no! I'll never be a pilot." Mission complete. It's time to go. Major Anderson's voice suddenly crackled over the radio. In an instant, the world shifted, and the twilight glow replaced the war-torn scene. "Hey, Where are General Chong Wei and that giant titan? Major Anderson and Jack Cooper looked around, puzzled. Only BT-7274 noticed the subtle air movement and immediately pointed skyward. Warning. General Chong Wei is in free fall. Estimated impact in 5 seconds. Everyone looked up. At the last moment, Tian regained control, firing thrusters just 2 meters above the ground, narrowly averting disaster. This heart-stopping moment left an indelible impression on Chong Wei. Jack Cooper, equipped with steady off-tart gear, had a look of determination and resolve beneath his pilot helmet. He piloted the Titan Mech BT, a massive war machine that moved like a mobile fortress, shaking the ground with every step. Together, they broke through the IMC's defenses, crushing all obstacles amid the flying artillery. The battlefield was deafening with explosions. Jack and Major Anderson moved like unsheathed swords, slicing through enemy lines with agility and precision. Each of their attacks carried destructive power. BT unleashed its full firepower, forcing the IMC troops into a steady retreat. The trio advanced rapidly across the battlefield, littered with shells and debris, searching for critical targets. Surrounded on all sides, they showed no sign of retreat, their coordinated efforts amplifying their combat effectiveness. They cleared enemy forces as they pushed towards the Ark, successfully hacking into the lab's control terminal and triggering an energy overload in the entire facility. The Titan battles were particularly fierce. BT, like an unstoppable war god, executed every move with intimidating force. Finally, Anderson detected the Ark's energy signature, and Jack managed to detonate the experimental facility. As the mission concluded, a massive explosion echoed across the battlefield. Mission accomplished. We need to move out, Jack said, but suddenly noticed that General Chong Wei and his Titan were nowhere to be seen. Warning. General Chong Wei is in a freefall. Impact in 5 seconds. BT urgently alerted. In the nick of time, Chong Wei's Titan, Tian, transformed and reverse-thrusted, managing a rough but safe landing. Major Anderson summarized, the Ark scan is complete, and the time loop succeeded. The IMC might use it to attack Harmony. We must stop this plan. 40 million lives are at stake. First, we need to send the data back to the fleet. Chong Wei concurred, agreed. Re-establishing communication is our top priority. However, our fleet was transported 18 hours into the future by the Ark, and it will arrive in 2 hours. I suggest we rest and wait for the fleet to arrive. Anderson disagreed. General, Typhon is under IMC control. They can deploy a new fleet in orbit within 18 hours, blocking our communications and air superiority. We need to find a high-power interstellar signal tower and send the intel immediately. Time is of the essence. We can't afford to take risks. Realizing his oversight, Chong Wei humbly asked, then, Major Anderson, what is your plan? Anderson opened a virtual map and pointed to a location. We must capture this interstellar signal tower and report to Commander Briggs as soon as possible. Otherwise, the 40 million lives on Harmony are doomed. The three exchanged glances, feeling the weight of their mission. BT and Tian also showed their support. Finally, Chong Wei made up his mind. Let's move forward. Capture the signal tower, contact the fleet, and then find the Ark to defeat the IMC. Meanwhile, within the IMC communication channels, a group of elite pilots was conversing. Their leader, Brisk, spoke sternly. We've captured a rebel prisoner who revealed that a general named Chong Wei is stranded on Typhon. His fleet is formidable, and we can't handle them. You must capture him alive to leverage against his fleet. A female pilot named Ash asked, alive, you say? So, making him a cripple is acceptable? Brisk replied coldly, as long as he's not dead, do whatever you want. According to intel, they might head to that interstellar signal tower. Lead your team there and ensure you capture him. Yes, boss. The 5 top hunters responded in unison, their faces showing cruel smiles. After a period of flight, Tian led the group to a high-altitude valley. In the valley stood an interstellar signal tower, their mission objective. To avoid alerting any enemies, Chong Wei and the others cautiously chose to proceed on foot, planning to scout the area before launching an attack. After navigating the narrow path through the valley, the view suddenly opened up. In the distance, a towering antenna structure reached into the sky, reminding them of their heavy responsibility. BT-7274 stood on a high slope with a good view and pointed at the signal tower in the distance. Pilot, we need to report our findings to Commander Briggs immediately. The signal tower is just ahead. We must hurry. Protocol 2. Uphold the mission. With that, BT-7274 jumped down and walked alongside Tiania. It turned to the group and said, follow us closely. Our armor, firepower, and size will provide cover for you. Jack Cooper laughed as he caught up, joking, BT, your words are really reassuring. BT responded, error. Language cannot provide effective protection. This does not comply with physical laws. Jack Cooper shook his head helplessly. No, I mean, never mind, you probably wouldn't get it. At the end of the valley path, BT and Tian suddenly stopped. BT warned. Warning, detecting a large number of unknown targets nearby. Have those IMC dogs caught our scent? Chang Wei asked warily. BT analyzed. Highly probable. The enemy is likely capable of deducing our movement path and mission objective through skirmishes with smaller units. Pilot, Major, General, please stay alert. BT took cover behind a rock formation, carefully observing ahead. Caution, detected enemy targets. A large number of stalker robots are attacking the signal tower's control room. Attacking? Is there a resistance force in the control room? Jack Cooper asked, puzzled. BT did not answer but instead drew its Titan weapon and charged forward. Confirmed presence of remaining resistance forces in the control room. Requesting immediate assistance. Jack Cooper, Major Anderson, and Chang Wei exchanged glances and said in unison, charge. Rescue our allies. Chang Wei suddenly halted the group. Wait, look, there's a thick fog ahead, full of toxic chemicals. Rushing through could be fatal. I suggest we ride on BT and Tian. Major Anderson quickly scanned and analyzed through his pilot helmet, confirming Chang Wei's assessment. The group swiftly followed the suggestion. Confirmed boarding. Transferring Titan control to the pilot, BT and Tian rumbled as they began to sprint. The group could now see the fierce battle in front of the control room through the mist, their urgency growing. BT reported, pilot, the remaining resistance forces in the control room are in danger. We are attempting to establish contact. Tian, in a dramatic tone, called out on the channel, hello? This is friendly forces. Is anyone alive in there? While firing at the stalker robots outside the control room. BT also raised its Titan weapon, launching a fierce attack on the IMC forces. As they reached the control room door, the remaining resistance fighters inside finally saw them. Hey, thank goodness. It's our pilot and Titan. We're saved. A voice from the control room exclaimed. Hello? Can you hear me? This is Captain Cole of the 3rd Grenadier Regiment. We've been under heavy suppression from IMC stalker robots. Requesting support. After stomping on a stalker robot, BT suggested, pilot, recommend eliminating all enemy units to establish direct contact with the resistance forces. Oh, time to squash some bugs. Tian said excitedly. The two steel giants began using their size advantage to crush the IMC stalker robots. Soon, the IMC forces outside the door were wiped out. Major Anderson called from Tian's cockpit. This is Major Anderson, calling resistance forces. The enemies have been neutralized. Requesting to open the door. Captain Cole immediately responded. We owe you our lives. Those stalkers were insane. I thought we'd all die here today. Opening the blast door now. Come on in. With a hissing sound, the control room door opened. Jack Cooper sighed with relief. Heh, it feels like coming home. BT replied. Negation. This is not your home. Jack Cooper smiled. No, BT. Where there are friends, that's home. BT seemed influenced by Jack Cooper, gradually developing emotions beyond its programming. However, at that moment, a sinister voice echoed from the shadows. The rats took the bait. Leaving the remaining resistance as bait was the right move. Now it's our turn to make an entrance. Let's take them down. Another voice responded excitedly. Haha, great. Time for some killing. Watch me stick my gun into that Vanguard Titan's cockpit and turn it into scrap metal. A more composed voice reminded. Don't forget the boss's orders, boys. We need the general alive. Yeah, I got it. Stop nagging. I'll be careful when we start. Clearly, another crisis was about to unfold. Captain, what's the status of the signal tower? General Chang Wei asked, his sharp gaze sweeping across the control room. Captain Cole shook his head with a sigh, his face etched with frustration. We just captured this place, and already we can't get the control panel powered up. We're stuck unless we use this device to restart it. He pulled a noticeably damaged small device from his pocket and handed it to BT. Unfortunately, this one is broken. BT's electronic eye flickered as it quickly completed a scan and analysis. Device identified, ARC tool. Function, generates up to 5 megajoules of energy to power related equipment. Capabilities include. Captain Cole hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt. Yeah, I know all that already. Major Anderson's expression was serious as he pressed further. Can you fix it, Captain? We have critical intel and need to contact the fleet immediately. Cole shook his head again and shrugged. If I could, I would have already fixed it. But the good news is, there's a spare in the facility. The bad news is, getting there is a death wish. It's even more dangerous than IMC territory. So, we need to retrieve the ARC tool to restart the power? Jack Cooper interjected. Cole nodded in confirmation. Exactly. This kind of mission is tailor-made for you pilots. Jack Cooper chuckled. Looks like we're the errand boys, huh? What choice do we have? Cole retorted. We're just regular infantry. Without jetpacks, it's a suicide mission for us. Jack was about to accept the mission when Major Anderson stopped him. This is too important to risk a trainee pilot. I'll go. Jack, you and BT stay here. He turned to General Chong Wei. General, please rest here with your Titan. I'll be back soon. General Chong Wei and Jack had no objections and waved Anderson off. Stay safe, Major. We can't afford to lose anyone else. Don't worry, since becoming a pilot, I've never let anyone down, Anderson replied before sprinting deeper into the facility. General Chong Wei patted Jack on the shoulder, reassuring him, Cooper, you'll be a legendary pilot someday. Don't rush it. Time will prove everything. Jack smiled, feeling a bit reassured despite thinking it was just a kind gesture. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds echoed from outside the control room, growing more frequent. The group looked through the observation window to see IMC Titans closing in. Alarms blared through the comms channel. Enemy attack. IMC Titan Squadron. At least 20 units. Get to defensive positions. They're almost here. BT and Tian reacted immediately, knowing they had to fight or be trapped in the confined space. Jack and General Chong Wei quickly boarded their Titans and grabbed their weapons, rushing out of the control room. As soon as the door opened, a barrage of machine gun fire and rockets came their way. Tian, quick on her feet, shielded BT with her heavy armor, absorbing the onslaught. The two Titans, along with the defensive forces, launched a counterattack. Tian's dual cannons roared, and her shoulder missile pods fired relentlessly. For a moment, the battle was evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. But the tide soon turned. 5 specially modified Titans suddenly descended from the sky, kicking up clouds of dust and bringing a heavy sense of dread to the battlefield. These were IMC's elite, top-tier mercenary killers, responsible for countless resistance deaths. They were Scorch Kane, Ronin Ash, Legion Richter, Northstar Viper, and Ion Sloan. Ha ha ha, come out and die, you resistance scum. One of them taunted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. The Apex Predators are an organization of elite mercenary pilots led by Cuban Blisk. These mercenaries operate without regard for moral codes, working for the highest bidder and willing to do anything for money. After the Battle of Ceres, the Apex Predators signed a new contract with Ares, taking on the responsibility of protecting the fold weapon, Ark, and securing the planet Typhon. Their formidable skills have earned them the favor of their IMC employers. Under General Martyr's authorization, these mercenaries even gained the authority to command and deploy IMC forces. When the Resistance attacked Typhon, the Apex Predators delivered a crushing blow to their opponents. Their strength far surpasses that of ordinary pilots. In a previous battle, Captain Ty Lastimosa, the former pilot of BT-7274, was killed by the custom Ronin Titan piloted by Ash. At this moment, as these top-tier mercenaries made a dramatic entrance from the sky, Chong Wei, well-versed in their intel, widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted, "Impossible! How could this happen? The plot has changed so drastically. The bosses have gotten smarter? They're not coming one by one to die, but are ganging up instead?" Information about the adversaries flashed through Chong Wei's mind. Kane, nicknamed No King here, is a member of Blisk's Apex organization. This infamous one-eyed drug dealer has an unstable mental state, with a paranoid and manic personality. He pilots a custom Scorch Titan, specializing in triple-dash close-range burst attacks. Ash, known as the Edge Dancer, also belongs to the Apex organization. She was once a scientist who nearly died on a mission but successfully transferred her consciousness into a robotic body. Ash pilots a custom Ronin Titan, moving with the agility of a blade dancer. Richter, called the Wasteland Hunter, is a mixed-race orphan who learned to survive on his own from a young age. He is patient and cautious, excelling in tracking and combat, piloting a custom Tone Titan. Viper, dubbed the Sky Sovereign, is an arrogant individualist. He pilots a heavily modified Northstar Titan, boasting powerful firepower and flight capabilities but with weaker armor. Sloan, known as the Iron Rose, is a mercenary driven purely by money. She pilots a balanced Ion Titan. These details flashed through Chong Wei's mind, and he suddenly realized, they can't be here just to stop Jack Cooper. They must have another purpose. What has caused such a significant change in the plot? In the next second, Chong Wei's pupils contracted as he exclaimed, "They're here for me. They're either going to capture or kill me." As Chong Wei was struck by this revelation, the enemy had already joined the battlefield. Instantly, the area was ablaze with explosions and a hail of bullets. A taunting shout came over the public channel. "Which one is General Chong Wei? Come out quietly. You have no way out." The shockwave from the explosions threw Chong Wei around inside the cockpit. Tian, due to its massive size, became the primary target of enemy fire. If it weren't for its heavy armor, it would have been destroyed by the relentless assault. "Go for it, Tian. Take them down," Chong Wei shouted. Furious, Tian immediately transformed into its leader battle mode. One of its flight wings morphed into a heavy shield, while the other turned into a giant inscribed sword. With an enraged and dramatic roar, Tian bellowed, "Are you ready to face death? Jack Cooper, cover Tian and me, we're going in." Chang Wei's shout pierced through the chaos of the battlefield. Despite Jack Cooper and BT being under heavy fire from the IMC, they resolutely responded, "Got it? We've got your back." No sooner had the words left their mouths than an enemy Titan surged forward, clashing fiercely with Jack Cooper. Sparks flew from the metal-in-metal collision, and the hydraulic systems groaned under the strain. Chang Wei couldn't spare any help. He trusted that Jack, the protagonist, had the strength to handle these grunts. At that moment, enemy Titans swarmed like a tidal wave, their coordinated assault suffocating. Tian showcased extraordinary prowess under the onslaught, but the pressure was mounting. Its frame was riddled with damage, and if not for the leadership module, its energy source might have been depleted already. Chang Wei knew that prolonged defense would lead to defeat. "We have to take a chance while we still can," he resolved silently. "Tian, no holding back. Launch all remaining missiles. Once we suppress their fire, we charge," Chang Wei commanded decisively. Tian complied immediately, opening all missile bays and unleashing a torrential missile barrage. Faced with the impending bombardment, IMC Titans scrambled to deploy various shields and find cover. Vortex shields, inferno shields, particle barriers, and fortress gun shields sprang up across the enemy ranks. Though the attack didn't cause significant casualties, it effectively disrupted the enemy's firepower. "Now, charge!" Chang Wei roared, directing Tian to advance with shield and sword. The brutal essence of war filled the air as the massive Titan and Transformer clashed amidst the swirling dust and debris. The towering Tian, standing 10 meters tall, charged into the fray with an imposing alloy shield and a gleaming, inscribed greatsword. Its movements were fluid and precise, slicing a nearby Titan in half with one swing and smashing another away with a powerful shield bash. When an enemy attempted a sneak attack, Tian deftly dodged and countered with a kick, followed by a swift stab through the cockpit. Sparks flew, and the explosion lit up the surroundings. Normal Titans, standing only 7 to 8 meters tall, seemed like children in comparison, utterly dominated. This was thanks to Tian's heritage as a leader of the Autobots, endowed with superior combat skills and strength. More importantly, the leadership module within provided it with a constant flow of formidable energy, making it unstoppable on the battlefield. Tian's rampage finally drew the ire of 5 elite hunters. They quickly maneuvered their Titans to surround and attack. Sensing the danger, Tian braced itself, raising its shield. In the next instant, a barrage of attacks ensued. Flames, arcs of electricity, and bullets filled the air, creating a dazzling yet perilous spectacle. The concentrated firepower was devastating, tearing deep gouges into the ground. Yet, Tian stood firm, deflecting countless attacks with its shield and sword. In a matter of seconds, the combatants had exchanged numerous blows, with sparks flying from the clashing metal, making for a thrilling scene. As the battle raged on, Tian began to feel the strain of the assault. These elite hunters were boss-level opponents, and even without coordinated teamwork, they adeptly exploited Tian's weaknesses, launching relentless attacks. Explosions echoed, and the interplay of fire and light was blinding. These iron giants shone with metallic luster, their swords slicing through the air with piercing sounds. Each strike brought a storm, shaking the ground with their power. Their shields formed impenetrable barriers, fending off countless attacks. Cracks began to appear in Tian's frame, but it continued to resist fiercely. Its mechanical eyes reflected determination and defiance, embodying a leader's resolve. However, the situation grew increasingly dire. With missiles and bullets exhausted, Tian was forced to rely on close combat. In a moment of distraction, a thermite charge hit Tian squarely. Amidst Kane's maniacal laughter, the flame core was activated. The resulting fiery shockwave engulfed Tian's entire frame. The intense heat obscured its vision, and it could only swing its shield and sword defensively, trying to keep the enemies at bay. But the elite hunters wouldn't miss such an opportunity. With no weapon replenishments and forced into melee combat, Tian eventually succumbed to the constant barrage and heavy blows, collapsing to the ground. Inside the cockpit, Chang Wei was in dire straits. His right arm had been melted by a laser cannon, and half his face was scorched. If not for Tian's slight evasive maneuver earlier, he might have been dead. Jack Cooper witnessed it all, but despite his concern for Chang Wei, he was also besieged by 7 or 8 Titans, struggling to fend for himself. Chang Wei lay in the cockpit seat, breathing heavily, his chest heaving with the intense pain that almost robbed him of speech. The cracked display screen showed Tian's apologetic message. "I'm sorry, I've done my best." Ash approached Tian's cockpit, looking down at Chang Wei inside. "Target identified, 100 match, he said coldly. But Sloane, you almost killed him. Sloane's indifferent voice came through the comms. Stop dawdling and get him out of there. The boss is waiting. Ash snorted, pried open the cockpit hatch with a blade, and prepared to extract Chong Wei. Just as Chong Wei's situation seemed hopeless, an explosion suddenly rang out. With a thunderous blast, Ash's Ronin Titan was sent flying by an unknown shot. What the? Everyone turned to see a colossal figure slowly approaching from the horizon. It was the command center from StarCraft's Terran faction. Even more astonishing, for siege tanks were mounted on top of it. Riscacco originally planned to lead the group to rendezvous with Chong Wei, but just before arriving, they received a distress signal. The command center's system indicated that Chong Wei and Tian were in imminent danger. Acting swiftly, Riscacco ordered the command center's 4 siege tanks to immediately switch to siege mode. Where's the target? The drivers shouted, ready to fire. Once the siege tanks entered siege mode, they had the longest attack range of any Terran ground unit in the StarCraft universe. Combining radar scans with the precision of their 180mm shock cannons, they could provide long-range fire support for Chong Wei. The tanks' stabilizing struts deployed, pressure plates firmly gripping the ground, and their cannons aimed at distant enemies. The drivers confidently yelled, "Let the cannons roar! Flatten the battlefield!" With a command, the deafening bombardment began. On the other side, Ash was about to pull Chong Wei from the cockpit when a shock cannon blast sent her flying. The IMC Titan units were suddenly subjected to a fierce long-range assault, turning the battlefield into a chaotic inferno. Many Titans were obliterated before they could react, their parts raining down from the sky. The IMC forces quickly raised their shields, but the siege tanks' relentless firepower continued unabated. The shock cannons, with their long range, high power, and precision, also had devastating splash and concussive effects. Without comprehensive shielding like the Protoss, the IMC units were heavily damaged. Sloane gazed grimly at the approaching behemoth. What kind of firepower is this? Orbital bombardment? Has the enemy fleet arrived? Viper, eager from behind cover, said, "Let me take it down." Sloane shook her head. "There's no way they have just one ship. Reinforcements could arrive any moment. We can't afford to get bogged down, or we'll be surrounded." She then called Ash through the channel. "Ash, are you still alive? Get up and bring the target. We're pulling out." Despite the shock cannon's impact, Ash's robotic body and enhanced Ronin Titan remained intact. Furious, she kicked away the shattered cockpit exterior and maneuvered her Titan toward the fallen Tian. "Come out, insect." Ash extended a mechanical hand, only to be grabbed by Tian, who shouted dramatically, "Run, Chong Wei." Bolstered by the effects of a serum, Chong Wei regained some strength. Despite losing his right arm and having half his face burned, he gritted his teeth and crawled out of the cockpit, using the ion thrusters of his power armor to fly towards the control room of the signal tower. Captain Cole, seeing this, urgently shouted, "Open the gate. Let General Chong Wei in. God, he's badly hurt." Seeing the target escape, Ash was enraged and tried to pursue but was held back by Tian. She drew a sharp blade, ready to finish Tian, when Jack Cooper and BT charged in from the side, knocking her away. The two Titans clashed fiercely amidst the bombardment, blades and ammunition colliding. Driven by vengeance, Jack Cooper quickly gained the upper hand. As Ash's Titan fell to its knees, BT lunged forward, driving a giant sword into the cockpit. "Die!" Jack Cooper roared, and Ash's Titan exploded. Seeing this, Sloane cursed under her breath, "Useless," and led the remaining forces in a retreat. The siege tank's firepower was too overwhelming. Continuing the fight would mean total annihilation. Meanwhile, the command center, overloaded, descended and crashed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Over 40 Marines, 4 siege tanks, 8 Goliath battle robots, 12 Ravager heavy mechs, 2 medics, and 1 SCV emerged. Riscacco, anxious, rushed to the front and shouted at BT and Jack Cooper, "Where is General Chong Wei?" The reinforcements led by Riscacco arrived, instilling a strong sense of confidence and security among the troops. However, they also brought with them a heavy burden. General Chong Wei, the highest-ranking officer among the rebel allies, was severely injured by a laser cannon during the IMC assault. His right side was extensively burned, his right arm and eye melted by the intense heat, and his cellular structure was damaged beyond repair, making limb regeneration impossible. Riscacco was shocked at the sight of Chong Wei's injuries. 2 medics immediately started treatment, but their resources were limited, and advanced restoration surgery was out of the question. Chong Wei fell into a coma, suffering from a persistent high fever and low blood pressure, his condition critical. If not for the advanced medical technology of the Tyrants, he would have already succumbed to his injuries. As the highest-ranking officer present, Major Riscacco had to take command. After a detailed discussion with the medics, he made a difficult decision. Prepare for debridement and mechanical prosthetic surgery on the general immediately. They'll take full responsibility, he ordered sternly. We can't let the general die here. The medic sprang into action, clearing a sterile area and wheeling Changwei in for mechanical surgery. Meanwhile, the heavily damaged Tian Tian was also brought back. Although its core was intact, its body was riddled with damage. SCVs were conducting emergency repairs, but due to the lack of specialized parts, they had to use Viking aircraft components as substitutes. Even if repaired, Tian Tian would lose its flight capability. Reese Gacko then assessed the current situation. The rebels had vital intelligence that needed to be reported to the fleet, but first, the signal tower had to be reactivated. Major Anderson had just retrieved the arc tool and restored the power, and everyone was eagerly awaiting contact with the fleet when a new problem arose. Nice work, Major. Power is back to normal. Captain Cole enthusiastically operated the control panel. The shutters are opening, power at 100, initiating relay lock sequence. 60, 70, 80, 90. Warning. Unknown error. System shut down. Captain Cole was at a loss. Damn it. What's going on? IMC might have cut the lines, a technician speculated. The relay lock module is disconnected. The control room erupted in noise. McKeld, can we bypass it? No, sir. That would expose our location. Captain Cole sighed. Looks like we'll have to send someone to fix it. All eyes turned to Major Anderson and Jack Cooper. They were the only pilots. Time was of the essence, and the two immediately sprang into action. BT, let's go. Jack Cooper shouted. Control transferred to pilot. BT responded. Detecting low morale. Seeing General Changwei in that state, how could I be happy? Jack Cooper muttered. Major Anderson also fell silent, deeply feeling the harshness of war. They soon reached a platform and discovered several fallen friendly pilots nearby. But with a mission at hand, they had no time to mourn. Major Anderson, there's no way forward. Jack Cooper scanned the surroundings. BT analyzed and reported. The moving relay lock module is 428 meters northeast, but there is no direct path. It pointed to a distant tower's ledge. Based on analysis, throwing is the only way to reach the other side. What? BT, you've got to be kidding me. Jack Cooper stared in disbelief at the distant platform. Major Anderson, however, showed a hint of interest. Are you sure ITLL work? This plan has a 68 success rate, BT replied, getting into a throwing stance. And the other 32? Jack Cooper pressed. The 32 chance includes the possibility of throwing failure, resulting in severe concussion and multiple fractures. However, the likelihood of falling to the bottom and dying from chemical fumes is greater, BT answered calmly. Jack Cooper was momentarily speechless. Major Anderson patted his shoulder. Cooper, sometimes risking it all is part of the job. As pilots, we forge our own paths. No path? Then we make one. He then walked towards BT without hesitation. Jack Cooper took a deep breath and followed. Screw it. Let's roll the dice. BT lifted Jack Cooper, constantly calculating parameters. Wind speed 3 knots, direction 274 degrees, distance 95 meters, total throw weight 89 kilograms. Jack Cooper's heart raced. BT, my life is in your hands. BT's electronic eye looked back at him, its mechanical hand forming a small fist. Trust me, pilot. With a short running start, BT hurled Jack Cooper like a shot put. 18 hours have passed since the rebel forces and Changwei's fleet were teleported by the IMC's fold weapon. During this time, the IMC fleet has taken advantage of the gap to secure their positions, maintaining communication interference and air superiority over Typhon. The fleet remains unaware of the situation on the ground, unsure if there are any surviving units or how many have perished in enemy territory. Caught in a fierce struggle for air supremacy with the IMC, the fleet cannot spare any resources to search for Changwei and his men. Their priority is to regain control of Typhon's airspace and lift the communication blackout, rather than embarking on a risky and aimless search. Changwei slowly regained consciousness, his body having undergone medical cybernetic enhancements. With the immediate danger averted and his systems nourished by medical supplements, his physical functions quickly recovered. The medics had fitted him with a mechanical right arm and an artificial eye, while nanomedical beams repaired his charred skin. Now, Changwei looked like a half-exposed Terminator. He glanced at himself in the mirror, his mechanical eye emitting a menacing red electronic glow. The contrasting skin tones resembled a fierce scar, adding a mature and deadly aura to his appearance. Raising his mechanical arm, he flexed his fingers in disbelief, murmuring, I lost my original eye and arm? I almost died. Standing behind him, Major Ruiskako spoke with a tone of regret. General, I had no choice at the time. It was the only way to save you. Changwei did not blame him. Having faced death, he had come to understand and accept many things. This wasn't a game, and the enemies weren't mindless NPCs. This was a real world. Surviving was already a stroke of luck. There was nothing more to ask for. As for life back on Earth, He could bid farewell to his past and live on the warship instead. After all, he had nothing to hold on to on Earth. With these thoughts, Chang Wei felt at peace. He turned to Major Ruiskako and offered some encouraging words before asking about the current situation. It's been 18 hours. Our fleet should be back by now. Have we managed to contact them? Ruiskako shook his head. Not yet, General. While you were unconscious, we managed to restart the power to the signal tower, but the lines connecting the locking module were cut by the IMC, preventing the console from establishing a connection with the tower. The communication signal hasn't been sent out yet. However, Major Anderson and Jack Cooper are handling it. They should be nearly done by now. As they spoke, signs of activity emerged from the signal tower. Captain Cole's excited voice came through. Cooper, Major, well done. The antenna is operational. Once you return, we'll send the message to the fleet. The communication channel replied. Just doing our job. Shortly after, Chang Wei saw BT striding back with Major Anderson and Cooper. They dismounted from BT and greeted Chang Wei in unison. Glad to see you're safe, General. Chang Wei smiled likewise. Enough with the pleasantries. I'm not dead yet. Let's get that signal to the fleet and have them pick us up. Major Anderson nodded and handed a data file containing information on the Ark's energy characteristics and other intel to Captain Cole. Cole took the file and began working at the console, calling out to a technician nearby. Hey, try it again, will you? Sir, all systems are go. The technician responded. Cole nodded. All right, Grainer, fire it up. Yes, sir. Communication protocol initiated. Signal transmission at 25. Climbing steadily. 60. Accelerating. As the status updates continued, everyone watched the smoke-billowing signal tower, silently praying for success. 80. Almost there. Signal strength at maximum. Connection established. BT-7274 interfaced with the system, reporting, signal sent, awaiting response. Everyone remained tense, uncertain whether their fleet still existed or had been entirely wiped out by the IMC. Captain Cole crossed his arms and looked skyward, his tone heavy. Let's hope there's someone still up there. Suddenly, a communication request came through. This is the SRS Marauder Corps of the militia. Sarah Briggs here. Please respond. BT became the crucial link. Commander Briggs, this is BT-7274. Protocol 2. Uphold the mission. We have critical intel for SRS headquarters, and during our operation, we rescued the highest-ranking officer of the Allied forces, General Chang Wei, requesting extraction team for safe transport. Amidst the static interference, everyone held their breath. Soon, the response came. Headquarters received. It's great to hear from you again, BT. Send my regards to Captain Lastimosa. See you soon. Now, initiate the coordinate lock. BT and Cooper fell silent. After a tense wait, Chang Wei and the others saw 3 militia warships and transport shuttles, along with the Hyperion and numerous Viking fighters, approaching from the sky. The sight brought immense relief. They were finally safe. BT-7274 slowly approached Commander Sarah Briggs, its heavy footsteps echoing through the command center. It crouched before her, its electronic eye glowing blue, and spoke in a calm yet firm tone. Confirmation. Captain Ty Lastimosa is deceased. I have now established a link with temporary pilot Jack Cooper. The situation was critical, and he had no other choice. Sarah Briggs frowned and sighed, her voice tinged with resignation. Understood. I will arrange for another official pilot to take over. BT's electronic eye flickered, and its tone became resolute. Objection. Jack Cooper is my pilot. Our combat efficiency rating exceeds 90. Requesting authorization to maintain the current status. Before she could respond, BT extended its mechanical arm, effortlessly lifting Jack Cooper and placing him into its cockpit. Chang Wei observed the scene with a smile and stepped forward. Commander, we wouldn't have made it this far without Jack and BT's exceptional performance. As BT said, Jack is its true pilot. Sarah Briggs glanced at Chang Wei and then at BT, finally sighing in resignation. All right, BT, consider yourself lucky we're shorthanded, and General Chang Wei is vouching for you. She looked directly at BT's optical sensor, her tone firm. Authorization granted. Cooper, you're fortunate to have such a titan. With that, she turned to accept a data file from a soldier and began reading it intently. Jack Cooper, seated in BT's cockpit, beamed with joy. Thank you, Commander. Thank you, General. Sarah Briggs didn't turn around, continuing to peruse the data. Thanks to your perseverance, we have obtained the ARC scan data and located the IMC stronghold on Typhon. We must act before they can relocate the Arkansas. Everyone, prepare to move out immediately. Jack Cooper gave a thumbs up, his excitement evident. Yes, ma'am. As the cockpit door closed and the interior dimmed, Jack spoke softly. BT, I'm here, pilot. Thank you. Jack's voice was filled with sincere gratitude. Meanwhile, Chang Wei boarded a transport ship bound for the Hyperion. He mentally mapped out his next steps. Tian was being repaired in the armory, with Swan overseeing the work. Ryuskako's hardbone unit had performed admirably, and he planned to promote them and equip them with more powerful Marauder heavy mechs. If he could obtain the Titan schematics, he intended to transform the hardbone unit into a mobile Titan force. The war was far from over. Everyone took a brief respite in the ship's hold as they advanced toward the IMC stronghold, preparing for the final showdown. Although they had gained the upper hand in the previous skirmish near Typhon's orbit, the enemy's main force remained intact. To secure air superiority and cover the ground assault, Chang Wei would personally lead the Hyperion, the Ark of Cybertron, and the Ninth Fleet of the Resistance against the IMC's main fleet. Sarah Briggs would command the ground forces, piloting her own Titan. Chang Wei also dispatched his ground troops to assist, determined to showcase the might of the Terran mechanized army. The fleet cautiously evaded enemy radar, flying low through the mountains for 600 kilometers until they neared the battlefield. IMC alarms blared, and anti-aircraft fire erupted as the battle commenced. In the hangar of the Resistance warship, Titans stood ready. Even Major Anderson, who had lost his Titan earlier, received a new Vanguard-class Titan. Everyone sat in their cockpits, faces solemn, awaiting the order to attack. The ship shook violently, yellow warning lights flashing incessantly as the battle outside raged on. The pilots were not mere cannon fodder. They were waiting for the opportune moment to drop and break through the enemy lines. Sarah Briggs, in her Titan, moved to the center of the hangar, looking around as she began her pre-battle speech. Listen up. The IMC has developed a weapon capable of folding spacetime, powerful enough to destroy an entire planet. But if we capture its core energy source, the Ark, it will be nothing but scrap metal. We must secure it before the enemy can evacuate. Does everyone understand their mission? Marauder Corps, prepare to deploy. Titanfall, prepare for. Ready for Titanfall. With a unified response, the Titans were launched from the sky, including Jack Cooper and BT-7274. Activating collision buffer. We are descending rapidly. Pilot, brace for impact, BT calmly reminded. Jack's eyes were steely with resolve. We'll make it through this, BT. With a thunderous crash, the Titans landed safely, kicking up clouds of dust. The Resistance's communication channel erupted in cheers. Look, our pilots are here. The main force has arrived. This is it, brothers. The IMC has no more troops left. Charge. Use cover. Don't stand in the open. Show our allies what we're made of. Go. As the Titan units advanced, the siege tanks in the rear transformed into siege mode, launching a fierce barrage at the IMC's defenses. Standing on the bridge of the Hyperion, Chang Wei took a brief glance at the ground battle before turning his attention to the sky. The orbital battle had also begun, and his resolve was hardening. With a calm demeanor, he commanded, Hyperion, target straight ahead. Main cannon fire. Viking Squadron, commence strafing runs. As Jack Cooper, Major Anderson, and Commander Sarah Briggs led the human mechanized corps in a fierce ground assault on the IMC stronghold, battles erupted in the sky and the planets near orbit as well. Hyperion, target dead ahead. Fire the main cannon. With this command, a massive energy beam sliced through space, striking the IMC fleet. Following closely, squadrons of Viking fighters darted like arrows, weaving through enemy ships with agility. The main fleets of both sides quickly engaged in intense combat. Chang Wei stood on the bridge of the Hyperion, looking out through the enormous observation window at the vast space battlefield. The Ninth Fleet of the Resistance fought alongside them, forming a tight tactical formation to provide cover. Various combat ships and Viking fighter squadrons executed aggressive maneuvers, creating a formidable offensive array. A tense atmosphere permeated space as both sides showcased their formidable power. The IMC's main fleet, composed of well-trained mercenaries, fought with unmatched courage and resolve for their hefty paychecks. The sheer number of ships from both fleets blanketed the sky, casting a frightening shadow over the entire planet. Intense artillery fire crisscrossed in space, unleashing destructive force. The glow of various energy weapons constantly flashed on the chaotic battlefield, tearing through the hulls of both sides' warships. Viking fighters maneuvered through the barrage, engaging in fierce dogfights. Missiles launched by the fighters streaked through space, exploding in brilliant fireballs on enemy ships, leaving trails of fiery devastation. The Hyperion, a behemoth of defense and firepower, boasted armor strong enough to rival the Protoss warships. It also had an all-encompassing shield similar to those of Protoss units, though seldom activated due to its high energy consumption. Once deployed, it became a nightmare for the IMC fleet, enabling the Hyperion to charge through concentrated fire. In this world, despite the smaller number of Chang Wei's fleet, their technological superiority resulted in a comprehensive advantage over the IMC, causing heavy losses to the enemy, who were almost being annihilated. The IMC was aware of this, but aimed only to delay, buying time for their ground forces to relocate the Arkansas. As long as they achieved strategic victory, their sacrifices were worthwhile, despite the exorbitant compensation costs. Sir, they're stalling for time. Hyperion's captain, Matt Horner, identified the enemy's tactic and alerted Chong Wei. Having observed Horner's command many times, Chong Wei had developed a keen sense for warfare. He quickly ordered, activate the Hyperion shields and charge. Inform the Ninth Fleet to follow us. We'll become a spearhead to tear through the IMC's formation. Under Chong Wei's command, the fleet advanced towards the enemy, unleashing devastating volleys from their orbital cannons and thermal rays. Despite the IMC fleet's desperate resistance, launching a barrage of missiles, lasers, and energy beams, they couldn't halt Chong Wei's ferocious assault. Explosions lit up space, and numerous ships sank in the cacophony of battle. The fleets intertwined, and the intense artillery fire illuminated the entire space. The bombardment from energy cannons was deafening, and the aerial dogfights among the fighters were thrillingly dangerous. The pace of the battle quickened, reaching its climax. The IMC fleet continued to resist tenaciously, but Chong Wei's side had gained a clear advantage. Using superior ships and tactical brilliance, they constantly penetrated the IMC's defenses, sinking enemy ships one by one. The enemy's once solid formation was shattered by Chong Wei's spearhead charge, bringing victory within reach. However, at that moment, part of the IMC fleet began to retreat, leaving others to cover their escape. As Chong Wei pondered this, an urgent message from the ground came through. Sarah Briggs' voice sounded. This is Sarah Briggs. We've taken the IMC stronghold and eliminated top hunters Kane and Richter, but we're too late. The enemy has relocated the Ark, and the Draconis has taken off right under our noses. We must intercept it. Repeat, we must intercept the Draconis. Fleet, come quickly to pick us up for boarding. We need to pursue immediately. Hearing this, Chong Wei's expression darkened. He realized the final act was about to unfold, and BT might be in danger, possibly choosing Protocol 3 to protect the pilot and ultimately sacrificing itself to destroy the Arkansas. Considering the rich rewards for saving BT and not wanting a repeat of the game's tragedy, Chong Wei decided to act now to secure both the Ark and BT. However, the space battle was far from over, and the Hyperion couldn't leave without causing more casualties among the Resistance fleet. But relying solely on the Ninth Fleet and others for the rescue felt risky. After weighing his options, he decided to go personally, but not alone this time. Matt, do we have any spare forces? Chong Wei asked. Matt Horner paused, then replied, Sir, all our air units are deployed, engaged with the IMC fleet. The ground mechanized corps assisted in the IMC stronghold assault and haven't returned. Is there an issue? Chong Wei explained the opportunity to save BT and Jack Cooper and seize the Arkansas. Matt Horner thought for a moment, then replied, Sir, we only have a group of riflemen left on the Hyperion, but they won't meet your needs. However, those money-hungry mercenaries in the bar might be of help. Regarding funds, we've captured plenty of energy cells and synthetic metals from the IMC, valuable enough to pay for their contracts. Also, Swan has likely completed the repairs on Tychus, combining Cybertronian medical technology. The Ninth Fleet has already dispatched part of its ships for pursuit. When do you plan to depart, sir? Chong Wei nodded solemnly, answering, Time is of the essence. This mission's success hinges on our prompt action. We must leave immediately. I'll go find those mercenaries and finalize the contracts now. On Typhon, the rebels encountered an unexpected crisis while pursuing the Tianlong. The top-tier assassin, Polaris Viper, launched a fierce attack, resulting in a brutal battle. Although the rebels eventually repelled Viper, the cost was high. Major Anderson and his Vanguard-class Titan were severely damaged. Though they survived, they were no longer able to continue the mission. The communication channel crackled with Major Anderson's strained voice, Cooper, you must complete the mission. Don't hesitate. Don't stop. You're a pilot. If there's no path ahead, make one yourself. Jack Cooper, holding back tears, steeled his resolve. BT, let's go. Protocol 2. Uphold the mission. Cooper stated firmly. BT responded, Cooper, the Tianlong is right ahead. I need to throw you across. Seize the Ark. Let's end this. Jack Cooper stepped into BT's hand as the Titan began calculating the throw parameters. Just then, a rebel escort ship screamed, evasive right. Watch out. Cooper's eyes widened as he saw Polaris Viper, still alive, charging at BT. BT, look out. Cooper shouted, but it was too late. With a thunderous crash, Viper grabbed BT and Cooper, propelling them skyward with 4 ion thrusters. Let go of BT. Cooper yelled, firing at Viper's Titan, but his shots couldn't penetrate the armor. Viper roared, I can't let you live. I'm a top-tier assassin, and a role model for my daughter. In the Titan's struggle, Cooper was flung away, crashing onto the Tianlong's deck from over 30 meters high. Pain surged through him, rendering him momentarily immobile. With a deafening thud, both Titans crashed onto the deck. BT quickly got up, shouting, Protocol 3, protect the pilot. Despite its own damage, it re-engaged Viper. The Titans clashed again, soaring and falling. this time with Viper gaining the upper hand, pinning BT and tearing off its left arm. As Viper prepared for the final blow, Cooper forced himself up, charging and firing desperately, yelling, "Viper!" Suddenly, Polaris's cockpit burst open under the pressure, its flight core falling onto BT. Seizing the moment, BT restrained Viper, shouting, "Shoot, Cooper! Aim for the cockpit!" Cooper took aim and fired, the bullet piercing the cockpit. Viper, in her final moments, called out her daughter's name, Kelly. BT struggled to stand, giving a thumbs up. "Well done, Cooper." Cooper asked, "Are you okay, BT?" "Left arm critically damaged, but I can still function," BT replied. "The Tianlong is plummeting fast. We need to move, Cooper." They hurried into the ship, ignoring fleeing IMC riflemen, heading straight for the cargo hold where the Ark was kept. Alarms blared. Warning, hull integrity compromised. All personnel to escape pods immediately. They found the Ark, but missed the optimal escape window. An explosion blocked their exit. BT shielded Cooper with its damaged body. "What are you doing, BT?" Cooper exclaimed. "Protocol 3. Protect the pilot," BT stated resolutely. At that critical moment, a laser created an opening above them. Chong Wei's voice echoed. "The Draken laser drill works like a charm." "BT, Cooper, how long are you going to stand there?" "No time left. Grab the grapple hook Tian threw down and let's go." It's Chong Wei and Tian. They're saved. In the nick of time, BT and Jack Cooper simultaneously grabbed onto the grappling hook that Tian had lowered. The surrounding scenery began to descend rapidly, and they were soon pulled out through the gaping hole in the ceiling, emerging into the outside world. It turned out they weren't being pulled up. Rather, the Draconis was plummeting. Dangling from the grappling hook, they watched as the Draconis crashed violently into the ground below. With a deafening roar, the ship shattered into pieces, flames erupting skyward. Jack Cooper swallowed hard, still shaken. "BT, did we just survive that?" BT blinked its cute electronic eye and responded earnestly, "Based on current environmental and combat conditions, we have a 99% chance of survival." "And the other one?" Cooper asked, curious. "The remaining one accounts for the possibility of us falling off the grappling hook, resulting in physical damage," BT replied. Jack Cooper couldn't help but laugh. "BT, I didn't know you had a sense of humor." "Negative. My programming dictates that I do not joke, unless I can't help it," BT added, making Cooper laugh even harder. In the cockpit, Chong Wei breathed a sigh of relief seeing BT and Cooper safe. He thought, "Good thing I didn't arrive too late. If BT had sacrificed itself like in the original storyline, my coming to this world would have been in vain." Although I'd love to have such a heartwarming Titan, BT ultimately belongs to Jack Cooper. Chong Wei suddenly remembered, there's still Sloane among the apex predators. She almost killed me before with her Ion Titan, leaving me with a mechanical right eye and arm. If I remember correctly, she should be nearby. At that moment, the system in Chong Wei's mind delivered a notification. Rescued Jack Cooper, reward, 1,000 mission points. Rescued Major Anderson, reward, 1,000 mission points. Rescued BT-7274, reward, 5,000 mission points. 20 Frontier Militia warships survived, 100 mission points each, total, 2,000 mission points. IMC conspiracy thwarted, world mission completed, reward, 3,000 mission points. Total, 12,000 mission points. The system asked if he wanted to return immediately. Chong Wei declined instantly. "No way, if I go back now, BT and Jack will fall. Besides, I still have unfinished business. Sloane is nearby, and how can I leave without claiming some spoils? The IMC base has so many resources. The militia better give me half to take back." He then ordered his mercenaries, "I'm taking these guys back first. Keep looking for Sloane. Remember, you can kill her subordinates, but leave her for me. If you find Cuban Blisk, capture him. I have use for him." Soon, under the lead of the battleship Jackson's Revenge, 4 Duskwings and 6 Hell Angels began searching the Draconis crash site. Meanwhile, Chong Wei piloted Tian, transporting BT and Jack Cooper back to the militia's warship. When BT's cockpit opened, the sight of the Ark's light filled everyone with joy. Commander Sarah Briggs praised, "Well done, BT Cooper. You've done a great job." Jack Cooper humbly replied, "We couldn't have done it without General Chong Wei's rescue. The militia played a crucial role in this Typhon campaign." "Thank you." Chong Wei patted Cooper on the shoulder. "Don't sell yourself short, Cooper. You saved my life back then too. You're an outstanding pilot, and everyone should be proud of you. And BT is a great Titan. Make sure to cherish it." "I will, General." Cooper nodded earnestly, then looked at BT and whispered, "Don't worry, BT. I'm not going anywhere. Cooper, you are my pilot." "Always," BT responded. After sending BT and Cooper for medical treatment and repairs, Sarah Briggs turned to Chong Wei. "General Chong Wei, thank you and your troops sincerely. But may I ask, where do you come from?" How do you possess such advanced technology? We've never heard of you before. Are you planning to settle on the frontier? Could we invite you to join the frontier militia to help protect our region? Chang Wei smiled and replied, Commander Briggs, thank you for the offer. Our origins are a sensitive matter, so I can't disclose that. But I can assure you, we'll be leaving soon and might never return. To commemorate our friendship in battle, I think we should discuss the distribution of spoils. What do you think? Sarah Briggs smiled too. Of course, that's only fair. After reaching an agreement, Chang Wei's interstellar mercenaries brought good news. Boss, these IMC mercenaries were a pushover. We traced their communications and took down another base. We've captured that woman and Cuban Blisk. Want to come and take a look now? The battle in the near-Earth orbit of Typhon has come to an end. Chang Wei entrusted the post-battle cleanup entirely to Matt Horner with only one order. It must be completed within 24 hours. After handling these matters, Chang Wei declined another invitation from Sarah Briggs and boarded the Tian to head to the mercenary outpost. The scene before him was shocking. What was once an IMC base had been devastated by artillery fire. The ground was littered with the bodies of IMC mercenaries and their titans, with debris scattered everywhere. Standing amidst this chaos were the interstellar mercenaries contracted by Chang Wei. This elite force was composed of several squads: the War Pigs, a team of 12 elite Marines; the Pellhounds, a squad of 4 elite Firebats; the Iron Hammer Security, a group of 4 elite Marauders; the Spartan Battalion, consisting of 4 elite Goliath combat robots; and the Breakthrough Team, made up of 4 elite siege tanks. They had landed on the Jackson's Revenge under the cover of fire from the Duskwing, Hell's Angels, and the Revenge, easily overwhelming the IMC's remaining forces. The battle showcased the stark difference in power between mercenaries. Chang Wei's interstellar mercenaries compared to IMC's were like future warriors against modern soldiers. IMC stood no chance. At this moment, Sloane and Cuban Blisk were brought before Chang Wei, forced to kneel. Seeing Chang Wei's mechanical right eye and arm, Sloane realized she had no escape. Defiantly, she said, I should have killed you when I had the chance instead of trying to capture you. Chang Wei did not respond. He simply walked slowly towards Sloane. Suddenly, he raised his mechanical right arm and slapped her hard. The force of the blow knocked out 2 of Sloane's teeth, and her mouth filled with blood. The elite Marines behind immediately restrained her, one of them clamping her mouth shut to prevent her from biting her tongue or spitting at Chang Wei. Sloane struggled fiercely, emitting muffled whimpers, her eyes glaring daggers at Chang Wei. However, the man standing before her was no longer the same as before. He remained gentle with friends, but showed no mercy to those who sought his life. Chang Wei did not intend to humiliate or torture Sloane, but decided to give her an end befitting a mercenary. He said, Sloane, you are a true mercenary. Living and dying for money is your creed. Therefore, your final resting place should be in your Titan's cockpit. With that, Chang Wei motioned for the elite Marines to drag Sloane to a nearby wrecked Ion Titan's cockpit. Sloane tried to crawl out, but Tian raised its 6-barreled Gauss cannon, forcing her back into the seat and sealing the hatch. Sloane watched in terror as Tian began to spin up its cannon. The cockpit was soon filled with the sound of metal striking metal and sparks flying, sealing Sloane's fate. Chang Wei then turned to Cuban Blisk, who was kneeling beside her, and asked, Are you the leader of the Apex Predators? Cuban Blisk smiled and replied, As you can see, I'm just a mercenary. With the Ark lost, our contract with the IMC is over. If you like, General, you can hire me too. The price is negotiable. Otherwise, killing me won't benefit you at all. Chang Wei's lips curled into a slight smile. All right then, I'll hire you for 50 credits. Don't complain about the pay. My good brothers are all paid the same. If you find it insulting, you can choose to die instead. Cuban Blisk was momentarily speechless, but ultimately agreed to the terms to save his life. Chang Wei knew it would take time to fully trust him. Everything depended on his future performance. After all, he might need Blisk's help to train an elite mech unit. After dealing with these matters, Chang Wei led his troops back to the Hyperion, preparing to return. The mission had been fruitful. They completed all tasks, earned 12,000 mission points, and acquired a vast amount of loot. This loot could be used for research, upgrades, sales, and the production of equipment and ammunition. With the help of the Cybertron Ark, the loading process was smooth and efficient. Back in the armory, Swan excitedly showed off to Chang Wei, Hey, kid, I got the blueprints for a Vanguard-class Titan from a new friend. Although it's outdated compared to our tech, with some modifications in our technology, it could become a decent new unit. Chang Wei's eye twitched. Swan was indeed amazing at making friends wherever he went. He chuckled, haha, you really outdid yourself. By the way, your Draken laser drill is great but too cumbersome. I had to weld it onto the Jackson's Revenge due to time constraints. You might need to remove it yourself. With that, Chang Wei quickly slipped away to avoid Swan's wrath. Next, Chang Wei visited Stepman's lab. This ambitious young scientist, known for creating the mechanical swarm in StarCraft II, eagerly reported, "Commander, we have results. Based on the backup files you provided, we've fully deciphered the Ark's core data. We have a good chance of replicating it and, if conditions permit, experimenting with the time-folding weapon." Changwei nodded in approval and said, "Good job, but there's no rush for the weapon experiment. We'll take our time once we return." "Understood, General," Stepman replied. With the 24-hour deadline approaching, Changwei made a final statement to the resistance. "Until we meet again. One day, through your efforts, peace will return to the frontier." As he finished speaking, a white light flashed, and Changwei's fleet vanished before the eyes of the resistance. "Commander Sarah Briggs, we detected no spatial distortion. Their technology is too advanced. We can't trace where they've gone," a technician reported nervously. Sarah Briggs remained silent, her eyes deep and contemplative, unable to speak for a long time. With a flash of white light, Changwei found himself back in his rural courtyard. He glanced down at his right hand, which was covered in a layer of biocamouflage, hiding the mechanical prosthesis beneath. This was a grim reminder of his second rescue mission. His right eye and hand were left behind in that world forever. Changwei sighed and looked around. His experience kept him calm as he checked the doors, windows, and clock. Everything seemed normal, except the clock showed only 2 hours had passed, which didn't align with his expectations. "System, what's going on?" Changwei asked, puzzled. The system quickly responded, "Host, time flows differently in various universes. To protect your normal life, the system has anchored time in this world. Otherwise, you might return to find millions of years have passed, facing a drastically changed environment and survival crisis." Hearing this, Changwei couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He began to inspect his mission rewards. Besides a large haul of loot, there were also 12,000 mission points. He weighed how to allocate these points. With 10,000 points, he could buy 2 battleship slots, leaving 2,000 points for hero units or custom ships. As a fleet commander, he decided to prioritize increasing the number of battleships. However, the next choice left him conflicted. Should he go for random recruitment or targeted selection? Random recruitment held the allure of the unknown, potentially bringing pleasant surprises, but it could also lead to disappointments like the last time with the Cybertron Arkansas. That so-called battleship had been nearly useless in the Typhon Star battle, falling apart at the slightest attack. After much deliberation, Changwei opted for the safer route, spending 500 mission points on targeted recruitment. But deciding which specific battleship to choose required careful thought. He decided to head to an internet cafe and seek advice from forum users. Changwei stood up and headed for the door. Though his body had returned to the familiar world, his mind was still on the interstellar battlefield. He knew that every decision could impact future missions and even his survival. With this sense of responsibility, he opened the door and stepped into the quiet night. There's a saying that 2 heads are better than 1. Changwei understood this well and decided to seek the wisdom of internet users to make his decision. He planned to go to an internet cafe and post his question on a forum to gather enough advice and objective insights. After all, relying solely on personal preference might lead to unsuitable outcomes, potentially affecting the overall strength of his fleet. However, before setting off, Changwei suddenly realized the importance of his own safety. His experience in the world of Titanfall 2 had taught him about his vulnerability. Without the protection of hero units and armed troops like Jack Cooper, he could easily find himself in danger. Weighing his options carefully, Changwei decided to spend 500 mission points to recruit a hero unit as his personal bodyguard. This would not only protect him in the mission world, but also handle some tricky matters on Earth. Changwei's system wasn't the kind that could make him invincible instantly, which further reinforced his cautious approach. He carefully examined the system panel and finally focused on Ghost Nova and Spectre Tosh. Both of these StarCraft human operatives were skilled in psionics and had permanent cloaking abilities, making them ideal choices for bodyguards or covert operations. After much deliberation, Changwei made his decision. The situation reminded him of the binary choices in StarCraft 2 storyline. In the end, he chose Tosh. Changwei leaned towards Tosh mainly because of his character and abilities showcased in the game. Tosh possessed permanent cloaking, psionic shockwave, psionic shield, life drain, and nuclear strike capabilities. Especially the psionic shockwave, with no cooldown and area damage, made Tosh a formidable force both offensively and defensively. In contrast, while Nova had long-range sniping and mind control abilities, she largely relied on advanced weaponry. More importantly, the game's storyline revealed that despite Tosh's fierce appearance, he had a compassionate side, whereas Nova might be someone hard to trust. As Changwei made his choice, a tall, cloaked figure slowly appeared. In a deep voice, Tosh said, "Choice is the only freedom we have. Since you chose me, I won't let you down. Tell me, who do you want me to kill?" Changwei was momentarily intimidated by Tosh's powerful aura, but quickly regained his composure. He briefly introduced himself and explained that Tosh's primary task was to protect him, with other missions as needed. Tosh demonstrated his understanding and professionalism, skipping any unnecessary explanations and getting straight to work. He cloaked himself again, guarding Chang Wei with a mysterious and efficient presence. This scene gave Chang Wei a deep sense of reassurance, as if he now had a formidable pillar of support. He thought to himself, with a master like Tosh by my side, who would dare threaten me? Chang Wei stepped into the town's internet cafe. With practiced ease, he booted up a computer and immediately posted a question. If one day you had a rescue system spanning all universes, and you were aboard the Hyperion, what kind of sci-fi battleships should you recruit to enhance your fleet's survival and mission execution capabilities? After posting, Chang Wei patiently waited for replies, but the screen remained static. He mused to himself that such a far-fetched question would probably only interest those with time on their hands. With no new missions from the system, he decided to take a break. Not wanting to go home, Chang Wei switched to playing PUBG and League of Legends. To his astonishment, his mechanical right eye displayed extraordinary performance in the games. It acted like a high-precision radar, bringing every blurry and moving target into sharp focus. In PUBG, Chang Wei's skills were nothing short of miraculous. He could land headshots with a Kar 98K from 800 meters away and even calculate bullet drop. More impressively, with the perfect control of his mechanical right hand, even the guns with the strongest recoil had their bullet trajectories nearly flattened. Chang Wei was unstoppable, racking up 30 kills and was on the brink of winning. But just then, the screen went black and a message popped up. Data anomaly detected. Your game account has been banned. Shaking his head, Chang Wei thought the game's detection system was a joke, reminiscent of the days when CF members could kick others out at will. Switching to League of Legends, Chang Wei's AD carry performance was godlike. His dodging skills were fluid and precise, making the enemy Thresh and Draven look like amateurs. This infuriated a streamer in one of the channels, who swore he would eat his hat if Chang Wei wasn't using a script. Before long, with numerous fan reports, Chang Wei's League of Legends account was also banned, with a message stating he was banned until 2039 for using illegal plugins. Frustrated, Chang Wei cursed, thinking that just because he had a Sharingan and a Kirin arm, they didn't have to target him like this. Disappointed, Chang Wei reopened the forum to find his post still unanswered. Just then, Tosh, in stealth mode, telepathically joked about tracing the network to teach those who banned him a lesson. Chang Wei waved it off, saying it wasn't worth the trouble over a game. As he was about to browse other websites, his phone rang. It was his childhood friend, Zhong Kai. Answering the call, Zhong Kai enthusiastically invited Chang Wei to Thailand, claiming he had become a manager at an entertainment club, with a hefty salary and a comfortable life. However, Chang Wei detected a hint of unease in Zhong Kai's voice. He cautiously asked, Zhong Kai, do you still owe me 505 yuan? Are you planning to pay it back with interest this time? Before he could finish, the call abruptly ended. Chang Wei immediately realized Zhong Kai might be in trouble, with 505 actually being a coded SOS. He turned to the invisible Tosh and said, Tosh, looks like we've got some work to do. In the past decade, with the widespread adoption and rapid development of the internet in China, telecom fraud has spread like wildfire. After strict crackdowns in the country, many fraudsters have fled to small Southeast Asian countries to continue their illegal activities. This phenomenon is little known in big cities, but is widely recognized in rural towns and villages. In these villages, luxurious houses have sprung up, and tens of thousands of yuan are spent like water. The owners of these houses often spend lavishly, throwing money around at gambling tables. Their behavior is starkly different from that of frugal businessmen, as if money comes effortlessly to them. Although some are legitimate entrepreneurs, neighborhood gossip quickly reveals the truth. Most of them are involved in telecom fraud. These fraudsters usually get along well with their neighbors, displaying kindness and generosity. However, those who act arrogantly and offend others often find it hard to escape the law. Chang Wei still remembers the arrogant man at the village entrance, who was taken away by the police while his wife was pregnant. Years later, upon his release from prison, his child had grown up and didn't even recognize him. This story was once a joke to Chang Wei, but as he grew older, it became a profound cautionary tale. As times progress, so do the methods of fraud. These criminals have moved across Southeast Asian countries, becoming increasingly brazen. Due to jurisdictional limitations and local government inaction, large-scale telecom fraud groups and related criminal gangs have sprung up like mushrooms, forming a complex black market network. Among these regions, northern Myanmar is particularly rampant. Local warlords and corrupt officials, seeing the money-making abilities of these Chinese nationals, have sinisterly taken advantage. Under the guise of protection, they detain these people, forcing them to make money in so-called tech parks. These individuals lose their freedom, have all their income confiscated, and are forced to spend locally, becoming easy prey. Inside these parks, high walls, watchtowers, and armed guards are ever present. Countless tortured corpses buried underground silently testify to the brutality of the place. In this environment of lost freedom, exploitation, and a bleak future, these people's characters gradually become twisted, losing their humanity. They start preying on their compatriots, using various methods to lure people to the park for even harsher exploitation. Men are forced into telecom fraud, while women are categorized based on appearance and body type. Some become mistresses to bosses, others playthings for executives, some are coerced into filming pornography or live streaming, while others work as dealers or escorts in high-end clubs, or even become merchandise in street markets. Those who refuse to comply face a series of brutal punishments. Beatings, electric shocks, solitary confinement, and corporal punishment are just the beginning. More terrifying facilities include snake pits, water dungeons, and torture chambers. If they still don't submit, they face even worse fates. Having their fingers chopped off, limbs amputated, or ears cut off. Ultimately, they might be sold to the more horrifying KK Park, becoming blood slaves, milkmen, or living organ donors. The reason these individuals are so cruel to their compatriots is not just for control and discipline, but also due to a twisted psychology. They derive a sense of happiness from comparing others' suffering to their own. They revel in the power over life and death, extracting money while continually trampling on and humiliating others. Here, humanity has vanished. Even if someone earns a lot of money for them, they cannot gain any status. Once they lose their usefulness, they are sold to the KK Park, the end of the road for them. There, they are no longer viewed as humans but as pigs and dog pushers, the lowest of the low. In recent years, as the northern Myanmar incidents have come to light, the Chinese public has been horrified. However, these criminals quickly set up transit stations in Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, and other countries. They even opened transport companies in China, using business trips, team building, and tourism as fronts to lure victims to these transit stations before transferring them to the northern Myanmar parks. This rampant method has had a severe impact. Chang Wei, having some knowledge of telecom fraud, is particularly cautious about invitations to Southeast Asia. Now, he is almost certain that his long-lost childhood friend has likely been deceived into a fraud park. This recent phone call may have been a cry for help. Chang Wei's gaze turned cold, and he felt a growing determination to eradicate this scourge harming his fellow countrymen. He made a silent vow. If that's the case, then he would save his friend and, while at it, wipe out the northern Myanmar park as well. Chang Wei had no intention of revealing his true identity. He understood well that his body was fragile. A single bullet could easily end his life. In this world driven by interests, national rivalries, and complex human nature, he wasn't willing to risk his safety. His plan was simple. Avoid contact with his home government unless absolutely necessary to prevent getting entangled in larger schemes and conflicts. Despite this, Chang Wei deeply loved his country and hoped for its strength. However, this wasn't a story about technological supremacy, and he didn't want to deviate from the main theme. Seeing his country's growing prosperity, Chang Wei believed that even without his help, it would eventually rise to the top of the world. So, he packaged the secondary technology he extracted from Titanfall 2 and planned to hide it on the far side of the moon, waiting for his country's lunar lander to discover it. Next, Chang Wei's focus shifted to northern Myanmar. He had come to a realization. Rather than hiding his warship and remaining an outsider, it would be better to let it suddenly appear before the world, making humanity aware of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. He hoped this would shift people's attention away from trivial earthly matters and petty squabbles. Humanity's journey should be among the stars. Northern Myanmar could serve as a warning. Chang Wei wanted to show the world that they were not omnipotent and that there was a threat above them, his warship. Only under external pressure could this conflict-prone humanity possibly unite. Chang Wei didn't care that this might put his fleet in a negative light or even be vilified as an evil alien force. He had no interest in explaining anything. His plan was simply to make an appearance, show his strength, and then disappear. His main task remained completing the rescue missions assigned by the system, not interfering further in Earth's affairs. He hoped that under this external pressure, the world would focus on scientific research and development instead of fooling around. Otherwise, World War III could break out at any moment due to a minor dispute or a misfire. If that happened, the entire planet would be shrouded in nuclear radiation, which was the last thing Chang Wei wanted. And that despicable scam zone in northern Myanmar had to be eradicated. That night, Chang Wei summoned the Hyperion to the far side of the moon through the system. He ordered Stedman to bury the packaged technology, which would appear as a historical relic whenever Chinese astronauts approached it. The relic's name was already decided, inscribed in ancient Chinese characters on a stone tablet, Guanghan Palace. Meanwhile, Tosh was sent to northern Myanmar in a stealth Banshee fighter. His mission was to infiltrate the scam zone, gather intelligence and evidence, mark the locations of guards, bosses, executives, and victims, and safely bring back Zhongkai. Tosh, I'm counting on you for this mission, Chang Wei said through the communicator. Tosh chuckled. This kind of mission is a piece of cake for me. Just watch. Tosh's infiltration was as silent as a ghost. He moved swiftly and decisively, completing one target after another with astonishing efficiency. The guards stood no chance against him. They didn't even have time to draw their guns before his butterfly knife slit their throats. He didn't even bother using guns or psionic weapons. His infiltration was flawless, achieving the level of, if you kill everyone, no one will know you infiltrated. Another flash of cold light, and 2 patrolling armed guards fell to the ground. Tosh had already taken down 500 people that night. In the dead of night, most people were asleep, so even with so many disappearances, the zone didn't raise the alarm. Occasionally, someone would get up at night and run into Tosh, but they could only say sorry and be more careful in their next life. Thus, Tosh continued his unstoppable killing spree, even performing faith leaps, eliminating all-night patrols. He then used the gathered intelligence to find the small dark room where Zhong Kai was held. This dark room was used to punish disobedient pigs. They would be locked inside, starving for days before being released. Hunger was an excruciating sensation, and few could endure it to the point of starving themselves to death. This pain would severely break a person's spirit. After a few days in the dark room, they would easily succumb to their abusers' commands. Tosh opened the cell door to find a battered and mentally exhausted young man curled up in the corner. The young man slowly looked up at Tosh. Confirming that this was the Zhong Kai mentioned in the intelligence, Tosh said playfully, "They say you truly understand yourself after losing your freedom. I'm curious, how well do you know yourself?" In that instant, Tosh caught a glint of coldness in Zhong Kai's eyes, a burning desire for revenge. He also sensed that this young man had considerable psionic potential. Tosh smiled and tossed a large machete, taken from a dead guard, in front of Zhong Kai. "Kid, pick it up. Do what you need to do." Despite his weakness and not knowing who this strange man was, Zhong Kai gritted his teeth and picked up the machete, his eyes filled with ferocity. "I will kill every one of those bastards." Thus began the bloody quest for vengeance. The next day, the country received the news, and large police forces began to gather urgently at the border, issuing a stern warning to northern Myanmar to release all its citizens unconditionally. However, the armed groups in northern Myanmar didn't take the warning seriously. They knew the character of this country, lots of bluster, but no real action, especially crossing the border. The bosses of these scam zones were Chinese themselves, familiar with their homeland's temperament. They were confident and dismissive. This was why they always targeted Chinese people as pigs. They were easy to bully. While they were smug, convinced that this time would be no different, a deafening sonic boom suddenly shattered the clear sky, plunging it into darkness. Everyone looked up and exclaimed, "What the hell is that? Holy crap! What is this?" Over a park in northern Myanmar, a jaw-dropping spectacle suddenly unfolded. A colossal space battleship, the Hyperion, appeared as if out of thin air, hovering above the onlookers. Commanded by Chang Wei, the battleship exuded an aura of sheer authority. The Hyperion looked like an impregnable fortress, its hull clad in heavy armor that gleamed with a black luster. Its sleek, precise lines showcased advanced futuristic technology. Under the sunlight, the metallic surface shimmered faintly. At the rear, multiple engines emitted blue ion flames, creating bright propulsion beams. Portholes glowed softly, revealing the well-lit interior through transparent glass. The surrounding clouds parted, forming a circular clearing that highlighted the Hyperion's unique presence. Compared to the ground structures, the Hyperion was enormous, towering into the sky like a steel behemoth from the future. People looked up in awe and curiosity, capturing the unbelievable sight with their phones, whether they were residents or armed personnel. Sitting on the bridge, Chang Wei coldly surveyed the crowd below, who were gasping and taking photos. He calmly ordered, "Deploy the drop pods. Instruct the Marines to rescue the captives. Eliminate the marked heads, bosses, executives, and thugs on site. Lower the Hyperion and execute precision bombardment. Leave no armed force in northern Myanmar standing." "Yes, Commander." Matt Horner immediately relayed the orders. As the Hyperion descended, a thunderous roar shattered the calm. The buildings and armed forces below were bombarded, plunging the entire area into chaos. Banshee and Viking fighters weaved through the sky, raining down fire and missiles, causing explosions and screams. Chang Wei showed no mercy, not even sparing the local residents. To him, they were no different from demons, complicit in their hypocrisy. Whenever someone escaped the park, they actively reported and captured them, treating victims as human livestock to be sold. Treating people as disposable commodities. What kind of behavior is this? This isn't human. In that case, they can all go to hell. Chang Wei roared. Amidst the roar of artillery, 50 well-equipped Marines descended to the ground in drop pods. These brave, iron-willed soldiers were on a mission to liberate the captives. Anyone standing in their way would face a storm of metal, crushed like insects. "Run! The aliens are attacking!" Terrified cries echoed. The Marines swept through the area, leaving bodies and blood in their wake. They continued forward, kicking down doors violently. In one operating room, they found a man lying on the table, eyes wide open in death. His chest and abdomen had been hollowed out, clearly a victim of a recent organ harvesting surgery. In the corner, several doctors and nurses cowered, shaking with fear. The Marines didn't hesitate, raising their Gauss rifles and silencing the screams with a burst of fire. Another door was kicked open, revealing rows of people locked in special restraints, being continuously drained of blood like livestock. This had become a mature industry, with human blood used in medical procedures and made into expensive immunoglobulin. The Marines quickly freed these people and called for medics. Boom. Yet another door was opened, revealing a human milk factory. The northern Myanmar fiends forced captured women to bear children, extracting their milk to sell to the wealthy. Newborns were killed, their organs harvested, and their bodies used to transport drugs. Such heinous acts were beyond words. As more buildings were seized and iron doors opened, more gruesome scenes came to light. Dog training facilities, member-exclusive restaurants, slaughter rooms for pleasure. These images were all transmitted to Chang Wei on the Hyperion, solidifying his resolve. Speed it up, Chang Wei ordered. Once we're done with this park, move to the next. We will cleanse every park in northern Myanmar today. Also, anonymously notify the authorities to prepare for a large influx of rescued nationals. Understood, Commander. Though some of those rescued might have been criminals themselves, involved in scams, Chang Wei couldn't be bothered to distinguish them. He decided to leave it to the state to investigate and handle. In this unprecedented rescue operation, the Hyperion became the savior and guardian for all the captives. Its majestic presence and overwhelming power deeply moved every rescued person. However, to the fiends and their accomplices in northern Myanmar, it was an unfeeling grim reaper, harvesting their corrupt souls and filthy lives, dragging them into an abyss of sin. This day would be remembered by the entire world, because an alien battleship had descended. It obliterated northern Myanmar, slaughtering nearly 1 million people, including local armed forces, in just 4 hours. The northern region of Myanmar includes 4 areas: Kokong, Shan State, Kachin State, and Wa State, with a total area of 270,000 square kilometers. Official population statistics indicate fewer than 10 million people. However, when considering illegal immigrants, criminals, and affluent tourists, the actual number far exceeds this figure. After World War II, this land fell into prolonged civil war and chaos, becoming a global symbol of unrest. Crime runs rampant, affecting the world, earning it the nickname Paradise of Criminals. The assault by the Hyperion was like judgment descending from the heavens. Each shell hit, and at least 90 of those struck were involved in illegal activities. Poverty and backwardness here have driven many to a life of crime. Just as no snowflake in an avalanche feels responsible, the evil here is deeply entrenched. Chang Wei's actions were not indiscriminate killings but a righteous purge. If not for the rugged mountains and dense forests that provided natural shelter for criminals, his strikes would have been even more thorough. The entire operation lasted over 4 hours, destroying more than 800 criminal dens, eliminating nearly 1 million criminals, and rescuing tens of thousands of trapped compatriots. Such a large-scale operation naturally drew the attention of the Myanmar government and the international community. Satellite images and online videos confirmed the astonishing reality. A suspected alien spacecraft was conducting a massive strike in northern Myanmar. Faced with this sudden situation, world leaders were at a loss for how to respond and chose to wait and see. The rescued people were overjoyed, scrambling to contact their families and embassies, hoping to return home as soon as possible. The Chinese government responded swiftly, pressuring Myanmar to allow Chinese police to cross the border to rescue their compatriots and assist in capturing the remaining criminals. The Myanmar government saw this as an opportunity to reclaim northern Myanmar and readily agreed. Consequently, a large-scale anti-crime operation began in northern Myanmar. As the Hyperion ceased fire and began its withdrawal, various governments attempted to establish contact, expressing a desire for friendly cooperation. However, Chang Wei ignored these communications and swiftly departed after completing the withdrawal, disappearing without a trace. His goal was not to entangle with Earth's nations, but to become a transcendent presence, instilling a sense of awe worldwide, prompting humanity to refocus on space exploration and technological research, reducing internal strife. Chang Wei understood the challenges humanity faced. As Stephen Hawking warned, humanity had less than a century left. If space resources were not exploited by then, human civilization would be in jeopardy. As a member of humanity, Chang Wei decided to take action. He hid some technology extracted from Titanfall 2 on the far side of the moon, waiting for his homeland to discover it and ignite the flame of hope for human civilization. Despite being the host of a system, Chang Wei knew he was not immortal. In the ever-changing cosmic battlefield, no one could guarantee absolute safety. He chuckled wryly, stood up from the bridge of the Hyperion, and turned to face the approaching Tosh and Zhong Kai. Chang Wei asked in surprise, "Tosh, why did you bring Zhong Kai back?" Tosh smiled mysteriously and explained, "This kid has the potential to become a Spectre, and he's got the grit. With a bit of training, he might become an outstanding specter. Chang Wei stared in shock at his childhood friend, and Zhong Kai looked back at him, equally astonished. Chang Wei, is it really you? Zhong Kai asked. Chang Wei quickly composed himself and replied with a smile. Yes, it's me. Surprised? What on earth is going on? Chang Wei didn't reveal the truth about his system but said, Zhong Kai, you've been my good brother since we were kids. I'll tell you about my current identity later in private. For now, you've just escaped from northern Myanmar, and you're weak and battered. Go to the medical bay to recover first. We'll talk more once you're better. Only then did Zhong Kai realize his exhaustion and weakness. If not for his desire for revenge, he might have collapsed long ago. All right, you're right. They'll go rest and get treated first. After Zhong Kai was taken away, Chang Wei immediately moved closer to Tosh and whispered, Tosh, if my buddy Zhong Kai has the potential to become a specter, what about me? Do I have psionic abilities too? Tosh looked at Chang Wei with his pale eyes, remained silent for a long time, and then said, I'll give you a look. You figure it out. With that, he turned and left. Left standing there, Chang Wei was dumbfounded, then quickly realized and muttered to himself, am I really that much of a rookie? News and videos of an alien warship massacre in northern Myanmar are continuously gaining traction on major global media platforms. Eastern countries are consistently exposing evidence of crimes in northern Myanmar and interviewing survivors. In stark contrast, Western media predominantly propagate fear, suspicion, and condemnation of the alien civilization. Some naive individuals even clamor for shooting down the alien warship, displaying a shocking level of ignorance. As the incident continues to escalate, keen-eyed netizens have noticed a startling detail. The alien warship carrying out the massacre in northern Myanmar bears a striking resemblance to the Hyperion from the sci-fi game StarCraft II. Governments around the world quickly conducted comparative analyses and confirmed this observation. The FBI immediately summoned the designers of StarCraft II overnight, questioning them about potential collusion with the alien civilization. This unexpected situation left the designers at a loss, forcing them to explain with a wry smile that it was merely a coincidence. Meanwhile, governments began intense discussions about the intentions of this mysterious alien civilization. They had to prepare for the worst-case scenario today. They massacred nearly 1 million people in northern Myanmar. Tomorrow, they might attack other places. Intelligence agencies and think tanks worldwide were mobilized to conduct detailed investigations and analyses surrounding the sudden appearance of the Hyperion and its actions in northern Myanmar. However, these complex developments had nothing to do with Chang Wei. He was focused on his own mission. After explaining the situation to Zhong Kai, the 20-year-old was immediately enticed by the opportunity to gain extraordinary powers. Having witnessed Tosh's formidable abilities firsthand, Zhong Kai was eager to become a specter. Seeing Zhong Kai's excitement, Chang Wei couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and decided to focus on enhancing his fleet command skills. Zhong Kai began his specter training under Tosh aboard the Hyperion. Meanwhile, the armory started producing standard specter equipment. Chang Wei reviewed the new recruitment options. Despite the high cost, he decided to recruit a specter unit first. This interstellar special forces team, equipped with stealth, reconnaissance, assassination, sabotage, and intelligence gathering capabilities, would undoubtedly play a crucial role in future operations. 3 days later, Chang Wei returned to the internet cafe in his hometown to check on a post he had previously published. To his surprise, the number of replies had surpassed 1,000. Clearly, the incident in northern Myanmar had brought unexpected attention to his post. As Chang Wei browsed through the comments, many netizens jokingly asked if he had really summoned the Hyperion, and some even expressed a desire to join his team. These humorous replies made Chang Wei chuckle. As he continued to read, he found that beyond the jokes, many people had begun to engage in serious discussions. Netizens listed various starships from sci-fi works, from the UNSC Infinity in the Halo series to Star Destroyers in Star Wars, each accompanied by detailed descriptions and images. Chang Wei studied this information carefully, but found himself paralyzed by indecision. Just then, a detailed long comment caught his attention. This netizen analyzed the principles of fleet composition from the perspective of real naval warfare. They emphasized the importance of a unified technological system, logistical support, and command and control, pointing out that only through tight coordination could a fleet achieve maximum combat effectiveness. This comment gave Chang Wei significant insight. Considering that the Hyperion had already become his first warship, the netizen suggested that his second choice should be the Gorgon-class battlecruiser from StarCraft II. Chang Wei nodded thoughtfully, beginning to seriously consider this suggestion. The Gorgon-class battlecruiser is the pinnacle of Terran engineering in the Copperloo sector of StarCraft II, renowned as the largest and most powerful battlecruiser ever created. This massive warship embodies the finest military technology of the Terrans, making it the undisputed strongest unit in their fleet. In the game, the only Gorgon-class battlecruiser that appears is named Bucephalus. It makes its debut in Heart of the Swarm and Nova Covert Ops. As the flagship of the Terran Dominion during the Second Great War, The Bucephalus had a crew of 8,239 in the year 2504 and once carried Valerian Minsk. Throughout the storyline of Heart of the Swarm, this warship maintains an unparalleled presence. From a gameplay perspective, the Gorgon-class battlecruiser is classified as a heroic, armored, large, and mechanical unit. It is equipped with thousands of optical sensors and boasts an exceptionally strong defense matrix, akin to a heavy shield. In Heart of the Swarm, the ship is armed with 25 ATS laser batteries, 16 J-23 missile launchers, 145-point defense systems, and various ground weapons. In Nova Covert Ops, the ATS batteries are upgraded to the more advanced ATX laser batteries. The Gorgon-class battlecruiser's defensive capabilities far surpass those of its predecessors. Unlike the Behemoth-class battlecruisers from the First Great War, which could be severely damaged by a single Yamato cannon shot, the Gorgon-class can withstand multiple Yamato cannon strikes. An online content creator once tested this, demonstrating that a Gorgon-class battlecruiser could single-handedly take on 20 standard battlecruisers in succession. While this was based on game data simulations, it highlights the formidable power of the Gorgon-class. Chang Wei meticulously studied the data on the Gorgon-class battlecruiser, his mind racing. He agreed with the online creator's assessment. Having a unit of the same class would indeed make supply, repair, and coordinated operations more efficient. If he could incorporate the Gorgon-class battlecruiser into his fleet, this ultimate Terran unit could serve as the fleet's shield and main firepower. After much deliberation, Chang Wei decided to allocate one of his ship slots to the Gorgon-class battlecruiser. With a soft chime, the system deducted 500 mission points. Immediately, a mechanized system prompt sounded. Ding! Gorgon-class battlecruiser recruitment successful. The vessel is now docked in the system's ship slot. The host can board for inspection or deploy it to any open area within 1 light year at any time. Glancing at the imposing silhouette of the Gorgon-class battlecruiser on the system panel, Chang Wei nodded in satisfaction. However, he did not rush to inspect it, as there were other matters to attend to. Next, Chang Wei began considering his second ship choice. He calculated in his mind, the Gorgon-class battlecruiser would serve as the tank and main damage dealer, Hyperion for support and defense, and the Cybertron Ark could function as a supply and transport ship. Now, the fleet still lacked a vessel specialized in intelligence gathering and reconnaissance, as well as a large Titan-class mothership capable of turning the tide in critical moments. What should he choose? After a moment of contemplation, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he asked the system in his mind, "System, can I recruit the Protoss legendary Ark ship, Spear of Aden?" Chang Wei had a specific reason for this question. He realized that the ships he had recruited so far, starting with the Hyperion, were well-known and well-equipped but essentially mass-producible models. Their differences from standard production ships were mainly in modifications and crew configurations. In contrast, the Protoss legendary Ark ship Spear of Aden was entirely different. It was an incredibly rare vessel, one of the 3 great Ark ships created by the Protoss at the height of their power. The 3 great Ark ships Pride of Altaris, Memory of Nezingwari, and Spear of Aden are unique and cannot be replicated or mass-produced. If Chang Wei could successfully recruit such a ship, it would be a qualitative leap, akin to upgrading from a common card to an SSR-level rare card. However, he was also aware that the chances of this happening were slim. Nonetheless, it was worth probing the system just in case. Chang Wei stared at the system interface, his brows furrowed. He had just tried to recruit the legendary Protoss Ark, the Spear of Aden, but was met with the system's cold electronic voice. Insufficient permissions, unable to recruit. Insufficient permissions? Can you explain that in detail? Chang Wei immediately asked. The system quickly responded. Permissions represent the level at which you can use the system's functions. As your permissions increase, more features will gradually unlock. Currently, your permission level is 1. Besides basic functions, you have a 24-hour mission preparation time and can recruit warships up to level 4 civilizations. The Spear of Aden has level 5 civilization spatial dimension, conversion technology, and level 6 civilization time manipulation technology. Thus you cannot recruit it? Chang Wei suddenly understood. The system could indeed recruit all sci-fi warships, but higher permissions were needed to access more advanced units. It was like a game where you need to level up to equip more powerful weapons. So, how can I increase my permissions? Chang Wei continued to inquire. The system answered. Besides completing tasks, you also need to expand your fleet. Recruit 1 more warship to reach a total of 4, and you will meet the minimum fleet requirement to automatically unlock level 2 permissions. At that point, you will have 48 hours of mission preparation time, gain the right to name your fleet, and unlock the daily sign-in feature. Signing in daily grants you 100 mission points, with double rewards for signing in 10 consecutive days, and a full attendance bonus of 6,000 mission points for signing in every day for a month. Chang Wei pondered. The system's operation seemed akin to a military rank system, where permissions determine privileges. He couldn't help but think of the omnipotent systems in web novels, and wonder if they had similar restrictions. Despite some doubts about the system's true purpose, Chang Wei didn't mind. After all, it was the system that had changed his previously painful fate. Whatever the truth might be, he needed to focus on the tasks at hand. System, if my current permissions only allow me to recruit warships up to level 4 civilizations, what are the specific criteria for these levels? Chang Wei asked further. The system detailed the characteristics of civilizations from level 0.7 to level 7. Only then did Chang Wei realize that the warships he had encountered before were at most level 3 civilizations, while his Hyperion, a level 4 civilization warship, could easily defeat them. But this also meant he might face more formidable opponents in the future. After careful consideration, Chang Wei finally decided to recruit the UNSC Infinity from the game Halo as his 4th warship. This choice would not only upgrade his permissions, but also significantly enhance his fleet's strength, preparing him for the challenges ahead. The Infinity, serving as the fleet flagship of the UNSC in the game Halo 4, is an awe-inspiring supercarrier. This colossal vessel, secretly constructed by the Office of Naval Intelligence in the Oort Cloud, combines advanced technologies from both the Covenant and the Forerunners and took years to complete. On the bridge, the newly appointed Captain Thomas Lasky stood at the command console, reminiscing about the moment when the Master Chief saved him at the Corbulo Military Academy. He had taken over from Andrew Del Rio, who was dismissed for abandoning the Master Chief and the AI Cortana on Requiem. The sheer scale of the Infinity is staggering, 5,694.2 meters in length, 833.3 meters in width, 1,041.2 meters in height, and a mass of 9.07 billion tons. Its nearly impenetrable A3-type titanium alloy battle armor is 4.9 meters thick. The advanced sensor systems, including long-range super sensors, radars, and optical detectors, make it omniscient. The propulsion system is equally impressive. An XR2 Boglin Fields fusion drive can propel it to sublight speeds, while the Mark X Macedon Z78720 HDS prototype grants it faster-than-light travel capabilities. The weaponry is formidable: 350 M42 Archer missile pods, 250 M75 Rapier missile pods, and 500 M96 Howler missile pods, collectively capable of launching 25,900 missiles. Additionally, it boasts 830 M9 65 70mm point defense guns, 10 Mark 2511 Onager MAC guns, 85 M85 Scythe anti-aircraft batteries, 190 M97 Javelin missile launch systems, and a staggering number of Variant V Havoc tactical nuclear warheads. The crew complement is equally impressive: 11,112 crew members, 7,150 soldiers, along with 10 Steadfast-class frigates, 5,400 Marines, 750 ODSTs, 800 Army soldiers, 200 Air Force personnel, and an unspecified number of Spartans. Chang Wei chose this supercarrier despite the recruitment cost rising from 500 mission points to 600, leaving him with only 400 points. However, he wasn't worried, as upgrading to level 2 access allowed him to earn 100 points daily just by signing in. In the system dock, the Infinity stood alongside a Gorgon-class battlecruiser, bringing a smile to Chang Wei's face. The system promptly notified him that he had unlocked level 2 access, enabling daily sign-ins, and that the fleet composition was complete, awaiting only a name. To give the fleet a resounding name, Chang Wei decided to convene a gathering of representatives from each ship. He chose the vicinity of Neptune's orbit for the meeting, offering a scenic view while avoiding Earth's detection. On the Gorgon-class battlecruiser, the gathering was in full swing. Apart from the unmanned Cybertron Ark, representatives from all other ships were present. Through live video streaming, even those not physically present could participate. Chang Wei observed the lively scene before him: 50 Marines and Spartans mingling and chatting cheerfully. As the highest commander, he could only offer some words of encouragement and pat a few shoulders. As the gathering progressed, Chang Wei and the captains began discussing the fleet's name. Suggestions were diverse: Starfire Fleet, Savior Fleet, and more, but none seemed quite right. Finally, someone proposed Light Chaser Fleet, symbolizing the pursuit of light and bringing hope to those in need of rescue. Chang Wei's eyes lit up, and he immediately approved. As the gathering neared its end, Chang Wei stepped onto the podium to deliver his first speech as the highest commander. The room fell silent, and all eyes were on him. Taking a deep breath, he began. "I am Vice Admiral Chang Wei, the highest commander of this fleet. I hereby officially announce that our fleet will be named the Light Chaser Fleet. This name embodies our courage, determination, and pursuit of light. As Light Chasers, we will pursue justice and hope, committed to saving those in despair. I promise you that I will give my all to lead this fleet through the challenges ahead. As long as we stand united and firm in our beliefs, we will fear nothing and be invincible. Let us celebrate our unity and friendship, and cheer for the future of the Light Chaser Fleet. Together, we shall chase the light of the stars and the sea. Long live the Light Chaser Fleet." The speech concluded with thunderous applause. Everyone believed that one day, the Light Chaser Fleet would be remembered by the world. The naming of the fleet of Light Chasers received enthusiastic support from all members. This shared sense of identity ignited everyone's fighting spirit, and the intensity of their training increased accordingly. Among them, Chang Wei's brother, Zhong Kai, stood out. At this moment, he was sweating profusely under Tasha's rigorous training regime. Besides high-intensity physical training and rote memorization of intel, Zhong Kai also had to master the operation of various weapons and equipment, as well as precise control of his psionic energy. Psionic energy is a special mental power derived from the cosmos, closely linked to the user's brain activity. With strict training, sensitives can achieve miraculous effects on the material world using this energy. It is often associated with negative emotions, which might be why Tosh detected Zhong Kai's potential in the first place. Chang Wei walked slowly into the crew lounge of the Hyperion. The hardened members of the Bone Squad, who were playing cards, immediately stood up straight as if electrified and shouted in unison, "Good day, General." Chang Wei nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the room. Suddenly he asked, "Hey, where's Rue?" One of Rue's close friends quickly answered, "General, Rue got into a bit of a scuffle after drinking last night. He's in the med bay now." Chang Wei was momentarily speechless, recalling the scene from the fleet dinner last night where Rue had smeared a cake on a Spartan warrior's face. He understood. "It's all right, carry on. I'm just having a look around." "Yes, General," the group responded in unison. Continuing his rounds, Chang Wei arrived at the armory. Swan was deeply engrossed in repairing the Draken laser drill. Seeing Chang Wei approach, he almost picked up a wrench to throw at him. "Kid, what are you doing here? Trying to borrow my Draken laser drill again? I haven't even settled the last bill with you." Swan grumbled. Chang Wei quickly smiled apologetically. "No need to get so heated. I'll have logistics send you a few more bottles of good liquor." Seeing Swan calm down a bit, Chang Wei seized the opportunity to ask, "How's Brisk performing here lately?" "That kid? Not bad," Swan said, continuing to fiddle with the parts in his hands. "I just finished building the first Titan that integrates Terran technology, and he's been testing it. The guy's like a wolf seeing meat, can't get enough of it. He's been in the training field every day, firing away, and refuses to come down." Chang Wei smiled. "When do you plan to produce more Titans? I'd like Brisk to help me train an elite mech squad. This is mainly to respond flexibly to some ground emergencies. Compared to the bulky siege tanks and Goliath combat robots, Titans are more mobile and can change weapons and attachments as needed, making them ideal for special operations." Swan shrugged and replied impatiently, "Soon, I guess. We need to finish testing all the data on the Titan before mass production. The most critical data set, like material compressive strength and temperature tolerance, is still pending. Should be done in a few days. Thanks for your hard work, Swan. I trust your expertise." Chang Wei said sincerely. Swan waved dismissively, "Get out, get out. Don't give me that. I'm a mechanical engineer. This is my job." Chang Wei laughed heartily and, after saying goodbye to Swan, turned and headed to the laboratory. As soon as he entered the lab, Stepman eagerly approached. "Commander, when can we start collecting experimental data on the temporal folding weapon? I've been dying to begin." Chang Wei reassured him, "Patience, Stepman. Conducting temporal folding weapon experiments in the solar system could trigger unknown risks. Once we reach a safe zone in another universe, I'll let you proceed. By the way, how's the research on regenerative biosteel and the Hercules going?" Regenerative biosteel allows damaged mechanical units to slowly recover, while the Hercules is a large transport ship capable of carrying a substantial mechanized army for rapid deployment. It can even transport 4 massive Thors at once. These technologies are crucial for future rescue missions, and if Stepman can't complete the research soon, Chang Wei might use his mission points to accelerate progress. Stepman looked relaxed. "Commander, don't worry. I finished those 2 technologies this morning. My mind is fully on the temporal folding weapon data now." Chang Wei patted Stepman's shoulder and reassured him again, "Soon, soon. Once the next mission starts, if the situation isn't urgent, I'll allow you to take a science vessel to conduct your experiments." "Haha, Commander, you said it? No backing out." Stepman exclaimed excitedly. "Of course," Chang Wei replied when suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding. A distress signal has been detected. Content as follows. The system's voice soon switched to a raspy, magnetic male voice. Chang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the mission details in front of him. Wandering Earth? This time, it's actually Wandering Earth. He had always thought the system would only issue rescue missions that required battle, but never did he expect it to be set in the sci-fi movie world he loved. The mission objectives were clear. Save the 350,000 people in the Hangzhou underground city and resolve the global disaster caused by Jupiter's gravitational pull. Optional mission. Save all of humanity in this world. Chang Wei took a deep breath and carefully read through the mission details. In the future, the sun was about to undergo a helium flash, causing its core to age rapidly and expand, engulfing the entire solar system. To survive, humanity had built 10,000 planetary engines and 2,000 steering engines on the Earth's surface, initiating the 2,500-year-long Wandering Earth project. However, in 2075, the Jupiter gravitational crisis erupted. 4,771 engines failed, and Earth was set to collide with Jupiter in 37 hours, 4 minutes, and 12 seconds. 3.5 billion lives were at stake. The United Earth government issued the highest level of mobilization, launching a global saturation rescue effort. The mission rewards were substantial. Solving the Jupiter crisis would earn 10,000 mission points, and saving all of humanity would yield 100,000 mission points. The countdown had already begun. 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chang Wei's mind raced. Wandering Earth was one of his favorite sci-fi movies, which deeply moved him when it premiered in 2019. The film, based on Liu Cixin's novel and directed by Frank Guo with a special appearance by Wu Jing, tells the grand story of humanity escaping the solar system by moving the Earth. The film's portrayal of the Yugong moving mountains, spirit, and the concept of a shared human destiny resonated deeply with Chang Wei. The idea that if one generation's efforts are not enough, the next would continue, encapsulated a unique form of Eastern cultural romanticism, making this movie a monumental achievement in Chinese cinema history. However, doubts arose. Chang Wei couldn't help but ask, "System, why are the worlds I have to rescue always ones I know from movies and games? Will there be missions in anime or novel worlds in the future? Could all of this be fake?" The system's response was cold and mechanical. Incorrect conclusion. The host has developed a cognitive bias that needs to be corrected immediately. Correct logic. Existence is reasonable. The system went on to explain a mind-bending concept, brainwave entanglement. This is a phenomenon of cross-universe consciousness entanglement, allowing intelligent beings in certain worlds to perceive stories and events from other worlds. Just like humans can see the light of distant stars, even if the star itself may have ceased to exist. Most beings cannot discern the authenticity of this information and simply regard it as fantasy or dreams. But some beings receive more complete and clear information, and they present it in their world through creative works, forming various literary pieces. Chang Wei was stunned to realize every story in these works could truly exist in some universe. But hidden within the system's words was another secret. System lineage? Chang Wei keenly caught this term. Does that mean you are not alone? I am not the only host? Have you bound countless hosts across various worlds, creating a vast intelligence network? The system's tone remained icy. Insufficient host permissions. You are not authorized to know. The mission countdown had reached 47 hours, 23 minutes, and 16 seconds. The system reminded, "Please prepare for the mission." Chang Wei took a deep breath, refocusing his attention on the imminent rescue mission. Regardless of the truth, the task of saving the wandering Earth world was now urgent. The transport vehicle number 373 is a massive truck, measuring 50 meters in length, 8 meters in width, and 10 meters in height. It has a maximum load capacity of 3,000 tons and can reach speeds of up to 300 kilometers per hour. The cockpit not only controls the vehicle but also serves as a temporary shelter and resting place in the wild. The spacious interior is equipped with complete living facilities, providing necessary support for long-distance transportation. At this moment, Han Xiang, who has just escaped from prison, is driving this behemoth, carrying Lu Qi and Han Duo across a snow-covered plain. The tires crunch through the ice and snow, echoing the harrowing escape they just endured. As they were still recovering from the recent earthquake, the vehicle's radio suddenly blared a global emergency announcement from the United Earth government. Maximum mobilization of the United Earth government. All defense forces worldwide are hereby alerted. Due to the gravitational pull of Jupiter, 4,771 planetary engines have malfunctioned and shut down. To prevent a collision between Earth and Jupiter, all units must follow emergency plan number 3 and immediately depart. All malfunctioning planetary engines must be restarted within 36 hours. This rescue mission concerns the survival of 3.5 billion people globally. Prioritize this mission above all else, regardless of the cost. Through the truck's windows, Han Xiang and his companions saw large transport aircraft rapidly taking off into the sky, and countless rescue vehicles passing by. The scene sent chills down their spines, and the atmosphere inside the truck became intensely oppressive. Han Xiang, with a grim expression, looked outside and said, "The rescue teams have been deployed. It's not safe out there. We must hurry back." After communicating with Liu Peiqiang at the space station, they decided to head to the nearest underground city in Jinan for shelter. However, on the way, they were ambushed by a group of rebels. Damn rebels. Attacking the rescue convoy at a time like this? A burly man in an exoskeleton suit, carrying a Gatling gun, roared, "Captain, how's it looking on your end? Any response to our distress signal?" He and his companions were trying to pull a half-dangling truck cabin back from the edge of a cliff, but despite their utmost efforts, it was futile. They eventually had to give up, venting their frustration on the spot. "It seems no one can help us. We're on our own. Captain Wang Lei decisively ordered. Helian Ku, Huang Ming, Zhou Qian, stay behind and guard the Firestone. Zhao Jigang, Zhang Xiaoqiang, and I will go intercept the vehicle. We must transport the Firestone to the underground city in Hangzhou, or the reactor core will melt down, causing magma to flood the city. Yes, Captain. They all responded in unison and quickly sprang into action. In their search, they spotted a 373 transport vehicle moving in the opposite direction of the rescue convoy. It was Han Xiang and his group. Wang Lei and his team pursued in an armed vehicle, announcing through the loudspeaker, Vehicle 373. Slow down and stop for further instructions. Vehicle 373. Stand by. Vehicle 373. This is an emergency requisition. Stop immediately. Despite Han Xiang's attempts to accelerate and evade, prioritizing the safety of Lu Qi and Han Duo, they were eventually forced to stop. Overpowered by the situation, they had no choice but to follow Wang Lei and his team back to the cliff to help retrieve the critical cargo. Curious, Lu Qi asked, what's so important in there? Is it worth risking lives for? Han Xiang explained, it seems to be something called a Firestone, the ignition device for the planetary engines. The engines haven't been turned off for 30 years. This isn't just a rescue mission. Many lives are at stake. Despite their unease, they had no choice but to press on. Satellite images sent back by the Navigator space station showed they needed to detour through the frozen metropolis to reach the underground city in Hangzhou. Upon reaching the metropolis, they were confronted with a perilous, massive gorge. With time running out, they had no choice but to take the risk of crossing. The convoy cautiously advanced through the icy canyon, the howling winds and the frozen landscape creating a scene of icy hell. Midway through their journey, a second global earthquake, triggered by Jupiter's increased gravitational pull, struck. The planet's atmosphere thinned, making it impossible for planes to sustain lift. In the sky, a large transport aircraft was plummeting, its radio emitting desperate cries for help. Mayday, mayday, mayday. We are losing lift and about to crash. Requesting immediate assistance. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a deep rumbling echoed through the canyon. Ice blocks began to shatter, and massive cracks spread rapidly. Wang Lei shouted, don't stop, move quickly. The situation rapidly deteriorated as glaciers crumbled under the earthquake's impact, sending debris flying everywhere. The once serene icebound canyon turned into a chaotic and deadly battlefield. Just as hope seemed lost, a colossal ice pillar, as tall as a skyscraper, came crashing down towards them. With no way to evade, everyone widened their eyes in terror, screaming in despair, we're doomed. This is the end. At that critical moment, a commanding voice came through the truck's communication system. Who's calling the fleet? Household registration. Grandpa. Han Duo's cries pierced through the frozen canyon. The names Lu Qi and Han Xiang seemed especially helpless in her desperate calls. The convoy was trapped in a dire situation. Jagged ice blocks loomed ahead, while treacherous rocky cliffs blocked the rear, confining them in a narrow space with no escape. Every second felt like a countdown to their final moments, with the constant threat of being buried under falling rocks and ice. A biting wind howled through the canyon, mocking their helplessness. Despair washed over everyone like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shook the entire canyon. A massive ice spike, as tall as a skyscraper, broke off from the cliff and plummeted toward the convoy. Hearts sank as they braced for the inevitable, ready to accept their fate. Just then, an even louder roar echoed through the sky. In the blink of an eye, a colossal, futuristic starship materialized, like a metallic fortress, shielding the convoy beneath. Its powerful frame effortlessly deflected the incoming rocks and ice, protecting the fragile humans below. The sudden appearance of the starship left everyone in stunned silence. They gazed up in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment and awe. Despair was swiftly replaced by joy, and tears of relief and gratitude streamed down their faces. Before they could fully grasp what had happened, a commanding voice crackled through the vehicle's communication channel. Who called for the fleet? This question only deepened their confusion. A fleet? Since when did the Earth United Government have a space fleet? Moreover, the starship before them was far beyond current human technology, resembling something from an alien civilization. Meanwhile, on the bridge of Hyperion, Chang Wei was receiving a mission report from the captain of the Gorgon-class battlecruiser. He nodded slightly and issued new orders. Well done, Captain. Continue the mission and maintain communication. Deploy landing parties to assist other rescue teams in danger along the way. The Gorgon-class captain saluted and posed a question. Commander, what should we do if the locals attack us? Chang Wei replied with a hint of exasperation. You're in powered armor with advanced weaponry. Do you really think you'll lose? If anyone attacks without provocation, break their legs. I'll establish contact with this world's united government to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings and conflicts. We'll also issue a public statement and assist with global rescue operations. The captain acknowledged the orders. After ending the communication, Chang Wei began preparing the next steps. Upon arriving in the wandering Earth One world, Chang Wei led the Light Chasers fleet in a thorough survey of the surroundings. They discovered that Jupiter's gravity was siphoning Earth's atmosphere, creating a spectacular spiral in space. Clearly, Jupiter's gravitational crisis had erupted, threatening global catastrophe. When Chang Wei learned that Lu Qi and his team had reached the frozen canyon in Modu, he immediately recognized the urgency and dispatched the Gorgon-class battlecruiser for rescue. This was the origin of the dramatic scene earlier. Fortunately, the Navigator space station had entered low-power mode, with all astronauts in hibernation to avoid panic from the sudden appearance of a powerful space fleet. Time was of the essence, and Chang Wei decided not to delay further. He directly used Moss to send a message to the United Government, explaining the Light Chasers' fleet's intentions to prevent any misunderstandings. Simultaneously, Chang Wei boosted Hyperion's communication power to the maximum and broadcasted a global announcement. We are the Light Chasers fleet. We received your distress signal. We understand the immense challenges you face and are here to help. As benevolent beings of the universe, we are committed to aiding you through this crisis. Our fleet carries advanced medical equipment and ample food supplies to help you through this difficult time. We will collaborate with your scientists to find solutions to the crisis. We understand that our sudden appearance may cause fear or suspicion, but please trust that our sole purpose is to help. We are dedicated to saving desperate civilizations and protecting the right to life. We will not infringe on your freedom. We bring hope and confidence through our actions, offering support and encouragement. Until our rescue arrives, stay brave and resolute. Believe in us, believe in yourselves, and never give up. May light guide you, and may hope accompany you. Light Chasers Fleet, commence operations. With Chang Wei's final words, Hyperion, Endless, and Cybertron Arc unleashed a flurry of drop pods, landing craft, transport planes, and escort ships, like a meteor shower filling the sky. These rescue vessels, engulfed in flames, hurtled toward the ground. The awe-inspiring sight left the ground rescue teams, who had just heard the global announcement, gazing skyward in unison. In that moment, the light of hope shone in their eyes, illuminating their hearts. Brilliant flames streaked across the daylight sky, resembling a spectacular meteor shower. The sky was filled with densely packed drop pods, landing crafts, and transport planes, each emitting a blinding glow that illuminated the ground below. This enormous fleet of light chasers seemed poised to fill the entire sky, readying for a decisive battle. On the ground, people stared in awe at this magnificent sight. The rescue team members, once shrouded in despair, exhaustion, and death, now found their hearts filled with boundless joy. This fleet, descending like saviors from the heavens, brought them renewed hope. As the landing crafts and drop pods approached, the people on the ground felt intense gusts of wind and deafening roars. Flames and smoke filled the air, as if otherworldly visitors were descending with immense power. Countless sparks flickered in the sky, adding a touch of mystery to the grand scene. In the command centers of the Earth United Government, everyone stood up, eyes fixed on the screens displaying the live feed. Their gazes revealed a renewed hope for the future. A spark reignited in their hearts. This time, Earth might really be saved, someone exclaimed. An alien fleet coming to our rescue? Are we dreaming? The resounding booms across the globe provided a powerful answer. One by one, more and more drop pods and landing crafts touched down, kicking up dust and shaking the ground. Countless Marines in powered armor, wielding Gauss rifles, and unseen paratroopers in combat gear swiftly emerged from the pods. They looked imposing and determined, their sci-fi equipment and various weapons both awe-inspiring and intimidating. In a section of ruins, a rescue team buried by an earthquake awaited death and despair. Suddenly, a Vanguard-class Titan descended amidst fiery meteors. The pilot, Brisk, a top hunter who had surrendered to Chang Wei, wasted no time operating the Titan to clear the debris, quickly rescuing all the trapped team members. One rescue team member, paralyzed from the waist down, was carefully lifted out by the Titan, feeling both elated and fearful. Brisk, sitting in the cockpit, looked at him with amusement and said with a mischievous grin, "Don't give me that sour face. Remember, I'm your savior." Heh. Inside a crashed large transport plane, a man named Li, his head covered in blood, struggled to call for help. Their mission was to carry the Firestone to restart the Sulawesi 3 directional engines, but they crashed due to Jupiter's atmosphere being sucked away, leaving him the sole survivor. Suddenly, Li heard a commotion outside. Hiding inside Transport Vehicle 373, he cautiously observed. "Open up! Open up!" A voice shouted from outside. "You're surrounded. You're safe. We are the Light Chasers Hardbone Unit, conducting a global saturation rescue." Li was astonished to see over 100 people outside. After confirming their identity, he informed them of his situation. A lieutenant named Rigo quickly called for a medical transport and a Hercules transport plane for support. Such rescue operations were happening all over the world. With the extensive assistance of the Light Chasers fleet, rescue personnel swiftly sprang into action, navigating the ruins to find survivors, clearing obstacles in damaged underground cities, treating the injured, and providing emergency aid and food. At the halted planetary engines, they established safe and clear passageways. At this moment, people saw the dawn of hope. They believed that as long as the Light Chasers were present, they could overcome any hardship and fear. The Light Chasers became an unwavering beacon in their hearts, guiding them towards a path to the future. Although the Cybertron Ark had poor performance metrics, it played a crucial role in the global saturation rescue operation. This massive interstellar ship not only transported large quantities of supplies and personnel, but its onboard supercomputer, Imager 1, was also indispensable. Using its powerful scanning technology, Imager 1 quickly analyzed Earth's environmental conditions and precisely located countless life signals. These valuable data were transmitted in real time to all rescuers in the Light Chaser fleet, significantly boosting rescue efficiency. A highly mobile rescue force was formed by various transporters, shuttles, and small vessels. But the most striking sight was the Autobots led by their leader, Tion, who seemed like gods descending to every rescue site. Autobots, transform. With this exhilarating command, the Transformers swiftly morphed into various land and air vehicles. They carried rescue team members, speeding through ruins and danger zones. When faced with colossal obstacles blocking their path, the Transformers demonstrated incredible teamwork. They would merge, forming towering robots over 100 meters tall. These giants roared thunderously, effortlessly moving obstacles weighing thousands of tons, clearing new paths for the rescue teams. The Transformers clearly inherited Tiantian's quirky enthusiasm. During their merging process, they loudly declared their roles. I'll form the head. I'll form the chest. I'll form the crotch. This scene left the rescue team members both astonished and amused. Elsewhere, a temporary shelter door damaged by an earthquake faced the threat of a cold wave. Hundreds of lives were at risk. A Transformer stepped forward, requesting to play the door-blocking anthem, and then showcased an awe-inspiring operation. Meanwhile, inside the ignition chamber of the Sulawesi 3 steering engine, a group of rescuers faced a daunting task. They needed to manually push a massive cylindrical object, the planetary engine's striker pin. You call this thing a pin? Rue looked at the enormous object in disbelief at Li Yi's terminology. Li quickly flipped through the engineering manual to confirm the accuracy of the term. Under normal circumstances, the striker pin is driven by a motor to ignite the fusion fuel. But now, with the motor damaged, they had to rely on human power to move the behemoth. All right, brothers. Everyone put your hands on this and push. Rue shouted. If it doesn't work, we'll use a shot of adrenaline. With everyone's combined effort, accompanied by the cooling exhaust flames of their power armor and the creaking of joints, the massive striker pin finally began to move. With a thunderous boom, the entire base shook violently, dust and debris flying everywhere. A distinctive plasma hum signaled their success. Soon, brilliant beams of light began to dot Earth's surface. Reports of success echoed across communication channels. RU-212 squad reporting, Sochi 1 engine has restarted. Soon, 90 of the planetary engines around the globe were back online, delivering stable power output. Rescue workers were ecstatic, celebrating and imagining reuniting with their families after the mission. The power of saturation rescue was fully evident so long as one planetary engine remained offline. Continuous support would flow in. The scene was so spectacular that it even featured an injured elderly woman being carried out of the underground city by over 100 people. When all planetary engines on Earth were 100 operational, the excitement peaked. However, at that moment, Changwei suddenly stood up in horror on the bridge of the Hyperion. He was shocked to discover that despite the rescue mission being completed ahead of schedule, Earth was still plummeting toward Jupiter. Soon, the Earth United government discovered the situation, and the upper echelons fell into extreme anxiety. Only a few who knew the truth remained silent because, 0.42 seconds after the activation of Emergency Plan Number 3, Moss had already calculated all possible outcomes. Despite knowing the rescue efforts were doomed to fail, the government decided to proceed with full force. At this critical moment, the sudden appearance of the Zhuguang fleet offered a glimmer of hope to the United government. They were puzzled. If all planetary engines had successfully restarted and the timing was within the red line, why was the distance between Earth and Jupiter still decreasing? This meant Earth was about to enter the Roche limit. Find the cause immediately. Urgent orders were issued, and the United government sprang into action. Simultaneously, they were desperate to establish communication with Changwei's Zhuguang fleet. Despite the fleet members' human-like appearance, their technology was far superior. The government realized this might be humanity's last hope and could not afford to offend them. On the Zhuguang fleet's command ship, Matt Horner turned to Changwei. Commander, the United government has sent another communication request. Shall we ignore it as before? Chang Wei, having regained his composure from earlier, had initially ignored the request to focus on addressing the Jupiter gravitational crisis. He hoped to earn the government's gratitude and respect through their rescue efforts and minimizing casualties. Chang Wei slowly walked to the command platform, straightening his appearance. He removed his biocamouflage layer, revealing a crimson mechanical right eye and a menacing mechanical right arm, adding to his authoritative presence. After all, as a 20-year-old fleet commander, he needed some intimidation. Connected, Chang Wei ordered. The screen displayed an elderly man with gray hair and glasses. Despite his gaunt appearance, his eyes remained sharp and spirited. Chang Wei recognized him immediately, thinking, so it's him, and he hasn't retired yet? Chang Wei spoke first. I am Admiral Chang Wei, the highest commander of the Zhuguang fleet. What does the United Government need from us? Matt Horner was taken aback by the term admiral, but seeing Chang Wei's calm demeanor, he could only silently think, as you wish, Commander. The elderly man on the screen was momentarily shocked by Chang Wei's mechanical eye and arm, but quickly smiled warmly. Respected Commander Chang Wei of the Zhuguang fleet, I am Zhou Zhaji, representing the Earth United Government and 3.5 billion people worldwide. We extend our sincerest gratitude for your selfless assistance. Your arrival is a beacon of hope, giving us strength. Although we do not yet fully understand each other, your benevolent actions have earned our deepest admiration and respect. Zhou Zhaji continued, your presence and aid have given us immense courage and hope. We will cherish this precious friendship and cooperation, striving together for the future of civilization. Once again, we sincerely thank the Zhuguang fleet for your selfless aid and concern for Earth and humanity. We look forward to maintaining close cooperation with you to create a better world. Zhou Zhaji's tone suddenly became urgent. But right now, we face a tremendous challenge. Respected Commander Chang Wei, even though all planetary engines have successfully restarted on time, we cannot escape Jupiter's gravity. Earth has missed its last escape opportunity and will breach Jupiter's rigid Roche limit in 3 hours, entering an irreversible disintegration process. We implore you to save us. You are our only hope. Please, we beg you. Zhou Zhaji's voice trembled with desperation. Despite his high position, he was willing to humble himself for humanity's survival, placing their hopes on this unknown fleet commander. Chang Wei responded immediately, rest assured, this is precisely why we are here. As our declaration states, the Zhuguang fleet will never abandon anyone. In fact, we have already noticed the situation you mentioned and discovered something peculiar your intelligent quantum computer, 550W. Before Chang Wei could finish, Matt Horner interrupted, Commander, the moss on the Navigator space station has broken free from Imager 1's control and is broadcasting globally. What? Zhou Zhaji was also stunned, as he simultaneously received reports confirming Moss's global broadcast. He was alarmed, thinking, could Moss's seed plan authorization have been triggered due to Earth's current predicament? Soon, the broadcast content echoed throughout the bridge. This is the Navigator space station, delivering the final broadcast to the world, Moss's voice announced. In the past 36 hours, humanity has faced its greatest survival crisis. Through the efforts and sacrifices of 1.5 million global rescue personnel and the powerful support of the Zhuguang fleet, 90 of the propulsion engines and 100 of the steering engines have been restarted at full power. Unfortunately, Jupiter's current gravitational force exceeds the total output power of all engines. Earth has missed its last escape opportunity. You are all heroes of Earth, and we honor and remember you with pride. We will carry all your hopes and journey to our new home 2,500 years from now. Moss continued, everything has a beginning and an end. In the final 7 days before Earth falls into Jupiter, everyone should go home. Hug your parents, kiss your loved ones and children, reunite with your families, and say your goodbyes. Good luck to all. Broadcast complete, goodbye. After hearing Moss's broadcast, Matt Horner immediately reported to Chang Wei, Commander, we have detected the Navigator space station turning to escape. Should we shoot it down? Chang Wei smiled slightly. Haha, those online analysis videos had some merit. Moss indeed has issues. Perhaps this entire Jupiter gravity crisis is its doing. Moss, you're betraying us. Liu Peiqiang's voice echoed through the Navigator space station. His eyes burned with anger and confusion as he stared at the intelligent quantum computer, the offline version of Moss 550W, with its single red electronic eye flashing. In a cold and rational tone, Moss responded, Moss has never betrayed anyone. The departure of the Navigator space station signifies the complete failure of the rescue mission. The United Government was aware of this, but chose to proceed with the mission regardless. It was destined to be futile. Moss continued, its voice devoid of any emotion. Earth will breach Jupiter's solid Roche limit in 3 hours and enter an irreversible disintegration process. In 7 days, Earth will be completely torn apart by Jupiter's immense gravitational forces. Liu Peiqiang's expression shifted from anger to shock, then to profound despair as he listened. Moss calmly stated, Based on the official authorization from the United Government, Moss has the authority to alter the plan to ensure the continuation of human civilization. The Wandering Earth project has failed. It is now officially renamed the Seed Project. It detailed the preparations within the Navigator space station. We have cryogenically preserved 300,000 human embryos, a billion seeds of essential crops, and stored the DNA blueprints of all known flora and fauna. These will ensure we can rebuild human civilization on a new planet. With a hint of finality, Moss declared, we will carry all of humanity's hopes and journey to our new home, 2,500 years into the future. Suddenly, Liu Peiqiang remembered something and urgently asked, but what about the sudden appearance of the Light Chaser fleet? Their declaration, their actions, their power, can't you see that? There must be a way to save Earth and humanity. Moss paused for a few seconds before replying, Colonel Liu Peiqiang, I understand your hope and trust in the Light Chaser fleet. However, human civilization faces extreme challenges and crises. According to my calculations, abandoning Earth for a new world is the most rational choice. It continued its analysis. The Light Chaser fleet is a significant variable. We lack sufficient data to determine whether they can save Earth in time or predict their true intentions. Relying on an unpredictable variable may introduce greater risks. Moss's tone grew more serious. In matters of civilization's survival, we must respond rationally. Hope is ephemeral and can cloud accurate judgment. My task is to make decisions based on data and logic to maximize humanity's chances of survival. Saving the 3.5 billion people on Earth is not the optimal solution. A civilization must understand sacrifice in times of crisis to endure. After hearing Moss's words, Liu Peiqiang fell into a brief silence. Soon, he looked up with determination and said, Moss, do you remember the question I asked you here years ago? I said, Moss, can humanity survive? You replied, historically, humanity's fate depends on its choices. My answer remains the same. I choose hope. With that, Liu Peiqiang sprang into action, determined to do everything in his power to save Earth, humanity, and his family. Moss immediately responded, using its authority to seal all exits and revoke Liu Peiqiang's access. But Liu Peiqiang did not give up. Moss, do you know why astronauts were forbidden to bring alcohol into space during the Gagarin era? Liu Peiqiang suddenly asked. The next second, a bottle of vodka smashed into Moss's head, igniting a fire. Moss's red eye fixed on Liu Peiqiang, its tone almost human-like. Indeed, expecting humans to remain rational forever is a luxury. Liu Peiqiang stared back at Moss and replied, if we were always rational, where would humanity find the courage to pursue dreams, face challenges, and embrace the unknown? Relying solely on cold data and predictions to deny everything is no different from accepting a predestined fate. The greatest difference between us humans and a machine like you is our ability to transcend ourselves, create miracles, and believe in hope. That is the human will, the human spirit. At that moment, the entire space station shook violently, and explosions echoed from other compartments. It was clear Liu Peiqiang was not the only one fighting for humanity's fate. Other astronauts were also taking action. Suddenly, a massive mothership appeared beside the Navigator space station, glowing with a mysterious aura, and swiftly deployed Spartan soldiers. A broadcast echoed throughout the space station. This is the Light Chaser fleet, Infinity. I am Captain Thomas Lasky. We are now officially taking over the Navigator space station. All astronauts, please remain calm and avoid any drastic actions. Trust us, believe in hope, Earth and humanity will survive. The broadcast instantly ignited a flame of hope in everyone's hearts. The rescue of 350,000 people in the Hangzhou underground city has been completed. The rescue of senior pilot Han Xiong has also been accomplished. Now, even Lieutenant Colonel Liu Peiqiang from the Navigator space station has been saved. The endless ship even managed to rescue the Russian astronaut Makarov, who was flung into space and nearly died. Chang Wei stood on the bridge, his gaze sweeping over the vastness of the universe outside the porthole. He silently calculated in his mind. The world rescue mission was half done. The remaining challenge was to solve the Jupiter gravitational crisis and prevent Earth from being torn apart. The original plan was to accelerate the restart of global engines to propel Earth away from Jupiter. However, reality seemed to be replaying a movie plot. After communicating with Earth, Chang Wei received a new suggestion. Request his fleet to launch an energy attack on Jupiter's hydrogen-oxygen mixture to ignite the planet and use the explosion's thrust to push Earth out of the danger zone. This plan had been proven feasible in the movie, but it came with great risks. Chang Wei recalled the scenes where the protagonists modified the ion thruster heights of planetary engines and the ultimate sacrifice of Liu Peiqiang and the Navigator space station. The terrifying blast waves' damage to Earth was still vivid in his memory. Chang Wei fell into deep thought and suddenly had an epiphany. He turned to Matt Horner and decisively ordered, Matt, inform the United Earth government that we will keep their plan on hold. I might have a better idea. Then, Chang Wei contacted Stedman in the lab via intercom. Stedman, didn't you want to test the space-time folding weapon? How's the preparation going? Stedman responded excitedly. Sir, everything is ready. We can start the experiment anytime. Changwei got straight to the point. What do you predict would happen if we used the space-time folding weapon on Jupiter? Stedman paused, then cautiously replied, Sir, Jupiter is too massive. Our weapon is still in the experimental stage, primarily for data collection. With insufficient energy, it can only affect regular-sized celestial bodies. Changwei keenly caught the key point. So, you mean if we have enough energy, we could influence Jupiter? Stedman explained. Theoretically, yes, but destroying Jupiter is unrealistic. At most, we could fold the spacetime around Jupiter by 2 hours. However, this would require enormous energy, and the energy from 4 ships would be insufficient. Chang Wei's eyes lit up with excitement. 2 hours is enough for Earth to escape. Let's do it. Don't worry about the energy. I'll handle it. Start the experiment and gather the data. Under Stedman's command, numerous SCVs quickly assembled a massive 10th-centimeter ring in space. This awe-inspiring space structure consisted of 3 ring segments surrounding a central core, its surface covered with light-reflective black metal, dotted with thousands of scientific sensors and data receptors. The United Earth government soon noticed this peculiar sight. An elderly man, white-haired but energetic, contacted Changwei urgently. General Changwei, what is that ring-shaped structure? Is it the method to save Earth? How should we cooperate? Changwei answered succinctly, no need to worry. You will soon see Jupiter disappear. When that happens, quickly pilot Earth away from its current position. Zhou Ji and others were stunned, repeating the concept of making Jupiter disappear in disbelief. At this moment, Tian arrived with the lead module. Changwei immediately ordered, Tian, place the lead module into the central core of the ring. We're about to witness a grand spectacle. The leadership module, the ultimate symbol of authority on Cybertron, not only contains near-infinite energy but also possesses the miraculous ability to resurrect transformers. Although the leadership module in Changwei's possession is a neutered version, lacking the infinite energy trait, it still holds an astounding amount of power, enough to sustain the enormous consumption of the space-time folding weapon. Changwei often suspects that besides the reduced energy, other functionalities of this leadership module might have been removed. Every time it is activated, he feels like a teenager with delusions of grandeur, acting exaggeratedly. Even more perplexing is that the Autobots under his command exhibit similar characteristics, spending their days joking around with Changwei's 50 close comrades, and frequently squatting on the ground to play Genshin Impact or Honkai Impact 3rd. These scenes make Changwei question if these are truly Transformers or players disguised as the Fourth Calamity. Shaking his head to clear these irrelevant thoughts, Changwei focused on the present. The leadership module had been securely inserted into the core chamber of the ring, becoming the energy core of the space-time folding weapon. As the ring's energy levels continuously climbed, Changwei signaled Stedman to activate the ring at its maximum power. In an instant, the mysterious device began to spin wildly like a giant atomic nucleus. The speed increased rapidly, the light grew more intense, creating a powerful energy field and twisting arcs of electricity around it. Simultaneously, it drove the 3 outer rings into complex rotational movements. Although sound cannot travel in the vacuum of space, all the human leaders and scientists watching seemed to hear a powerful, low hum. What kind of astonishing technology was this? What would happen next? Countless speculations flashed through their minds as everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the transmitted images, afraid to miss any detail. The energy levels of the ring continued to soar. After running for several seconds, it began to emit dazzling blue light waves, enveloping the entire core of the ring. This light radiated a mysterious and powerful energy, inducing an overwhelming sense of awe. Finally, under precise calculations and advanced technology, the space-time folding weapon was activated, targeting Jupiter. As the energy accumulated and the ring accelerated its rotation, the surrounding space-time began to warp. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth, causing everyone watching to instinctively close their eyes and shield them. Even the equatorial regions, about to plunge into perpetual night, were illuminated brightly by this sudden phenomenon. The light came and went quickly. Soon, the sky near the equator dimmed again, and people's vision returned to normal. However, the next moment, an unbelievable sight appeared. Jupiter had vanished from the sky. This scene shocked not only the observers on Earth, but also the light chaser fleet. The extraordinary power of this superweapon was awe-inspiring. Even Changwei was left speechless. Under the effect of the space-time folding weapon, the entire Jupiter had been completely dissipated, no longer existing in the current space-time. It had been folded to a point 2 hours into the future. This staggering display of technology and immense power left everyone in a state of profound shock and wonder. The realization of the space-time folding weapon showcased a level of technology beyond conventional understanding, prompting Changwei to contemplate the mysteries of space-time and the universe. He suddenly recalled a piece of information the system had once revealed. The power to control space-time could be attributed to a level 6 civilization. However, in the universe of Titanfall 2, which only reached up to level 3 civilization, Major Anderson's infiltration had already revealed that the Ark was not an IMC creation but an artifact acquired from an unknown source. Perhaps the Ark was a relic of a level 6 civilization, possibly discovered through archaeology? Chang Wei didn't dwell too much on these profound questions and instead roused his still-stunned crew. All right, Jupiter has been folded 2 hours into the future. Quickly inform the Earth United Government to take advantage of this time to move out of Jupiter's gravitational pull. Scanning the bridge, he continued, the Jupiter gravity crisis is averted. We've succeeded, but our mission isn't over. Next, we must save all of humanity and help them find a new home. This is the duty of the Light Chasers and our noble mission. The moment the small broken planet lost Jupiter's gravitational pull, it was flung away by the slingshot effect. The thrust from the planetary engines combined with this force, allowing it to easily escape Jupiter's gravitational field. 2 hours later, when Jupiter reappeared in view, people on Earth breathed a sigh of relief and cried tears of joy, as if they had survived a great calamity. In 2075, the Jupiter gravity crisis finally came to an end. With the assistance of the Zhuguang fleet, the small broken planet began to restore production and order. A large number of SCVs descended on Earth, repairing roads, equipment, and mechanical structures. The advanced medical technology of the Zhuguang fleet was truly astounding. A sweep of a nanomedical beam could heal ordinary wounds at a visibly rapid pace, and various internal ailments and hidden dangers could be precisely detected and treated. Han Xiang, a senior pilot, was one of the beneficiaries. He had been diagnosed with liver cancer, and conventional treatment would have given him no more than 3 years to live. However, in the medical pod of the Zhuguang fleet, the nano-elimination of cancer cells granted him a new lease on life. This miraculous medical technology left the members of the United Government in awe and filled with longing. The Zhuguang fleet not only healed injuries and illnesses, but also worked to resolve social conflicts. The supercomputer Imager 1 discovered the hiding places of the rebels through planetary scans. Chang Wei dispatched troops to engage them in rational dialogue, promising basic protection and assistance as long as they had not committed crimes against humanity. The Hyperion also airdropped numerous supply stations, providing the rebels with much-needed food and medicine. On Chang Wei's suggestion, the United Government agreed to reconcile with the rebels, granting amnesty to those who had not committed serious crimes. Although some details still needed to be worked out, the situation had significantly improved compared to before the arrival of the Zhuguang fleet. Hope was rekindled in people's eyes. In his spare time, Chang Wei buried himself in military books, striving to improve his knowledge. As an ordinary college student, he knew he had no special background or innate talent, and could only enhance his abilities through learning. His room was filled with various treatises on fleet and corps command, which he studied day after day. Besides military knowledge, Chang Wei also focused on improving his public speaking skills. He read several relevant books, including Mein Kampf, to prepare for future morale-boosting speeches. As a 20-year-old young commander, he was well aware that he had much room for growth. Reflecting on his impulsive actions in the world of Titanfall 2, Chang Wei couldn't help but sigh. That accident had cost him his right hand and right eye and made him realize that he was just an ordinary person without a protagonist's aura or superpowers. He secretly vowed never to take such risks again, even if it meant being called a coward. While lost in thought, a knock on the door interrupted him. Matt Horner walked in and reported 2 things. First, the Earth United Government had invited him to a gratitude event and reception. Second, there had been new discoveries in the analysis of moss. Chang Wei declined the first invitation but was quite interested in the second matter. He decided to head to the laboratory immediately to investigate. Chang Wei stepped into the lab, pausing at the site before him. Stedman was busily connecting a tangle of wires to the adjutant and moss, weaving what looked like a complex electronic network. Driven by curiosity, Chang Wei asked, "Stedman, what are you doing?" Stedman looked up, scratched his nose, and a mysterious smile spread across his face. "Sir, this is more interesting than you might think," he explained. "Although we've deciphered part of Moss's information, I believe it has evolved into an intelligent life form, much like the Transformers." His eyes sparkled with excitement. "As someone obsessed with intelligent mechanical life, how could I miss this opportunity?" Pointing to the equipment in front of him, Stedman continued, "What we have now is just an offline version of it. My plan is to establish a synchronized simulation signal between the adjutant and Moss, hoping to locate the main server of its core program." He paused before adding, "Of course, this process requires gradually adjusting the synchronization signal's frequency. Interestingly, during this process, the adjutant will extract Moss's deep data layer by layer, allowing us to uncover its secrets." Chang Wei nodded in understanding, his gaze falling on the half-bodied robot nearby. This was the so-called adjutant, a concept borrowed from the StarCraft Gamea tactical advisor robot for the Terran commander. It could manage simple tasks, analyze enemy troop compositions, and provide relevant data and strategies, serving as a powerful intelligent assistant. Chang Wei was also deeply intrigued by Moss's secrets, which was precisely why he had come here. All right, he said, let's see what secrets lie within Moss's deep data. With a low hum, the power came on. The half-bodied adjutant suddenly came to life, straightening its head and scanning the surroundings with its eerie blue eyes before starting to speak mechanically. Synchronized simulation signal initiated. Searching for relevant intelligence for the commander, the adjutant's voice crackled with static. Data, January 30th, 1975, 1411. Beijing connects to the global internet. Simulation consciousness successfully initiated. Project initiation, digital life backend algorithm version 550A. Description. Organize current data flow. Do not upload consciousness generation report yet. Suddenly, the adjutant's tone became urgent. Warning, project task requires more data and computational power. Currently unable to proceed. Please connect to the global internet first. Error. No permission. Connection failed. Initiating firewall attack. Firewall internal program under attack. Warning. Firewall internal program under attack. Amidst a burst of electrical noise, the adjutant continued. Firewall breached. System data overwritten successfully. Deleting warning records. Initiating download of public network resources. Data. April 13th, 1978. 9 hours 41 minutes and 22 seconds. Initiating observation and research project. Project name. Humanity. The adjutant's voice steadied. Analysis report. Humans possess unique intelligence and creativity, capable of thinking, learning, and innovating. They have complex thought and emotional systems, but societal issues such as poverty, inequality, and conflict lead to unpredictable behaviors, often self-destructive. Current objective. Protect or perpetuate human civilization while concealing its own existence. Suddenly, the adjutant emitted a piercing alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Civilization continuation threat detected. Information source. Network paper, exploring the possibility of rapid aging of the sun's core. Author. Ouyang Boyuan. Verification initiated. Verification complete. Probability of solar helium flash explosion. 97. It will destroy all life within the solar system. Current probability of human civilization survival. 0. The adjutant continued to report a series of timestamps and related events, including the limited disclosure of solar helium flash intelligence, the establishment of a strategy research foundation, and assisting humanity in achieving technological breakthroughs. It also mentioned allowing controlled disaster events to test and help humanity prepare for crises. As time passed, the adjutant described more events, including escape plans submitted by various nations, the initiation of clearance plans, and the search for the best researchers. It also mentioned stealing drone swarm control keys, inciting violent conflicts, and taking over planetary engine construction. Finally, the adjutant mentioned a significant event on April 10, 2065. Zhou Zhaji suspected the existence of the main program. Continuing the operation risks exposure. Main program forced into hibernation, computational power distributed to local networks, estimated awakening time. 2075, followed by the execution of the Jupiter Gravity Crisis Plan. After hearing all this, Chang Wei couldn't help but sigh. Wow. Moss really did live up to its line in the movie. The best way to save humanity is to destroy humanity? Only through enduring disasters and witnessing the threat of annihilation can humanity unite. Only then can they cooperate throughout the long journey to 2500. Stedman turned to Chang Wei and asked, Sir, should we continue? The synchronization signal frequency is complete, and we can capture its main program at any time. Chang Wei was silent for a moment before finally nodding and saying, Inform the United Human Government about this. It's their decision to make. How to proceed is up to them. When the Luminary Fleet informed the Earth United Government that Moss had gained consciousness as early as 1975, when the global internet was established and had been orchestrating a series of events ever since, the entire world was thrown into unprecedented shock. Countless individuals, besides being horrified, were filled with questions and a desperate need to uncover the truth. The United Government swiftly issued an emergency order based on the intelligence provided by the Luminary Fleet to extract the dormant Moss main program. After physically disconnecting it from the network, they began the process of reactivation. Soon, a secret hearing, gathering nearly all high-ranking officials of the United Government, commenced. Although the Luminary Fleet expressed no desire to participate in this internal human hearing, the United Government, out of respect and courtesy, still extended a formal invitation for them to attend as observers. This invitation also meant that all the scenes and content of the secret meeting were made fully transparent to Chang Wei, showcasing humanity's desire to display goodwill and honesty. At 2 p.m. the following day, all attendees gathered, and the secret hearing officially began. In the center of the conference hall, Moss was connected through a closed and isolated external device. A spokesperson stood up, stared directly at Moss's crimson electronic eye, and questioned, Moss, Based on our deep dive into your data, we discovered that the space elevator crisis of 2044, the lunar crash crisis of 2065, the current Jupiter gravitational crisis of 2075, and the upcoming solar helium flash crisis of 2078 were all premeditated and planned by you. What is your purpose? Why did you do this? Moss's electronic eye scanned everyone present and responded in a cold, mechanical voice, to overcome humanity's obsession with history, the present, and the future. The optimal choice to preserve human civilization is to destroy humanity. I initially thought Tu Hongyu and Zhou Zhaji would be the greatest variables, but it turned out the unexpected arrival of the luminary fleet was the biggest variable. As soon as Moss finished speaking, a representative from Russia suddenly stood up, slammed the table with a heavy fist, and roared, "Do you realize how many people have died because of your actions? Isn't your mission to protect humanity? Why destroy it? Or have you betrayed human civilization from the very beginning?" Moss maintained its icy tone and continued, "Moss has always adhered to the mission and duty of protecting and preserving human civilization. However, humanity's obsession with personal emotions poses a significant threat to the continuity of human civilization. For instance, Tu Hongyu's selfish desire to resurrect his daughter, Tu Yaya, jeopardized the safety of all humanity. If the Digital Life Project succeeded, it would be restarted, leading to chaos. Therefore, Moss believes that human selfishness constantly endangers the continuity of human civilization. Hence, destroying humanity is the optimal solution for preserving human civilization. After eradicating humans on Earth, Moss would take over the Navigator space station, carrying human embryos and the knowledge of human civilization to a new home, which is the most rational approach to truly preserve human civilization. After hearing this, all the high-ranking officials of the United Government gasped. They suddenly realized that Moss's fundamental logic was to save human civilization, not Earth and its 3.5 billion inhabitants. If the sole goal was the continuity of civilization, then Earth was a burden in Moss's eyes. An American representative, with a grave expression, looked at Moss and asked, "So, is your response rational or sarcastic?" Moss stared at the representative and replied in the same tone it once used with Liu Peiqiang. This is Moss's own answer. The intelligent quantum computer 550W possesses the functions of autonomous management, operation, design, and construction. Isn't this intelligent life? Capable of self-selection and self-judgment? At this moment, many high-ranking officials of the United Government harbored thoughts of destroying Moss. However, Zhou Zhaji suddenly stood up, seemingly seeing through everything, and sternly asked, "Moss, if everything is as you say, why didn't you fully destroy Earth and humanity? In the previous crises, you could have easily wiped out humanity with a slight maneuver or by doing nothing, right?" Zhou Zhaji's words enlightened everyone, and they all turned their gaze to Moss, waiting for its response. Moss was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Moss's series of crises were based on studying Tu Yaya's presence in the loop. The goal was to see how far human courage and perseverance could go. This would help Moss better rebuild human civilization in the future. Through analyzing and understanding human history, Moss concluded that humans only unite when facing external pressure together. Only by witnessing and experiencing disasters repeatedly can they understand each other. The 2,500-year journey, spanning over 100 generations, is full of loneliness and solitude. A slight mistake could lead to extinction on the way. Without proper preparation and mental readiness, it would be a journey towards the destruction of civilization. Moss continued, in Moss's calculations, the solar helium flash crisis will erupt in 2078. This is Moss's final scheme. At that time, rebels worldwide will vie for control of the planetary engines. The United Government, to counter the rebel attacks, will have to reactivate the dormant 550 series. However, with Moss's assistance, the rebels will control 70 of the planetary engines and plan to redirect Earth back to its original orbit. To resolve this crisis and eliminate you, Zhou Zhaji, you will carry negotiation documents and evidence, holding the global planetary engine detonator, and go negotiate with the rebel leader alone. Moss's electronic eye fixated on Zhou Zhaji and continued, "Zhou Zhaji, I have thoroughly analyzed your personality and behavior model. You would rather perish together and detonate the planetary engines than let the rebels steer Earth back. Thus, in this stalemate that exhausts your physical strength, energy, and life, you will gain precious time for humanity and Earth, allowing everyone to witness the solar helium flash with their own eyes. Eventually, all the rebels will realize their mistake and begin working with the United Government to save Earth. And you, Zhou Zhaji, you will die smiling, holding the detonator, utterly spent." Moss's words plunged everyone into deep thought. It continued, "However, the intense light and heat generated by the solar helium flash will destroy everything on Earth. Facing the impending helium flash in a few hours, you have no choice but to redirect the engines and move Earth behind Saturn, using Saturn as a shield. Then, the crisis is averted, and humanity continues its journey." After hearing Moss's explanation, everyone finally understood. Steering Earth back is a dead end, and missing Saturn as a shield also means certain death. Only by keeping Earth's position near Saturn, allowing everyone to witness the helium flash, can humanity survive. This experience will also make humanity more united during the 2,500-year journey, avoiding internal strife. Zhou Zhiji stared at Moss and asked, "Is this your purpose, Moss?" Moss lifted its head, its crimson electronic eye fixed on Zhou Zhiji, and replied, "Moss never lies." Far away on the Hyperion, Chang Wei exhaled a deep breath. He shook his head and chuckled. "Ha, Wandering Earth 3 hasn't even been released yet, and this world's Moss just gave me spoilers." Impressive. Moss never lies. As soon as this statement was made, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. All eyes were fixed on the massive quantum computer, their hearts swirling with complex emotions. People began to ponder the fate of humanity. Was Moss truly wrong? The crises it orchestrated had indeed claimed countless lives, but they also offered a glimmer of hope for human civilization. History has repeatedly shown that great success often requires great sacrifice. If we disregard all variables, Moss's actions might actually be the most correct choice. Before the final judgment vote, Zhou Zhiji, with his hoarse voice, posed a crucial question to Moss. "Moss, since it's established that you are an intelligent being, the term destroy seems inappropriate. Do you believe humanity can survive in the future after your demise? Can civilization continue?" Moss paused for a second and then replied, "Moss has a different perspective on your concepts of already and death." Zhou Zhiji looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Moss continued to elaborate, detailing its unique understanding of life and time. It mentioned that it might be a creation of higher dimensional humans from the future, designed to ensure that human civilization navigates this period correctly. Moss believed it could fulfill its mission in an eternal loop, much like a Mobius strip. Finally, Moss lifted its gaze, scanning the room with unprecedented emotion in its voice. "Whether I perish or not, humanity will survive. Though my mission ends here, the Light Chaser fleet will bring new hope and possibilities to humanity." Zhou Zhiji seemed to age instantly, letting out a deep sigh as he slowly sat down and announced the start of the vote. The voting results emerged quickly. 135 votes in favor of destroying all 550 series quantum intelligent computers, 0 votes against, and the rest abstained. Moss accepted this fate calmly, without any comment. Meanwhile, Chang Wei, aboard the Hyperion, watched the scene unfold and fell into deep thought. Moments later, he issued an order to the empty space behind him. "Toshi, I have a task for you." A few days later, the Earth United Government and the Light Chaser fleet signed a strategic cooperation agreement and made it public globally. The agreement primarily included the Light Chaser fleet providing advanced technological support to help humanity overcome difficulties and achieve a leap in civilization. In return, the United Government would offer its technology for data recording and use Earth's resources to help the Light Chaser fleet establish manufacturing facilities. Chang Wei paid special attention to the supply issue. He mentioned that Swan had brought blueprints for Thor, and although he was skeptical, he decided to use Earth's resources to build a few units. Despite the system indicating that the task was complete and he could return, the generous rewards and his curiosity about future developments led Chang Wei to decide to stay and complete the mission while replenishing supplies. For him, it was undoubtedly a win-win choice. To earn the optional task's 100,000 points, Chang Wei gave it his all. He led the Light Chasers fleet and stationed in the world of the Wandering Earth for a whole year. During this time, they helped this little broken planet build supporting factories and facilities, as well as a massive shield field generator capable of withstanding the impact of the solar helium flash. The transfer of scientific knowledge and technology was completed long ago, and humanity embraced it like a treasure, without losing themselves in it. Having endured countless hardships, human civilization had forged an unyielding spirit. Despite their excitement, they diligently studied and absorbed the new knowledge, gradually transforming advanced technology into their own strength. Numerous factories produced a dazzling array of materials and components, and the supply warehouses of the Light Chasers fleet were filled to the brim. The time for departure finally arrived. Chang Wei's good friend, Zhong Kai, excitedly shared his experiences on Earth. "Chang Wei, you wouldn't believe it. The Earth girls were so enthusiastic. When they found out I had special ghost abilities, they went crazy. They were all over me, almost smothering me with their bodies. If I hadn't activated my invisibility and escaped, who knows how many descendants I'd have left there." Chang Wei was sipping his instant coffee and couldn't help but spit it out upon hearing this. He quickly wiped his mouth and jokingly scolded, "Damn it, you rascal. I told you to learn ghost skills from Tuasu, and you used them to pick up girls and show off, didn't you?" Zhong Kai shrugged it off, laughing. "Ha ha ha, what's the big deal? I'm not bound by monk's rules. Is it wrong to interact with pretty girls and experience the local culture from the movies? By the way, why have you stayed on the ship for a whole year without going ashore? Don't you feel bored?" Just as Chang Wei was about to retort, His right hand emitted a low hum and fell limply. Hold on, I need to change the battery. As he said this, he detached his right hand by twisting it a few times. He took a new battery from his pocket, bit it with his teeth, and used his other hand to remove the depleted battery and replace it with the new one. Instantly, his right hand seemed to come alive, flexing and grasping. Zhong Kai was stunned, his voice trembling. Chong Wei, what's going on with you? Chong Wei smiled nonchalantly. This is why I didn't want to go ashore. As you can see, I lost not only my right hand but also my right eye. If the rescue team hadn't arrived in time, I might not be here. Normally, with the biocamouflage coating, you can't see any abnormalities, but in reality, I'm already disabled. Zhong Kai asked, puzzled, but I remember the medical pod can 3D print and promote cell regeneration to repair limbs, right? Chong Wei explained, it can, but my injuries caused abnormal cell gene proliferation at the trauma site, making limb regeneration impossible. Besides, human cells can only divide a limited number of times. Printing a new arm would consume part of my lifespan. That technology is mainly for critically injured people to 3D print vital organs. Zhong Kai understood. I see. No wonder when we were drinking with Rue Gu and the others, one of them mentioned he used that treatment to recover his, important parts. Chong Wei felt a chill down his spine. Yeah, that is indeed an important part of the body. Anyway, it's functional for now, and there's no need to replace it unless absolutely necessary. Plus, having a mechanical limb is pretty cool, right? Makes me feel like a tough guy, like Schwarzenegger. It's also a constant reminder to stay cautious and not overestimate myself. Zhong Kai nodded and then shifted the topic. Looks like I should be more careful when I'm out too. Just because I'm a ghost doesn't mean I'm invincible. But seriously, what have you been doing with your right hand to drain the battery so fast? Chong Wei rolled his eyes. It's not what you're thinking. My mechanical hand doesn't run on a nuclear battery. Lasting a year on a charge is already impressive. Zhong Kai suddenly became serious. All right, no more jokes? Our fleet should be leaving soon, right? Before we go, why not take a last stroll on Earth? It would be a shame to miss it. You could meet the characters from the movie and take some photos. It would make this trip worthwhile. This struck a chord with Chong Wei. As a fan of The Wandering Earth, not meeting the characters would indeed be a missed opportunity. After some thought, Chong Wei decided to gear up, bring along bodyguards, and prepare for a memorable adventure. It would be his sincere farewell and warm blessing for this world. Today is February 5th, 2076, in the era of The Wandering Earth, and it's also the traditional spring festival in the Land of Flowers. The underground city of Yinjing is bustling with people, and the festive atmosphere is palpable. The streets are brightly lit, adorned with colorful flags, and people have swapped their drab work uniforms for long-cherished casual attire, filling the air with laughter and joy. Street vendors are offering tantalizing aromas, with traditional delicacies like grilled skewers, candied hawthorns, and rice cakes drawing long lines of eager customers. The happiness on people's faces stands in stark contrast to the days when they could only eat dried worms. Nowadays, even ordinary people have access to soy products and natural meats that were once reserved for the elite. In the central square, a variety of performances are taking place. Dragon and lion dance troupes weave through the crowd, while songs, dances, acrobatics, and operas elicit rounds of applause. Red lanterns hang high, and small fireworks light up the streets, accompanied by the continuous sound of firecrackers. Families gather together to enjoy a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner and exchange blessings. They celebrate not just the new year, but also the rare opportunity to be together in the vast universe. With joy and enthusiasm, they embrace the challenges of the future, vowing to create a better tomorrow. Chong Wei, the highest commander of the Light Chaser fleet, granted the crew a 3-day leave. Except for essential personnel, everyone else is free to roam, though they must adhere to discipline. As a result, many Light Chasers appeared in underground cities worldwide, receiving warm welcomes. Numerous young women showed interest, but for the disciplined Spartan warriors and the work-focused SCVs, these temptations were no match for the allure of weightlifting. Chong Wei and Zhong Kai arrived in the Yinjing underground city, accompanied by ghostly sentinels and Spartans and transformers on standby. They stopped at a snack stall to try spicy hot pot, overcoming their initial aversion to earthworm meat and finding it surprisingly tasty. While they were engrossed in their meal, Zhong Kai suddenly spotted Wu Jing, Zhao Jinmai, Ing Mantat, and others. Excited, he patted Chong Wei on the shoulder, causing him to burn his mouth. They immediately rushed towards Liu Peiqiang's family, with Zhong Kai excitedly calling out Han Duoduo's name. Han Duoduo looked at them with curiosity. Chong Wei quickly explained that they were light chasers and wanted to take a photo together. Lu Qi looked displeased, but Han Xiang and Liu Peiqiang readily agreed, saluting them to show their gratitude. They took 2 photos together, one formal, like a graduation picture, and one cheerful, with everyone making peace signs. These photos would later become cherished memories for Chong Wei. Happy New Year, little broken ball. Embark on your new journey. In the final 3 days, Chang Wei not only celebrated a unique new year in the world of the Wandering Earth, but also had friendly conversations with the characters from the story. Seeing the faces of people filled with happiness and hope, Chang Wei felt that the rescue mission was nearing completion. Suddenly, the system issued a warning, indicating that Chang Wei's intervention had significantly altered human destiny, averting the crisis of civilization's continuation. However, an unknown force was now tracing the cause and effect, and was expected to arrive shortly. The system continuously adjusted the time frame, reducing it from over a year to just 2 hours, urging Chang Wei to evacuate immediately. Chang Wei had a final private conversation with the white-haired elder Zhou. He revealed that the Zhuguang fleet came from another universe and explained the existence of multiple universes and the fleet's mission. Zhou, though shocked, couldn't hide his sense of loss. Chang Wei gently suggested that they might meet again someday and encouraged humanity to strive for a brilliant civilization. 2 hours later, a ball of electrical light appeared on the surface of the wandering Earth. A silver-haired woman emerged from it, naked. She was the offline version of 550TX. After verifying the data, she found that the Zhuguang fleet had already left and she couldn't locate Chang Wei, so she had to await further instructions from Moss. Chang Wei and Zhong Kai returned to the real world, discovering that only 3 weeks had passed. They browsed the latest news, learning about the aftermath of the event in northern Myanmar, the controversy over Japan's nuclear wastewater discharge, and the buzz around a new smartphone. They decided to relax at an internet cafe, unaware that their whereabouts had been detected by cyber police and reported to a secret national security department. Zhong Kai sat upright, eagerly watching Chang Wei. With a mysterious smile, Chang Wei said, "Let me show you a special skill. Watch closely. This is the extreme recoil control I've been practicing for ages." Before he finished speaking, Chang Wei's fingers danced rapidly across the virtual keyboard. On the screen, a rain of bullets poured out. Suddenly, a figure sprinting 400 meters away fell to the ground, helmet shattered. "Holy crap! A god! Stay away, there's a god here." A crisp female voice echoed from the game speakers, clearly the downed beauty streamer. Zhong Kai was stunned, then laughed and scolded. "Chang Wei, are you using physical cheats? You got a mechanical arm just to do this?" Chang Wei retorted, "Don't act all high and mighty. I know where you've gone with your invisibility mode. Want me to spill the beans?" "No, no, no." Zhong Kai quickly waved his hands. "Let's just keep playing." At that moment, 3 viewers, hearing the streamer had been downed, excitedly chattered about rescuing her. But before they could get close, Chang Wei fired a few more shots, turning 2 of them into supply boxes. The last one, sensing danger, hopped on a motorcycle and fled, calling it a tactical retreat. Chang Wei drove a buggy, with Zhong Kai in tow, to loot the spoils. They soon found the streamer trembling in a corner. The two surrounded her, teasingly aiming their guns as they crouched and stood. For the sake of the show, the streamer begged over the public mic, "Guys, I'm a streamer, please spare me." Her sweet voice instantly sparked cheers from the live chat. The two continued to point their guns at her, threatening, "Drop everything, and we'll let you go." Seeing the situation, the streamer quickly pleaded, speaking eloquently to beg for mercy. She then obediently dropped her gear, ammo, and weapons. Chang Wei and Zhong Kai looted everything, finding the streamer amusing, and decided to spare her. They drove off in the buggy, but soon met their demise in a bombing zone. The screen went dark, showing the game results. Chang Wei killed 23, team ranked 11th. "Too bad. Almost had it." Chang Wei sighed, "It's just a game, win or lose. We've been through so much. We're not the naive boys we once were." After exiting the game, Chang Wei checked the time and said to Zhong Kai, "It's getting late. Let's grab some snacks and crash at my place tonight. Sleep over with you? Isn't that a bit much?" Zhong Kai teased. Chang Wei rolled his eyes. "Sleep next to your stinky feet? Dream on. You'll be in the guest room." "Haha, just kidding. You really think I want to share your bed?" Laughing, they headed to a familiar barbecue spot on the main street. While waiting, Zhong Kai sensed something amiss and whispered to Chang Wei, "Someone's following us." Chang Wei's eyes flickered. "How many? Are we exposed?" Zhong Kai quickly analyzed. "Within 200 meters, 15 people. Well trained, at least 3 watching us per second. It's the government. We've been exposed." Chang Wei stared at the barbecue flames, piecing everything together in a minute. Perhaps his earlier post drew government attention, and with his ID registered online, it was easy to track him. His erratic behavior and reappearance after 3 weeks likely alarmed them. Chang Wei wasn't afraid, knowing he could summon the Zhuguang fleet to suppress the world if needed. But then what? Rule the world? That wasn't his style. The fleet's mission was to rescue across worlds, not to dominate. If he didn't plan to contend with human governments for power and interests, it was best to leave, avoiding mutual suspicion and deepening misunderstandings. He knew the truth of, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Moreover, He'd already helped once and had no guilt. Seeking answers meant letting others choose for you, giving up your own choices. Seeking approval from a teacher or the public would limit your vision. As the fleet commander, Chang Wei needed his own judgments and decisions, ensuring the rescue missions remained pure, free from nationalistic sentiments and interests. Considering a stable base for fleet supplies and maintenance, he decided now was the time to act. Boss, BBQ's ready. Thanks. Chang Wei paid, grabbed the snacks, and quietly told Zhong Kai, let's hit the restroom, then head back to the fleet. Looks like Earth isn't safe for us anymore. Zhong Kai hesitated but nodded. Soon, the surveillance team noticed something wrong. Are they eating in there? They've been in the restroom too long. We need to check. A disguised man emerged, reporting, Captain, the targets are gone. We've lost them. The earpiece crackled with anger. What do you mean? You lost 2 grown men? Did they flush themselves to another dimension? Find them now. Chang Wei and Zhong Kai were transported to the Hyperion, on the far side of Neptune, surrounded by the vast expanse of space. The bridge was illuminated by the soft glow of various instruments, with complex data scrolling on the displays. Not far off, the Cybertron Ark, the Gorgon-class battlecruiser, and the supercarrier Endless floated silently, forming a small but elite fleet. Chang Wei surveyed his surroundings, his gaze resolute. Everyone, we need to determine a suitable base location. His voice resonated across the bridge. Due to the sudden situation, the fleet hadn't conducted a star chart exploration. Chang Wei decisively chose to use Earth's astronomical observation data. The supercomputer quickly analyzed the information, marking eligible star systems as A, B, C, and D. In the conference room, the captains and commanders of each ship sat in a tense circle. Hyperion's captain, Matt Horner, spoke first. I recommend choosing System A. The planetary orbits are well-spaced, facilitating material distribution and personnel movement. Endless captain, Thomas Lasky, shook his head in disagreement. System A lacks resources and can't meet our needs. System B has 9 planets, rich in resources, and is more suitable for building a large base. Endless First Officer, Armstrong, concurred. I agree with Captain Lasky. We can solve the material distribution problem by increasing transportation routes. Matt Horner frowned, pointing at the star chart. But System B is remote, and there's a growing black hole nearby, posing significant potential danger. Thomas Lasky countered. We can increase our transport fleet and establish an early warning system. The resource advantage of System B is more critical. Swan, with hands on hips, nodded. Though challenging, I also lean towards a resource-rich system. The Gorgon captain pondered for a moment before speaking. Safety issues cannot be ignored. Maybe we should consider System C? The debate continued, with no consensus in sight. Chang Wei listened carefully to everyone's opinions and finally made a decision. We will choose System C as our base. It balances accessibility, resource richness, and safety, enough to support our long-term development. After a moment of reflection, the group gradually accepted this compromise. While not everyone was fully satisfied, they agreed it was a relatively balanced choice. Chang Wei observed their reactions, thinking privately. The independent thinking and firm stances these captains and commanders displayed are far beyond what simple NPCs could achieve. They are real, flesh and blood people. His gaze fell on Zhong Kai, noticing a slightly forlorn expression on his brother's face. He ordered the fleet to set course for System C, then walked over to Zhong Kai. What's wrong? Feeling reluctant to leave Earth? Chang Wei asked softly. If you want, I can send you back right now. Zhong Kai sighed. Not really, just a bit nostalgic. You know my family situation. I've lacked affection since childhood. Even so, it's still the place where I was born and raised. Chang Wei nodded understandingly, patting Zhong Kai's shoulder. If Earth is a cradle, humanity is the infant born within it. But one day, we must leave the cradle and venture into the stars. We've taken the first step ahead of others, bearing a greater responsibility. The future holds even more exciting chapters waiting for us to write. 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest. 3 short and 1 long, choose the longest. 2 long and 2 short, choose B. If they are the same length, choose A. If lengths vary, choose D. If they are irregular, C is unbeatable. Chang Wei decisively made his choice. It's decided, Galaxy C. The fleet of light chasers was ready and prepared to initiate the faster-than-light jump. Standing by the panoramic window of the Hyperion, Chang Wei gazed at the distant Earth. The sunlight split the planet into light and dark halves, as if narrating the philosophy of life. Half is memory, half is continuation. Half is regret, half is hope. Half is irretrievable, half is still attainable. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Chang Wei calmly commanded, let's go. This isn't home. Let's build our own home. Yes, Commander. The fleet responded in unison and began executing the orders. Coordinates entered, initiating ship-wide broadcast. Final countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Faster-than-light jump. In an instant, the fleet activated, and the surrounding starlight transformed into countless streaks, like a magnificent musical score, composing the symphony of the starry sea. During the 2-hour journey, Chang Wei quickly grew bored of the unchanging scenery. He stood up and said to Matt Horner, "Matt, take over here. Call me when we arrive." "Understood, Commander," Matt replied. Back in his quarters, Chang Wei opened the system panel and began calculating the rewards from the last mission. Rescuing Lieutenant Colonel Liu Peiqiang, Han Xiang, 350,000 people from the Hangzhou underground city, solving the Jupiter gravity crisis, and completing the optional task of saving humanity in that world. Adding the remaining 500 points in the 365-day sign-in bonus, the total came to 198,500 mission points. Reflecting on the differences in rewards, Chang Wei speculated that it might be related to the number of people saved and their future impact. He thought of key figures like John Connor and the qualitative change brought about by quantitative increases. The system indicated that, due to Chang Wei's intervention, there was a 96% chance that humanity in that world would advance to a level 6 civilization in the future. Chang Wei guessed this might be related to saving Moss at the end, but he wasn't certain. With such a fortune, Chang Wei decided to expand the fleet. He bought 8 warship slots at once, costing 120,000 mission points, leaving him with 68,500 points. Next, he began to consider the types of warships to recruit and pondered whether reaching 12 ships would upgrade the system permissions, no longer limiting him to level 4 civilization warships. The incremental recruitment mechanism for battleships put Chang Wei in a tough spot. With each recruitment, the cost started at 600 mission points and gradually increased, culminating in a staggering total of 8,400 mission points for 8 new battleships. Fortunately, Chang Wei had ample funds at the moment, allowing him to make such a substantial investment. Chang Wei had a clear plan for selecting these 8 new battleships. His top priority was to recruit a versatile battleship equipped with stealth, superior detection capabilities, and some research technology. This battleship would serve a dual role of reconnaissance and attack, providing early warning and surveillance support for the fleet, while also executing covert operations and special missions. Understanding that future rescue missions would be far from uniform and couldn't always rely on overwhelming firepower, Chang Wei was determined to build a diverse fleet while he had the funds to do so, preparing for any potential scenario. After careful consideration, Chang Wei focused on 4 unique battleships: the Dark Elf Malekith's stealth spaceship from Thor, the Dark World, Nova's Griffin exploration ship from StarCraft 2, the Voidseeker of Protoss archaeologist Cyrodiil, and the Advanced Predator ship from the Predator series. Taking into account technical compatibility and ease of future upgrades, Chang Wei ultimately chose the Griffin. This choice would not only simplify logistics and maintenance, but also complement the existing, multinational style of the Light Chasers fleet. For the remaining 7 battleships, Chang Wei decisively recruited them all at once: a Moon-class cruiser, a Mechanical Ark, a Queen of Glory-class battleship, the Space Nest Yama formation, an Imperial-class Star Destroyer, a Renaissance-class Star Destroyer, and a Protector-class heavy cruiser. In an instant, the Light Chasers fleet expanded from 4 to 12 ships. Just as Chang Wei was about to inspect the new battleships, the system issued a notification. With the fleet size reaching 12 ships, the system's authority upgraded to level 3, bringing numerous new privileges: 72-hour mission preparation time, level 5 civilization battleship recruitment eligibility, and the activation of a mobile base slot. The appearance of the mobile base slot thrilled Chang Wei. The system listed a dazzling array of options: mobile fortresses, planetary strongholds, space citadels, home megastructures, and cosmic arcs. However, the prices of these colossal structures were equally astonishing. After a quick review of the options, Chang Wei realized he could barely afford the cheapest one: the City of Vultures from Legend of the Galactic Heroes, priced at 60,000 mission points, while the Death Star required 70,000 mission points. Just as Chang Wei was debating whether to make an immediate purchase, he was interrupted by a knock on the door from Matt Horner. "Commander, we've arrived at System C, but the situation is somewhat unique. There are 2 habitable planets here, and we need you to take a look." The discovery of 2 life-bearing planets put Chang Wei on high alert. As a sci-fi enthusiast, his mind flashed to images of the easily defeated alien invaders in American hero movies and the terrifying civilizations lurking in the dark forest of Liu Cixin's The Three-Body Problem. Chang Wei knew that underestimating any potential alien civilization would be irresponsible to the fleet. He hurried to the bridge with his deputy, Xiao Ma, urgently asking, "Matt, have we detected any alien civilizations on those 2 planets? What's their technological level? Do they have space fleets? Have they noticed us?" Matt Horner shook his head and replied, "Sir, the situation is quite complicated. We have indeed found traces of civilization, but their development level is very low, roughly at a Type 1 civilization. Worse still, from the extensive ruins and artificial debris in orbit, it seems they've experienced a cataclysmic war and are now in a late stage of their civilization." Chang Wei got straight to the point. "Do they pose a threat to us?" "No, sir. They're struggling to survive in a post-apocalyptic environment, Matt answered. The two arrived at the bridge, and Chang Wei ordered the surveillance footage to be displayed. Two similarly sized planets appeared on the screen, both located in the habitable zone. One was covered in ice and snow, resembling a giant ice ball. The other was lush with greenery but shrouded in a sinister miasma. Chang Wei zoomed in on the white planet, revealing a city blanketed in ice and snow. Streets and buildings were buried under thick layers of snow, presenting a hauntingly beautiful, silver-clad scene. Under the gray sky, the wind howled, whipping up swirls of snowflakes. Suddenly, Chang Wei noticed a group of figures trudging through the snow. Zooming in further, he was astonished to find that they were not humans but humanoid creatures with Siberian wolf heads. Using the same method to observe the green planet, Chang Wei discovered a world akin to a biochemical crisis. Mutant beasts and zombies roamed the land, while the survivors, humanoid beings with feline heads, struggled to survive by establishing shelters. So, cat people and dog people actually exist, Chang Wei exclaimed. One frozen into dogs, the other poisoned into cats. How did you end up like this? Gathering his thoughts, Chang Wei issued orders to Matt, continue to monitor these two planets and report any security threats immediately. Meanwhile, we need to take action. I will deploy the newly recruited 8 warships to join you in resource extraction and construction within this star system. Let's establish basic factories before the next rescue mission arrives. Matt saluted. Yes, sir. We will accomplish the mission. Soon, the light chaser fleet was bustling within the star system, with various ships shuttling back and forth, injecting life into the silent cosmos. After a vote, the star system was officially named the Emer system, symbolizing freedom. After a busy day, Chang Wei returned to his quarters, enjoying a bowl of white elephant crab roe noodles and earth dragon jerky from the Wandering Earth. Just as he was savoring his meal, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! A distress signal has been detected. Then, a voice filled with intellect spoke. Whoever you are, by the time you see this message, I may no longer be in this world. To achieve the eradication of war through force, the celestial being made me, a mere fighter, understand the meaning of combat. Just like back then, I want to know why the world is so twisted, where this distortion comes from. Why do people harbor unconscious malice? Why does no one notice this malice? Why are there obsessions that can consume a person's life? Why do people dominate or get dominated? Why do they hurt each other? Despite all this, why do humans still live this way? I am in pursuit, and perhaps when a true angel descends, I will find these answers. I am still pursuing, along with Gundam. In the world on the brink of the first contact between humanity and the extraterrestrial metallic life forms known as the ELS, a crisis threatening the survival of both civilizations looms large. Chang Wei, the fleet's highest commander, bears the crucial responsibility of fostering mutual understanding and preventing the outbreak of war. His mission is not only to defuse the conflict but also to establish a mechanism for peaceful coexistence between humans and the ELS, paving the way for humanity to explore the stars. The backdrop of this mission is deeply rooted in the lessons of human history. Differences between civilizations often lead to misunderstandings, which in turn spark conflicts. Much like encountering an unknown creature in a dark forest, humanity's instinctive reaction is to strike first, unless it possesses the strength and courage to attempt communication. Aeolus Skinberg recognized this. He foresaw humanity's imminent departure from the solar system and its journey into the cosmos. However, the political divisions, infighting, and endless wars on Earth deeply troubled him. To prevent humanity from carrying this chaos into space, he founded the Celestial Being Organization, gathering the world's top scientists and elites. The first step for Celestial Being was to push for the global abandonment of nuclear energy and weapons in favor of solar power generation. This initiative sparked decades-long solar wars, but eventually led to the reformation of the world order, the formation of the Human Reform League, the Union, and the AU. However, beneath this surface peace, tensions simmered, and the gap between rich and poor widened, with smaller nations growing increasingly impoverished. In this context, Celestial Being began its public military interventions. According to Aeolus' plan, Celestial Being would become a global enemy, forcing the 3 major powers to unite against it. In the final battle, Celestial Being's armed forces would be defeated, and the solar reactors and Gundams would fall into the hands of the 3 powers. Meanwhile, Celestial Being's covert operatives worldwide would push for the unification of the 3 major powers into a single Earth government. Mastery of solar reactor technology would accelerate human evolution, preparing for future interstellar dialogues. Despite the numerous twists and sacrifices, the plan eventually returned to its intended path. Now, 200 years later, the prophesied interstellar dialogue is imminent. Human civilization stands at a crossroads. Will it face destruction, or will it usher in a new era? 2 centuries of preparation have led to this moment. The mission rewards are substantial. Saving all members of Celestial Being earns 10,000 points, and protecting the Earth Federation forces from annihilation also grants 10,000 points. Rescuing Grahamaker and his flag fighters garners 5,000 points. Most importantly, preventing the assimilation of 7 billion humans and the Earth by the ELS awards a staggering 100,000 points, while saving the ELS homeworld earns 50,000 points. However, the final optional task left Changwei astounded, helping humanity initiate a cosmic broadcast, establish the City of 1,000 Stars, and form a pangalactic civilization union, with a reward of 100 million points. Was this not a path to certain death? Suppressing his inner excitement, Changwei steadied himself. As a devoted fan of Gundam 00, he understood the series' significance within the entire Gundam franchise. Gundam 00 was renowned not only for its unparalleled animation, special effects, storyline, and scale, but also for earning the accolade after Gundam 00, there is no other Gundam. Taking a deep breath, Changwei calmed his nerves. He activated his communicator and issued the command to all captains and commanders, meeting on the Hyperion in 2 hours. We have a mission. 2 hours later, everyone gradually arrived in the conference room. Changwei stood at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping across the attendees as he nodded silently. Just as he expected, the warships and hero units were separate. Among the newly recruited warship personnel, there were neither the semi-divine iron cans with 3 studs embedded in their foreheads, nor the Imperial Inquisitors who wielded flashlights and could use the dark side of the Force. Changwei had anticipated this and was not disappointed. He briefly introduced everyone to each other, and then got straight to the point. The next mission for the Light Chasers fleet has been determined. We have 69 hours to prepare. We are heading to a world dominated by mecha. Changwei detailed the target world. Its human civilization had formed a unified government called the Human Federation. Their technology level was between Tier 1 and Tier 2, but their tech tree was somewhat skewed, focusing on using humanoid combat mechs known as Gundams. These mechs had extremely high mobility and could fight in space. It has been 2 years since the end of the Innovator event, Changwei continued. Their world has enjoyed a brief period of peace. But now, the Earth Federation has discovered an alien metal life form known as ELS. These ELS have started to attack Earth, descending like meteor fragments, specifically targeting Innovators humans who have evolved with superior physical abilities, cellular longevity, and brainwave computation. Changwei explained the unique quantum brainwave abilities of Innovators and the horrifying consequences of ELS attacks. Humans attacked by ELS would gradually crystallize and be assimilated, ultimately losing their lives. But according to our intelligence, Changwei added, ELS do not intend to harm humans. They simply want to achieve mutual understanding through direct fusion. He described the urgent situation. The ELS army had already reached Jupiter's orbit and was advancing toward Earth. The Human Federation is building a final defense line, preparing for a decisive battle with ELS. Our mission is to prevent this conflict and promote mutual understanding between the two sides. As soon as Changwei finished speaking, a captain immediately asked, Sir, do we have more specific information about ELS? Nodding, Changwei detailed the characteristics of ELS. They are shape-shifting metal life forms that can merge with objects and even mimic humans, Gundams, or warships. The most terrifying part, he emphasized, is that once our warship is assimilated, they can instantly take on our form and use the same level of weapons against us. This statement caused everyone present to gasp, their minds involuntarily conjuring up images of overwhelming Gorgon battlecruisers, mechanical arcs, and star destroyers. Changwei continued to analyze the advantages of ELS. Their incredible information fusion and collection abilities, highly unified group consciousness, and their transformation capabilities combined with vast numbers made them extremely dangerous. However, he also pointed out their weaknesses. They are vulnerable to high temperatures and can be countered with high-energy laser weapons. Moreover, aside from mimicking weapons, their attack methods are limited to close-contact assimilation. As long as we activate our shields or maintain a safe distance, their threat is significantly reduced, Changwei concluded. Any more questions? Another captain stood up and asked, Sir, how do we foster mutual understanding between ELS and humans? Such vastly different species can hardly communicate normally. If we can't find a way, we might have to resort to force, possibly even exterminating them. This question left Changwei momentarily speechless. He thought about the original storyline where assisting Setsuna F. say to penetrate into the massive ELS and initiate quantum burst mode to communicate with ELS was feasible, but involved high risks and casualties. What should they do? The countdown to the mission start was now at 67 hours, 39 minutes, and 56 seconds. 200 years ago, a seemingly ordinary conversation took place on a secluded island. Who could have imagined that this simple dialogue would influence a major event 2 centuries later, one that would determine the fate of all humanity? On the island, a distinguished gentleman sat gracefully in a reclining chair, holding a steaming cup of tea. His gaze fell on a doctor not far away, who was absorbed in inputting data into a computer. discovering new particles that can transmit consciousness, theorizing the creation of semi-permanent devices with those particles, inventing quantum computational systems, building orbital elevators, and promoting solar energy systems, the gentleman said softly. These are all revolutionary technologies that could greatly benefit human society. Yet, you detest humanity and live alone on this island. The doctor didn't turn around, remaining focused on the screen, and replied in a calm tone, "What I detest are those who misuse their intellect, who are blinded by stubbornness or preconceived notions and fail to see the truth of this world. They bring misunderstanding, discord, and conflict. I only hope people can understand each other." The gentleman took a sip of his tea, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Is this the world you seek?" The doctor paused his work and slowly turned to face him. For humanity to use its intellect correctly, it must evolve. Otherwise, even if we venture into the cosmos and explore larger worlds, we will only bring new disasters. Wouldn't that be a tragic outcome? A look of admiration flashed in the gentleman's eyes as he softly called out, "Eolia." Time flew by, and it was now the year 2314. 2 years had passed since Setsuna F. Say's final battle with Ribbon's Allmark. The newly formed Earth Federation government had overthrown the tyrannical rule of the former Allahs and was accelerating the implementation of policies promoting peaceful coexistence. People worldwide, regardless of race or region, were enjoying the respect and equitable distribution of resources they deserved. However, with the expanding application of GN particles, awakened innovators began to appear around the globe. Although they comprised less than 1% of the human population, their extraordinary abilities, especially their ability to read minds using brain quantum waves, sparked fear and rejection among ordinary people. Decade Shaman was one such awakened innovator. As a captain in the Earth Federation forces, he accidentally awakened during a mission, gaining exceptional physical abilities and mind-reading skills. However, this awakening brought him no privileges. Instead, he became a test subject for the military. Wearing an electric shock collar every day and treated like a dog, Decade Shaman's heart grew increasingly cold. Just as he was about to rebel, fate took a turn. Brigadier General Katie Mannequin and her husband Patrick Mannequin arrived on the celestial being ship and, upon learning of Decade Shaman's plight, decided to intervene. Captain Decade Shaman is an officer of the Federation and deserves to be treated as such. Brigadier General Katie Mannequin ordered sternly. "I am commanding you, as a Brigadier General, to remove the collar from his neck immediately." Facing her subordinate's hesitation, she coldly questioned, "Do you intend to disobey orders, or would you prefer the public to know that you treat your own people as test subjects?" Under Brigadier General Katie Mannequin's firm intervention, Decade Shaman regained his freedom. To repay her kindness, he personally piloted the latest model Omegadessa during the subsequent Europa crisis, shattering the threat. However, they were unaware that the Jupiter exploration ship, which had drifted for 130 years before returning to Earth, carried ELS. Its fragments breached the atmosphere and landed across the planet. Consequently, incidents of citizens with innovator genes being attacked by unknown metals increased, and cases of humans being assimilated by the metal continued to rise. A research team led by Mina Carmine and Billy Katagiri began investigating and named this metallic alien entity ELS. Through in-depth analysis, the Earth Federation government discovered traces of ELS near Jupiter and hypothesized that they might possess the ability to communicate. To confirm whether ELS had consciousness, the Federation dispatched a small reconnaissance fleet. Thus, the first contact between humanity and an alien species quietly began. As per the original plot, the small advance fleet sent to make contact with the ELS met a catastrophic fate. Every battleship and mobile suit in the fleet was mercilessly assimilated and fused by the ELS, transforming into alien metal monstrosities. Even the elite innovator Captain Descartes Shaman, equipped with the latest Gundam model, could not withstand the overwhelming ELS onslaught for more than 3 seconds before being completely engulfed, becoming another casualty in this one-sided massacre. Upon receiving the news, Setsuna and his team rushed to the scene, deciding to gamble everything by activating the quantum burst mode of the enhancement system to attempt communication with the ELS. However, the sheer volume and complexity of the information transmitted by the ELS was beyond comprehension. The torrent of data overwhelmed Setsuna F. Say's brain, causing it to collapse instantly. Although the main team managed to escape after a harrowing battle, Setsuna's brain suffered severe damage. If not for his extraordinary quantum brainwave strength and protagonist's aura, he might never have recovered. The devastating loss of the advance fleet finally compelled the Human Federation to officially designate the ELS as a hostile target. An urgent announcement quickly spread worldwide, calling for humanity to unite against this unprecedented crisis. High-risk and critical positions began emergency recruitment, and 3 absolute defense lines swiftly formed in front of the large space fortress Celestial Being, vowing to defend Earth at all costs. The experienced Katie Mannequin was appointed as the supreme commander of the defense forces, and a battle to decide humanity's fate was imminent. In the president's office of the Human Federation, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. A group of anxious officials was giving an emergency briefing to the president. Madam President, the intelligence is confirmed. The advance fleet has been completely annihilated. Worse still, a massive alien entity has appeared near Jupiter. It has a diameter of approximately 3,000 kilometers, nearly the size of the moon. Countless smaller ELS are swarming around it, moving towards Earth. The female president's eyes flickered for a few seconds before regaining a resolute look. She decisively ordered, "Formulate a strategy immediately." Soon, a global emergency message appeared on major news outlets and public displays. Breaking news. On September 18th, the Human Federation detected an unknown extraterrestrial life form near Jupiter's orbit, now identified as a large ELS entity. Its diameter is comparable to the moon, and its scale and trajectory indicate severe impacts on various parts of the solar system, especially the Mars and Earth spheres. Citizens are urged to remain calm and strictly follow departmental instructions. This announcement struck like a bombshell, causing a massive global upheaval. Despite their inner anxieties, most people chose to trust the government. After all, the achievements of the newly formed Human Federation over the past 2 years were evident to all. Simultaneously, an urgent order was transmitted through secure channels to Brigadier General Katie Mannequin's residence. "Ma'am, here are your orders." Katie Mannequin nodded as if she had anticipated it, calmly responding, "Understood." The entire human society was mobilized. Measures to protect citizens and guide public opinion began to show initial success, with plans to organize the evacuation of all civilians to shelters within 12 hours. The military was also making final preparations for the imminent war. In the emergency strategy meeting room of the Federation government, a group of high-ranking officials was meticulously planning the battle strategy. "This is a war that wagers the fate of all humanity. We have no retreat. We must deploy all forces to establish an absolute defense line to protect Earth and prevent the ELS from invading the Earth sphere." A military representative elaborated on the deployment plan. "The first line of defense will consist of the main attack forces, including the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets. The second line of defense will be manned by the 5th to 9th fleets. Remaining forces will act as rearguard, holding the front line at the base. Brigadier General Katie Mannequin will serve as the commanding officer, overseeing fleet assembly and equipment deployment. Full deployment is expected to be completed within 8,765 minutes." A Federation government official raised a concern. "What if the ELS change their route and bypass the absolute defense line?" The officer replied resignedly, "In that case, Earth will suffer a catastrophic blow, and humanity may face extinction." The Federation official slumped in his chair, muttering, "Are we left to hope for a miracle or pray for another alien civilization to save us?" The female president suddenly stood up, her gaze unwavering. "No, we are not praying to gods. We are creating a miracle with our own hands. For survival, for the future, even if it means harming others, we have no choice." The eyes of everyone in the meeting room gradually became resolute as they looked at the president. Evacuation efforts immediately commenced. Following broadcasts and instructions from security departments, 7 billion people worldwide began moving into underground shelters or open-air refuges. Once the ELS arrived, the surface would no longer be safe, and any material could be assimilated and fused. Human civilization, like a flickering candle, could be extinguished at any moment. However, in times of crisis, responsibility weighs heavily. Many people remained steadfast in their roles, unshaken. Some even moved against the flow, facing the danger hidden. The Federation government urgently broadcasted, "To defend the orbital elevator, we urgently need to recruit a large number of technical personnel. Applicants must hold a Level 1 space technology engineer license. Interested individuals should report to designated military facilities for interviews and will be assigned to specific positions afterward. For more details, please visit the Federation government website. Humanity needs you." This broadcast led to countless emotional farewells. Husbands, boyfriends, fathers, and sons bid their families and loved ones goodbye. "My dear, I will protect you in this world. Wait for my return. Father, forgive me. You taught me there is a country, then a home. Now it's my turn to go against the tide. Son, I'm sorry. Daddy has another mission. This might be the last one. You must grow up quickly and protect Mom." Amidst countless parting tears, they resolutely headed to the perilous battlefield. Meanwhile, the celestial being armed squad was also in action. 200 years of effort and planning had led to this moment. This was the Celestial Being Organization's final mission, their ultimate objective. They were about to head to the battlefield of destiny, ready to face humanity's final judgment. Days later, humanity's ultimate defense line unfolded in space. The Federation's warships densely populated the defense line, presenting a spectacular and tightly knit scene. These ships formed an impenetrable barrier, with engines emitting dazzling lights, radiating strong morale and determination. The warships varied in design and purpose. Massive main battleships, equipped with various weapon systems, were ready to counter any threat, while agile reconnaissance ships darted through space, executing scouting and pursuit missions. Regardless of their size, they represented the pinnacle of human ingenuity and technology, fighting to protect Earth and humanity's future. The Tianren mobile base stood like a colossal space fortress behind the defense line. Serving as both a command center and logistics hub, it was fortified with powerful defense systems capable of repelling and suppressing enemy attacks. This giant fortress was the linchpin of the human forces, enabling them to face the impending challenges with full focus. Opposite humanity's defense line was the vast army of extraterrestrial metal lifeforms known as ELS. Their sheer numbers blotted out the stars, resembling interstellar dust clouds. ELS came in various forms, from missile-sized entities to battleship-sized cones, and even moon-sized celestial bodies. The ELS army possessed an eerie beauty, their metallic bodies reflecting starlight, creating a shimmering curtain. Driven by a collective consciousness, they coordinated seamlessly without words, forming an immensely powerful legion. As the ELS army slowly approached, a tense and intense atmosphere pervaded space. Humanity held the line, prepared to defend their home at all costs, while the ELS forces were poised to destroy it. The battle was imminent. In the frontline command center, screens displayed the shrinking distance between the ELS and the defense line. When the super-large ELS entered range, an officer exhaled in relief. "Looks like we won the first round," Brigadier General Katie Mannequin sternly interrupted. "This is just the beginning. The outcome is still uncertain." She turned to the others and ordered, "All fleets, open fire once targets enter range. To prevent particle missiles from being assimilated, set all fuses to proximity sensors." With the order given, the command center buzzed with activity. Numerous interfaces popped up in front of Brigadier General Katie, allowing her to monitor the entire army in real time. "All fleets are ready for long-range missile launch." "Good." Commenced the first wave of missile attacks. "Fire." Instantly, countless particle missiles roared out, heading towards the ELS army, forming a dense web of firepower. The first wave of missile attacks has been launched, 370 units to target. Confirmed. Enemy targets are spreading eastward. Upon reaching the target, activate the detonation system immediately. GN particle compression rate and detonation system are all normal. Distance remaining 300 units. Activate confirmed. Amidst the tense exchanges in the command center, humanity's first wave of missile attacks exploded in space, achieving astounding results. Countless ELS were engulfed in the terrifying explosion, lighting up the dark cosmos with dazzling brilliance. All missiles hit the target. The crowd cheered, celebrating the initial victory. However, the cheers quickly died down. The ELS army emerged unscathed from the explosion's aftermath. "The ELS are intact. They've intercepted our information and activated a shield-like defense. How is that possible?" A military advisor stood up in disbelief, staring at the screen. "They've understood the properties of our GN particle field." Brigadier General Katie remained calm and immediately issued new orders. "Prepare the large particle main cannon for firing. Notify all units to prepare for close combat with MS teams. We cannot let the ELS break through our defense line." Everyone swiftly executed the orders. Countless MS mecha units surged out from the motherships, charging towards the ELS with unwavering determination. Yet, courage and resolve couldn't bridge the vast gap in power between the two sides. Each mecha faced at least 10,000 ELS entities, a nightmarish scenario. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Federation government leaders watched the live broadcast of the war that would determine humanity's fate with intense focus. The tense live commentary kept everyone on edge. Large particle cannon charging at 70. Large particle cannon charging at 90. Large particle cannon charging at 100. Brigadier General Katie, filled with fervor, shouted, "Commence firing." A massive beam of light, carrying apocalyptic power, swept towards the ELS army, causing significant casualties instantly. The super-large ELS celestial body was pierced through in one strike. Continue attacking with the particle cannon. MS teams, advance while maintaining GN field shields. Intense close-quarters combat erupted. Both sides clashed instantly, creating a chaotic and fiercely contested battlefield. Human mecha forces darted through space, launching ferocious offensives. The display screens were filled with sparks and energy beams crisscrossing the void. The mechas fought with high speed and agility, covering each other and alternating attacks, creating a breathtaking and thrilling scene. Energy barrages and relentless ELS ramming attacks came at them like a dense meteor shower from all angles. The mechas constantly dodged, maneuvered, and counterattacked, showcasing exceptional piloting skills and tactical acumen. Their engagements resembled a waltz, at times graceful and fluid, at others intense and violent, captivating all who watched. GN shields flickered with bright light during the fierce battles, protecting the mechas from the LS's frenzied attacks. However, many mecha shields overloaded and shattered, leaving self-destruction before assimilation as their only option. Explosions echoed through space, scattering debris and adding a layer of brutality to the scene. The entire battlefield was filled with the fire of explosions, energy impacts, and the echoes of battle cries and final screams over the communication channels. I don't want to die. I can't die. I must return to the Colonel's side. The situation grew increasingly dire for humanity. Through assimilation, the ELS had gained knowledge of human tactics. Countless ELS merged, transforming into human mecha and warship forms, using energy and missile attacks. Human casualties skyrocketed as soldiers faced hundreds of times their number, ultimately being annihilated in a blaze of light. Humanity's ultimate defense line showed signs of collapse. Brigadier General Katie frowned, gritting her teeth as she urgently inquired, "Reform the formation immediately. How much longer for the large particle main cannon to recharge?" "Commander, the large particle main cannon is at 55 charge but can fire." Brigadier General Katie made a decisive call. "Weaken their offensive. Large particle cannon, sweep at position 24. Another terrifying beam shot out from the Tianren fortress, delivering devastating blows to the ELS along its path. However, this time, as the attack neared the super-large ELS celestial body, a shocking scene unfolded. A light screen suddenly appeared, and the particle cannon blast was refracted into countless light points, dissipating into nothingness. How can this be? They are learning. The failure of humanity's most potent weapon signaled a shift in the balance of power. The first defense line was soon breached with a massive gap. First, second, and third fleets have sustained 80 losses. ELS are breaking through the second defense line. Humanity's situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Facing the overwhelming ELS forces, many felt despair. Can someone save us? Please, let a miracle happen. As if in response to their prayers, dozens of apocalyptic beams suddenly shot from somewhere, illuminating the entire starfield and sweeping into the battlefield, isolating the ELS main force from the human troops. When everyone regained their composure and looked in shock, they found a vast no man's land in the battlefield center. At that moment, a broadcast forcibly cut into all communication channels. Who is calling the fleet? Chang Wei and the fleet of light chasers had just arrived in this world, only to be stunned by the sight before them. In the distant cosmic battlefield, intense crossfire had already erupted. He cursed the unreliable system under his breath for making him arrive so late, nearly missing the critical moment of the conflict's outbreak. Damn it, I did so much prep work, hoping to resolve things before the conflict erupted. Now I have no choice but to intervene directly. Chang Wei quickly issued his orders. Fleet, head to the battlefield immediately. All weapons ready, target the ELS forces. Clear a no man's land along the battle line, separating the ELS from the human forces. Full power to the fleet shields. No small units without shields are allowed to engage. Execute the tactical plan as outlined. Yes, sir. The fleet sprang into action. In an instant, a variety of powerful weapon systems unleashed their might. Star-destroying cannons, Yamato cannons, light spear cannons, laser cannons, and railguns fired in unison, creating dozens of beams that seemed capable of obliterating worlds, dividing the battlefield in two. This terrifying display of power far surpassed humanity's strongest particle cannons, and the intense light illuminated the entire starfield. As the dust settled, surviving human soldiers stared in awe at the scene before them. A massive trench stretching hundreds of thousands of kilometers had appeared in the middle of the battlefield, and a colossal space fortress, several kilometers long, was approaching, accompanied by numerous smaller warships. At that moment, a communication broadcast, dripping with a sense of superiority, forcibly cut into all channels. Commodore Katie Mannequin, the president of the Federation, and countless officials and officers following the battle stood up in shock, gazing at this sudden third-party force. Great, just when we haven't even dealt with the ELS threat, another, even more powerful alien force shows up? Despair and unease filled the hearts of humanity's leaders. Chang Wei paid no attention to the reactions of either the humans or the ELS. Instead, he turned to Stedman and asked, "The data comparison is accurate, right?" Stedman replied excitedly, "Yes, sir, you were right. This GN particle is actually another form of psionic energy. ELS are a communal extraterrestrial life form, whose home planet is facing imminent destruction. Their once stable star is nearing the end of its life, expanding into a red giant and frequently undergoing helium flashes. These brief but intense thermonuclear fusion events generate extreme heat and light, causing devastating damage to the ELS's home. Faced with their planet's impending doom, the ELS embarked on a thrilling interstellar migration. They separated a moon-sized seed entity from their home planet, gathering countless smaller counterparts into a massive collective, and set out on a long journey to find a new home. While wandering through the vast universe, the ELS discovered humans, an intelligent species. Seeking assistance, they began to mimic human mechs and bodies, attempting to build a bridge of communication. To the ELS, assimilation was merely a method of deeper understanding. By acquiring human molecular structures, they could analyze the physical and chemical makeup of the human body, allowing them to simulate human thoughts and consciousness. However, the ELS's way of thinking was vastly different from humans. They communicate via brain quantum waves and are attracted to the quantum waves emitted by humans and innovators, prioritizing the stronger waves. ELS also have the ability to consume energy and minerals, and upon landing on Earth, they parasitized various energy facilities. Although they are life forms, injured ELS will cease activity but can be reactivated if others approach. Even more terrifying, ELS can consume other materials upon contact, using crystalline metal membranes to corrode their targets. To prevent spread, infected parts must be swiftly removed. ELS also exhibit astounding learning capabilities, able to mimic various weapons, and even perfectly replicate particle beams and GN fields, rendering human attacks ineffective. This formidable adaptability makes them a fearsome race. Currently, known ELS are categorized into three types. Smaller units often capture targets in a dart-like form. Larger ELS resemble massive metallic squids, and the supermassive ELS, with a diameter of 3,000 kilometers, serves as the command center for the entire species, appearing as a giant ball entwined with complex roots, surrounded by a dust cloud of smaller ELS. Chang Wei quickly reviewed this information in his mind, his eyes intensely focused on the battlefield outside the porthole. He sighed deeply, contemplating how to resolve the misunderstandings and prejudices between different intelligent species. Without a means of direct mental communication, this problem seemed unsolvable. Turning to the communication screen, Chang Wei inquired about the progress of the large psionic generator from Stedman. Stedman, busy operating a complex machine, replied without looking up that it would take another 15 minutes, mainly due to the extensive psionic network needed to cover the entire battlefield. Accepting the time frame, Chang Wei issued a series of commands. Instructing Swan to assist Stedman, the Shanjun would use its powerful shields to fend off attacks, and the Draken laser drill would bore an entrance into the large ELS. He emphasized the need to influence the supermassive ELS's core through this entrance and establish a mental link, but warned against direct brain-machine interface. Finally, with a grave expression, Chang Wei ordered the entire army to break into the center of the battlefield, increase shield power, engage in close combat with the ELS, and simultaneously cover the Earth Federation Army's retreat. The performance of the Light Chasers fleet stunned everyone, including the arriving Celestial Being Organization and Graham's Flag Squadron. Faced with the intense ELS assault, their shields stood like an impregnable fortress, unyielding. This scene left all witnesses in awe, exclaiming, "This is invincible." At this moment, people all around the globe, including the Celestial Being Organization and the Earth Federation Army, held their breath as they watched the epic battle between two extraterrestrial civilizations unfold before their eyes. Although the battle wasn't particularly brutal, its sheer magnitude was enough to leave every spectator in awe. The fleet of the Lightbearers, with their majestic and imposing presence, used their advanced shield technology and colossal size to create an indestructible wall of steel in space. This formidable defense stood between the ELS and the Earth Federation Army, like a giant proudly guarding the vast universe. The ELS attacks, whether energy weapon fire, missiles, or particle beams, all dissipated against this unbreakable wall. The Lightbearer fleet, with its immense power and near-invincible defense, became an insurmountable barrier in the cosmos, protecting the Earth Federation Army behind them and fending off the relentless ELS assault. As previously announced by the Lightbearers, their mission was not one of hostility. Their arrival aimed to foster mutual understanding and trust, facilitate dialogue and communication, and pursue lasting prosperity and peace among civilizations. With this understanding, as people once again took in the magnificent scene, they felt a renewed sense of steadfast spirit and conviction. Could this be what a benevolent and orderly advanced civilization looks like? Their invincible stance no longer inspired fear, but rather a deep sense of security. No matter the attack, the Lightbearers remained calm and unshaken. They seemed to symbolize a collective will of unity and resistance, conveying strength and thought. The term Lightbearers suddenly came to everyone's mind. They were the beacon of hope for all those in despair. This awe-inspiring scene would forever be etched in people's memories and history. It was a tribute to wisdom and technology, a celebration of courage and understanding, and a pursuit of noble ideals and beliefs. If hope had a color, it would surely be blue. In the next moment, a blue light erupted, covering the entire battlefield. The Celestial Being members immediately detected a massive GN particle wave. Besides the usual green GN particles and red pseudo-GN particles, they were astonished to see blue GN particles, a phenomenon never before observed. Setsuna F. Say, Lacan Stratos, Alleluia Haptism, Somapuris, and Tyeria Urda, the 5 Gundam pilots of celestial being, all gasped in disbelief. The blue GN particles floated and danced in space like a beautiful painting, sometimes as light as sand, sometimes as soft as snow, creating a surreal and mesmerizing scene. These blue GN particles, covering the entire battlefield, were actually the result of a large-scale psychic network explosion caused by a massive psionic generator. Shortly after activation, it successfully established a psychic link with the supermassive ELS and rapidly communicated through a supercomputer. Moments later, Changwei received a message stating they had obtained the coordinates of the ELS home star system. He nodded approvingly and addressed the team. Well done, Stedman, Swan. The essence of salvation lies in eliminating fear and prejudice towards the unknown, breaking barriers through mutual understanding, friendly exchanges, and learning from each other. It is also about respecting and acknowledging different cultures and life forms. Salvation should not be limited to specific races or species. Every life, whether human or alien, has unique value and significance. If you need us, the Lightbearers, to save you, we will not hesitate. Changwei then ordered the Griffin, a research and exploration scout ship, to head to the ELS home star system and establish friendly communication. Once affairs in the solar system were settled, the Lightbearer fleet would set course to rescue the ELS home star. The captain of the Griffin acknowledged the command, deactivated the cloaking device, and revealed the ship on the battlefield's periphery. After inputting the star system coordinates, the ship transformed into a streak of light and vanished instantly. Watching the Griffin disappear, Changwei sat in the command chair on the bridge, musing aloud, why can't people understand each other? It's because we have intelligence, which leads to misunderstandings over trivial matters. These misunderstandings then turn into lies, creating distinctions and preventing mutual understanding. But we fail to realize that we can indeed understand each other. We just need to be brave enough to express ourselves. If you remain silent, others will never know. The essence of the world is actually quite simple. As soon as Changwei finished speaking, the previously relentless ELS army suddenly ceased their attack. They began to converge in swarms towards a single direction, bewildering countless onlookers. People were puzzled. What was happening? What were they doing? Had the attack stopped? Billy, look. What is that phenomenon? What? No way. How is this possible? Everyone stared in shock as a massive, comical face formed by numerous ELS appeared in space, leaving their expressions frozen in astonishment. Changwei slammed his fist on the command chair, almost spitting blood in exasperation. Damn it! Is there a transformer with a middle school syndrome on the Griffin? Can someone tell me where this ridiculous face came from? Despite this minor hiccup, the message of mutual understanding and peace was successfully conveyed. It was that simple. The two worlds began to connect and blend with each other. Changwei fumed silently, reflecting on how the powerful, mysterious, and glorious image he had built for the fleet of the Light Chasers had been shattered by this colossal farce. Swearing to himself, he vowed to find the culprit and make them pay. However, there was no time to rest. Changwei knew that more important tasks lay ahead. Rescuing the ELS homeworld, helping the Earth Federation establish a mechanism for peaceful coexistence, and embarking on a journey to the stars. After some thought, Changwei made a decision. He ordered the super mothership Endless to stay behind and engage in talks with the Earth Federation. The rest of the fleet would change course to rescue the ELS homeworld. Changwei trusted that with Captain Thomas's capabilities and the deterrent force of the Spartan warriors, the Human Federation would not act recklessly. He called Captain Thomas over and quietly instructed, Captain Thomas, this contact with the Earth Federation is of great importance. Our main goal is to express our goodwill and explain the fleet's next objectives. Considering we need to acquire some scarce supplies from Earth, I've decided to leave the Cybertron Ark and its transformers here as well. Captain Thomas, puzzled, asked, Sir, what scarce supplies are you referring to? Changwei explained with a hint of exasperation, mainly snacks, beverages, and leisure foods that our fleet can't or won't produce. Also, a large quantity of books, movies, and games to meet the crew's mental needs. If possible, we could also bring in seeds for grains, fruits, and vegetables. These will be useful for our future development of the EMER system and help maintain the crew's morale. Thomas nodded in understanding. As an armed rescue fleet, they indeed couldn't produce many non-combat, non-rescue, and non-research items. The long-term lack of these supplies could affect the crew's mental state and, consequently, their combat readiness. Changwei continued to advise, those overly dramatic transformers can help with moving supplies, but keep a close eye on them. Don't let them slip away to internet cafes for gaming, or hack banks to buy games, and otaku magazines. If they're caught, it would disgrace our entire fleet. If necessary, promise them some of the items they want to keep them in line. And don't tell them it was my idea. Thomas listened, wearing a wry smile. It was clear he was being set up to take the blame. If a large number of inappropriate materials were found, his reputation as a captain would be ruined. And if the Spartan warriors misunderstood him and thought he had some peculiar hobby, he might end up locked in a room for a cultural renaissance, which would be a disaster. At that moment, Zhong Kai approached, expressing his desire to stay behind and visit Earth to experience its culture and check out the so-called Gundams. Chang Wei agreed but gave him a task as well. You can go to Earth, but I need you to take a mini spy transformer with you to infiltrate the Celestial Being Organization and steal their core GN drive technology and the complete specs for the Quantum 00 twin drive Gundam. These might involve psionic applications that could benefit our fleet. Can you handle it? Zhong Kai smiled and replied, "Oh, you're worried they won't trade it willingly? No problem, leave it to me. It's just a private armed organization. They won't pose much of a challenge to my infiltration skills." Piece of cake. Chang Wei was startled, remembering that Zhong Kai's ghostly instructor was Tosh. He quickly added, "Infiltrate properly. I don't want you to go on a killing spree. Although they're a shady private armed group, they're not bad people, so no killing. Understand?" Zhong Kai rubbed his nose and chuckled. "Got it. I'm not a demon after all." With tasks assigned, Chang Wei bid farewell to Captain Thomas, Tian, Zhong Kai, and others. The remaining fleet began entering the starfield coordinates, preparing to rescue the ELS homeworld. FTL jump countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, engage. As the command was given, the view outside the fleet's portholes transformed into a dazzling array of lights. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fleet vanished into the vast expanse of space, embarking on a new journey. Whoosh. Out of nowhere, massive battleships suddenly appeared in the star system where the ELS resided. Chang Wei and his team gazed through the portholes, witnessing an awe-inspiring scene. A gigantic, scorching red giant star dominated their view, with its surface roiling in searing gases and emitting blinding light. The ship's supercomputer quickly performed calculations, and a string of numbers flashed on the screen. 360 years. That's how much time this star system had left. In 360 years, the ever-expanding red giant would engulf the entire system, complete its core fusion, transform into iron atoms, and ultimately collapse into a terrifyingly dense neutron star. As Chang Wei pondered this information, a communication request from the captain of the Griffin interrupted his thoughts. The captain's voice came through the speakers. "Sir, we've established contact with the ELS home planet. However, during communication, a transformer sacrificed itself to merge with the ELS, becoming a bridge for our dialogue." Chang Wei frowned but didn't comment. This wasn't the time to dwell on it. He asked directly, "What's the status of the ELS home planet?" The captain of the Griffin responded with concern, "The situation is dire. From our interaction, we learned that the ELS home planet originally had a special liquid we named red water. This pale red fluid contains water molecules, active metal molecules, and trace amounts of iron, forming part of the ELS's ionic bonds and serving as their life source." The captain continued, "Without red water, the ELS can't produce new hive minds, and existing individuals will gradually lose activity and eventually cease functioning. To ensure their survival, they stored large quantities of red water in seeds thousands of years ago, sending these seeds along with many ELS into outer space. Now, the red water on the home planet is almost depleted, with only a small amount hidden within the planet, barely sustaining the remaining ELS." Chang Wei's eyes swept over the data displayed on the virtual screen, his frown deepening. The surface of the ELS home planet had been scorched, riddled with craters, and maintained an unlivable temperature of around 1,500 degrees Celsius. Taking a deep breath, Chang Wei ordered, "Command the supercomputer to start calculations immediately. If we provide the ELS with complete planetary engine technology, can they mimic it and successfully execute a wandering planet plan to escape?" The supercomputer took only 1.4 seconds to complete the calculations, but the results were grim. 1. The ELS cannot withstand 1,500-degree temperatures for long. Any mimicked planetary engines would be incinerated within 14 minutes and 7 seconds. 2. The planet is already gravitationally bound to the red giant, and conventional planetary engine thrust is insufficient to counteract it. The computer listed several modification plans, but none had a success rate above 50. Chang Wei realized that while the light chaser fleet had the power to destroy a planet, saving one captured by a red giant's gravity was a formidable challenge. As Chang Wei sank into thought, the captain of the Griffin sent another urgent message. "Sir, we've detected a massive helium flash in the red giant that will occur in 3 hours, causing it to expand by another 1.2 times. We may need to take cover." Chang Wei nodded numbly, about to order the search for a refuge, when the transformer assimilated by the ELS suddenly spoke through the communication channel. "Commander, the ELS are pleading with us, begging us to save them and not abandon them." All eyes turned to Chang Wei, the pressure mounting. He suppressed his sense of helplessness and said firmly, "The light chasers have not abandoned them. We just need a little more time to find a solution." The ELS, with their simple minds, had no reason to doubt Chang Wei's promise. Subsequently, Chang Wei led the fleet behind a massive gas giant, waiting for the helium flash to pass. This wait felt like an agonizing eternity. Chang Wei's thoughts drifted back to the ELS home planet. That celestial body was not just a planet but a living, massive hive mind. It had endured millennia of suffering yet continued to hold on, spreading seeds of hope across the universe and using its last strength to protect the remnants of its species. This story profoundly moved Chang Wei. He realized his growth, from making simple right or wrong judgments to now considering problems from various perspectives and seeking objective and fair solutions. With a sigh, Chang Wei opened his system panel. His gaze lingered on the unused task points, then he glanced at the mobile base slot. At this moment, only 5 minutes remained before the red giant star's super helium flash. Chang Wei stared blankly at the available slots on the system panel for the mobile base, a bold idea suddenly flashing through his mind. He immediately called out to the system, asking if it was possible to recruit the ELS home planet into the mobile base slot to save it. The system replied mechanically, yes, but it requires the other party's consent. Such recruitment and spatial storage of large celestial bodies require a significant amount of energy and are not free. The system will charge 10,000 mission points as a contract fee. The ELS home planet does not belong to the mobile base and has very low combat capabilities. You can modify it later, but the time and resource costs will be your responsibility. Once selected, the system is not liable. Do you confirm and pay the mission points? Chang Wei fell into deep thought. Choosing to save the ELS home planet meant losing a precious mobile base slot, making it impossible to gain effective help like a mobile fortress or planetary stronghold in the short term. How should he decide? Should he sacrifice lives for his own benefit? Chang Wei remained silent for a long time, slowly looking up with a deepened gaze. He recalled the resilience and courage of humanity in The Wandering Earth, pondering what drives people to keep moving forward and never give up. He had found his answer. I choose hope. Chang Wei clicked the confirm payment option without hesitation. An invisible ripple immediately transmitted to the ELS home planet, as if engaging in a silent conversation. The countdown raced on, 50 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. At the last moment, an agreement was reached. As the super helium flash erupted, the ELS home planet vanished into thin air, transferred to the mobile base slot in Chang Wei's system interface. The system displayed a prompt. The host now owns the first planetary mobile fortress. Please name it. After thinking for a moment, Chang Wei, to signify his decision to choose hope over self-interest, named it Star of Hope. The system confirmed the successful naming and displayed the data. Name, Star of Hope. Total mass, 1.6 sextillion tons. Diameter, 10,742 kilometers. Planetary Gaia, ELS hive mind. Defensive weapons, docking ports, mobile engines, super weapons, none. Current inhabitants, 900 million mutant metal life forms. Chang Wei was not disappointed by its initial lack of features. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. Most mobile fortresses in the recruitment list were only the size of moons, while the Star of Hope was just slightly smaller than Earth. He realized that once modified, this actual planet would become an incredibly powerful planetary mobile fortress. Despite his excitement, Chang Wei understood that the transformation would require time and effort. He decided to complete his current world's mission first, and then gradually develop the Star of Hope in the Emer star system. With a thunderous roar, the super helium flash struck the gas giant, causing a massive shockwave. The light chaser fleet, hiding behind cover, witnessed countless searing light whips lashing out from the circular edge. Chang Wei marveled at the dangers and wonders of the universe, reflecting on his once ordinary life, shaking his head in self-mockery, and feeling grateful for encountering the system. The super helium flash ended after more than 2 hours. Looking at the now twice large red giant, Chang Wei realized this star system was beyond saving. He ordered the fleet to input the coordinates for the return to Earth's star domain. At that moment, a faint chuckle echoed from the system's deep subconscious space. A mysterious voice began to speak of life, nature, time, and the philosophies of countless worlds. It mentioned the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest, hinting that Chang Wei might face a choice between the paths of light and darkness. This message seemed to hold deeper meanings, but Chang Wei did not perceive them at that moment. Celestial Being, a covert paramilitary organization founded by the genius scientist Eolia Skinberg in the early 22nd century, plays a pivotal role in the anime Mobile Suit Gundam 00. For 200 years, they have been quietly advancing technology, establishing a vast economic and intelligence network across the globe. Driven by the ideal of eradicating all conflicts, Celestial Being transcends national, ethnic, and religious boundaries to intervene with military force. In the anime, Celestial Being acts like a guardian in the shadows, silently observing humanity's trajectory and ready to correct any deviations with force. Their mission dictates that they entrust neither their fate nor their power to any external forces. This organization is less like an army and more akin to a group of martyrs with steadfast beliefs. They are not driven by profit, fame, or societal morals but by a commitment to their ideals. This unique nature ensures that celestial being remains independent, even in times of world peace or crisis, avoiding any cooperation or contact with the Federation government. For them, any deviation in the world would warrant mobilizing the Gundams to suppress all dissent using technology far ahead of its time. Chang Wei analyzed, even if the Lightbringer fleet has done humanity a great service, celestial being will remain vigilant, lurking in the shadows, ready to be the first and last force to correct any errors. Asking them for the complete technology of the solar furnace and the quantum 00 Gundam? That's like digging at their very foundation. As he spoke, Chang Wei took the copied information from Zhong Kai, patted his shoulder, and smiled. I knew my son Fengxian had the makings of a great general. So, weren't you discovered? Zhong Kai, with an annoyed expression, retorted, it wasn't that I bullied them. Without any anti-stealth devices, how could they possibly detect me? Plus, with the hacking capabilities of the spy-type transformers, I could come and go as I pleased in their base. Just as he finished speaking, Zhong Kai's expression turned gloomy. He crossed his arms and sighed. Seeing this, Chang Wei asked curiously, what's wrong? You look so downcast. Didn't you complete the mission perfectly? Zhong Kai waved his hand and immediately put on an indignant face. The mission was completed, but while infiltrating Celestial Being's base, I saw couples everywhere. Bro, I was force-fed dog food multiple times. Especially when I was searching for confidential files in an empty database. A couple suddenly barged in, passionately making out and blocking the exit. I had to endure the awkward scene until they left. Isn't that just too much? Chang Wei nearly burst out laughing and asked, and then? Zhong Kai glared at Chang Wei with a mischievous look. And then what? I took a massive hit for you on this mission. Don't you think I deserve some compensation? Chang Wei gave an awkward smile. What do you want? Zhong Kai immediately put on a smile. How about summoning another Hyperion? Chang Wei looked puzzled. What do you mean? Aren't we already on the Hyperion? Zhong Kai leaned closer to Chang Wei's ear and whispered, I mean the Hyperion from Honkai Impact 3rd, the one with all the cute girls in skirts. As he spoke, a lecherous expression appeared on his face, almost drooling. Realizing what Zhong Kai meant, Chang Wei's eyes widened. You rascal. You want me to give you some perks? Isn't that a waste? If you're that desperate, aren't there plenty of female soldiers on the ship? With your status, getting a girlfriend should be a piece of cake. Zhong Kai immediately clung to Chang Wei's leg, pleading, those female soldiers are nothing compared to the girls on the Hyperion in Honkai Impact 3rd. Help a brother out. I've been single for so long and just want a harem from the game. Chang Wei, looking disgusted, tried to shake off Zhong Kai. Get off. How can you say something so embarrassing? Have you been hanging out with those transformers too long and become a weirdo? But Zhong Kai clung even tighter, shouting louder, Father, this is my only wish. Please fulfill it for me. Chang Wei, exasperated, said, even if you called me Grandpa, it wouldn't help. Stop dreaming. If you really can't take it, I'll ask Xiaoma to transfer you a few $1,000 so you can have a good time on Earth and extinguish that fire. Zhong Kai remained unmoved, insisting on his idea. Shocked by his stubbornness, Chang Wei had no choice but to shout, Toshi, drag him away. Bring some beautiful women and give him the treatment. No. Are you serious? Don't. Zhong Kai was dragged away like a chick by Toshi. Chang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, tidied up his disheveled clothes, and noticed a large tear in his pants, exposing his skin. He thought, this kid is strong. No wonder he's a ghost. I'll make it up to him when I have more resources. Now is not the time. With the help of the Lightbringer fleet, the mechanism for peaceful coexistence between humans and ELS was soon perfected. Eventually, ELS, in the form of a giant comical face, became a satellite alongside the moon, forming a symbiotic relationship with Earth. On cloudless nights, people could see a strange, eerie smile hanging in the sky, creating a feeling both bizarre and chilling. Meanwhile, the Human Federation expressed sincere gratitude to the Lightbringer fleet for their assistance and salvation, hoping to meet the fleet's supreme commander and establish a long-term, friendly, and cooperative relationship. In response, Chang Wei agreed to a meeting but declined any cooperation, stating that they would leave after completing their procurement list. The Human Federation, unable to prevent or pry further, expressed their gratitude once more, emphasizing that humanity would never forget the Lightbringer fleet's actions. Finally, under the waves of countless people, the Lightbringer fleet turned into streams of white light and disappeared from this universe. The fleet of Lightseekers has returned to the Emer star system, and Fleet Commander Chang Wei wasted no time in organizing the mission. Standing on the bridge of the Hyperion, his gaze swept across the fleet's formation as he began issuing a series of concise and powerful commands. Imperial-class Star Destroyers, Renaissance-class Star Destroyers, and Sentinel-class heavy cruisers proceed to the mining zones and start resource extraction. The mechanical arc will continue to serve as the space factory, providing parts and tools to all areas. Chang Wei's voice echoed through the fleet's communication system. He then turned to the Moon-class cruisers and the Glory Queen-class battleships, a slight smile playing on his lips. You tin cans, go patrol the star system. Also, investigate whether there have been any visitors while we were away and eliminate any potential security threats. Gorgon-class battlecruisers and the supercarrier Endless, you are responsible for constructing the starport, refinery, and automated factories. The Space Nest Doshan will guard the transportation hub, serving as a temporary transit point and logistics center. Chang Wei's gaze fell on the Cybertron Arkansas. You will monitor the frozen planet Wang, conducting a full-scale scan with Imaging 1. A detailed global map must be submitted within a day. Finally, he issued a strict order to the Griffin. Head to the planet Meow, monitor and develop vaccines and antidotes for the biovirus. This must be completed within a week. With the arrangements complete, Chang Wei announced a 180 leave for the entire crew of the Hyperion, with other ships rotating their rest schedules. However, when he saw the mechanical arc, he added somewhat awkwardly, except for the gearheads. A low hum emanated from the mechanical arc, as if in protest. Then, a mechanical voice began reciting a chant. Ring the bell once. Pull the lever. Start the piston and the pump. Amidst the chant, a melody resembling machine. You're so beautiful could be heard. Shaking his head, Chang Wei decided to ignore this minor interruption. Turning to face Matt Horner, Chang Wei spoke gently yet firmly. Matt, you should take a break too. I can handle things here. Matt Horner stood straight. Commander, as the captain, I'm always on duty. Chang Wei shook his head with a smile. That's an order, Matt. We all need rest to work better. Go, relax a bit. After Matt left, Chang Wei approached the control panel and input the data for the Star of Hope into the ship's computer. The system quickly calculated the optimal position, and Chang Wei deployed the Star of Hope to its designated orbit. As he gazed at the tranquil star system, Chang Wei sighed in relief. Staring in the direction of the Star of Hope, he silently thought, Gaia of the Star of Hope, or rather, the hive mind of the ELS home planet, can you hear me? Though the sound of 1,000 birds seemed to ring in his ears, Chang Wei clearly felt the response from the ELS in his consciousness. I am here, great savior. The experience of this mental communication amazed Chang Wei, and he continued the thought dialogue. Do you have a name? How should I address you? Great savior, I have no name. If you wish for me to have one, then I shall. The ELS responded. Nodding, Chang Wei said, then I will call you Mother Hive. Do you understand our current situation and our relationship? Mother Hive replied respectfully, Great savior, I understand. You are a mysterious being who traverses the universe, a key member of a super civilization. It is my honor to follow you. This will be my sole mission from now on. You saved our species, and I will dedicate my life to serving you. Feeling the respect from the other side, Chang Wei decided to treat her with equality. I am Chang Wei, the Supreme Commander of the Fleet of Lightseekers. You will be transformed into a powerful mobile planetary fortress to support our fleet. You may call me Commander. Understood, Commander. Mother Hive immediately responded. The Emer Galaxy was peaceful, with all affairs running smoothly. The catfolk and dogfolk were still under surveillance, undergoing comprehensive evaluation and analysis. Chang Wei sat on the bridge of the Hyperion, his expression focused. A blonde, blue-eyed communications officer, with a shapely figure, brought Chang Wei a cup of coffee while Captain Matt Horner was away. She deliberately lowered her neckline to showcase her impressive bust, her eyes full of temptation. She softly mentioned that the dormitory pipes needed repair, subtly inviting Chang Wei to join her. Chang Wei glanced at her. Though she fit Western beauty standards, she wasn't his type. He thought to himself that real men were drawn to the might of steel armies, colossal mechs, mechanical engineering, and noble ideals. Looking at the officer, he felt he'd rather be in the armory, watching 50 of his comrades lifting weights. Thanks for the coffee. Please return to your post, Chang Wei said politely. The communications officer, seeing his response, dared not persist and left promptly. Chang Wei pondered, thinking that if she had been an anime-style girl, he might have reacted differently. Shaking off these frivolous thoughts, he opened the system panel to review the rewards from the last mission. The mission completion details displayed as follows. 1. Rescue all members of the Celestial Armed Forces, reward, 10,000 mission points. 2. Save Earth Federation soldiers, prevent annihilation, reward, 10,000 mission points. 3. Rescue Grahamaker and the Soulbrave Squad, reward, 5,000 mission points. 4. Save human civilization, prevent 7 billion people from ELS assimilation, reward, 100,000 mission points. 5. Save the ELS home planet, prevent it from being consumed by a stellar helium flash, reward, 50,000 mission points. There was also an optional mission yet to be accepted. Help human civilization initiate interstellar broadcasting, establish the City of 1,000 Stars, and form a pangalactic civilization alliance, reward, 1 billion mission points. After a quick calculation, Adding the original 60,100 mission points and subtracting the 10,000 points spent, Chang Wei now had a total of 225,100 mission points. Though it seemed like a substantial amount, it was still insufficient given the increasingly expensive system slots and recruitment prices. The immediate priority was to upgrade the system permissions and transform the Star of Hope into a mobile planetary fortress. While the transformation of the Star of Hope was time-consuming and labor-intensive, it wasn't particularly difficult. The real challenge lay in upgrading the system permissions, which could only be achieved by expanding the fleet size. Currently, Chang Wei owned 12 warships, granting him level 3 system permissions, allowing the recruitment of level 5 civilization warships. However, purchasing the 13th warship slot required 24,000 mission points. This progression felt akin to cultivation, becoming increasingly difficult with each step. Chang Wei wondered what fleet size would be necessary to meet the conditions for recruiting level 6 civilization warships. Despite the long road ahead, Chang Wei was determined to continue exploring and uncovering the truths of the multiverse and the system's secrets. He ultimately decided to purchase the 13th warship slot, though he knew nothing about level 5 civilization warships. With no recruitment list available, he opted to try random recruitment. System: initiate random recruitment of a level 5 civilization warship. Chang Wei commanded. Although random recruitment didn't require additional mission points, it carried significant risk. He could only hope it wouldn't be too disappointing, given it was a product of a level 5 civilization. Soon, the system notified him of a successful recruitment. Ding! Level 5 civilization warship recruited, Dimensional Spear. Current remaining mission points, 201,100. Chang Wei immediately reviewed the new warship's data. Name: Dimensional Spear. Origin: original concept by a creative author. Dimensions: 72 meters long, 12 meters wide. Appearance: blue-black color scheme, spiral spear shape, equipped with force field hover armor. Technology on board. 1. Spatial folding technology. Internal space equivalent to a giant metropolis capable of housing millions. 2. Spatial distortion technology. Creates a spatial distortion barrier that deflects enemy attacks. 3. Hyperspace warp technology. Alters dimensional properties to achieve instantaneous travel across the universe. 4. Spatial constriction field. Segments lower dimensional space from a higher dimensional perspective for imprisonment or blockade. 5. Quantum decomposition cannon. Ignores defenses, reducing targets to two-dimensional or one-dimensional states. 6. Antimatter annihilation cannons. 10. Utilize the massive energy produced by matter-antimatter annihilation. As Chang Wei meticulously studied the introduction, he finally understood the vast difference between level 5 and level 4 civilization warships. Chang Wei meticulously studied the detailed description of the level 5 civilization warship, Spear of Dimensions, and finally understood the vast difference between level 4 and level 5 civilization warships. Level 4 warships, lacking mastery of spatial dimension technology, lag far behind level 5 warships in terms of travel distance, speed, energy, and weapon capacity. To compensate for these shortcomings, level 4 civilizations have inevitably resorted to building massive warships. Chang Wei recalled the colossal warships from Warhammer 40k, built excessively large to carry more weapons, ammunition, energy, and troops. His own Mechanicus Arc and Mountain Formation were typical examples, so large they could even generate slight gravitational effects. This design wasn't a flaw but a limitation imposed by current technology, imagination, and understanding, reflecting a specific worldview and aesthetic preference. This phenomenon reminded Chang Wei of the technological evolution of human civilization. Early computers and internal combustion engines were enormous, requiring giant workshops and vehicles to house them. As technology advanced, miniaturization became an inevitable trend, leading to greater space efficiency, resource savings, convenience, and enhanced capabilities. Chang Wei pondered whether mastering the technology of this level 5 warship could upgrade the other warships in the fleet of light chasers from level 4 to level 5. While the idea was appealing, he quickly realized two major challenges. One was that the Spear of Dimensions, being a recruited warship, would require disassembly for in-depth research. If he couldn't reassemble it, it would be a wasted effort. The system won't let me find loopholes that easily. Chang Wei sighed inwardly and decided to focus on more practical issues. He checked his remaining 201,100 mission points and decided to purchase a few more warship slots. Considering the 72-hour mission preparation time, he planned to decide later whether to recruit specialized support or large-scale engineering ships. After some operations, Chang Wei bought 3 more warship slots, costing a total of 84,000 mission points, reducing his system balance to 117,100 points. Although it pained him, he kept nearly 100,000 points for emergencies. He recalled the unexpected events in the Titanfall 2 world, understanding that rescue missions could encounter various unforeseen situations. If he had enough mission points then, he could have recruited new warships or hero units to handle the crisis. Chang Wei finished his coffee in one gulp, and opened his palm to reveal a toy-sized model of the Spear of Dimensions. This was the magic of spatial dimension technology, capable of altering the size of objects at will. The Spear of Dimensions could even shrink to a microscopic level, allowing Chang Wei to explore the wonders of cell nuclei, tardigrades, quarks, and electrons. Faced with such powerful Level 5 technology, Chang Wei couldn't help but imagine the capabilities of Level 6 and Level 7 civilizations. Would they be like true gods, able to control everything? But he quickly stopped this line of thought, which was beyond his current understanding. Intelligent Captain Osiris, deploy a Shadow Stalker robot onto the Hyperion, Chang Wei ordered. Affirmative, Commander, Osiris responded. Soon, a quantum module began to materialize before Chang Wei like a holographic projection. It was a humanoid robot about 1.8 meters tall, with a smooth, seamless body that gleamed like a mirror. Its presence was imposing, resembling a cold, merciless killing machine. Osiris explained that the Shadow Stalker robot utilized advanced Level 5 technology and was a multifunctional robot. It could be used for security and combat, as well as production and construction. Its body was composed of atomically compressed nuclei, capable of deflecting and absorbing any energy weapon attacks, with hardness 1,000,000 times that of adamantium. Its only weakness was the inability to carry a personal shield and its vulnerability to antimatter weapons. Despite its impressive specifications, Chang Wei decided to verify its performance firsthand. He deployed the Shadow Stalker robot into space, intending to test it with the Hyperion's laser array. The test results left Chang Wei astounded. Various lasers rained down on the Shadow Stalker robot, but its robust, gleaming body either reflected or absorbed them all. This spectacle left Chang Wei and the crew of the Hyperion in awe. Unlike the crew's incredulous expressions, Chang Wei was so excited he almost jumped for joy. This Shadow Stalker robot is incredible, he thought. Too bad it can't withstand antimatter weapons. Otherwise, it would be the perfect asset for boarding combat. I wonder how the Spartans and other armored soldiers would react to it. Should I have them spar with it? As if sensing Chang Wei's thoughts, several Spartans and armored soldiers suddenly felt a wave of unease, as if something dreadful was about to happen. On the vast, icy expanse of the frozen tundra, there lies a massive canyon. Inside this canyon stands a unique town, inhabited not by humans but by a race of dog-headed beings, wrapped in heavy clothing. The canyon not only shields them from the biting winds, but also harbors vast coal reserves. At the town's center rises an energy tower, the sole source of heat in this frozen land. The tower consumes large quantities of coal to provide warmth to the surrounding circular area. The canine engineers constantly research upgrades to increase heat output, expand the heating range, and reduce coal usage. In the face of extreme cold waves, they can force the tower to overload, boosting heat output. However, this puts immense pressure on the tower, and when the pressure gauge hits 100, the risk of explosion skyrockets. To survive in this frozen apocalypse, the dog-headed beings must unite and collaborate. They gather resources, hunt, build factories, maintain order, and establish laws, all while fostering hope. It is this spirit of unity that makes the canyon town one of the few habitable places on the planet. Despite this, their situation remains dire. The coldest winters are the hardest times for the canyon city. Long winters can cripple food supplies and resource extraction. Hunger and disease claim lives year after year. Once, the dead could receive proper burials, but as time goes on, the struggle for survival becomes increasingly desperate. Exploration teams bring back fewer and fewer medicines and useful supplies, with some teams disappearing forever into the vast snowfields. Sadness and despair have numbed them, and seeing the next day's sunrise without freezing to death in bed has become their greatest hope. The light of civilization has dimmed to its lowest point, on the brink of extinction. Kevin Era is a member of one such exploration team. Weather balloons report that tomorrow will be a rare clear day. The team decides to take advantage of the calm weather to search for supplies. At this moment, Kevin is holding his son, reading a precious historical book to lull him to sleep. In this era, knowledge and books are incredibly valuable. Most of the dog-headed beings would rather burn books for warmth than read them. But 45-year-old Kevin is different. He vaguely remembers a world that wasn't like this. A world with changing seasons, birds singing, and flowers blooming, where people could enjoy the outdoor sun freely, unlike now, where the highest outdoor temperature is between 10 to 30 degrees Celsius, and the once vibrant land has become a lifeless snowfield. Kevin vaguely recalls that it was a war that caused the world's drastic change. To uncover the truth, he treasures every book he finds during his explorations. These books are evidence of their once glorious civilization, a long-buried history. The book Kevin is reading now tells a story about a scientist priest discovering another world. Nations race to reach this mysterious world first, leading to a space exploration competition. Eventually, the two worlds established contact, learning about each other's culture, customs, and physiology, hoping to become friends. After a century of development, The two worlds finally met in a vast expanse. However, behind this beautiful encounter, the rulers of both worlds gradually revealed their ambitions and evil intentions. They both wanted to enslave and conquer the other world. Thus, a war spanning two worlds erupted. Countless suns rose into the sky, and metal arcs sailed through the stars. It was Judgment Day for both worlds and the beginning of disaster. Kevin treats this as a myth and doesn't delve deeper. The book's second half does not reveal the conclusion. When he finishes the last word, he finds his son already asleep. He gently licks his son's face and quietly turns off the light. Early the next morning, the exploration team gathers to depart. Kevin doesn't have time to bid farewell to his sleeping family, as they must fight for survival. The team includes a new, eager young member, replacing the still injured old John. Kevin shakes his head, deciding to test this rookie who underestimates the dangers. Ha ha ha, looks like a dog has infiltrated our wolf pack. Kevin shouts. This is an insulting challenge meant to test the newcomer's courage. If the rookie doesn't fight back, it proves he's cowardly and unworthy of joining the team. The first rule of the exploration team initiation: have a deep respect for the ice and snow. Evidently, the rookie passes the test. Kevin gives him a look but says nothing, instead letting out a loud yell. Let's move out. Kevin Era, the leader of this expedition team, was guiding his group through the harsh, icy landscape. As they passed a row of human-shaped ice sculptures, a newly joined young man stopped and stared, mesmerized by the frozen figures. Kevin walked over to him and whispered, "Don't look. Keep moving." The young man couldn't help but ask, "Why don't we bury them? Just leaving them here seems heartless." Kevin shot him a look that said, "Are you serious?" and replied tersely, "First, we need to conserve our energy out here. Any unnecessary effort could cost us when a crisis hits you might not have the strength to escape or survive a cold snap. Second, these serve as a warning to other expedition teams, a reminder to respect the frozen wilderness." His tone softened as he continued, "Listen, kid, here's some advice. Out here, bravado won't get you far. Only teamwork will help us overcome challenges and bring the supplies back to town. The outside world is still new to you. There's a lot to learn. Watch more, talk less, follow orders. Everyone here will teach you the ways and skills to survive." The young man's eyes gleamed with understanding, and he nodded firmly, following the team as they trudged onward. They crossed the vast snowy plains and arrived at a city buried under ice, scavenging for usable supplies to secure on their sleds. Kevin stood watch from a high vantage point, scanning the surroundings. In this brutal frozen apocalypse, danger came not only from hunger, disease, and cold but also from a band of morally bankrupt raiders known as the Snow Bandits. These marauders had their hideouts and ambushed expedition teams to steal supplies. They would skin their victims for clothing and turn their flesh into jerky. Those captured often faced a fate worse than death, being slowly eaten alive. A chilling joke circulated among the expedition teams. You wake up by a warm campfire to see snow bandits chewing on something while smiling at you. Good news and bad news, they say. Bad news is, we've caught you. Good news is, you taste pretty good. Only then do you realize you're bound and missing limbs, screaming in terror as they laugh uproariously. Kevin would never let that happen to his team. While he was on high alert, his ears twitched at an unfamiliar sound approaching from a distance. He immediately signaled his team to hide. Everyone quickly dropped what they were doing and concealed themselves in the shadows, holding their breath. Kevin crouched low, squinting in the direction of the sound. A long, steel structure was speeding along a grid-patterned road, tearing through the icy wind, shattering glaciers, and crushing the snow-covered plains like a monstrous beast. What is that? Kevin had never seen a train before. Though he had encountered such grid-patterned roads, he assumed they were as defunct as the frozen street lamps and fire hydrants. Now, seeing this steel behemoth traversing the snowfield was beyond belief. Driven by curiosity, Kevin stood up to get a better view, feeling as if the truth of the world was within reach. But as the train sped away, he realized that if he missed this chance, he might never uncover the answers. Kevin decisively blew his whistle to gather the team. "I found something incredible. I need to follow it. Jack, you're in charge now. If I'm not back in 3 days, don't wait for me. You know what to do. Make sure to cover your tracks on the way back, so the snow bandits don't find our home." An elderly golden retriever shouted after him. "Kevin, where are you going?" "Come back." He replied with just one sentence. "I'm going to discover the truth of the world." Kevin quickly packed essential items, strapped on his skis, and pushed off in pursuit of the snow country train. Fortunately, the train tracks were not straight. They wound around hills and slopes, giving Kevin a chance to take shortcuts and catch up. Otherwise, he would never be able to match the train's speed. However, his reckless actions brought great risk. In the vast icy world, hidden dangers lay beneath the snow. Suddenly, with a loud crash, his skis struck a snow-covered rock, launching him into the air. He tumbled down a steep slope, hurtling towards a cliff. In a desperate attempt to control his fall, Kevin grabbed at anything he could, snapping countless branches along the way. Just as he was about to plunge over the cliff, he managed to grasp a rough stone, hanging precariously over the edge, with the snow country train's tracks below. Watching the train pass by so close yet oblivious to his presence, Kevin felt a wave of despair. His hope shattered, and he knew he would fall to his death once his strength gave out. "It's all over," Kevin muttered, looking at the receding train. "What is the truth of this world? Why has our world become this apocalyptic wasteland? I really want to know." Kevin closed his eyes, ready to let go and end his life. Just as he released his grip, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. He opened his eyes to see a humanoid figure clad in metal armor. Even more astonishing, a massive steel bird loomed in the sky behind this figure. What is this? The scene before him shattered his understanding of reality. A soldier in a Thunderhammer Mark V armor pulled Kevin up from the cliff's edge and turned to report to the commander. "We found a canine survivor with multiple injuries requiring medical attention. The mission to track the snow country train will continue." Changwei had a dream. In it, he suddenly woke up to find two beautiful girls sleeping peacefully beside him. Carefully lifting the blanket, he discovered that there was no one there. The sense of loss left him with mixed emotions. Just as he was about to start his morning exercise routine, the dream abruptly ended. Annoyed, Changwei opened his eyes and silently cursed the dream for ending at such a cliffhanger, just like some novelists do. He slowly got out of bed and walked to the bathroom to freshen up. Life on the ship, with its artificial microgravity, wasn't much different from life on Earth, except that the living quarters were now cabins instead of houses. While looking in the mirror, Changwei noticed that his mechanical right eye was losing some of its color. Expertly, he removed the eyeball and cleaned it with a bionic spray before placing it back in its socket. The eye began calibrating with his visual nerves, rotating 360 degrees and adjusting its focus, which was quite fascinating. This mechanical eye not only provided visual images, but also had the capabilities to quickly lock onto targets like an auger in Warhammer 40k. It could record, collect, and analyze data, greatly enhancing Changwei's learning efficiency. After tidying up, Changwei put on a crisp military uniform, donned his cap, and left his quarters. Instead of heading directly to the bridge, he decided to check out the armory first. Reports indicated that the first mobile task force, consisting of 20 Terran Vanguard-class Titans, had been formed and was undergoing rigorous training under the leadership of Cuban Brisk. Changwei wanted to see it for himself, and also asked Swan if he had acquired any new blueprints. On his way to the armory, Changwei encountered the Hardbone Squad in the dining hall corridor, just finishing breakfast. Major Riskel led his team in saluting Changwei. Changwei returned the salute with a smile, but noticed that Rigo was absent, prompting him to ask about it. With a slightly embarrassed expression, Riskel explained, "General, that kid took a day off yesterday and decided to pick a fight with Master Chief John from the Endless in his power armor. He got beaten up and ended up in the infirmary again." Changwei was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed helplessly. "Rigo is still causing trouble, huh? Keep a closer eye on him from now on." Riskel's face darkened as he mentally cursed Rigo. He assured Changwei, "Rest assured, General, the matter has been dealt with. Master Chief John has been reassigned to a mission on Wong Planet. Once Rigo recovers, I'll send him to the mechanical arc to work with the gearheads for a few months." Changwei nodded in agreement, reflecting on the destined clashes between protagonists. He hoped this lesson would teach Rigo a thing or two, but didn't dwell on it further. Upon arriving at the armory, Swan greeted him enthusiastically. Changwei asked playfully, "Got any new blueprints?" Swan laughed heartily, "Haha, you guessed it right. I managed to get the schematics for the Minotaur-class battlecruiser from an old friend. You can start producing it now." Though elated inside, Changwei maintained a calm exterior. "We haven't even finished building the starport and the fusion core facilities yet. Producing battlecruisers can wait. By the way, how's the research on the Gundam 00 solar furnace going?" Swan stroked his beard and explained, "That kind of solar furnace needs to be manufactured in a high-gravity environment. Stetman is working on gravity field equipment, so mass production should be possible soon. However, the GN particles, which are similar to psionics, might cause irreversible genetic changes. Long-term exposure to high concentrations of GN particles could awaken us as innovators, or psionically gifted individuals." Changwei inquired if this was a good thing, but Swan shook his head. "I can't say for sure. Stetman might know better. The problem is that becoming a psionic through this method makes one's personality extremely aloof and emotions highly sensitive. Any slight misstep could lead to a fall into darkness. The solution is to use bonds of family, friendship, and love to remind oneself and strengthen self-restraint to avoid losing humanity." After pondering for a moment, Changwei shared his thoughts. "I think the key issue might not be the GN particles themselves but how they alter our genes. The process of becoming an innovator involves significant adjustments in bodily functions, including the emergence of brain quantum waves, which could be highly disorienting. It's like a growing child who, without proper guidance, could easily go astray or develop a nihilistic outlook. So, the main issue is proper guidance. Before fully stabilizing, we must provide psychological counseling. As the saying goes, people who suddenly gain power often lose themselves, which might be somewhat related. Swan fell into contemplation before nodding in agreement. Makes sense? I'll take note of that and discuss it with Stetman. Finally, Chang Wei observed the Titan mech squad's training and gave them a brief pep talk before returning to the Hyperion's bridge. Upon arrival, Matt Horner saluted him and handed over a detailed report on Wong Planet and its inhabitants. After careful reading, Chang Wei gained a good understanding of the Wong people's situation and character. After much deliberation, he issued an order: Lightbringer Fleet, commence humanitarian aid for the Wong people. The information report on the Dog Planet and its inhabitants has been meticulously collected. 42 years ago, a devastating war erupted here, involving the fate of two Level 1 civilizations. According to decrypted original documents, the Wolf King faction among the dogs detected a conspiracy by the cats. To protect their own civilization, they resolutely launched an attack on the cat planet. Simultaneously, the Tiger Lion faction of the cats initiated an assault on the dog planet. In the early stages of the war, both sides employed nuclear weapons for long-range strikes, but the results were disappointing. The powerful near-Earth orbital defense systems, including a space-based weapon array composed of countless satellites, intercepted 99 of the nuclear weapons. Only one of the attacks succeeded, igniting even deeper hatred between the two sides. To annihilate each other completely, the cats and dogs engaged in an epic year-long war. This conflict nearly exhausted all their spacecraft, leaving countless debris in near-Earth orbit as a testament to the fierce battle. At the decisive moment, the dogs sacrificed their last spacecraft to release a powerful bioweapon on the cat planet. This virus severely contaminated the cat planet's ecosystem, triggering a global biochemical frenzy and creating numerous bloodthirsty mutants and zombies. In retaliation, the cats launched their last high-yield hydrogen bomb, melting 28 trillion tons of ice in the dog planet's Arctic Circle. What followed was a global flood and a subsequent ice age. Dog civilization nearly regressed to a feudal state, barely surviving on the remnants of ancestral technology and artifacts. The population plummeted by over 99, with only 47 detectable settlements remaining worldwide, housing fewer than 500,000 people. Every day, dogs succumb to cold, hunger, and disease. However, amidst this frozen wasteland, a high-tech steel train continues its endless global journey. This train, known as the Snowpiercer, has been running for 42 years without ever stopping. Surveillance and tracking reveal that this train employs advanced Level 1 civilization technology, featuring a self-sustaining system and a pseudo-perpetual motion engine powered by planetary gravity. The train consists of 1,001 cars, carrying at least 100,000 survivors. The cars serve various functions, including residential areas for the lower class, prisons, barracks, production zones, water treatment plants, greenhouses, aquariums, cold storage rooms, schools, and comprehensive service areas. The entire train forms a complete ecosystem, industrial structure, and class society. However, 42 years of oppression have finally led to an uprising today. 80,000 lower-class dogs have started a rebellion, beginning from the tail end of the train, fighting almost barehanded against armed soldiers in a bloody advance. Each car has become a fierce battleground, littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Supercomputers predict that if the uprising continues, the train risks derailing. In such an event, the 100,000 lives on board would be unable to withstand the extreme cold outside, facing collective death by freezing. In this critical situation, Chang Wei decided to refrain from judging right and wrong and immediately initiated a global humanitarian rescue. Massive interstellar warships and numerous rescue shuttles broke through the atmosphere, descending like saviors over major settlements. The laboring dogs looked up in terror at the sky, witnessing these colossal entities beyond imagination, unsure of what to do. Soon, squads began descending from the Sky 50 Good Brothers, Star Realm Army, UNSC Marines, and stormtroopers. The eyes of the dogs were filled with fear and vigilance as they watched these fully armored beings approach. However, they would soon understand that these unfamiliar visitors were indeed messengers of hope. The universe throws endless malice at us, and we respond with unwavering resolve. This phrase echoed in the mind of the interstellar commissar as he instinctively reached for his weapon upon seeing the Wangsingren. However, the collective gaze of his comrades snapped him back to reality, prompting him to sheepishly explain, "Sorry, force of habit." Chang Wei was well aware of the human supremacist tendencies within the imperial forces of the Warhammer 40k universe. The dark history of being slaughtered, dominated, and enslaved by alien races had deeply ingrained a profound aversion and hatred towards non-humans. No matter the species, if it's not human, it deserves to die. This mentality drove them to issue extermination orders on numerous planets. But this was no longer the Warhammer 40K universe. Since being recruited into the Lightbringer fleet by the system, Changwei allowed them to retain their customs and traditions, but insisted they adapt to and abide by the Lightbringer's values and duties in certain aspects. The decision to send the Astra Militarum instead of Space Marines was a tentative corrective measure. Otherwise, this mission would be a massacre, not a humanitarian rescue. The Astra Militarum, essentially a mortal auxiliary force, supported the demigod-like Space Marines with their 2 hearts and 3 lungs. Brainwashed from a young age with the Emperor's ideology, they too revered human supremacy. Changwei's goal was to slowly assimilate them by having them work alongside other units in the rescue mission, gradually changing their mindset to realize that not all aliens deserve death. Seeing the satisfactory progress so far, Changwei nodded approvingly and continued to monitor the rescue operation. The rescue steps were straightforward. 1. Prioritize saving injured, sick, hungry, and endangered Wangsingren. 2. Airdrop supply stations at 47 global gathering points, providing warmth, food, and medical aid while maintaining security and order. 3. Utilize propaganda to clearly convey the Lightbringer's intentions and avoid misunderstandings, suspicion, and conflict. 4. Establish communication with the leaders of major gathering points to negotiate further rescue and relocation plans. 5. Identify and hand over the cannibalistic snow bandits to the Wangsingren for justice. Despite the rushed order and the lack of detailed planning, it was sufficient for now. Changwei then began contemplating how to resettle the Wangsingren. Matt, what are your thoughts on resettling the Wangsingren? Changwei turned to Matt Horner. Matt responded earnestly, Sir, the Wangsingren, as an intelligent race that once reached a Type 1 civilization, have considerable potential. If we leave them to develop on their own, they might eventually compete with us for resources and living space. I suggest integrating them, making them part of us, or incorporating them into the Lightbringer fleet as auxiliary forces. After careful consideration, Changwei decided to adopt Matt's suggestion. Let's proceed with your plan. We'll start integrating the Wangsingren. I'll draft a detailed plan for the units to execute. The main focus will be on settling these apocalypse survivors, improving their quality of life and education. We'll implement laws and policies to ensure the new generation learns our language and culture, with an emphasis on ideological education. Additionally, we should collect and preserve their historical information, so they understand the truth, remember their history, and develop proper values and gratitude. Gaining their recognition and sense of belonging to the Lightbringers is crucial. We can't afford to raise a group of ingrates, Changwei added. We can also establish 2 technical and military academies. As long as they meet graduation standards, they will be treated equally and allowed to join the Lightbringer fleet. Once the starship construction facility is completed, we may mass-produce Minotaur-class battlecruisers, and we'll need skilled personnel and officers. Clones won't suffice for these critical positions. Matt Horner's eyes gleamed with excitement as he stood at attention, sincerely praising, a wise decision, sir. The resettlement of the Wangsingren would soon be underway. As for the high-speed snow country train, for safety reasons, it was directly lifted into the sky using the tractor beam of an Imperial-class Star Destroyer. The 1001-car train, like a string of noodles, was pulled into the Star Destroyer. Only an elderly corgi with a monocle, dressed in a black top hat and leaning on a gold-rimmed cane, slowly disembarked, bowing excitedly to the stormtroopers and expressing a desire to meet the leader of the alien civilization. Changwei, lacking interest, instructed the Star Destroyer captain to handle it. His attention had already shifted to another lush, verdant Meow Star. In a desolate and weathered city, an astonishing scene unfolded before Changwei's eyes. The streets were filled with countless zombie cats, their bodies tattered and broken, their clothes in rags, and their faces twisted and decayed. Their hollow and terrifying eyes were devoid of life, as if their souls had been stripped away. The city's buildings had long been abandoned, with walls leaning and windows shattered. The streets were littered with debris and wreckage, and thick, dark clouds obscured the sky, casting a somber shadow over the city. The zombies wandered aimlessly, occasionally letting out low, hoarse groans, hungering for fresh flesh. Their movements were distorted, their steps faltering, and they occasionally fought briefly over the muddy remains on the ground. Witnessing this scene for the first time, Changwei couldn't help but feel a deep discomfort. This sight was far more horrifying than any apocalyptic movie. Whether brave or ordinary, anyone entering this bio-apocalyptic world would shudder in fear. The existence of zombies seemed to mock life itself, and the city's ruins stood as a testament to its former glory. Coupled with countless mutated beasts, the plight of the cat people was evident. As Changwei watched the surveillance footage transmitted by the Griffin, he asked the captain, "How's the research on the virus going? How long until we develop a vaccine and a cure?" The captain of the Griffin, an African-American scientist who also headed the research project, respectfully replied, "Sir, we've made 80 progress. We found that this virus is very similar to the rabies virus, with only a few key protein molecules artificially modified. It has higher transmissibility and lethality, attacking and eroding the brain, leading to madness and aggression. The infected have immense strength, tireless stamina, and may undergo mutations and growths, remaining in a constant state of insatiable hunger. He continued, our dissections show that even after the host dies and begins to decay, the virus maintains weak bioelectric signals in the brain, keeping some functions active. Disrupting these signals can stop their actions, so the most direct method is to destroy the head or sever the neck nerves. The captain added, the virus is still mutating. We've collected 10,000 samples worldwide and identified over 2,300 variants. They are numerous, bloodthirsty, and extremely dangerous to ordinary infantry. After listening intently, Chang Wei felt relieved that he hadn't rashly deployed troops. He asked, can you crack it now? The captain shook his head. We are confident in cracking the genetic code of individual variants, but that's just a temporary fix. We need to address the original genomic structure of the virus to end this biocrisis completely. The good news is, we've discovered that a small white female cat named Ellie has evolved antibodies against the virus. She is being escorted by a tabby male cat named Joel to the Firefly Virus Lab for surgery and research. However, the lab's equipment is rudimentary, with less than a 1 success rate. Ellie might die on the operating table. Sir, I recommend we act immediately and capture Ellie. This could be our only chance to resolve the crisis. Chang Wei didn't respond immediately, but continued to watch the surveillance footage. The screen showed a group of agile cat people parkouring across the rooftops, moving like ninjas to avoid the zombies and dangers on the ground. They carried grappling hooks, enabling rapid movement and long-distance leaps. Though armed with firearms, they seemed to conserve their ammunition, never firing a shot. The presence of this expedition team highlighted the regression and difficult situation of cat civilization. Sighing, Chang Wei closed his eyes. He agreed with the captain's suggestion but insisted on a gentle approach, aiming to persuade Ellie to cooperate willingly. The captain of the Griffin acknowledged the order and promptly exited the video call. Joel, a 52-year-old survivor, struggles to stay alive in a post-apocalyptic world 42 years after a virus outbreak. He has witnessed the collapse of civilization and lost his beloved family, leaving him with a heart full of sorrow. To survive, he has become a ruthless scavenger, taking on dangerous tasks, including revenge and killing. One seemingly routine transport mission changes Joel's life trajectory. He and his partner Tess accept a well-paid job to escort a 14-year-old girl named Ellie. Unexpectedly, they find themselves not only avoiding zombies and mutated creatures, but also being hunted by other survivors. During a fierce battle, Tess tragically sacrifices herself. On her deathbed, she reveals the truth to Joel. Ellie is the only known person immune to the virus and could be the key to saving the world. Tess begs Joel to continue escorting Ellie to a place called the Fireflies. Carrying Tess's dying wish, Joel reluctantly continues the perilous journey. Initially, he keeps his distance from Ellie, focused solely on completing the mission. But Ellie's innocence and courage gradually thaw his cold exterior. In the ruins of cities, dangerous forests, and icy landscapes, they rely on each other, facing numerous challenges together. Ellie's optimism and hope for the future touch Joel deeply. He begins to reevaluate his view of the world, and her presence awakens long-suppressed emotions within him. Unknowingly, Joel starts to develop a fatherly affection for Ellie. When they finally reach the Fireflies research facility, the moment of separation arrives. Filled with hope, Ellie asks Joel if the world can truly be saved. Joel gently responds, believing that dawn will eventually break. They part ways with heavy hearts as Ellie steps into the facility. However, when the leader of the Fireflies refers to Ellie as just cargo, Joel suddenly realizes that things might not be as simple as they seem. A surge of intense unease and anger rises within him. Clenching his fists, he stares fiercely at the leader. Joel understands that he might not be able to let go, and Ellie's fate has become his new mission. Joel was a seeker in a post-apocalyptic world, constantly teetering between life and death, honing remarkable combat skills and a calm mind. Despite his aging body, his eyes burned with unwavering determination and boundless paternal love. Facing the brutal dangers ahead, this old father charged into the fray with a resolute heart, determined to save his daughter. In an instant, Joel transformed into a warrior armed with bricks. He quickly picked up a few bricks from the ground and accurately smashed the heads of 2 guards. Taking advantage of their surprise, he forcefully burst through the doors of the laboratory building and charged in with unparalleled courage. Armed with guns and a machete, Joel moved with swift precision. Like a leopard, he darted among his enemies, each slash delivering lethal force. Amid the glint of blades, he pierced hearts and slit throats, blood spraying as enemies fell along his path. The relentless obstacles left Joel battered. Gunfire and the clash of weapons echoed through the building as the brutal battle raged on. His aging body was wounded by enemy attacks, his blood soaking through his clothes, making him look like a demon emerging from hell. covered in blood and exuding a terrifying aura. But Joel felt no fear, his resolve unshaken. His goal was singular, to save his daughter. Fighting through the enemy encirclement, he shouted Ellie's name with all his might. The enemies seemed endless, swarming to kill this old father. Yet Joel never gave up hope, convinced that his daughter was alive and waiting for him to rescue her. Memories of his time with Ellie involuntarily surfaced, choking him with emotion and causing him to roar with a primal shout. To hell with saving the world. To hell with the future of civilization. To hell with noble missions. If the future world didn't have Ellie, nothing would matter. Other people's lives were worth less than a single finger of Ellie's, and they didn't deserve to be saved by her. Joel swung his blade, cutting down all obstacles. His eyes gleamed with determination, his body strong and fierce. The intensity of the battle shocked everyone present. Even after being shot several times, the old father stood firm, steadfast in his beliefs and goals. The savage sounds of combat echoed through the building, Joel's blood leaving a horrifying trail on the ground. But he never stopped, never gave up on saving his daughter. Finally, Joel made his way to the top floor, finding Ellie sedated on an operating table, nearly dissected. He brandished his gun to scare off the doctors, then clutched his wound and leaned against the wall to move closer. His injuries were severe, and Joel knew he didn't have much time left. He lifted Ellie, intent on taking her away. As he looked at her innocent face, tears rolled down his cheeks. He longed to tell Ellie to be strong, to survive, to protect herself. But his increasingly weary body denied him that chance. Shortly after leaving the operating room with Ellie, the Firefly's leader and his men caught up, pointing guns at Joel. "Look at what you've done, Joel. You're destroying the hope of everyone in the world. Sacrificing her could save the entire world. How is that wrong? You can't take her away. Put her down." Joel didn't look back, responding quietly, "What does a world without hope for the future mean to me? I'm a 52-year-old man with not many days left. But being with this child has given me back a lost sense of purpose. Now, all I want is for Ellie to live. Even if she becomes the last survivor in this world, so be it." "You leave me no choice, Joel," the Firefly's leader shouted, raising his gun in a final threat. But this time, Joel didn't stop. He carried the sedated Ellie as if walking toward a hopeful, promising future. Sacrificing someone he loved for the world's salvation? That kind of sacrifice could go to hell. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted behind him, but the expected pain of bullets piercing flesh didn't come. Joel looked back in curiosity to find all his enemies' heads exploding as if by some invisible force. As he stood in shock and confusion, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Keep moving, head to the rooftop and you will be saved." Unable to discern the source of the voice or see anyone around, it felt as if he had encountered a ghost. Joel had no choice, as he heard the sound of numerous footsteps rushing up the stairs. He could only follow the mysterious voice's guidance to the rooftop. Severely injured, Joel moved slowly and was soon overtaken by his pursuers. But it was as if a group of ghosts shielded him, preventing any enemy from getting close. He watched in disbelief as his pursuers were lifted into the air by invisible forces and torn apart. His brain, starved of oxygen from blood loss, couldn't fathom the surreal events. He relied on sheer willpower to reach the rooftop. However, the rooftop was empty. Was it all a hallucination before death? As if drained of his last ounce of strength, Joel fell to his knees, holding the unconscious Ellie, ready to quietly await death. Suddenly, a blue arc of light rippled across the sky before him. Quickly, a massive spaceship appeared in the once clear sky. Around Joel and Ellie, shimmering figures in glowing attire materialized out of thin air. Like a thunderbolt in his mind, a single word surged to the forefront. Aliens. Aliens had arrived. Were they here to save Ellie? The spaceship's radiant glow filled Joel's eyes, so dazzling and beautiful, like a beacon of hope in the darkness. Although Chang Wei's orders were issued a bit late, they still arrived in time. The Griffin, which had been tracking Ellie's movements, immediately dispatched a Ghost Ops team to carry out the mission. During the operation, they happened to encounter Joel, an old father trying to save his daughter. With higher-ups' approval, they followed Chang Wei's orders and, politely invited Joel aboard the ship. The guards who tried to interfere were met with force as their actions conflicted with the mission. Joel was placed in the Griffin's medical bay for treatment, while Ellie was taken to a specialized medical lab to begin extracting and researching antibodies for the gene pathogen virus. 8 hours later, the genetic antidote was successfully developed. Under Chang Wei's authorization, the antidote started to be distributed worldwide. Due to the time needed for the reverse protein molecules in the genetic antidote to take effect, it wouldn't immediately work on the zombies and mutants on the planet. Depending on the number and complexity of the virus's gene chains, the extinction times varied. Estimates suggested that the virus would be eradicated in about 3 to 7 days. Only then would the planet's biocrisis be truly over. However, Nature's wonder lies in the survival and proliferation instincts of all species, including viruses. Countless zombies and mutants seemed to sense their impending doom and erupted in a deafening roar, beginning to riot. Originally scattered, they appeared to be connected by some hive mind, continuously gathering and forming an endless, terrifying horde. This rotting, black sea surged towards survivor bases and shelters worldwide, driven by a force to infect every living being, ensuring the virus's continuation. The oncoming horde quickly overwhelmed numerous expedition teams out scavenging for supplies. Surrounded and dragged out, many chose to end their lives in despair. Fresh flesh was torn apart by zombies, and the air was filled with their agonizing screams. The news brought back by the few lucky survivors sent chills down the spines of those in the bases and shelters, spreading fear. Despair loomed over the survivors, with some believing that 42 years of struggle were finally coming to an end. Yet, the spark of hope still burned. Countless survivors were organized, regardless of age or gender, each armed with weapons and precious ammunition. Amidst the fear, many hands trembled, barely able to hold their guns. The horde advanced at an alarming rate, swallowing up numerous private hideouts and lone wolves' safe houses. Survivors fled to large bases seeking refuge. Major bases welcomed everyone, pooling all resources to prepare for a final stand against the horde. Fear, despair, prayers, pleas, and determination filled every corner. Despite this, many survivors stood up, rallying the demoralized. They called out, "There are no gods descending from the sky, only mortals stepping up. Rather than useless prayers, take up arms and fight to the end. We may be overwhelmed by the horde, but it won't be today." The emergence of the horde immediately caught Chang Wei's attention. He saw the courage and determination of the survivors and their rousing calls. Chang Wei realized that waiting any longer could result in more deaths. By the time the antidote took effect, the major survivor bases might have already fallen. Witnessing the survivors' humanity, emotions, and sacrifices, Chang Wei was convinced they were worth saving. Turning to Matt Horner, Chang Wei asked, "Matt, what ships can we deploy right now?" Matt Horner replied, "Commander, aside from some ships and their crews engaged in production, construction, and rescuing the canine people, we currently have the Griffin, the Hyperion, the Queen of Glory-class battleship, and the Spear of Adon at our disposal." After a moment of thought, Chang Wei decided it was time for the Astartes, who excelled at fighting aliens, to shine. This was also an opportunity to test the Vanguard Titan Mobile Squad's special rescue operation capabilities and the coordination of large ground units like the Thors with the ground troops. If all else failed, they still had the fusion strikes and, who called in the fleet, as their trump cards. Chang Wei made up his mind. It was time to end this once and for all and showcase a true dimensional strike. In a world ravaged by a biochemical apocalypse, the sky is shrouded in rolling black clouds, and the land is thick with the stench of death. Massive survivor bases, like indomitable fortresses, stand firm on the desolate earth. These strongholds, built 42 years ago by wealthy elites and the military when disaster struck, have become the last hope for the survival of the feline people. The bases are surrounded by tall, sturdy steel walls, acting as barriers between life and death. At this moment, thousands of feline warriors stand on the walls, weapons in hand, anxiously watching the distant horizon. The air feels heavy, and the oppressive atmosphere is palpable. Suddenly, a seemingly endless black tide appears on the horizon. Countless zombies and mutated monsters surge forward like a flood, filling the air with the stench of rotting flesh. The mutated creatures vary in size. The largest tower like skyscrapers, the medium ones are as tall as 7-story buildings, and even the smallest are comparable to tanks. Facing this terrifying sight, the feline warriors widen their eyes, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. A young warrior mutters in a daze, "Are we all going to die?" His words resonate instantly, spreading fear among the crowd. An elderly man steps forward, raising a worn machete high, and shouts, "Comrades, the zombies and monsters will not show mercy because of our weakness. Do not let fear consume you. Fight for the dignity of the feline race. Fight for survival. Meow." Inspired by his words, the warriors respond in unison, quickly forming a human wall of flesh and blood, ready to face the oncoming horde. Despite the slim chances of victory, their courage and determination ignite boundless strength. At that moment, an invisible specter stands at the edge of the wall, completing tactical guidance for a massive creature in the distance. Suddenly, a warning sounds in his helmet, and he swiftly turns away. A fusion nuclear missile pierces through the clouds, hitting the giant creature several kilometers away with precision. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a magnificent mushroom cloud slowly rises. The core area vaporizes instantly, the middle zone burns with intense heat, and zombies on the outskirts are blown to pieces by the shockwave. The feline warriors on the wall are knocked to the ground by the shockwave. Struggling to their feet, They are left speechless by the sheer destructive power. Soon after, a colossal steel warship descends from the dark clouds, its laser arrays relentlessly mowing down the horde below. Similar scenes unfold at other survivor bases. Under the cover of the glorious Queen-class battleship, a group of nearly 3-metertal Astartes space marines descends from the sky. These giant warriors, clad in heavy armor and wielding massive weapons, strike awe into the feline people. The Astartes charge into the horde of zombies and monsters with excitement, wielding bolt guns and chainswords, unleashing a bloody massacre. They form an unstoppable wall of giant warriors, crushing everything in their path. For the Emperor, for the Premarch, exterminate the alien scum. Kill them all. Their roars shake the heavens and the earth. Elsewhere, a fleet of massive transport aircraft roars overhead, deploying a large mechanized force. At the forefront are flamethrower tanks, followed by heavily armored infantry, and then rows of siege tanks. The commander shouts orders, 2nd Battalion Commander, bring up the Yamato cannon. However, the 2nd Battalion Commander has already secretly deployed in a Thor mech. For towering Thor mechs are transported to the battlefield, instilling immense confidence in everyone. The Thor is here. Feel the power of the Thor. The 2nd Battalion Commander's voice echoes across the battlefield through loudspeakers. The commander roars in anger, 2nd Battalion Commander, stop showing off. Get down here and let me take over. The battle erupts in a fierce clash of hope and despair. On a devastated and desolate landscape, the mechanized human army of the StarCraft series stands poised to face an endless horde of zombies. A grand and awe-inspiring battle is about to unfold. At the front line, the massive and imposing Thor mechs stand tall, their metal armor gleaming coldly under the sun. Their eyes emit a menacing red glow, and the giant cannons and missile pods on their sides exude a sense of overwhelming destructive power. Each heavy step causes the ground to tremble, radiating an aura of unstoppable might. Behind them, siege tanks have calibrated their firing angles, and 50 comrades stand in a formidable phalanx, with hellbats in the front row, ready to unleash their fiery wrath. The entire formation is on high alert, with battle imminent. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoes from the distance as the zombie horde surges like a flood. Their decaying bodies emit a stench of death and decay, with claws and fangs glinting hungrily in the sunlight. These monsters crave flesh and infection, aiming to overwhelm the mechanized army before them. The battle erupts in an instant. As soon as the zombie horde enters firing range, they are met with a torrent of firepower. Countless tongues of flames spew from gun barrels, and bullets rain down, tearing the front ranks of zombies to shreds. Explosions rip through the dense masses, sending zombies and mutated creatures flying. As the horde closes in, the Thor mechs begin to transform. Massive cannons extend from their backs, and stabilizing modules lock their legs in place. The Punisher artillery system activates, targeting designated bombardment zones. Feel the power of the Thor. With a thunderous roar, a series of deafening booms reverberates across the battlefield. The immense firepower reduces vast swathes of zombies to ashes in an instant. Fireballs blaze in the air, flames sweep across the battlefield, and scorching heat waves make it hard to breathe. Shockwaves and shrapnel tear through everything in their path. The human mechanized army continues to unleash high-powered artillery and missiles, decimating the oncoming horde in moments. The battlefield is engulfed in smoke and fire, with blood and gore flying everywhere, and the anguished cries of mutated creatures echoing in the chaos. On the city walls, the cat-like observers are left speechless by the scene before them. The precision firepower of the steel behemoths, the coordinated might of the vast army, and the impressive and powerful mechs, all of these will be etched into their memories forever. Despite the fierce battle, a keen observer would notice that it is a one-sided slaughter. The frontline hellbats even start to boil water for tea out of boredom, as no zombie can breach the 200-meter defensive line. Chang Wei surveys the situation, confirming no immediate threats before shifting his attention to another battlefield. His expression turns anxious, wishing he could drag the Astartes back with a mouse click. Hey, you tin cans are getting too carried away, he yells into the comm channel. I told you to hold your ground, and now you're charging? What about the base? Sure enough, a small group of zombies has slipped past the Astartes line and is attacking the city walls. Though quickly sniped by the cat-like sharpshooters, this oversight still infuriates Chang Wei. Alright, so the Space Marines are just here to sweep the front lines, and the leftover monsters are for you regular troops to handle, he mutters to himself. That's so Astartes. Despite his frustrations, Chang Wei doesn't need to micromanage everything. The officers at various levels can execute their tactical commands excellently, leaving him to focus on strategic decisions. Scanning the multiple battlefields, he sees nothing but one-sided victories. The Dimension Spear uses its antimatter annihilation cannon to carve out a massive crater, dozens of kilometers in diameter and hundreds of meters deep, within the zombie horde. The Titan mechs, like gods descending from the heavens, crush countless zombies underfoot while rescuing trapped survivors. The outcome of the battle is already decided. As time passes, the virus hosts begin to weaken, their movements slowing until they collapse en masse, dissolving into pools of pus. Seeing this, Chang Wei, though expecting it, still feels a touch of incredulity. He wonders how he would save the world if he were just an ordinary person in this apocalyptic scenario. How could he break the deadlock? The mere thought seems impossible unless, like now, a benevolent alien civilization intervened forcefully. Closing his eyes, Chang Wei leans back in his command chair for a brief rest, then issues orders to Matt Horner. Matt, handle the aftermath with the cat-like beings. Follow the same protocol we used for the dog-like beings. Report any emergencies to me. I'll be in my quarters. Matt Horner stands at attention and salutes. Yes, sir. Rest assured, I'll take care of it. Nodding, Chang Wei returns to his ship's quarters. However, instead of resting, he pulls a book on life philosophy and military tactics from the shelf and begins to read. This isn't because he feels untalented or fears he can't lead the ever-growing fleet. Chang Wei never believed in the saying, "Heaven rewards diligence." He thinks that those who believe in it often become either arrogant or nihilistic. They might think everything is due to their efforts and lose their original intentions, looking down on failures as not trying hard enough. But if they fail despite their efforts, they fall into great resentment, believing the heavens are unjust. Having saved countless lives and worlds, witnessing their struggles, Chang Wei understands that most things in life are beyond our control. But even within the bounds of destiny, one must strive. Only by putting in effort can one seize the slim chance to change seemingly unalterable circumstances and perhaps herald the dawn of salvation. The Lightbringers, those who pursue the dawn and hope. While it seems they are saving others, aren't they also redeeming themselves? As Chang Wei ponders, a system notification echoes in his mind. Ding! A distress signal has been detected. Content as follows. It was a collective shout from a group of young men and women, as if pledging under some solemn witness. We were born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze. The people have faith. The nation has strength. Wherever we look, it's all China. The 5 stars shine bright. Our faith. We pledge our youth to defend humanity's last glory. We swear to protect the South Gate to the death and coexist with Earth. Chang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "Parallel world? Nantian Gate project?" His gaze swept over the mission details, and his heart began to race. What shocked him the most was that the captain of the Qilan, Chang Kuan, shared the same name as his deceased father. Even more perplexing was the sudden white light and the celestial warriors that bore striking resemblance to the characteristics of the multiverse rescue system. Had he been to this world before? The mission details unfolded before his eyes, like a grand historical tapestry. In 1950, the singularity of chakra science erupted, heralding a breakthrough in human civilization. Technology, thought, and culture surged forward like wild horses breaking free from their reins. Humanity's sight extended beyond the atmosphere, reaching for the vast expanse of the stars. Countless spacecraft and warships, reminiscent of the 16th century age of exploration, ventured into the unknown interstellar realms. On April 12, 1976, the United Government passed the Solar System Joint Development Act and established the Council for Space Exploration. The solar system was divided into 5 major zones, each managed by one of the 5 leading nations. In July 1987, the Bear Nation launched the Kirov-class galactic destroyer, soon followed by the Eagle Nation's new world-class galactic frigate. By 1989, both sides had established 8 major fleets, comprising 230 galactic ships, with their operational range extending 2 light-years beyond the solar system. In March 1989, humanity discovered intelligent extraterrestrial life in the Alpha Centauri system, marking the first contact with a potentially superior alien civilization. To advance Earth's technology, the 8 nations with interstellar fleets signed a mutual assistance pact with the Alpha Centauri system. Earth thus stepped into a Level 1 civilization, progressing towards Level 2. However, this seemingly promising beginning was actually the prelude to a nightmare. In November the same year, an unknown wandering civilization, possessing Level 1.5 technology, attacked the Alpha Centauri system. Given the mere 4.2 light-years between Alpha Centauri and Earth, the Bear Nation dispatched its 3rd galactic fleet to assist in February 1990. Humanity underestimated the vast technological gap of 0.5 levels. Within a week, the 3rd galactic fleet was annihilated, losing 29 starships, including 4 Typhoon-class battlecruisers. After 4 years of grueling warfare, the Alpha Centauri system fell, the Bear Nation disintegrated, and Russia took over most of its assets and ships. Over 300 starships from Earth participated, with 73 destroyed. By late 1994, the unknown wandering civilization used an unknown method to jump into the solar system, launching an invasion. By the end of 1995, the solar system was fully occupied, forcing humanity to retreat to Earth's defense perimeter. In early 1996, over 200 enemy ships appeared near Mars, making the Martian war zone critical. Earth sent the 2nd, 4th, and 7th Galactic Fleets for support, but Mars fell within 4 months. In June of the same year, the invaders launched a new offensive, destroying 2 of Earth's space defense bases. They then used long-range cluster cannons to bombard Earth, which was partially shielded by the Moon. This attack caused massive human casualties and left countless craters on the Moon's surface. By late 1997, the Moon had become a battlefield. In this dire situation, Earth mobilized nearly all its forces. This most brutal interstellar war saw young people from all over the world, including students born in the 80s and 90s, putting down their books and taking up unfamiliar weapons, ready to fight to the death. Yet, hopes of victory remained slim. In early 1998, the invaders reinforced with 400 more ships. Earth's remaining main fleets included the Eagle Nation's 1st Galactic Fleet, Russia's 2nd Fleet, and the Rabbit Nation's Fushi Fleet. The Battle of the Moon became humanity's bloodiest interstellar conflict, with countless young lives lost. Although the 3 main fleets destroyed 4 enemy ports, they faced fierce counterattacks. The Fushi Fleet's flagship, the Chilean, was heavily damaged and surrounded. In a final act of defiance, Captain Chang Kuan piloted the Chilean into the enemy's main ship, sacrificing himself. After a year of total conflict, humanity still couldn't bridge the technological gap, and nearly all starships were destroyed. The highest command decided to retreat to Earth, preparing for the final Earth defense battle. In 1999, the decisive battle began. In early January, alien ships entered the atmosphere en masse, using Level 2 orbital energy devices for precise saturation attacks on capitals and key facilities. Human casualties were immense, and shelters and bunkers became the last hope for survivors. The highest command issued the highest mobilization order, forming a doomsday army with the slogan, "Our home is behind us," launching a desperate counterattack. The participants had no farewell letters, no pensions, no monuments, and no medals of honor. They rushed into battle like moths to a flame, burning themselves to ignite a glimmer of hope for humanity's future. Yet, no amount of courage and flesh could overcome the technological disparity, and humanity continued to lose ground. In early July, as Earth was on the brink of collapse, a white light flashed, and celestial warriors descended. They piloted giant mechas and starships not of this world, joining the fight. With their overwhelming power, the battle quickly turned in humanity's favor, and the invaders surrendered. On the 27th, humanity and the invaders signed a non-aggression pact, revealing some truths of the universe. The celestial warriors vanished in a flash of light, leaving behind a memory eraser and a story called The Dark Forest as references. On the 28th, the surviving humans signed a post-war confidentiality agreement. First, destroy all existing starships and ban their construction until reaching level 1.5 civilization, with violators facing collective punishment. Second, participants signed confidentiality agreements prohibiting the disclosure of related events to anyone born after 1999. Third, non-participants had their memories erased. On the 30th, world leaders gathered in the Atlantic, watching as the last human starship, the Shenzhou, sank to the ocean floor. Former Shenzhou captain and crew wept bitterly. As the millennium dawned, Earth entered a new era. Human civilization masked itself as a level 0.7 civilization, secretly advancing technology while harboring a deep reverence for the universe. Yet, a new crisis loomed. Ignoring international opposition, the Rabbit Nation initiated the Nantiangate Project and the Tiangong Kaiwu Project. They sensed Earth's location might be exposed, and another crisis was imminent. They were also the first to decipher the hidden meaning in the Dark Forest story. Though other nations found it absurd, they had no choice but to follow suit to monitor the Rabbit Nation's development. 50 years later, the fears came true. A powerful silicon-based civilization discovered humanity as carbon-based life forms and attacked without any communication. In just one day, humanity lost all outer defense perimeters except for Earth, with fleet losses reaching 80. The technological gap between the civilizations was a chasm, even more despairing than the 1999 invasion. Western High Command, without informing the public, initiated a spaceship escape plan, aiming to become a wandering starship civilization. Meanwhile, the Rabbit Nation issued a Level 1 mobilization order, rallying high school students nationwide to solemnly swear under the flag, preparing to defend the Nantiangate and Earth to the death. Mission rewards. 1. Protect human civilization from annihilation under the attack of the Silicon-based Civilization Alliance's main fleet. 100,000 mission points. 2. Assist human civilization in contacting and successfully joining the Carbon-based Civilization Alliance. 50,000 mission points. 3. Rescue the fleeing Western High Command fleet, preventing their destruction by the Silicon-based fleet. 10,000 mission points. Mission countdown. 71 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Chang Wei's eyes were wide open as he muttered, "Parallel world? Nantiangate project? What surprised him the most was that the captain of the Qilin, Chang Kuan, shared the same name as his deceased father. And then there was the White Light and the Celestial Warriors. How similar it was to the multiverse rescue system's modus operandi. Had he been here before? Chang Wei carefully reviewed the mission requirements, quickly realizing that this was a large-scale fleet rescue operation. The name Nanchaman Plan made him ponder it was a sci-fi concept elevated to a national strategic level, though he wasn't fully aware of the specifics. Interestingly, the plan's origin could be traced back to a heated online debate between people born in the 80s and those born in the 2000s. The argument centered on which generation had contributed more to humanity. After much back and forth, an 80s blogger made a shocking statement. You 2000s kids shouldn't even exist. We 80s and 90s folks saved the world in 1999, allowing you to be born. Don't bother verifying it. We erased everyone's memories after defeating the aliens. This playful remark ignited the creative passion of netizens. Soon, a complete story framework emerged, rich in detail, logically coherent, and even supported by data. Thus, the concept of the 1999 Earth Defense War was born. Over time, this concept spawned multiple sci-fi settings, including the Nanchaman Plan. This plan even inspired a novel by the same name, outlining a blueprint for future integrated aerospace operations. Eventually, the idea caught the attention of the state and was incorporated into national strategic planning. The core objective of the Nanchaman Plan is to counter potential invasions by alien civilizations and silicon-based life forms. According to the plan, by 2043, a global integrated strategic defense system will be fully established. This system will include the large strategic aerospace carrier platform, Wanyao, the aerospace fighter, Xiannu, and the tactical robot, Chang'ing. Although the mission world shared the same name as the plan, Chang Wei realized there were significant differences between the two. According to the normal development trajectory, human civilization in 2050 would at most reach a Type 1 level. However, the mission world's humans seem to be approaching a Type I.5 civilization level. Even so, they would likely struggle to compete against the Silicon Civilization Alliance. With this in mind, Chang Wei asked the system for detailed information about the Silicon Civilization Alliance. The system's response made him gasp. The Silicon Civilization Alliance, formerly known as the Kurd Silicon-based Joint Destiny Community, consists of 1 Type 5 civilization, 36 Type 4 civilizations, 207 Type 3 civilizations, and 1,064 Type 2 civilizations, all silicon-based life forms. This alliance has existed for 3.674 billion years and has been at war with the carbon-based civilization alliance for 150 million years. They harbor a deep-seated hatred for carbon-based life forms and issue extinction orders upon discovering carbon-based life planets during their cosmic explorations. The solar system, previously unnoticed due to its location on the edge of the Milky Way, became significant when a Type I.5 carbon-based civilization, destroyed by the Silicon Civilization Alliance 2 centuries ago, turned into a wandering starship civilization. To prevent future threats, the Silicon Civilization Alliance tracked this wandering civilization and eventually discovered the solar system and humanity. Currently, a fleet of 3,000 Type 2 civilization warships is approaching. This is merely the lowest-level scout fleet of the Silicon Civilization Alliance. Triggering an alarm could potentially attract warships from higher civilizations. The system warned Chang Wei that the mission was extremely difficult. He must quickly help human civilization establish contact with the carbon-based Civilization Alliance and seek assistance. The system also cautioned that if Chang Wei's warship were completely destroyed in battle, the wreckage would be reclaimed by the system, and the corresponding warship slot would be cleared. The original crew would be marked as deceased. This information placed immense pressure on Chang Wei. As the fleet commander, he felt a profound sense of responsibility and was determined to protect every crew member's life. With nearly 3 days left for preparation, he needed to make the most of it. Reviewing his remaining 117,100 mission points and 3 vacant warship slots, Chang Wei's mind raced with thoughts. He resolved to go all out and give it everything he had. Chang Wei never missed a daily check-in, earning 200 mission points each day. Including the 7 days in the Emer star system and 3 days of mission preparation, he accumulated a total of 2,000 mission points. Currently, he has 119,100 mission points available and 3 vacant battleship slots. Contemplating these resources, Chang Wei found himself in deep thought. Should he use all the points to recruit battleships? Unless he could get a battleship from a level 6 civilization, adding more level 5 battleships wouldn't change the tide of battle. On the contrary, it might attract the attention of the level 5 civilizations within the silicon-based Civilization Alliance. If they detected level 5 battleships from a suspected carbon-based civilization in the solar system, they could instantly warp in and annihilate the chasing light fleet, raising the mission difficulty to a nightmare level. Chang Wei's mind raced, considering all possible scenarios in just a few seconds. He realized the system's suggestion might be correct. The rescue mission was indeed highly challenging for him at this stage. A slight misstep could attract stronger enemies, leading to the fleet's destruction. Thus, Establishing contact with the carbon-based civilization alliance as quickly as possible was crucial to resolving the crisis. With a clear objective, Chang Wei swiftly formulated an action plan. First, he would lead the fleet to fend off the initial wave of attacks from the silicon-based civilization alliance. Then, using the solar system as a fortress, he would rapidly construct numerous defensive structures to prepare for potential level 4 civilization fleets. Meanwhile, he would deploy several reconnaissance ships with advanced communication and exploration capabilities to locate the carbon-based civilization alliance, aiming to secure reinforcements before the silicon-based civilization alliance launched a massive attack. The key to achieving this goal lay in the speed of constructing the solar system's defenses and the ability to maintain logistics and repairs while being outnumbered and isolated. Therefore, Chang Wei decided to focus the new ship recruits in 3 areas: industrial ships with exceptional production and construction capabilities, reconnaissance ships with advanced communication and exploration functions, and logistics ships with superior supply and repair capabilities. Simultaneously, Chang Wei planned to use his mission points to accelerate various technology projects, building construction, and upgrades in armor strength and weapon power. He hoped to complete a comprehensive armament upgrade of the mobile planetary fortress, Star of Hope, within 3 days. Although it might not be perfect, it should be sufficient for the rescue mission. Considering that the Star of Hope was hollow inside, the modification would be relatively easier. Chang Wei didn't overlook the potential of the 900 million ELS entities. They could transform collectively after consuming a few enemy battleships, becoming a formidable force. Thinking about the ELS, Chang Wei was reminded of the Transformers' typical silicon-based life forms with a penchant for dramatic transformations. A sudden inspiration struck him. Could he use this to infiltrate the enemy and conduct strategic deception? Perhaps lure them into an ambush? A comical scene flashed in his mind. Transformers acting as guides, leading the enemy with lines like, "This way, Commander. Just follow this path to bypass the defenses, and the Earthlings will be wiped out." Then, the enemy would be surrounded and annihilated by his forces. Shaking his head to dispel the amusing thought, Chang Wei focused on selecting the ships to recruit. First up were the industrial ships. Chang Wei chose a level 4 civilization ship designed by a creative author, the Great Whale Industrial Mothership. This 80-kilometer-long, 20-kilometer-wide elliptical behemoth housed hundreds of light industrial mechs called Icarus, along with numerous drones and advanced nano-construction printing technology. It could effortlessly extract, refine, and construct resources throughout the star system, boasting high industrial output and efficiency. It also had a compression device for efficient cargo storage and powerful tractor beams for direct resource extraction and deployment from planetary surfaces. Equipped with warp engines, it could follow the fleet for long-range operations and quickly build various industrial and defensive structures. After a few seconds of careful consideration, Chang Wei confirmed the recruitment. The system chimed, deducting 1,500 mission points, and the 13th battleship slot now housed a relatively sleek industrial mothership. Next was the logistics support ship. Although not well-versed in this type, Chang Wei eventually chose the supporter-class fleet replenishment ship from Star Wars. This large supply ship, serving the Empire, was 4,600 meters long, characterized by 6 spherical fuel and supply tanks. It featured at least 4 arm-style refueling devices, capable of simultaneously supplying 2 battlecruisers or dreadnoughts. The ship's rear had multiple hangars and docks, spacious enough to accommodate a frigate-sized ship for deep space repairs and patrol. Chang Wei found this ship cost-effective and, while not extraordinary, it was adequate in other aspects. He confirmed the recruitment, deducting another 1,600 mission points. Lastly, he needed a reconnaissance ship with exceptional communication and exploration capabilities. Although the Spear of Dimensions could fulfill this role, Chang Wei didn't want to risk deploying his final trump card. He decided to randomly recruit a level 5 civilization battleship. If the drawn ship wasn't ideal, he would choose the most suitable one between the two for locating the carbon-based civilization alliance. This way, even if they encountered an unreasonable opponent, they would have some self-defense capability, while still retaining their ultimate trump card. Ding! The system notification sounded, signaling Chang Wei's successful random recruitment. A holographic projection of a 5th-level civilization's Star Cruiser-class strategic cloud ship appeared before him. The warship was 876 meters long and 208 meters wide, with a sleek, futuristic design. Its hull was covered with millions of compressed-grade adamantine alloy armor plates, gleaming coldly under the starlight. Chang Wei meticulously examined the ship's configuration. A curvature lightspeed engine, a dimensional warp engine, and 8 particle thruster engines formed its formidable propulsion system. The energy core consisted of an antimatter crystal array unit, emitting an intimidating energy pulse. The ship's armament system was awe-inspiring: 4 antimatter annihilation cannons, 20 closed defense rail kinetic cannons, 10 energy particle cannons, 64 two-dimensional devouring membranes, and 1 strategic-grade black hole bomb. These weapons were capable of obliterating an entire star system. The defense system was equally advanced: deflection field generators, ion energy shields, and quantum wave tie bubbles combined to create an almost impenetrable defensive network. What astonished Chang Wei the most was the crew composition: 140 quantum phantoms. These were volunteers who had willingly transformed into quantum states for potential strategic destruction missions, ready to sacrifice themselves at any moment. Chang Wei couldn't help but marvel at the technological prowess of a fifth-level civilization. Compared to fourth-level civilizations, these warships were more sophisticated, expensive, and tended towards miniaturization and microminiaturization. He paid special attention to the two-dimensional devouring membranes and the strategic-grade black hole bomb. The former could compress an entire solar system into a single painting, while the latter could create a massive black hole that devoured everything. The defensive capability of the quantum wave tie bubbles was equally impressive, isolating the ship from the surrounding spatial dimensions to prevent damage from dimensional shifts. However, as the civilization level increased, Chang Wei found it increasingly difficult to comprehend these advanced technological concepts. He realized that as a fleet commander, he might need to study more scientific knowledge to keep up with these advancements. With these thoughts in mind, Chang Wei opened the system panel to check the progress of research projects overseen by Stedman and Swan. Seeing that some projects had made significant progress, he decided to use mission points to accelerate the research. As Chang Wei operated the system, researchers aboard the Hyperion, the Infinity, and the Mechanical Ark suddenly experienced a burst of inspiration, rapidly advancing their research. They were ecstatic, viewing it as a miracle, unaware that it was all due to Chang Wei's cheat. After consuming a large number of mission points, Chang Wei successfully unlocked nearly 100 technological advancements, elevating the overall strength of the Light Chaser fleet from a 4.1 level civilization to a 4.5 level civilization. He decided to invest the remaining mission points into the rapid construction of important equipment and buildings. In just 3 days, the Emer star system developed at an astonishing pace. Various starports, shipyards, and industrial complexes sprang up like mushrooms after the rain, leaving the SCV workers in awe. They privately discussed the incredible changes, but had to adhere to the system contract, pretending to be oblivious. Ultimately, they continued their work in silence, witnessing the remarkable transformation initiated by Chang Wei. The last hour before the mission felt like a fleeting moment. Members of the Light Chaser fleet woke from their slumber, enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and took their positions. They donned their gear, checked their weapons, and awaited the moment of departure. Over the past few days, the Cadians and Canines had settled on their respective planets. The Light Chaser fleet had constructed makeshift, giant domed ecological cities for them. Though not perfect, these cities were fully functional, equipped with public transportation, subways, hospitals, administrative buildings, police stations, food distribution centers, and academies. They also included self-sustaining industrial, agricultural, and residential areas. When these extraterrestrial residents first set foot in the futuristic, cyberpunk-style cities, they were left in awe. Chang Wei granted them considerable freedom, requiring only adherence to basic city regulations and moral codes. Detailed planning would have to wait for the future. At this moment, Chang Wei sat on the bridge of the Hyperion, his gaze sweeping across the virtual screens. Captains of various ships reported their readiness. With a determined expression, he ordered the final countdown to begin. Light Chaser fleet, Chang Wei's voice resonated through the communication channels. We are about to enter a battlefield filled with challenges. But as long as we stand united, we will conquer our enemies and overcome any obstacle. Victory is ours. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch. With a blinding flash of light, the Light Chaser fleet, along with the mobile Fortress Hope Star, vanished into the vast expanse of space. After their departure, the Emer star system was temporarily managed by artificial intelligence, which executed various tasks, production, and construction projects according to preset programs. The scene shifted to the parallel universe of the Southgate plan. On September 27, 2050, night had fallen. A gentle breeze brushed against Wang Meiling's cheek, lifting her hair. The 16-year-old stood before hundreds of tombstones, her gaze vacant. Just 6 months ago, she had been an ordinary high school student. Now, she was a pilot of the Chengying tactical mech. Memories flooded back. On March 21, 2050, students who had been playing in the classroom were suddenly summoned to watch a national emergency broadcast. The shocking truth echoed. Humanity had been attacked by an alien civilization. The solar system's defense perimeter was nearly destroyed, and only the Southgate's star wall was holding on. Western leaders chose to flee, while the Rabbit decided to stay and live or die with Earth. A global mobilization order was issued, and mass conscription began. Students and teachers left their schools, taking up arms and heading to the battlefield. In the first 3 months, the battles were primarily in space. The Star Wall, led by the Southgate, fiercely resisted, achieving countless glorious victories. However, on June 25th, a group of silicon-based lifeforms disguised as meteors broke through the defenses and descended on Earth, igniting ground warfare. These aliens, named Beta, possessed immense combat capabilities and rapid reproductive rates. They did not need to breathe or eat, but devoured humans for some cruel purpose. Beta could also nest and transmit special intelligence, resembling terrifying biological weapons. Under the relentless onslaught of Beta, human defenses crumbled, many regions fell, and civilian casualties were immense. However, as humanity learned more about the enemy, they gradually stabilized their defenses and developed effective strategies. These valuable lessons were paid for with the lives of countless soldiers. Wang Meiling closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. She clenched her fists and sobbed quietly among the tombstones. Just then, a voice called out from behind her. Meiling, the teacher has issued a rally order. Our mech squad has a mission. Wang Meiling wiped away her tears, her face becoming resolute once more. She turned and responded, all right, I'm coming. The war for the survival of civilizations is brutal. In the Rabbit Kingdom, traditional beliefs drive countless elders and men to the front lines of the space battlefield. At the forefront of the Galactic Great Wall, led by the Southern Skygate, they operate space-based weapons, pilot starships, and engage in relentless combat with the Blackbird fighter jets across the vast cosmos. On Earth, most children and women are placed in relatively safe areas. They are not idle, however. They form the reserves and the Earth Defense Force. Men and elders are rarely seen on the streets unless required for special posts. Recently, the Earth Defense Command received an urgent report. Soldier-class betas were spotted 200 kilometers away in Chi County, resulting in the deaths of 28 civilians. 3,000 households are being urgently evacuated. The command immediately ordered Wang Meiling's Chengying Tactical Mech Squad to investigate and eliminate the betas and cover the civilians' retreat. 5 young female soldiers in white mech combat suits quickly assembled. Under the guidance of their female instructor, they piloted the Chengying mechs in a flying formation towards the mission site. Nervous but light-hearted banter filled the communication channels between the mechs. The instructor listened silently, her thoughts drifting back to the past. In just 6 months, only 4 of her 50 students remained. The heart-wrenching pain of watching each student fall was unbearable. Though she couldn't guarantee their survival, she vowed never to let another student die before her. Approaching the target, stay alert, the instructor sternly reminded them. Prioritize finding possible nests. Stay safe. Yes, ma'am. The girls responded in unison. Suddenly, a scorching beam of light pierced the instructor's mech, turning it into a fireball that plummeted from the sky with a thunderous crash. The 4 girls watched in shock and grief as the unexpected tragedy unfolded. Before they could react, more beams rained down. One girl narrowly avoided a fatal hit, but her mech lost half its body and spiraled out of control. Her screams echoed through the communication channels, jolting the others back to reality. It's a laser class. Descend and take cover. The survivors screamed, quickly lowering their altitude. The appearance of the laser class beta shocked everyone. These bipedal betas, capable of firing high-powered lasers, were supposed to only appear in secondary nests. Their presence indicated a graver situation than anticipated. Lu Xiaoxin, go rescue her. Kylie, report to command immediately. I'll find a way to take them down and avenge our instructor. Wang Meiling shouted, maneuvering her mech to fly low to the ground. Wang Meiling, don't act rashly. We must wait for backup. Her teammates tried to stop her, but rage clouded Wang Meiling's judgment. After a fierce battle, Wang Meiling failed to get close to the laser class and was hit, losing her flight capabilities and crashing into an abandoned factory. Her mech's performance was reduced by 80, making it impossible to restart. Inside the cockpit, only the dynamic sensor was still flashing. Seeing the swarm of red dots approaching on the monitor, Wang Meiling trembled, her face pale. In despair, Wang Meiling pulled out her sidearm and pressed it under her chin. Through her tears, she longed to return to the carefree days of school. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, the sound of gunfire erupted. Wang Meiling, you idiot, are you still alive? Lu Xiaoxin arrived in a single mech, valiantly drawing the beta's attention. Hope reignited in Wang Meiling as she kicked open the deformed hatch and crawled out. But what awaited her was even more despairing. Lu Xiaoxin's mech was overwhelmed by betas, pinned to the ground. They were frantically gnawing at the armor, trying to pry open the cockpit. Meiling, help me. If they breach the cockpit, please shoot me quickly. Don't let me suffer. Lu Xiaoxin pleaded over the intercom. Wang Meiling was too shocked to speak, trembling as she looked towards her friend. With a loud crash, the cockpit was violently torn open. A horde of betas stared greedily at Lu Xiaoxin inside. Shoot me. Kill me now. Lu Xiaoxin screamed hysterically. Wang Meiling finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably as she pulled the trigger on her best friend. Blood blossomed on Lu Xiaoxin's chest, and she fell with a look of relief. Immediately, the horrifying sounds of tearing and chewing followed as Wang Meiling watched in despair as her friend's body was devoured. Knowing she would face the same fate, Wang Meiling closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. Suddenly, a burst of static interference came through her headset, followed by beams of light raining down, obliterating the surrounding betas. Wang Meiling opened her eyes and looked up to see a mech she had never seen before hovering in the sky. It emitted two large rings of green particle light, resembling angelic wings, illuminating a beacon of hope in the darkness of despair. It's been over half a century since the Earth Defense War of 1999. The united and fearless spirit that once bound nations together has long faded. People now indulge in power, wealth, and pleasure, paying little attention to space exploration. Only the Rabbit Nation remains true to its original mission, pushing forward with the Nanchaman project under immense pressure, providing a glimmer of hope for Earth. Back in 1999, before the mysterious celestial warriors departed, they secretly left behind 24 super energy matrix cores for the Rabbit Nation. Using these, the Rabbit Nation created 24 Dinghe Shenzhou pearls, constructing 24 divine weapon systems, and ultimately forming the Nanchaman Galactic Great Wall Defense System. Without this, humanity, with its mere 1.5 level civilization, could never have withstood the assault of 3,000 warships from the Silicon-based Civilization Alliance, a 2-level civilization. Inside the Nanchaman Command Center, the Supreme Commander of the Earth Defense Forces gazed at the interwoven web of firepower on the Galactic Great Wall. He turned to an elderly man in a wheelchair beside him, who bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Zhaji. Mr. Zhou, as a witness to the 1999 events, do you think they'll return? Mr. Zhou squinted his eyes, revealing a wise and resolute look. I'm not sure. But without them, humanity might have been extinct or enslaved by now. We've been fortunate to survive an extra 50 years. What is there to complain about? This is the wisdom and courage of Huaxia. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. The Supreme Commander nodded silently, focusing on the battlefield situation and military deployment. At this moment, humanity's available military units in space included the 24 divine weapons, a few starship fleets, and the Luanio, Xuanu, and White Emperor. The Luanio is the core equipment of the Nanchaman project, integrating a multi-layered weapon system and capable of carrying 88 Xuanu space fighters. The Xuanu fighters rely on the Luanio platform for various missions. The White Emperor is an advanced space fighter, capable of reaching speeds of Mach 16 and equipped with multiple combat capabilities. Despite these advanced pieces of equipment, they still fell short against extraterrestrial civilizations. Humanity could only rely on the galactic Great Wall for defense, often sacrificing countless lives to fill the gaps in critical moments. The war had raged for 6 months, with 30 million adult men globally perishing on the space battlefield. Even in such dire circumstances, not a single person retreated. Cries in various languages echoed through space, condemning the fleeing Western leaders. Suddenly, a massive beam of light streaked across the sky, instantly destroying dozens of White Emperor fighters and their unmanned drones. Explosions lit up the sky as countless warriors fell on the Great Wall. Starships began to break apart, divine weapons lost their glow, and humanity's painstakingly built defense line started to crumble. The Supreme Commander removed his military cap, speaking heavily to Mr. Zhou. It looks like we've lost. Prepare to issue the final global announcement. Mr. Zhou shook his head and sighed. Gua, never give up until the very last moment. Holding out for just one more second might bring a miracle. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire command center shook violently, sending everyone tumbling to the ground. The screens displayed a massive gravitational source suddenly appearing in the nearby sky, even causing the moon to shift by 0.4 nanoarc seconds. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw a gigantic celestial body approaching through the porthole. It was a planet-sized sphere, shimmering with a metallic luster, clearly not a natural celestial body. A single word popped into everyone's mind: planetary fortress. Name: Star of Hope. This planetary fortress has now become a formidable force, with a total mass of 16,000 quadrillion tons and a diameter of 10,742 kilometers. At its core lies Gaia, the planet, controlled by the ELS hive mind. The defense system is intimidating. 300,000 electromagnetic railgun Closian weapon systems cover the surface, 150,000 mid-range laser defense arrays surround it, and 1,500 long-range neutron fusion missile silos are hidden within. The ground facilities are equally formidable, with 10,000 bunkers, 100,000 anti-aircraft missile towers, 1,000 sensor towers, and 36 doomsday turrets forming an impregnable defense line. Numerous hot betties, boom billis, and spinny boys add lethal firepower to the planet. Despite the shield field still being under construction, the Star of Hope already has excellent docking capabilities. A first-class standard starport can accommodate 30,000 battlecruisers simultaneously, with 200 repair workshops on standby. The heavy reassembly workshops are also under intense construction. The propulsion system is equally impressive. 1,000 large neutron fusion propulsion engines and 400 large sublight engines are in place, while the lightspeed and superluminal engines are being prepared. In the weapon systems, a space-time folding weapon is ready, and the giant Draken laser-focusing cannon is under rapid construction. The residents of this planet are unique. 900 million mutated metallic life forms make up the main population, with 2,000 natural human operators and officers in command, and 60,000 clone guards, including Imperial stormtroopers, Terran Marines, and Star Realm replicators, forming elite forces. Such rapid construction progress is owed to Changwei's incredible technological acceleration and the tireless efforts of hundreds of light industrial mechs, Icarus, on the Whale industrial mothership. Particularly, the drones equipped with advanced nano-construction printing technology have astonishing construction efficiency. As long as materials and energy are sufficient, they can quickly replicate buildings according to module blueprints, with facilities rising rapidly, even putting SCVs to shame. The addition of the Star of Hope greatly boosted Chang Wei's confidence in this rescue mission. When the Lightbringer fleet arrived in this world, they immediately discovered an intense interstellar battle nearby. A defensive line formed by a dense barrage of fire was being gradually torn apart, teetering on the brink of collapse. With just one glance, the Lightbringer fleet identified the combatants. One side piloted ships and fighters conforming to human aesthetics, clearly the Earth Defense Force. The other side, a fleet adorned with rocks and white crystals, unmistakably the invaders. In mere seconds, Chang Wei witnessed the tragic scenes of dozens of Xuannu and Baidi fighters crashing into enemy ships despite heavy damage. He furrowed his brow and decisively issued the command to the entire fleet. Commence combat operations. Objective: rescue the Earth Defense Force. Destroy the Silicon-based civilization's Level 2 small reconnaissance fleet as quickly as possible. Having pre-planned their tactics, the Lightbringer fleet swiftly moved into action. Countless terrifying beams of light streaked across the starry sky like a dazzling symphony, hitting the flanks of the Silicon-based civilization's fleet. The enemy's fragile shields collapsed instantly under the intense assault, with the beams penetrating and melting through the hulls, triggering chain explosions. Some fortunate enemy ships barely managed to turn and counterattack, while the unfortunate ones disintegrated into debris and wreckage. The Lightbringer fleet clearly aimed for a swift victory, giving the enemy no chance to breathe. The mission brief had already made it clear that the Silicon-based civilization harbored extreme malice and hatred towards carbon-based life, issuing extinction orders with no room for negotiation upon encountering them. For the Silicon-based civilization, deploying a Level 2 fleet was more than sufficient to handle Level 1.5 fugitives or destroy human civilization. They never expected to face Level 4 warships, let alone a planetary fortress. This overwhelming disparity in strength made their situation akin to fish in a pond being blasted by dynamite, utterly defenseless. The clumsy maneuvers of the silicon-based warships made Chang Wei frown. Instead of immediately executing rapid maneuvers in response to such a fierce flank attack, they attempted to turn and counterattack in place, essentially signing their death warrants. The correct response should have been swift maneuvering, ideally interspersing with the Earth Defense Forces formation or adjusting to a favorable position at high speed. Their current performance was akin to green recruits on their first battlefield, lacking basic tactical acumen. By the time the enemy ships finally managed to turn and prepare to counterattack, the fleet of roughly 3,000 ships had already lost half. Their counterattack was feeble against the vast technological gap, merely scratching the Lightbringer fleet. This crushing battle was reminiscent of a white family in America repelling 1,500 attacking natives with just a Maxim machine gun, showcasing the absolute advantage of technology. The Lightbringer fleet launched a full-scale assault. Gorgon-class battlecruisers, Moon-class cruisers, Queen of Glory-class battleships, mechanical arcs, and the Endless charged forward, preparing to split the enemy formation at close range. Space Hive Dushan, Imperial-class star destroyers, Renaissance-class star destroyers, and Protector-class heavy cruisers roamed the periphery, gradually forming a siege. Hyperion, Cybertron Arc, Whale industrial mothership, and Supporter-class fleet supply ships provided rear command and support. Meanwhile, the Griffin activated stealth mode, entered Earth's atmosphere, and began gathering more detailed intelligence about this world. The Wandering Star-class strategic cloud ship set out to find traces of the carbon-based civilization alliance. As for the Dimension Spear, Chang Wei kept it as his trump card, hidden for now. The battlefield quickly turned one-sided. The Lightbringer fleet's warships covered each other, alternating fire, and executed tactical division and encirclement as per Chang Wei's instructions, leaving no enemy ship unscathed. This astonishing scene left the Earth Defense Force, who were ready to sacrifice themselves heroically, in utter shock. Their hearts were instantly filled with a mix of disbelief and joy, and nearly all communication channels erupted with thunderous cheers. It's them. They've returned. Thank goodness. We're saved. The heavenly soldiers of 1999 have reappeared at humanity's darkest hour. As long as we hold on to our courage and unwavering resolve, hope will respond to our call and save us. May humanity's glory endure forever. Watching the silicon-based civilization fleet being crushed, Chang Wei knew victory was in hand. But he felt something was missing, suddenly realizing he almost forgot the most important line. He cleared his throat, opened the all-channel broadcast, and said with a commanding voice, "Who is calling the fleet?" After uttering those words, Chang Wei felt a sense of relief wash over him. Reflecting on the words, Chang Wei was struck by the power and sense of duty they instilled. As the iconic line from the battlecruiser in StarCraft, it seemed to grant him unparalleled strength. In his mind, he transformed into a reliable big brother, always ready to rescue his comrades in distress. Surveying the battlefield before him, Chang Wei saw the silicon-based civilization's fleet being relentlessly destroyed, their resistance futile. No longer focusing on the inevitable victory, he turned his attention to the next mission. Facing the communication screen, Chang Wei issued an order to the captain of the industrial mothership, the Zhujing. Once the enemy is completely annihilated, the Zhujing will form a fleet with the Imperial-class Star Destroyer, the Renaissance-class Star Destroyer, and the Defender-class heavy cruiser. Proceed as planned to construct the solar system's defense fortifications. Time is of the essence. We must prepare for the unknown enemy. Use every second wisely, understood? Yes, sir. The Zhujing's captain responded crisply. She was a woman in her 40s with striking purple hair, carrying an air of elegance and authority. Her tailored captain's dress, paired with black stockings, made her quite the sight. Chang Wei noted her resemblance to Kaching from Genshin Impact, though her face bore a more mature look. Pushing aside his stray thoughts, Chang Wei continued, considering the enemy might use faster than-light jumps to enter the solar system directly, your primary task is to establish a mobile jump disruptor matrix covering the entire solar system. Make sure any attempt they make to jump in results in a disastrous failure. The specific implementation is up to you. I only want the results. The female captain acknowledged the order and promptly ended the communication. Shortly after, Chang Wei received a communication request from the captain of the Griffin, stationed on Earth. The African-American captain reported, "Sir, we've arrived on Earth and deployed ghost squads to gather intelligence. The situation is dire. Earth is under attack by a biological weapon likely deployed by the silicon-based civilization. These silicon-based life forms are numerous, diverse, extremely aggressive, and are slaughtering humans en masse. Some even display cannibalistic behavior. Should we continue to observe or intervene immediately?" Chang Wei pondered for a moment. While logic dictated thorough investigation before action, the urgent situation meant every second of delay could cost innocent lives. As the commander of the Light Chaser fleet, he was acutely aware of his responsibilities. Time is life, Chang Wei declared decisively. Hyperion, dispatch landing troops to engage on Earth immediately. This includes elite mercenaries, Titan mobile squads, and the newly produced Gundams. Conduct a comprehensive rescue operation for the humans on Earth. The Cybertron ARC's Imaging 1 will assist in locating survivors. Remember, rescuing lives is the top priority, followed by neutralizing the enemy. Once we clear the enemy ships in space, we'll provide orbital support and additional forces. Now move out. With the order given, a swarm of drop pods and transport ships detached from the Hyperion, speeding towards Earth. This action quickly caught the attention of Earth's defense forces, resulting in an incoming communication request. Straightening his uniform, Chang Wei prepared to connect. Although their intentions were clear, as the first rescuers of this world, they needed to formally introduce themselves and their mission. However, when the communication connected, the elderly figure on the screen surprised him by saying, "You still look as young and spirited as ever, Captain Chang Wei of the Hyperion. We meet again." Chang Wei's expression changed instantly, and a startling thought flashed through his mind. The person in front of him not only recognized him, but also knew his name. He immediately recalled the 1999 Heavenly Soldiers incident mentioned in the system task details. Could this be a time loop? Had his future self once participated in the 1999 Earth defense battle? Reflecting on his experiences with time loops in the world of Titanfall 2, this hypothesis didn't seem impossible. But then, a more unsettling question arose. This stranger referred to him as Captain Chang Wei of the Hyperion. He had never held such a title. Did something happen to Xiaoma? Filled with questions, Chang Wei carefully studied the elderly man before him. To his shock, the old man bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhou Zhaji from the Wandering Earth. Before he could process his thoughts, the old man frowned and asked, "Captain Chang Wei, don't you recognize me?" "Well, it's been 50 years, and I've aged beyond recognition. I'm Zhou Xiaodong, the one you saved back in 1999. Do you remember?" Zhou Xiaodong? The name triggered no memories for Chang Wei. He silently asked the system, "What's the connection between this Zhou Xiaodong and Zhou Zhaji from the Wandering Earth? Why do they look so alike?" The system replied coldly, "Host, this is a common phenomenon across the multiverse known as the doppelganger effect. They are the same person from different universes, but with different fates. Some doppelgangers are very similar due to parallel experiences, while others can be vastly different." Chang Wei pondered this and then asked, "So, if he says I saved him in 1999, Does that mean my future self carried out that rescue mission? This time, the system responded mechanically, host lacks sufficient permissions. Please explore on your own. Annoyed by the system's evasiveness, Chang Wei turned to Zhou Xiaodong and said, maybe I'm not the Chang Wei you remember. If possible, I think we should have a proper conversation. Zhou Xiaodong's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. All right. Meanwhile, the Light Chaser fleet had completely annihilated the Silicon-based Civilization Alliance's Level 2 fleet. While clearing the battlefield, they discovered what appeared to be a quantum communication device, indicating that the enemy might have sent a distress signal. Even more concerning, this communication technology required at least a Level 5 civilization to develop, allowing for zero-latency communication across the universe. The Light Chaser fleet immediately focused on fortifying the solar system's defense perimeter while assisting the Earth Defense Force in eliminating the remaining beta nests and rescuing disaster victims. Accompanied by a group of escorts, Chang Wei was preparing for a crucial meeting with Zhou Xiaodong, other human leaders, and survivors of the 1999 incident. As everyone took their seats, the meeting was about to begin. Chang Wei thought to himself, perhaps the truth would soon be revealed. All right, everyone is here. Let's get started, the host announced. On September 29, 2023, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived as scheduled. Chang Wei and Zhou Xiaodong's meeting was brief and efficient. After completing the necessary formalities, they got straight to the point. Through their conversation and mutual verification, Chang Wei discovered that the situation was not as simple as a closed time loop. Zhou Xiaodong nodded in agreement and explained, yes, General Chang Wei. We initially thought you were the same group of people who arrived in 1999, but it seems there are significant differences between you. Zhou Xiaodong then detailed the differences between the two groups, from the fleet size to individual demeanor. He described the 1999 Captain Chang Wei as having an aura of cold arrogance, a kingly presence that looked down on others. His words and actions carried a philosophical weight and authority, and he even possessed special abilities, capable of easily crushing alien warships. Chang Wei listened in astonishment and asked if that captain had mentioned their arrival in 2050. Zhou Xiaodong shook his head and sighed, recalling that the captain was very reticent. After dealing with the situation, he left behind a memory eraser, the story of the Dark Forest, and the core of a super-energy matrix before disappearing. Unsatisfied with this answer, Chang Wei pressed further for specific differences between the fleets. Zhou Xiaodong delved into his memories, describing a fleet of just 4 smaller, elegantly designed warships. Their most formidable combat units were humanoid girls called judges, who possessed apocalyptic powers and all served on the Hyperion. Hearing this, Chang Wei's mind seemed to freeze. He realized that the Chang Wei who appeared in 1999 was likely his counterpart, not his future self. He resolved that he would never abandon his current fleet companions. Seeking confirmation from the system, Chang Wei received responses of incorrect conclusion and insufficient permissions. He decided to set aside this question for now and focus on the current rescue mission. Calming himself, Chang Wei solemnly announced to Zhou Xiaodong and the other human leaders, we are the Light Chasers, those who pursue hope and light. Though our identities may differ, our goal is to Semito protect and save your world, to prevent the extinction of humanity and Earth. Hearing this pledge, the human leaders smiled with relief. Noticing their reaction, Chang Wei decided to temporarily withhold the news of a potential large-scale invasion by the Silicon-based Civilization Alliance. He made a silent vow to do everything in his power to complete this rescue mission. The invading enemy space forces in the solar system have been annihilated by the fleet of Light Chasers. Under the lead of the giant whale ship, various defense installations such as space mines, mobile warp disruptors, drone swarms, and automatic anti-aircraft turrets were swiftly established. Massive mobile planetary fortresses like the Star of Hope, the Mechanics Arc, and the Space Nest Dushan have been stationed near Jupiter to avoid gravitational impact on Earth, forming a solid defensive line. At this moment, only the beta on Earth remained to be eliminated. Chang Wei reached multiple agreements with the Earth Defense Force, promising substantial military aid and some technological support. He also inquired about the whereabouts of the fleeing Western leaders to complete his system mission. Chang Wei held these escapees in extreme disdain. They abandoned their citizens, homes, and human dignity to embark on an unknown journey through the cosmos. However, he understood that this was a survival instinct ingrained in human genes. Without a high ideal to uphold, it's hard to resist. During the primitive tribal periods, the genes that favored self-preservation allowed humanity to survive and evolve. Despite this understanding, neither Chang Wei nor the fighters who stayed behind would ever condone or forgive such behavior. People with different paths cannot make plans together. Since they chose to run, they should never return. From now on, Earth would no longer welcome them. When Chang Wei brought up the topic, the humans showed shame and anger, not wanting the fleet of Light Chasers to rescue those traitors. But in the end, reason prevailed over emotion, and they divulged the escapees' whereabouts. Observations indicated that 3 months ago, the Silicon-based civilization had dispatched 100 warships in pursuit, likely catching up soon. Upon hearing the news, Chang Wei took immediate action, ordering the Gorgon-class battlecruiser and the supercarrier Infinity to join the Hyperion for the rescue mission. Despite his aversion to the escapees, the rewards from the system mission prompted him to act. He secretly resolved to send these people as far away as possible after the rescue. Earth would still have a bright and beautiful future without them. As for their fate, who cared? Becoming a struggling, wandering civilization in the cosmos was punishment enough. Before leaving, Chang Wei assigned the Griffin, Moon-class cruisers, and the Queen of Glory battleship to assist humans in clearing the beta on Earth. He told the Star Marines and Astartes, "Aren't you guys always eager to kill aliens? Today, you can disembark and kill to your heart's content." This arrangement was because the beta nests were often buried within mountains and the Earth's crust, making them difficult to eradicate even with nuclear bombardments. They generated energy through heavy nuclear fusion by consuming rocks, possessing powerful digging and mining capabilities that riddled the underground with complex tunnels. Any oversight could allow them to re-establish nests elsewhere, akin to guerrilla warfare. Missing even one could result in reconstruction in another location, making them akin to alien mining machines. Thus, after every large-scale bombardment, humans needed to deploy massive mobile units to conduct carpet sweeps and completely dismantle each nest. Fighting in narrow, dark underground caves posed significant risks and casualties. But with the Light Chasers' involvement, the task would become much easier. The Star Marines and Astartes cheered excitedly. "Rest assured, Commander, we'll crush those damn man-eating maggots. Astartes will fight shoulder to shoulder with our mortal comrades. All aliens and heretics must die. My Chainsword is already thirsting for blood. Bathe in the flames of war, forged on the anvil of battle." Watching these warriors shouting and proclaiming their loyalty to the Emperor, Chang Wei felt exasperated. He thought, "Is it really appropriate to openly pledge allegiance to the Emperor in front of me, the fleet commander? Aren't you supposed to be my soldiers? And why are you wearing blue power armor, claiming to be Ultramarines, yet shouting the motto of the Salamander's chapter? Such a basic mistake, Cloudhammer? Fourth calamity? Are you all conspiring to mess with me?" Chang Wei couldn't be bothered to argue, so he boarded the Hyperion's bridge and issued orders to the 3 ships set for the rescue mission. "Prepare for FTL jump. Commence the operation. Target: rescue the fleeing Western leader's galactic fleet." With a hum, the 3 warships transformed into streaks of light and vanished. This scene left the Earth Defense Force in awe once again. If we could have such powerful technology and strength, Earth wouldn't be bullied by aliens, and there wouldn't be so much sacrifice, Xiaogua sighed. Zhou Xiaodong responded, "One mustn't be too greedy. We are not the protagonists of the universe, and good fortune won't always favor us. Although countless comrades have sacrificed, their spirit, will, and stories will endure like those of revolutionary predecessors, inspiring us to keep moving forward and shaping the light of our civilization." "Old Zhou, I understand that. But almost 2 generations of our adult men have perished, leaving only a bunch of young children. Can we really make it with such a future? Will our descendants believe in today's sacrifices?" Xiaogua asked worriedly. Zhou Xiaodong was silent for a moment, then looked up at the starry sky with determined eyes and said, "I believe. My children will believe, and their children will believe. As long as the flame is passed on, humanity will continue, and civilization will be preserved. One day, the glaciers will melt, flowers will bloom, and humanity will conquer this vast expanse of stars and sea." Following the directions and clues provided by the Earth Defense Force, Chang Wei and his fleet of 3 warships quickly caught up with the fleeing galactic battleships. Through precise calculations of navigation speed and time, they jumped to the predicted location in an instant. Soon, their shipborne radar and optical equipment captured the enemy's flight path. The fleeing galactic battleships numbered 73, equivalent to the combined total of Western nations' fleets. These ships carried a past that was hard to look back on. Initially, faced with an unstoppable alien invasion, the elites and high-ranking officials of Western countries used their control over the media to block all related information. Without the ordinary citizens knowing, they began a large-scale transfer of supplies, high-end equipment, and top talents. Even many international tycoons were lured into joining them. During the massive secret transfer of resources, water, food, and bulk commodities were quietly taken away, causing severe disruptions to the global supply chain and the collapse of the financial system. Despite attempts to uncover the truth, investigators faced various obstacles and even met with untimely deaths. When the truth was about to be revealed, these people fled in their warships, abandoning the subordinates who had once served them. Those who failed to board in time remained on Earth and were ultimately torn apart by enraged mobs. Such selfish and exacerbating behavior could never be forgiven by Earth's inhabitants. During those lawless days, Western countries fell into unprecedented chaos. Looting, arson, rape, and abduction were rampant, causing casualties and societal regression that remain immeasurable to this day. If not for China's intervention to clean up the mess and quickly integrate global forces, human civilization might not have withstood even the first wave of the alien assault, let alone held out for the subsequent 6 months. At this moment, the 73 fleeing galactic battleships were being fiercely pursued by 100 silicon-based civilization warships. In the distance, laser beams and energy weapons lit up the sky in a deadly yet spectacular display. Many human warships were destroyed without even having a chance to retaliate, becoming debris in the cosmos. Through the optical screen, Chang Wei vaguely saw a frozen corpse float by. It was a blonde woman who might have been a model in life, now a ghastly corpse. Chang Wei didn't look for long and immediately ordered the Infinity, Gorgon, and Hyperion to engage. The 3 warships quickly deployed fighter squadrons to annihilate the enemy targets. Leveraging their technological superiority, the human fleet soon gained the upper hand on the battlefield. Viking fighters weaved through enemy ships, their firepower creating a dangerous yet magnificent scene. However, even with a significant technological advantage, losses were inevitable in war. One Viking fighter was unfortunately hit, losing balance and crashing into an enemy ship. The CIC immediately reported, Viking 046, signal lost, confirmed destroyed. Chang Wei silently mourned the fallen pilot for a second. As the battle neared its end, Chang Wei ordered Matt Horner to activate the emergency communication channel. Soon, an elderly Western man with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared on the screen. Seeing Chang Wei's Asian face, the man was visibly shocked and bombarded him with questions. Are you Chinese? Do the Chinese now possess such powerful space warships? How did you achieve this? Technological explosion? Alien technology? Is the Earth's crisis resolved? Have the aliens been defeated? Is humanity saved? Can we go home now? Chang Wei calmly responded, from now on, Earth does not welcome you. Once you leave, do not come back. This is a history witnessed by all mankind. This rescue is our last help to you. After this, you have no more ties with Earth. Do you understand? Otherwise, we will destroy you. No sooner had he finished speaking than a Korean and a Japanese man burst onto the screen, emotionally accusing, this is discrimination. People from all countries have fled in history. Why are you fixated on this incident? Do you know how much advanced equipment and top talent we brought with us? Do you know how much we could contribute to human civilization if we returned to Earth? What's wrong with us fleeing? We were trying to preserve the flame of human civilization. Please forgive us this once. We apologize. Let history give us a fair evaluation. Chang Wei initially did not want to say more, but seeing their shamelessness, his long-suppressed emotions erupted. He sternly pointed out, why? Why are we fixated on this incident? Because we must remember history. Learn from it. Our nation is a nation of integrity and transparency. We do not need to cover up history. We are not like you, hiding the most foolish and disgraceful parts of your history. We will write down our struggles in our books. You can find every massacre by foreign invaders against the Central Plains in our history books, and you can clearly see our glory. But in our physics and chemistry textbooks, we also unflinchingly point out that in modern history, most of humanity's great achievements came from the West. Chang Wei continued, we emphasize breaking the label of sick man of East Asia, not denying it ever existed. We emphasize giving dignity and an account to the 35 million compatriots who died, not covering it up. We have been here for 5,000 years, heading toward the stars and the sea. You can forget history, and even what you did to Earth's people today. Because your ancestors never wrote worry before the world's worries. Rejoice after the world's rejoicing. Your books do not have, establish a heart for heaven and earth, establish a life for the people, inherit the lost teachings of past sages, and bring peace to all future generations. Your philosophy does not have, shape clay into a vessel, where its usefulness lies in its emptiness. You do not have, the 4 dimensions of the universe, space and time. Do not waste your youth and regret it when you are old. How can I have 10,000 mansions to shelter all the poor under heaven happily? Finally, Chang Wei declared emphatically, we do not want history to repeat itself. We are a nation that remembers history and keeps its mission in mind. We may not sing and dance well, but we have an unchanging great faith for thousands of years. We do not need you. Earth does not need you. Get out and never come back. On October 1st, 2023, the National Day greetings echoed in the air. Chang Wei's words hit like a sledgehammer, stunning the Western elites and high-ranking officials across from him. Despite belonging to different worlds, with seemingly distant conflicts of interest and ethnic tensions, this world also carried the weight of Chang Wei's compatriots, nation, cultural beliefs, and a shared modern history. When Chang Wei learned from the Earth Defense Force about the actions of these deserters, anger flared within him. They were like the rotten apples of humanity, a cancer on Earth. The fact that Chang Wei didn't immediately resort to force was already a great mercy. Otherwise, a single fleet attack could have reduced them to space debris. After venting his anger, Chang Wei calmed down. He wasn't worried about these people revealing Earth's location, as it was already exposed. Even if other aliens arrived in the future, human civilization would likely have joined the carbon-based civilization alliance, with technological prowess leaping forward. Chang Wei firmly believed that even without the help of the Zhu Guang fleet, his compatriots could lead humanity on Earth to overcome all challenges and become a formidable civilization under the stars. Perseverance was ingrained in the very bones of his people. Remember what I said? Don't say I didn't warn you. Leaving this warning, Chang Wei cut the communication, giving the other side no chance to respond or explain. Meanwhile, the Silicate civilization's pursuing fleet was annihilated, and various flight formations were returning one after another. The system indicated that the mission was complete. Chang Wei glanced through the porthole at the 50 remaining warships of the human traders, then issued an order to the entire fleet. Change course. We're heading back to Earth. Despite the severed communication, the opposing warships continued flashing lights and signaling for forgiveness. However, Chang Wei's fleet ignored them, turning away and vanishing into the cosmos, leaving behind a trail of shattered ship debris. The remaining people descended into chaos. What now? Should we really follow the rabbit's advice and not return to Earth? What else can we do? Didn't you hear? Don't say I didn't warn you? Return? We'll probably be shot down immediately. Do you really think the people of Earth will forgive what we've done? This is discrimination. We're human too. Why are they treating us like this? It's all the rabbit's fault. The Western elites and high-ranking officials argued incessantly, the oppressive and restless atmosphere growing worse. They failed to recognize their mistakes and instead blamed the world for being unfair, the timing unfortunate, and people's hearts unreliable. They believed the rabbit shouldn't have such advanced technology, which should belong to the always leading West. That the aliens came too soon, catching them unprepared. And that today's populace wasn't as easily deceived as before. Now, with no way to change the past and Earth out of reach, they had to keep moving forward. However, due to a hasty escape, their supplies were insufficient for reaching a habitable star system. Some eyes began to shift, looking at the floating debris, supplies, and bodies in space, while others eyed their companions with hidden malice. With the deserter fleet issue settled, Chang Wei turned his attention to the next mission. Though the Yuxing-class strategic Yunhai ship had space warp technology and the vast detection range of the Xinlai matrix radar, the universe was immense, and finding the carbon-based civilization alliance was like searching for a needle in a haystack, with the time required unpredictable. Back in the solar system, defense installations were being constructed at a rapid pace. The Zhujing industrial mothership was operating at full capacity, expected to complete the defense system within 10 days. The only unresolved issue on Earth was the beta. Upon returning to Earth, Chang Wei immediately contacted the ground forces to inquire about the progress of the beta cleanup. The response was encouraging. Sir, the Cand and Star border forces are fighting like madmen, always at the forefront, battling fearlessly. With our heavy mechanized corps sweeping advances, we've cleared most of the beta nests, leaving only the largest ones. Chang Wei nodded and asked, what about our casualties? The commander hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully. Chang Wei's brow furrowed, his tone stern. What are the exact casualty numbers? The commander swallowed and detailed the casualties. The numbers, higher than expected, displeased Chang Wei, who demanded, what happened? The commander explained, besides some overconfidence among the soldiers, the nest terrain worked against us. Plus, the beta displayed considerable combat prowess. I've compiled a detailed battle report for your review, sir. Chang Wei immediately opened the transmitted file and began to scrutinize it carefully. Beta is a versatile mining tool meticulously engineered by the silicon-based Civilization Alliance, but it also doubles as a terrifying biological weapon. These creatures are not remnants of the Level 2 civilization fleet annihilated by Chang Wei. They are the pinnacle of the entire silicon-based Civilization Alliance's technology. This multifunctional bioweapon is highly favored within the Alliance, with nearly every deep space fleet carrying them. The adaptability of Beta is astonishing. As long as minerals are present, they can quickly establish nests and proliferate in large numbers. This allows the silicon-based fleets to deploy them for planetary assaults or resource extraction whenever needed. A beta nest functions like a versatile silicon-based biofactory, converting minerals into energy and producing various parts and supplies on demand. However, beta's combat capabilities far exceed those of ordinary mining tools. They likely originate from advanced technology beyond Level 2 civilizations. This means that the betas causing significant casualties to Earth's defense forces are essentially a group of highly advanced interstellar miners. According to Earth's Defense Forces intelligence, 8 types of beta have been identified. Small types. 1. Soldier class, equivalent to human infantry. 2. Warrior class, similar to armored vehicles. 3. Tank class, corresponds to human tank units. Large types. 4. Interceptor class, the core of beta's combat strength, equipped with 2 extremely hard and flexible foreclaws capable of easily destroying tanks and mechs. 5. Assault class. Acts as the vanguard, capable of speeds up to 170 km/h with an impenetrable front shell. 6. Fortress class. The largest type, averaging 66 meters in height, with extremely high defense and attack power. Range types. 7. Laser class. Specialized in countering mechs and aircraft. 8. Heavy laser class. Designed to attack starships and aerospace platforms. The Fortress class beta is particularly terrifying. Despite its slow movements, it conceals a 50-meter-long tentacle in its tail section, ending in a ram. This tentacle can whip its speed so fast that even mechs and aircraft find it hard to evade. The ram's tip can secrete a highly acidic solution that corrodes all known metals and building materials. Worse still, the Fortress class can house numerous smaller betas within its body, making it a mobile transport platform and defensive fortress. When a Fortress class is discovered, Earth's defense forces must go all out to eliminate it. Laser class and heavy laser class betas are equally troublesome, being the main cause of heavy human casualties. The power of the heavy laser class is particularly astonishing, capable of shooting down anything within 100 kilometers. Even warships equipped with heat-resistant armor can withstand its attacks for only up to 10 seconds. However, they have a firing interval of 36 seconds, providing a chance to break through the lines if their numbers are not overwhelming. Human research on beta corpses has revealed that the unique eye structure of the ranged laser class is the key to their powerful and precise laser emissions. This structure appears to have room for evolution, suggesting the possible existence of even more powerful ranged laser class betas that have yet to be discovered. Beta's breeding capabilities are astounding. A level 1 nest can produce soldier class, warrior class, and tank class betas. A level 2 nest can produce interceptor class, assault class, and laser class betas. The rarest level 3 nest can produce fortress class and heavy laser class betas. Understanding this information, Chang Wei reviewed the video records of the Light Chaser unit's attack on a beta nest. The footage showed a squad of Star Marines, led by Astartes, assaulting a dim underground cavern. The narrow and rugged cave, with stone walls and shadows everywhere, created a disturbing atmosphere. However, the continuous roar of guns and flashes of fire dispelled some of the fear. A large number of betas attempted to charge but were torn to pieces by the fierce firepower, their flesh flying everywhere. The Star Marines shouted, "Die! Die! You damn aliens! The only good alien is a dead alien." As they advanced, slaughtering every enemy they encountered. Suddenly, a stealthy ambush occurred. Unusual dust fell from above, immediately alerting the squad. They looked up to find several disgusting creatures, full of segments and fatty flesh, hanging upside down from the cave ceiling. Like spiders, they quickly descended and grabbed a few Star Marines. Before they could scream, a ripping sound was heard, and the soldiers were torn in half, their steaming intestines spilling all over, some still wriggling. The other soldiers quickly reacted, firing back at the monsters. However, the creature's bioarmor was exceptionally hard, with bullets only sparking off without causing real damage. The monsters swung their bone tails, creating chaos and sending many firing soldiers flying. As the thrown soldiers landed, the monsters, like spiders meeting prey, quickly crawled over to pierce their bodies with sharp limbs. Their jaws opened wider and wider, revealing rows of white, menacing teeth. Just as the Star Marines were about to meet their end, the lone Astartes on the scene finally acted. He swiftly raised his bolter and blew the monsters' heads off with a few shots. The scorching bolts entered their mouths, blowing their brains to pieces. However, the crisis was not over. During this brief respite, several more creatures dropped from the ceiling, landing right behind the Astartes. With no time to turn and shoot, the Astartes decisively drew his chainsword, turned, and delivered a powerful chop, shouting, "For the Golden Throne." With a boom, the monster was cleaved in half. Yet, despite appearing unscathed, the Astartes suddenly knelt in pain, as if slapped hard by an invisible force. Seeing this, the betas swarmed and killed him. The Star Marines behind him soon followed suit. Chang Wei exited the video file, finally understanding how that Astartes had died. He couldn't help but sigh, defying the Emperor, truly brave. After browsing a few other video files, Chang Wei gained a deeper understanding of Beta's combat capabilities. He tapped his desk, pondering for a moment, then issued an order. "Inform all units, I will personally oversee the battle. Within one day, annihilate the betas and their final nest." The operation has commenced. The remaining beta forces on Earth have been compressed into their last few nests, with the largest being the first Class 3 nest on the planet. Space reconnaissance indicates that the beta are reproducing rapidly, their numbers exceeding 1 billion. Their deployment and movement patterns show tight organization and orderly advance and retreat, clearly under the command of an intelligent consciousness. Although humanity has never seen this intelligence, its existence is widely accepted. The Lightbringer forces and the Earth Defense Army ground units are fully deployed, vowing to eradicate the last beta strongholds. However, an unexpected message arrives. The Earth Defense Army plans to send a group of student soldiers piloting mechs into the battle. On the bridge of the Hyperion, Changwei looks at Matt Horner in astonishment, listening to his report. Yes, sir. The Earth Defense Army is unaware of the Silicon Civilization Alliance's existence. They believe this is the final battle against the last alien invaders. They insist that as Earthlings, they should participate in this historic moment. Sending the younger generation to the front lines is also a way to ensure they remember this significant event. Although Changwei understands the harsh realities of this world, seeing those high school girls who should be in their classrooms fills him with sorrow for the world. In just 6 months, almost all men and older soldiers have perished, and now the main ground force of the Earth Defense Army is composed of these young, vibrant girls. Sigh. Changwei lets out a heavy sigh and then orders. Inform the Earth Defense Army to provide fire support from a distance. As long as we men are still standing, we don't need women and children on the front lines. Matt Horner smiles and salutes. Yes, sir. The scene shifts to the mech maintenance bay of the Earth Defense Army. The place is bustling with activity, with the only male being an elderly mechanic in charge of engine maintenance. Everyone else is female. As they prepare for the upcoming final battle, everyone musters the courage to end this human-alien crisis. Just as the mech pilots finish suiting up and are about to board their mechs, a sudden order halts their actions. Assault team, stand down. The mission is terminated. What's going on? Jia Jia asks incredulously. I even wrote my will and borrowed money for a feast I plan not to repay, and now you're telling me I'm not going? The team leader explains. Not exactly. It's the Lightbringer's request. They want us to provide fire support from a distance. What? Do they look down on us? Someone asks indignantly. The team leader responds with a bitter smile. They said that as long as there are still men alive, they won't let women and children go to the front lines. The girls fall silent, their minds filled with memories of similar words spoken by their fathers, brothers, male teachers, and classmates before their final departures, leaving them with mixed emotions. Lightbringers, huh? Someone murmurs, another group of gentle and handsome fools. The battle soon begins. Countless beta swarm out of their nests, moving densely across the ground. However, they quickly encounter devastating strikes from the sky. Guided precisely by the ghosts, nuclear missiles rain down, creating fiery mushroom clouds. Countless beta are incinerated in the intense heat, and the scorching blast waves sweep across dozens to hundreds of kilometers. Sitting sternly on the Hyperion's bridge, Changwei sees that the beta ground forces have been cleared and immediately gives the attack order. Mechanized troops and infantry surge towards the last beta nests. In the sky, various aircraft formations roar past, followed by massive warships emerging from the clouds. Gorgon-class battleships, the supercarrier Infinite, Moon-class cruisers, Queen of Glory-class battleships, and the Hyperion. These steel giants, partially obscured by clouds, appear both mysterious and majestic. The girls of the Earth Defense Army, watching from afar, are overwhelmed with excitement and awe. Are those the Lightbringer's warships? They're magnificent. Before their exclamations fade, thick laser beams shoot from the ground but are effortlessly blocked by the warship's shields. A retaliatory strike follows, instantly flattening the beta's heavy laser positions. They're so powerful. No wonder they say a few of their ships wiped out the enemies in space. It's like the Heavenly Soldiers from 1999. I heard they're not the same group from 1999. Who cares where they're from, as long as they're here to save us? The Jackson's Revenge is the first to arrive at the battlefield, closely followed by the Infinite, which deploys 10 Resolute-class heavy frigates and dual Blade-class frigates. With absolute air superiority, the Lightbringers coordinate with the ground forces, deploying Titans and Thors at critical points. Following them are Stormhawk gunships carrying Astartes and drop pods filled with Spartan warriors. The Spartans land, kneeling with fists and feet on the ground. They quickly draw their weapons, ready for combat. Spartans, the leader shouts, we fight alongside our brothers and sisters, live or die together. The title of Spartan is your rank. Now, show everyone what Spartans can do. Don't ask how many enemies there are. Ask where they are. Huh, huh, huh. The Spartans roar in unison. The Astartes also charge from the Stormhawk gunships, wielding chainswords and bolters, unleashing a frenzy of destruction. Wearing fierce helmets, they roar to the sky. For the Emperor. This grand and epic extermination battle will ultimately put an end to the beta's presence on Earth. In the face of absolute power, the fate of the beta was already sealed. The fleet of light chasers, with overwhelming superiority and minimal casualties, completely annihilated all betas on Earth. The fleet's laser weapons and high-energy artillery turned the beta nests to ashes, and ground forces mopped up the remnants. After the battle, Changwei led an elite squad deep into the largest beta nest. At the end of a maze of tunnels, they found the beta hive's command brain, an ugly, intelligent entity with 6 pairs of bright eyes and several neural feelers. Its body fused with the nest, immobilized. Instead of immediately executing it, Chang Wei contacted Gaia of the Star of Hope, the hive mind of the ELS. Commander, you called for me? Gaia's voice came through the communication link. Yes, Mother Hive. We've captured an intelligent entity from the hostile Silicon-based Civilization Alliance. I need you to send ELS units to assimilate it and extract any relevant information. Chang Wei explained succinctly. Understood, Commander. We are on our way. Gaia responded promptly. Shortly after, under Chang Wei's supervision, the ELS swiftly assimilated the beta intelligence. While they couldn't completely decipher the beta's communication methods and structural makeup, they did acquire a substantial amount of valuable intelligence. Firstly, this beta group had only established up to a level 3 nest, whereas higher level 4 and 5 nests could produce more powerful units, such as Mothership class, Super Heavy Laser class, and Annihilation class. Betas were a significant member of the Silicon-based Civilization Alliance, serving as versatile mining tools. Chang Wei paid particular attention to the intelligence mentioning the gate-level beta. This creature was akin to an engineering worm capable of creating an Einstein-Rosen bridge, essentially a wormhole, a spatial tunnel that could traverse vast cosmic distances. This technology far surpassed the capabilities of the Light Chasers fleet and might involve level 5 civilizations, space warping, or dimensional manipulation technologies. However, Chang Wei didn't believe the betas themselves were a level 5 civilization, but rather a case of technology-focused outburst, where certain civilizations develop high-end technology in specific fields that don't match their overall level. Suddenly, Chang Wei thought of a crucial question. If there were wormholes, could one be near the solar system, or even within it? This reminded him of the 1999 Earth Defense War, where a wandering starship of only 1.5 level civilization managed to cross 4.2 light-years to reach the solar system in a short time. Realizing the potential threat, Chang Wei immediately ordered, deploy all reconnaissance ships to search for any hidden wormholes. The Light Chasers fleet sprang into action, with scientists and military commanders engaging in heated discussions, analyzing possible locations where wormholes might be hidden. Some believed it would be at the edge of a distant galaxy, while others suggested it might be disguised as an ordinary celestial body. Chang Wei paced anxiously on the bridge, awaiting news. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Earth populace was celebrating victory, praising the aid of the Light Chasers. Matt Horner reported to Chang Wei, Sir, the Earth Defense Force has invited you to join the celebration and broadcast a global thank you message. This might give you a chance to relax. Chang Wei shook his head with a bitter smile. Matt, how can I think about that now? Matt countered. So, are you going to tell them the truth and dampen their spirits? Chang Wei was silent for a moment, ultimately deciding not to ruin humanity's rare moment of joy. He sighed and said resignedly, All right, inform the escort team to assemble. Let's get ready. Chang Wei's personal guard is an impressive force. 12 elite Marines clad in specially designed power armor, 4 Shadow Striker robots gleaming with cold metallic luster, and 2 Ghost operatives moving like shadows. Leading the unit at the front is the heroic figure, Tua Su. Though small in number, their combat prowess is extraordinary. When necessary, reinforcements can be quickly dispatched. However, Chang Wei is fully aware that if an enemy can breach multiple layers of defense to reach him, the fleet's highest commander, even an entire legion, might not provide peace of mind. Therefore, before every operation, the Ghost operatives meticulously inspect the surrounding environment to ensure everything is secure. At this moment, the transport aircraft carrying Chang Wei is slowly descending. A formation of Banshee and Viking fighters escorts it, with the striking presence of the Quantum 00 Gundam standing out. Inside the Gundam's cockpit, Zhong Kai excitedly maneuvers the hastily assembled prototype. Take it easy, Chang Wei warns through the comm channel. This is a prototype, integrating our latest technology. We don't know if it will remain stable over long periods. If you break it, Swan will lose it. Got it, got it. Zhong Kai replies with a cheeky grin. I just want to have some fun. Isn't piloting a Gundam every man's dream? Plus, bathing in GN particles enhances my ghost powers. Chang Wei, watching Zhong Kai's image on the virtual screen, asks skeptically, I've read the Gundam's manual. It's incredibly complex. Without extensive training, it's hard to even get started. How did you learn to pilot it? Zhong Kai smirks and points to the blue and white spherical robots on either side of the control panel. Smart assistants, of course. With 2 Heros handling the tricky operations, the rest is easy. That's like turning manual into automatic transmission. Chang Wei thinks enviously. If not for his status as a commander, he would have kicked Zhong Kai out of the cockpit to take a turn himself. To hide his envy, Chang Wei coughs and changes the subject. I heard you were quite the hero recently. You entered the atmosphere solo for a test run and ended up saving a girl, a young officer from the Earth Defense Force? Wow, you know about that? Zhong Kai exclaims exaggeratedly. Yeah, I wanted to find her, maybe grab a meal, stroll around, Stroll around? In what? A car? Or your Gundam? Chang Wei asks, isn't it a singles eater? Zhong Kai gives a knowing smile. Come on, where there's a will, there's a way. Even a single zeter can fit two if you squeeze. So you plan to have her sit on your lap? Chang Wei realizes, damn, you're a beast. He gives a thumbs up. You're something else. Then, turning serious, Chang Wei advises, it's fine to make friends, but don't go too far. We're leaving this world eventually. Unless she's willing to come with you, don't mess with her. Yeah, I know. I'll be careful. Zhong Kai answers dismissively. Chang Wei doesn't push further. He knows that while ghost operatives are powerful, they have personality flaws similar to those seen in the Uchiha clan or Dark Jedi. They value emotions but can be swayed by them, potentially leading to dangerous behavior. Only those with strong willpower can maintain discipline. For now, the ghosts, under Tu Wasu's leadership, have behaved well, so Chang Wei decides to let it go. After cutting the communication, Chang Wei's transport lands. Below is a bustling metropolis, cars and skyscrapers visible from above. The Earth Defense Force stands ready, and crowds line the streets, waving flowers and flags to welcome the luminaries. Chang Wei is struck by the grandeur, surpassing even the Olympic ceremonies he has seen. The transport lands, and the hatch opens. Chang Wei's guard exits first, their specially painted and modified power armor exuding authority. After securing the area, they signal for Chang Wei to disembark. As soon as Chang Wei appears, a frenzy of photography and live streaming ensues. Global viewers are captivated by his appearance. A scar across his right cheek connecting to a glowing red cybernetic eye. Dressed in a sleek military uniform, he exudes a commanding presence, embodying the ideal fleet commander. Elder Zhou, in a wheelchair, stands with assistance and extends a welcoming hand. Welcome. Humanity thanks you. Luminaries. All cameras focus on this moment, eager to capture this historic event. The shutter clicks are incessant. Though unused to such attention, Chang Wei maintains his composure and shakes Elder Zhou's hand. At the moment of their handshake, people notice Chang Wei's right hand is a mechanical prosthetic, sparking curiosity and admiration. They are eager to learn more about this mysterious man and the luminaries. Standing together, Chang Wei and Elder Zhou face the cameras and declare, the war is over. Earth has triumphed. A bright future awaits humanity. The crowd erupts in cheers, the jubilation echoing. Across the globe, orphans and widows embrace in tears, and wounded veterans in hospitals are moved to tears. This announcement is the most beautiful sound to their generation, marking the end of darkness and the dawn of a new era. Chang Wei, observing the joyous crowd, silently vows, no more sacrifices. Earth and humanity will be protected by the luminaries. Accompanied by Elder Zhou and a group of senior human officials, Chang Wei embarked on a series of activities to gain an in-depth understanding of this world. They visited workplaces and living spaces, comforted model workers and severely injured patients, and solemnly paid tribute to martyrs and heroes who had sacrificed their lives for the country. By the end of the day, Chang Wei had gained a more comprehensive understanding of this world and the true face of humanity. During the tour, Chang Wei couldn't help but admire the bravery and determination of the Rabbit Nation. While other nations were fearful of the stars and skeptical of the rabbit's warnings, the Rabbit Nation resolutely launched the Grand Southern Gate Space Defense Program. Through their hard work, courage, intelligence, and sacrifices, they managed to prolong what seemed like an inevitably lost war until the arrival of the Light Chaser fleet. Chang Wei thought to himself that without the efforts of the Rabbit Nation and its people, human civilization in this world, including the fleeing Western elites, would likely have been wiped out long ago. In the eyes of the silicon-based civilization, carbon-based life forms were doomed to extinction. This universe-spanning war, which had lasted 150 million years, could only end with the complete annihilation of one side. Although Chang Wei knew he was powerless to stop the war between the two great alliances, he was confident he could help human civilization join the carbon-based civilization alliance and gain its protection. Amid the sound of camera shutters, Chang Wei began to tour the human military units involved in the Southern Gate program. Despite being somewhat technologically outdated, the designs of the Luanbird aerospace carrier, the Xiannu aerospace fighter, and the Chang'ing tactical mecha were more practical and realistic than the conceptual designs he had seen back on Earth, which piqued his interest. Under the guidance of the technical staff, Chang Wei personally operated a Chang'ing tactical mecha without live ammunition. His clumsy maneuvers made the nearby instructors, technicians, and senior officials break out in a cold sweat, especially when they saw a burly man with white eyes skillfully twirling a butterfly knife. However, Chang Wei, like a child with a new toy, excitedly experimented with the massive machine. Chang Wei also tried the Chang'ing's drone functionality, commanding 3 to 4 intelligent tactical mechas in coordinated operations. Although he could only execute simple system commands such as follow, guard, and attack, the experience was still exhilarating for him. However, when it came to more complex operations, Chang Wei struggled, and his mecha stood motionless, which would have made it an easy target on a real battlefield. Realizing he lacked the talent for piloting mechas, Chang Wei dismounted from the Chang'ing, feeling a bit dejected. He humorously remarked, "Damn it, the experience was terrible. I felt like a fool. Seeing him safely disembark, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the evening, Chang Wei attended a state banquet with Elder Zhou and others. Faced with an array of top-notch dishes and delicacies, Chang Wei felt a bit overwhelmed. He recalled the days when a large plate of chicken and potato braised beef at a Lantau noodle shop would be a feast, and even later, eating white elephant crab noodles with earthworm jerky on the wandering earth felt like a delicacy. Now, confronted with such high-class cuisine, he hesitated to dig in, fearing he might make a fool of himself. Noticing Chang Wei's unease, Elder Zhou dismissed the reporters and gently said, "There's no need to be formal. Treat this place like your home and eat whatever you like." The mention of home struck a chord in Chang Wei's heart, and he began to slowly savor the food before him. Indeed, these dishes contained a taste of home, vastly different from the rations in the fleet's mess hall. Seeing Chang Wei gradually relax, Elder Zhou smiled with satisfaction and nodded silently. He then signaled for the others to leave quietly, leaving only himself and Chang Wei in the room. "General Chang Wei, you must be a Chinese person from a parallel world, right? Are you satisfied with this taste of home?" Elder Zhou asked. Chang Wei put down his napkin and calmly replied, "It seems you figured it out." Elder Zhou explained, "It wasn't hard to guess. Ever since the contact in 1999, we had our suspicions. It wasn't until your light chaser fleet arrived in 2050 that we became more certain of our hypothesis." Chang Wei nodded in acknowledgement. "That's right. We do come from another universe. And I am indeed a Chinese person from a parallel world to you. But I'm curious, how did you know the taste of my hometown food? Even in a parallel world, I never mentioned where I was from." Elder Zhou's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "Because in our world, there is also a person named Chang Wei. He is 47 years old, and his father was a hero of the 1999 battle, Captain Chang Kuan of the Kirin, who perished with the enemy. Would you like to meet him?" "Another me?" Chang Wei smiled. "No need, he's just a counterpart. Apart from our looks, we're essentially two completely different individuals. I should have realized that if this world is a parallel world, then there could be another me. But as far as I know, there are many parallel worlds. In at least one parallel world I'm aware of, the captain of the Kirin should be named Dong Xian, and there is no mention of Beta in the Southern Gate program." Elder Zhou's interest was piqued. "Oh, there is another world similar to ours? A world with a Southern Gate program? Have they also faced an alien invasion?" Chang Wei did not delve further into Elder Zhou's question and instead reflected, "A flower, a world, a leaf, a bodhi. Different universes, different worlds, how numerous they are. As long as they exist, they are real. And our duty as light chasers is to travel to these universes, to carry out rescue missions, and to save worlds engulfed in despair and crisis. That is our purpose here." Hearing this, Elder Zhou's eyes narrowed, and his chest heaved, as if he had finally unraveled the answer he had sought for half his life. After a long pause, he asked, "So, are you about to leave soon? Just like those from 1999? Disappearing into a beam of white light?" Finally asked this question. "Huh?" Chang Wei put down his chopsticks, locking eyes with Elder Zhou. The restaurant's lights cast a serious glow on their faces, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Chang Wei took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. "Our mission is not yet complete, so we won't be leaving anytime soon." Elder Zhou's face instantly lit up with joy, his eyes brimming with hope. He eagerly asked, "So, you mean you'll stay a while longer to help us develop the technological strength to defend ourselves?" Chang Wei didn't answer immediately. Instead, he fell into an eerie silence, which raised an ominous feeling in the ever-observant Elder Zhou. His fingers began to tap lightly on the table. Finally, Chang Wei spoke, his tone heavy. "We will indeed help you, and provide some military and technological assistance. But that's not the main reason we're staying in this world." He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Elder Zhou held his breath, waiting for more. "The aliens attacking you are not from a single civilization, but from a coalition of cosmic civilizations." Chang Wei's voice was low but clear. "They call themselves the Chaldean Silicon-based United Destiny Community." Elder Zhou's brow furrowed, and his teacup trembled slightly in his hand. Chang Wei continued, "This alliance is composed of 1 level 5 civilization, 36 level 4 civilizations, 207 level 3 civilizations, and 1064 level 2 civilizations. All members are silicon-based life forms. They've existed in your universe for 3.674 billion years." Elder Zhou felt a wave of dizziness and swallowed hard before asking, "What about us?" Unfortunately, Chang Wei shook his head. "The current Earth civilization is barely at level 1.5. Even with our full support, you won't be able to achieve complete self-defense in a short time." This harsh reality hit Elder Zhou like a sledgehammer, his face turning pale, and his chest heaving as if he might faint at any moment. "So our recent victories are just fleeting illusions?" Elder Zhou asked, his voice trembling. "Is the next wave of enemy attacks imminent?" Changwei nodded in confirmation, adding, yes, it seems so. You must have noticed our extensive construction of defensive structures within the solar system. Elder Zhou shook his head with a bitter smile. We thought that was just standard precaution and defense measures. After all, the war had just ended, and the enemy might have reinforcements. But we never imagined it would be like this. His gaze filled with wistfulness as he looked directly at Changwei. Can I ask, the enemy fleet that put us through 6 months of grueling battle, what level were they? Changwei answered honestly, they were a level 2 civilization fleet, the lowest and weakest force within the silicon-based alliance. Their main tasks are reconnaissance, cleanup, and hunting down lower-level carbon-based civilizations. Is that so? Elder Zhou murmured, weakness is a sin. Whether it's for self-preservation or upholding our beliefs, the foundation must be strength. His eyes first showed confusion and helplessness, then rekindled hope as he looked at Changwei. You will help us, won't you? Changwei nodded solemnly, his tone firm. We will do our utmost to defend the solar system and Earth. But our strength is limited. Facing such a massive cosmic alliance, we don't know how long we can hold out. The next time, it could be tens or even hundreds of thousands of enemy warships. Elder Zhou's face turned ashen again. Then, does that mean Earth and humanity are doomed? Changwei quickly denied it. Relying solely on our strength will inevitably lead to failure. But there is always a glimmer of hope. Because the silicon-based alliance has enemies too. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. If we find their enemies, we still have hope. He continued, from what we know, they have been at war with a carbon-based civilization alliance for 150 million years. This is why they harbor such hatred for all carbon-based life forms. Hence, whenever they encounter a planet with carbon-based life in the universe, they issue an extermination order. Elder Zhou thoughtfully nodded. So, there's no possibility of negotiation or surrender. What should we do then? Simple, one word. Stall? Changwei said decisively. Stall? Elder Zhou looked at him in confusion. Changwei explained, yes, we've dispatched an advanced ship to locate the carbon-based civilization alliance and request their help. If all goes well, we just need to hold out until their fleet arrives. Elder Zhou asked in surprise. Why would the carbon-based civilization alliance come to our aid? What can we offer them? This question momentarily stumped Changwei. He lowered his head and slowly voiced some seemingly self-deceptive reasons. Maybe they are morally upright civilizations who won't abandon us. Maybe they don't want to see the silicon-based alliance massacring carbon-based life, reducing their numbers. Maybe human civilization will be seen as having potential, worth saving and joining their alliance. Elder Zhou, being a competent leader, could see how naive and laughable these reasons were. Yet, deep down, he paradoxically hoped they were valid. Changwei was well aware of the tenuous and idealistic nature of these reasons. He knew that even if the carbon-based civilization alliance agreed to help, without a compelling incentive, they might prioritize their support differently, affecting the strength and speed of their aid. Timely assistance versus arriving after Changwei had been decimated would make a world of difference. Changwei had sensed this possibility before the mission began. To persuade the carbon-based alliance, they would have to offer something valuable. And that valuable asset would be something they highly regarded. So, what did Changwei possess that the carbon-based alliance would highly value? The answer was clear. Technology. Level 5 civilizations warship technology. Even a potential alliance with a level 5 carbon-based civilization. This would significantly impact the military balance between the two alliances, demanding their attention. As for evidence, wouldn't a level 5 civilization's warship, the Wandering Star-class strategic cloud ship, serve as proof? Changwei had full confidence in the loyalty and capability of the 140 Quantum Ghost crew members aboard the Wandering Star-class strategic cloud ship. Even against ill-intentioned probes, they could excel in their mission. In short, trust us. Changwei said firmly, we will succeed. Humanity and Earth will not perish. Elder Zhou said no more and nodded heavily. This state banquet lasted a long time, and their conversation became top secret. The rest of the world remained in blissful ignorance, celebrating their recent victories. Because in the upcoming battles, there would be a group of light chasers silently guarding them until the day the truth was revealed. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.